Chapter 1. A Year Promised. A year after another. It has been nearly 3 years, and it is still not resolved. Is the Golden Finger experiencing a blockage? In the year 1521 of the Marine calendar, in the city of Marineford, a commonplace classroom of the Naval Academy, a boy named Luo Fei lay sprawled on his desk, idly gazing out the window while uttering his complaints. Indeed, Luo Fei was a traveler from another world, marking the 7th day of his arrival in Marineford 3 years prior. Upon entering this realm, he was bestowed with the quintessential gift of a Traveleric Golden Finger. However, mere seconds after its appearance, it declared, "This system will enter maintenance mode for a duration of 1 year." Thus, 1 year passed, and then another 3 years later, this contraption remained in its maintenance phase. In these 3 years, Luo Fei, of average talent and background, found solace in his towering and robust physique, which deterred his classmates from provoking him. Meanwhile, the female students were utterly captivated by his striking looks. Consequently, Luo Fei's life during these years had been relatively pleasant. He would often daydream during classes, amuse his female classmates, and collect a bit of protection money after lessons, leading a rather contented existence. Today, as Luo Fei continued his customary daydreaming, an unexpected piece of chalk was hurled at him. "Luo Fei, why were you absent this morning?" The voice of instructor Tina rang out sharply within the classroom. Luo Fei, known for his penchant for mischief, had largely evaded significant reprimands thus far. However, his blatant act of skipping class that morning had severely undermined Tina's authority as an instructor. As her question echoed, all eyes in the classroom turned to Luo Fei. Classmates stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating Luo Fei's embarrassment, especially those who had been victims of his antics in the past. Nevertheless, a number of female students watched Luo Fei with expressions of concern. Confronted with Tina's furious inquiry, Luo Fei calmly rose and replied, reporting to the instructor, "I was receiving an infusion this morning. I see you are robust enough to devour an ox. What sort of infusion could you possibly require?" Reporting to the instructor, "It was your essence." Tina, a mere student, dared to tease the esteemed instructor? Tina's anger flared at that moment. Her pink hair threatened to ignite in a fiery, crimson. "Luo Fei, I believe you are becoming rather audacious." With those words, Tina rolled up her sleeves and advanced towards Luo Fei in response to her threatening demeanor. Luo Fei shrugged, displaying indifference. Tina was not the first instructor to be provoked to such a degree by Luo Fei, and he had grown accustomed to such scenes. However, just as Tina was poised to take action, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. When she regained her senses, the scene before her had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was a resplendent morning, bathed in sunlight, yet, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere was laden with an oppressive heaviness that instilled a sense of dread. At the execution platform knelt a disheveled man. Before him stood 2 executioners wielding long blades. Despite the grim tableau, the man exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he emanated an imposing aura. Witnessing this sight, Tina found herself momentarily breathless, for she recognized the scene unfolding before her. It was the execution platform of Rogue Town. The Pirate King, Roger, the man who single-handedly ushered in the era of great pirates, had reappeared. Even as he stood on the execution platform, his mere presence was enough to evoke terror. The vividness of the scene was almost surreal, as if she were immersed within it, and beads of perspiration began to form on Tina's forehead. The inexperienced naval soldiers around her trembled in fear, their legs quaking. "This is Marineford. Who dares to conjure such illusions?" Tina remarked cautiously, her arm morphing into an iron bar like a barricade. Her words bore no fruit, and the scene continued unabated. "Is this truly the Pirate King, Roger? Is this the man who solely reached the end of the Grand Line? Quick, inform the commander. The Naval Academy has been infiltrated by a formidable presence." Instantaneously, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of voices, some brimming with excitement, others steeped in fear, reverence, and confusion. Soon, the entirety of Marineford resonated with such exclamations. As everyone witnessed this scene, Tina gasped, her incredulity palpable. In that moment, a wave of panic washed over her, for she was acutely aware that the great figure had met his demise. Furthermore, it had been a public execution witnessed by the entire world. Thus, the vivid portrayal she beheld, though undeniably real, was merely a reenactment of events long past. Could this be the power of a high-level devil fruit? The ability to allow countless individuals to perceive an illusion without their awareness was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that even someone of Tina's stature felt a surge of apprehension. However, the situation was far more intricate than mere shock permeating Marineford. The entire world had glimpsed this scene, yet, amidst the global turmoil and confusion, there was one individual who felt no surprise, and instead, a smile graced his lips. That person was Luffy. Ding! Congratulations, host. The global live broadcast system is being established. Ding. The global live broadcast system has been successfully established, binding the unique host, Luo Fei. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been granted supreme administrative privileges in a live broadcast room. Members from around the world are joining. Pirate Whitebeard has joined. Admiral Kizaru has joined. Joker Buggy has joined. Red-haired Shanks has joined. Straw Hat Luffy has joined. In addition to the familiar figures from the world of pirates joining, Luo Fei also noticed that the live broadcast system's database continuously incorporated new footage. The Marineford War, the death of Roger, the journey to Skypiea, the Sabati Archipelago arc, the Buster Call on O'Hara, the annihilation of the Rocks Pirates. The live broadcast room will randomly play 3D films from the database during the broadcast. Random questions will arise, and all members in the live broadcast room can participate in the QA. Correct answers will yield generous rewards, while incorrect responses will result in the loss of one personal possession soon. The system explained live QA. So, what benefits do I, as the host, receive? Luo Fei remarked, somewhat displeased. While other systems grant various perks up front, his system appears to treat everyone equally. The possessions lost by members who answer incorrectly will automatically belong to the host. A mechanical voice echoed, and Luo Fei's heart felt considerably more balanced. Additionally, this live broadcast room supports a tipping feature, allowing all participating members to contribute the items that can be tipped include, but are not limited to, martial arts techniques, devil fruit abilities, and special powers. Members will not lose their own abilities upon tipping. The host can also earn rewards by guiding other members to tip. The system added. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Encouraging others to tip him was akin to charming them, and charming was precisely his forte. Just as Luo Fei reveled in this newfound happiness, the chat box on the aquamarine floating screen before him began to flash with messages. Garp. If I'm not mistaken, that's Roger, isn't it? Sengoku. Garp, how can you still have the audacity to speak? Were you not the one responsible for guarding Logtown? Why has he resurfaced? You better provide me with a satisfactory answer. Whitebeard, could that fellow still be alive? Haha, I truly miss the days we used to drink together. Ace. Dad, do you realize your forge rip is about to burst? Crocodile. Oh, are you implying that Whitebeard is critically ill? Whitebeard. Haha, not quite critically ill. Your concern for me is touching. Are you eager to become my son? No problem, but you must first bow to me. Crocodile. Rayleigh. Captain, I truly hope you can witness this world once more. In a live broadcast room, the prominent figures from around the globe spoke one after another, leaving the ordinary populace too intimidated to utter a word. As for the authenticity of this live broadcast room, no one dares to question it. For the influential figures of considerable power, they have already verified through various means that this broadcast room transcends all energy forms and indeed exists. As for the ordinary masses, they have no need to know. The visuals of the live stream remain uninterrupted even as the legendary pirate King Roger stands at the gallows. His spirit remains indomitable. Addressing the throngs of onlookers gathered beneath the gallows, Roger proclaims his final, resounding words. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, I will grant it all to you. Go forth, for I have hidden all my riches there. This declaration sent the world into a frenzy, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. In the fleeting moments of his remaining life, Roger's fiery spirit ignited a blaze that would illuminate the world. At the moment of Roger's execution, the world erupted in fervor. 2 decades have passed since, yet this chapter of history remains profoundly impactful, particularly for those pirates who, inspired by Roger 20 years ago, ventured into the Grand Line. Nostalgia fills their hearts. The current live streaming space provides them with a platform that transcends both time and space for interaction. However, just as the prominent figures within the broadcast engage in casual conversation, inquiring about each other's well-being, engaging the depths of one another, the live stream abruptly halts above the entire broadcast room. A crimson text materializes. Question time. Why was Pirate King Roger captured? Correct answer reward. Thundercloud Zeus. Incorrect answer penalty. Randomly strip one item from the incorrect responder, including but not limited to devil fruit abilities, martial prowess, life, equipment, etc. Thundercloud Zeus. The ordinary viewers within the broadcast may not comprehend its significance, yet for those grand pirates who have traversed the Grand Line, as well as certain high-ranking naval officers, the meaning of Thundercloud Zeus is well understood. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, Big Mom sits upon her throne within her palace, gazing down at a white cloud prostrating beside her. With a smug grin, she declares, "Ha! Thundercloud Zeus was created by my own hand. Could there possibly be a second Thundercloud Zeus in existence? This so-called live broadcast is clearly a ruse." As for the question of why Roger was captured, it is utterly trivial who would care about that. With that, Big Mom seizes a massive dessert over a meter tall and devours it in one bite. A live stream broadcasted to the entire world? Big Mom harbors no belief in it to her. It is merely an elaborate illusion moreover. She possesses the very ability to create such illusions herself. In fact, within this grand line, there are not a few who share such capabilities thus. Big Mom was entirely unconcerned about the happenings in the live broadcast room until 3 seconds after she had just stuffed a dessert into her mouth. Zeus? Where is Zeus? Big Mom gazed blankly at the empty air before her originally. Her thundercloud Zeus was right there yet. In the blink of an eye, it had inexplicably vanished. As Big Mom stood in shock, she noticed that in the area designated for questions and rewards in the live broadcast, Zeus had suddenly appeared. Moreover, Zeus' expression mirrored her own bewilderment, clearly indicating that it too was perplexed about its sudden relocation. Upon witnessing this scene, Big Mom's fury ignited instantaneously. What sort of live quiz is this? To claim something from my cake island as a reward? A blatant act of thievery. Having navigated the pirate world for decades, this was the first time she had encountered someone pilfering from under her very nose. Enraged, she swung her fist, intending to strike the live broadcast. However, the broadcast was merely an illusion, and her fist could not reach it. Her most capable son and subordinate, Katakuri, soon arrived at the Palace of Cake Island. Observing Big Mom's explosive rage over the disappearance of Zeus, Katakuri fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps this live broadcast possesses powers that surpass all worldly limits? Otherwise, how could his observation hockey have failed to perceive anything at all? Contemplating this, Katakuri quickly focused his attention back on the live broadcast. At that moment, the notable figures in the live broadcast were engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the matter. Whitebeard. Zeus? Is that fellow Charlotte's new boy toy? Marco, old man, that is Big Mom's weapon, a cloud with a soul. Whitebeard. What? I never imagined that after such a long seclusion, Charlotte's tastes have become so extravagant. Now, even clouds are not spared. Sengoku. Charlotte Katakuri. Whitebeard. As a fellow emperor, kindly watch your words, Marco. Everyone, let's focus on answering the questions. Akainu. Is there any doubt regarding this question? Clearly, it was captured under our great and just Navy's offensive. Robin, you shouldn't speak so decisively. Can your Navy truly possess the capability to upheave the entire sea? Akainu. Robin, is it? Very well. I shall remember that every word you speak will serve as evidence in court. You would do well to reconsider your statements. Crocodile. Haha. Is Akainu threatening a young lady to her face? It seems the esteemed Navy is not so formidable after all. Akainu. 7 warlords. Please be mindful of your position, Kapu. Red Dog. That name is rather pleasant. Far more appealing than Akainu. So you're saying your elbow is turning outward? Hancock. Since no one is willing to answer, I shall take the liberty to respond. Hancock. The true answer is that Roger was captured, naturally due to his inability to contend with the formidable Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy. Once Hancock's answer was uttered, the entire livestream chat fell silent for a moment. This information was something Hancock had overheard from the Navy. When Roger was the pirate king, Hancock was merely a child. Thus our understanding of this historical event was rather limited. Therefore, when such a question arose in the live stream, she simply relayed what she had heard. At that moment, Garp, who was sipping tea at Navy headquarters, couldn't help but choke upon hearing the response. The reasons behind Roger's arrest have long been a subject of speculation within the world of pirates. One version that has emerged from the Navy suggests that it was Garp's victory over Roger that enabled the Navy to successfully apprehend him. However, Garp himself has never acknowledged it. Garp, do not spread rumors or believe in them. I have never uttered such words. Hancock, what nonsense about not believing in rumors or spreading them. ISNT, this news coming directly from your Navy? Kella, so, the Navy has exposed itself? Does this mean that for over 20 years, the Navy has been deceiving us? Garp, I cannot say for certain. Sengoku, what exactly is going on? Sengoku, Garp, keep your mouth shut. Kella, is Sengoku-sama getting anxious? There's really no need. It's the Navy after all. I understand the need for face. Sengoku, you little brat. What do you understand? Hancock, there's no need for Sengoku-sama to be so agitated. I can comprehend the situation. Rest assured, I won't leak the information. Whitebeard, haha. There's no need to keep it secret. This is a live broadcast for the entire world. Everyone already knows. What is the point in spreading it further? At this moment, Sengoku was thoroughly exasperated, his beard nearly bristling with anger. However, this matter concerned the Navy's reputation, and as the fleet admiral, Sengoku had to approach it with caution. Just when Sengoku was furrowing his brow in distress, The ever-reliable Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the Fleet Admiral's office. Tsuru, you arrived just in time. What are your thoughts on this matter, and how should we explain it to the people of the world? Sengoku, uncertain of how to proceed, sought her counsel directly. Tsuru, upon entering, was immediately confronted with such a grave dilemma and could not help but sigh. In my opinion, it would be best to reveal the truth to everyone. After all, Garp has already acknowledged it. Vice Admiral Tsuru had disagreed with the Navy's higher-ups regarding the execution of Roger 20 years ago, but at that time, she had no authority to voice her objections and could only acquiesce. Now that this matter has come to light, she was unwilling to concoct excuses to cover it up. However, Sengoku, as the Fleet Admiral, had a multitude of considerations. Let us consider this as a matter of faith for the ordinary citizens. They require a leader of justice, Sengoku said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tsuru understood and sighed inwardly. Leave this matter to me. Subsequently, Tsuru directly typed a message into the live broadcast. Tsuru, Roger's capture was a result of a joint operation by the Navy. While Garp may not have been directly involved in the entire process, he was indeed the overall commander of the Navy during Roger's capture. Tsuru, thus, stating that Garp was a hero in the apprehension of Roger is entirely accurate. With this one statement from Vice Admiral Tsuru, much of the skepticism in the live broadcast room was alleviated. After all, there were few who could surpass Roger back then, and even fewer who could match him in combat. Among the Navy, Garp, known for his unparalleled combat prowess, was indeed capable of facing Roger. Akainu, this is the justice of the Navy. Can everyone see it? Weasel, Garp-sama is forever a legend. Kobe, Admiral Garp is a timeless deity. Crocodile, indeed. There is a considerable likelihood in that assertion. After all, if Garp had not apprehended him, the illustrious pirate king would not have personally ventured to Logtown to deliver his own head, would he? Soon, the audience in the live stream began a fresh discourse regarding the circumstances surrounding Roger's capture. However, individuals like Whitebeard and Rayleigh, who were close to Roger, would certainly not place faith in Tsuru's claims, while the majority of the ordinary crowd, including pirates and marines, largely accepted her narrative. Yet, just as most were inclined to believe Admiral Tsuru's words, an alert echoed through the live stream. Ding. Hancock answered, Roger was captured by Garp, but her answer was incorrect. Penalty for the error, the forfeiture of her conqueror's haki. Ding. Tsuru answered, Roger was besieged by the Marines, yet her response was also incorrect. Penalty for the error, the forfeiture of her Marine 6 styles. Upon hearing this alert, both Hancock and Admiral Tsuru were instantly bewildered. Not only had they answered incorrectly, but the abilities mentioned by the system had inexplicably vanished. Soon, the prominent figures in the live stream were left in a state of utter confusion. What sort of terrifying entity was this live stream that could inexplicably strip away one's abilities? Amidst the panic and fear enveloping everyone, one individual remained remarkably composed, even laughing aloud. That person was Luo Fei. For immediately after the system announced the forfeiture of Hancock and Tsuru's abilities, a private system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully merging Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully merging the Marine 6 styles. As Luo Fei felt the exhilarating transformations coursing through his body, he was filled with joy. It turned out that the penalties imposed on others were rewards bestowed upon him. Luo Fei joyously expressed his delight while demonstrating the newfound abilities he had just acquired, one of Conqueror's Haki and one of the Marine 6 styles. Whenever he desired, he could summon these powers at will. On the other hand, while Luo Fei reveled in his unexpected gains, the multitude in the live stream was struck with profound astonishment by this sudden turn of events. Hancock, my Haki, has it truly vanished just like that? Hancock, both astonished and enraged, typed in the live stream, expressing her disbelief. As one of the individuals directly affected by the ability forfeiture, no one understood better than she what had transpired. She had merely ventured a guess to test the authenticity of the live stream. Now, the authenticity had been confirmed. Yet not only had she failed to receive any reward, but she had also unwittingly sacrificed her own Haki. Blackbeard, is it true that Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, has lost her conqueror's Haki? Does that not render Amazon Lily exceedingly perilous? Blackbeard, Hancock, should you be willing to become my cherished consort, I would gladly hoist my flag upon Amazon Lily. Kizaru, you, dreaming of a toad aspiring to feast upon a swan? Moria, such melodious rhetoric. The Navy has finally spoken in a language we can comprehend. Ace, Blackbeard, you intend to invade Amazon Lily, do you? Very well, I shall await your arrival here. Hancock, You vile man shall never encroach upon my territory. Even if my conqueror's haki were to fade, the walls of Amazon Lily remain steadfast. Hancock, and as for the Navy headquarters, having caused me to lose my conqueror's haki, I shall demand its restitution from you. Shiki, ha ha ha. I knew that a man like Roger could never be captured by the Navy. They are indeed deceiving the world. Shanks, Amazon Lily is not as easily breached as you presume. For the sake of peace, I implore you to show some restraint. Outside the live stream, Sengoku observed the incessant stream of messages in the chat, his beard trembling with frustration. Were it not for the concepts of punishment and reward, he might have dismissed the existence of the live stream as mere tomfoolery. Yet now, the reward of Rage and Zeus had been forcibly drawn into the live stream from Big Mom by an invisible force. In turn, Hancock and Vice Admiral Tsuru, having erred in answering questions, had been stripped of certain capabilities. In such circumstances, how could he shift the blame? No. Rather, how could he continue to uphold the Navy as justice? Furthermore, Sengoku harbored another concern. Having lost her royal conqueror's haki, could Hancock, as a warlord, still stand as a formidable pirate queen? The discourse of the pirates in the live stream seemed to show burgeoning interest in her domain. If this continued, the territorial disputes among pirates would undoubtedly spark a new wave of warfare, which was far from Sengoku's desire. Just then, Shanks, one of the four emperors, renowned across the seas for his fruit of face, made his entrance. His words momentarily quelled the restless pirates. After all, Hancock's ascension to the position of empress was not solely rooted in her conqueror's haki. She possessed other formidable abilities that instilled fear. Moreover, with Shanks speaking, the crowd in the live stream naturally conceded him their respect. Thus, they abandoned discussions of Amazon Lily and redirected their focus towards the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, the Navy is indeed shameless. For the sake of their ludicrous justice, they have cast aside all dignity. Shiki, ha ha ha, precisely. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, speaks of righteousness and morality, yet he pales in comparison to Vice Admiral Garp as straightforwardness. Garp, why does that sound oddly flattering? But I shall take it as a compliment. Sengoku, Garp, please clarify your position. Caesar Clown, I wonder if everyone still recalls the scientific weapon explosion incident that occurred at Punk Hazard. It was ostensibly a naval research base. Yet the Navy completely absolved itself of any responsibility for the mishap. Doflamingo, of course, I remember. The Navy's announcement at the time claimed that you, Caesar, conducted perilous experiments without authorization. Moonlight Moria, it makes sense. Without the tacit approval of the world government, how could someone like Caesar dare to engage in such hazardous activities? Sengoku, 7 warlords, please be mindful of your positions. Whitebeard, ha ha ha, someone is getting anxious. Sengoku is in a tizzy. With a single utterance from Caesar, the live stream erupted with fervor. Regardless of whether they were Yonko or 7 warlords, once one embraces the life of a pirate, none harbor aspirations for world peace. After all, war is merely a reallocation of power among various factions. The strong rationalize their consumption of the weak, and these pirates see themselves as the strong. Of course, Shanks, who thrives on his reputation globally, stands as an exception. At that moment, both the Yonko and ordinary citizens began to question the Navy, prompted by Caesar's insinuations. Sengoku was already overwhelmed with concern. How troublesome these individuals are, particularly the 7 warlords, who, despite their exalted status granted by the world government, treat the Navy with such contempt. It's utterly infuriating. One day, I shall seize the opportunity to dismantle all of you. Sengoku declared angrily while seated in his office. Admiral Tsuru, sensing Sengoku's fury, offered a word of comfort. Do not be enraged, at least the Empress Hancock still leans towards the Navy's side. No sooner had Tsuru reassured Sengoku than Hancock interjected in the live stream, addressing Sengoku directly. Hancock, Sengoku, if you can return to me my conqueror's haki, I shall then believe in the Navy's ruse. Sengoku, can that even be returned? Besides, who knows where Hancock's haki is gone? And what does she mean by calling it a ruse? If you believe, then believe. Why add the word ruse? At this juncture, Sengoku was on the verge of bloodshed from his fury. As the fleet admiral of the Navy, many decisions were beyond his control. Yet he bore the brunt of such infamy. Is the justice he upholds truly just? And those 7 warlords, each behaving like ungrateful wretches. He must find an opportunity to propose the abolition of the warlord system to the world government. Just as Sengoku began to spiral into self-doubt, new developments emerged in the live stream. Kizaru, everyone, please remain calm. While it is true that our Navy does value its reputation, There is no need to lay all the blame at our feet. Caesar, what do you mean by the Navy values its reputation? Is that a confession? Sengoku, Kizaru. Watch your tone. Kizaru, I merely spoke a truth. In the warring states, next month, there will be a salary increase. Sengoku replied, understood. Marshal, Yellow Ape exclaimed, I'm going to self-destruct. I admit I've had too much to drink. This is a personal matter, so please do not involve the Navy. Shanks, with a playful smile, observed the lively chat in the live stream. It had been a long time since he witnessed such an entertaining scene. Meanwhile, Sengoku was on the verge of explosion with frustration. Ever since the inception of this live stream, the Navy's authority had been increasingly called into question, leaving him, as the Navy's marshal, feeling somewhat ashamed to face others. Within the live stream, participants vociferously criticized the Navy, especially the pirates who had long-standing grievances against them, who were relentless in their disparagement. The chat was bustling with activity. However, the quiz interface remained stagnant, devoid of new updates. Following the cautionary tales of Hancock and Crane, everyone hesitated to answer, fearful that a misstep might lead to dire consequences. Pirates like Whitebeard and Golden Lion, contemporaries of Roger and somewhat familiar with him, were particularly cautious not to respond impulsively. After all, when Roger made his fateful decision, no one had forewarned them. Even if they could speculate some reasons, they could not guarantee the accuracy of their answers. Of course, a select few high-ranking Navy officials were privy to the true reasons. Yet they could not openly disclose such information, lest they undermined their own credibility. Just as everyone hesitated to answer, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in the live stream. Warning. If a correct answer is not submitted within 30 seconds, one member's life will be randomly forfeited. With such administrative powers, managing the live stream became remarkably convenient. The ability to add or remove participants, mute, or reward them granted privileges akin to that of the host. In the Navy Academy, Luo Fei expressed his satisfaction. I didn't expect the first quiz would come with such advantages. The system does not deceive me. At that moment, the storm cloud Zeus materialized beside Sushin. Despite its appearance as a mere cloud, it bore eyes and a mouth akin to that of a human, its fluffy body making it look adorably plump. Master, please take care of me. Upon encountering Luo Fei, Zeus uttered this phrase. Initially, Luo Fei harbored concerns that this storm cloud Zeus, created by Big Mom, might prove unmanageable. However, now, gazing at Zeus's obedient demeanor, Luffy felt entirely at ease. Ah, good child, just stay by my side from now on. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel of meat, I shall certainly share a taste of vapor with you. Luffy chuckled, patting Zeus's plump, soft form. He recalled that this creature had an insatiable fondness for the clouds produced by Nami's climate baton. How wonderful it would be if such delicacies could grace the live broadcast in the future. Alternatively, once he grew more formidable, simply seizing them would not be a bad notion either. Yet for now, it would suffice to let Zeus enjoy some vapor as a makeshift treat. Soon after taming Zeus, Luffy redirected his attention to the system's live broadcast. He remembered that during the introduction of the super administrator privileges, the system had specifically mentioned the capability to invite others. However, with nearly every inhabitant of the pirate world already in the broadcast, where could he possibly find more? System, are there still individuals who have yet to join? Prompt, currently, only members with a life presence from this world have entered the live broadcast. In addition to these, you may invite members from the realm of the underworld as well as those from alternate worlds. The underworld? So, individuals like Roger and Odin, whose remains are lost to time, can also be summoned. Prompt, indeed. However, the live streaming room must reach a certain level before the permission to invite individuals from other worlds can be granted. For each level gained, one can invite members from the underworld. Upon reaching every 5th level, members from other realms may be invited, and upon achieving every 10th level, the ability to add new groups will be unlocked. At that time, the system will randomly open a live streaming room in another world, with the host remaining the sole proprietor. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei nodded silently. If he could bring Roger into the group chat, what transformations might unfold in this world? Or perhaps, if he could summon the souls of those lost in the flames of O'Hara, would the blank century of history finally be revealed to the world? Such prospects were undeniably intriguing. How can one elevate the level of the live streaming room? Luo Fei inquired. The prompt revealed, the basic growth value of the live streaming room is 0. 1 per day, and when the growth value reaches 10, the room can be upgraded. Answering questions and sending rewards can additionally enhance the growth value. This means the live streaming room will progress in levels autonomously. According to the basic algorithm, it will take 100 days to elevate the room's level. Thus, to invite individuals from the underworld, one would have to wait at least 3 months. That seems like quite a wait. Perhaps the matter of inviting others can be postponed. Isn't there also the permission for shared vision? Let us explore this feature. Once Luo Fei expressed this, the system swiftly comprehended. In an instant, the scene before Luo Fei was transmitted to the entire world. Just as Luo Fei activated the shared vision, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Akainu. His presence startled Luo Fei, as this was the Naval Academy, a gathering place for the lowest-ranked sailors, and such high-ranking admirals rarely set foot here. While Luo Fei remained perplexed, Akainu spoke. Kid, you're fortunate to possess the Thundercloud Zeus, but its power is immense and holds significant research value. I believe you should voluntarily surrender it for me to present to Dr. Vegabunk. Naturally, as a reward for your contributions, I have decided to grant you some additional rewards. Just as Akainu finished speaking, his eyes suddenly glazed over, a troubling thought flickering through his mind. The kid had activated shared vision. This meant that everyone across the globe had witnessed him request the Thundercloud Zeus from Luo Fei. Luo Fei, you're fortunate to have acquired the Thundercloud Zeus. I hope you will voluntarily hand it over. Those words echoed incessantly in the minds of the esteemed figures in the live streaming room. What a scene! A dignified admiral of the Navy, reduced to begging for a mere Thundercloud Zeus, seemingly disregarding his own pride. The first to speak was Whitebeard, who had previously invited Luo Fei to become his son. Whitebeard remarked, "Is this the Navy? You would stoop to snatching a child as possession. Where is your dignity, esteemed admiral?" Kapu, Red Dog, you've gone too far. Even I can hardly bear to watch. Hancock, indeed. Admiral Akainu, you truly are a dog. Kaido, quite so, Red Dog. Your actions are utterly unscrupulous. You shun anything resembling humanity. Inel, is this truly the lower realm? It is indeed rife with filth and vice. Shanks, the actions taken here truly reflect the namesake. I declare that I shall no longer involve myself in matters concerning the Navy. You need not spare me any courtesy. Zifa, I teach you skills not to allow you to bully others. Very well, since you have committed such an unforgivable act, refrain from mentioning my name before outsiders henceforth. Kizaru, if you do not speak of it, no one will know. Golden Lion, truly, the Navy is corrupt from top to bottom. In the live broadcast room, a heated debate ensued after Akainu inquired about the Thundercloud Zeus from Luffy, leading to a cacophony of voices. After all, Akainu's actions were utterly without bounds, and the onlookers could no longer tolerate it. Moreover, for the pirates, this was an exceptional opportunity to strike at the Navy. Such a rare chance would not be missed by the pirates. Naturally, the primary target of their ire was still Akainu. Within the Navy Academy, numerous soldiers bore witness to this scene. Observing the comments from various prominent figures in the live room, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. I once regarded him as an idol, yet now he has resorted to such disgraceful conduct. It is truly disheartening. Shu, keep your voice down. He is a general. Do you wish to jeopardize your career? TCH, if this is the justice I have upheld, then I would rather not partake in it. All right, let us speak less. Have you seen Admiral Akainu's fist? It's turning red. It may come crashing down at any moment. Outside the classroom where Luffy was situated, a gathering had formed. People were eager to witness the true nature of Luffy, now endowed with super admin privileges. Furthermore, they were curious to see how Admiral Akainu would intimidate these novice soldiers. Although the murmurs were soft, they were not lost on Akainu, who possessed the keen perception of observation haki. Initially, Akainu contemplated punishing a few students for their idle chatter as a warning to silence the others. However, later, Akainu realized that the voices of dissent were growing increasingly louder, and there was simply no way to quell them. At that moment, he suddenly became aware of the significant impact of his actions. It was during this time that Rayleigh summoned the Thundercloud Zeus before him and quietly inquired, "Lord Akainu, do you still desire this cloud?" "I believe you are absolutely correct, though I am unaware of the cloud's capabilities. I would be more than willing to offer it up if it could benefit the Navy," Rayleigh stated with a sincere smile. After all, the Thundercloud Zeus held little utility for Rayleigh at this stage. Keeping it could even invite the wrath of Big Mom. If Akainu desired it, then it would be best to relinquish it. After all, one should not allow such a matter to disrupt relations with a Marine Admiral. Yet, it was uncertain whether Akainu would still dare to claim it. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Akainu's expression underwent a captivating transformation. He felt anger because the cloud rightfully belonged to the Navy, yet it had drawn such widespread criticism. He felt embarrassment, as his request to Rayleigh had been witnessed by the entire world. He felt helpless because, under the current circumstances, he could not take the cloud. Ultimately, the Navy's reputation was far more significant than Dr. Vegapunk's research achievements. Just as Akainu was engulfed in inner turmoil, Sengoku spoke from his office. Quickly return the object to Luo Fei. This is a reward for his hard work on the questions. As the embodiment of justice, how can we seize what belongs to him? The chat room of the live stream was quite convenient, allowing messages to be transmitted in real time. Upon reading the marshal's words, Akainu felt a wave of frustration. Everything he had done was for the Navy's sake, yet he had become the villain in this scenario? Very well, for the sake of the Navy's dignity. What did it matter if he made a small sacrifice for the sake of its reputation? Wagahai. Luo Fei, please keep this thundercloud, Zeus. I only spoke as I did to test you, Akainu proclaimed, in the face of such a magnificent treasure. You managed to remain humble and steadfast in your loyalty to the Navy. Well done. As he spoke, a rare smile graced Akainu's face, reflecting his appreciation and affirmation of this junior. Could he claim the thundercloud, Zeus? Certainly not. He had merely expressed an idea to Luo Fei, and even that had garnered a barrage of criticism from the titans of the sea. If he were to actually take Zeus, he would surely be vilified. Regardless, time was on his side. Luo Fei's unwavering loyalty to the Navy suggested that waiting for the storm to pass before discreetly requesting it again would be a prudent choice. Naturally, Luo Fei could sense Akainu's thoughts. Was he truly the type to easily let go? If that is the case, then he shall no longer be called the Red Dog. Attempting to seize his gains when the storm is past? In that case, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Thus, Luo Fei swiftly conceived a plan. So, Luo Fei was it. My earlier words were merely a test of your character. It has been proven that you are indeed a good child. This thundercloud, Zeus, shall be entrusted to your care for the time being. Akainu patted Luo Fei on the shoulder, speaking with the gravitas of a loving elder. However, to Luo Fei's ears, the meaning was quite different. A test of character? Had it not been for the shared vision I enabled, the Red Dog's shameless actions would have been broadcast to the entire world. I would have likely taken this thundercloud long ago. Moreover, from Akainu's words, it seems this thundercloud is only temporarily entrusted to me, implying that it may be reclaimed in the future? Well then, Red Dog, since you lack benevolence, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. Lord Akainu, I cannot accept this cloud. Luo Fei earnestly addressed Akainu. As you said, this cloud possesses immense significance. I may not be able to protect it properly. However, given your formidable strength, I would be more than willing for it to be entrusted to you. After speaking, Luo Fei commanded Zeus, who had been hiding behind him, to drift over to Akainu's side. Akainu felt a deep sense of gratification at Luo Fei's declaration. Indeed, he felt too bashful to ask directly. Yet he had not anticipated that this young man would possess such insight, willingly offering it up. Nevertheless, Akainu contemplated Luo Fei's words carefully. The significance of this cloud was indeed substantial, accepting it would be tantamount to openly opposing Big Mom. Currently, Luo Fei lacks the capability to contend with the four emperors. Allowing him to take this cloud was, in fact, quite astute. A naval soldier who is both loyal and clever, impressive. At this moment, Akainu regarded Luo Fei with newfound respect. In light of this, I shall reluctantly accept it. Just as Akainu prepared to accept Zeus with a bold face, the live stream erupted once more. Shanks, do you not wish to become the target of public scorn? This lad sees through it all. Yet, it is for the best. Entrusting Zeus to the Navy headquarters is indeed a safer option. Whitebeard, when that lunatic Big Mom goes on the offensive, the entire Marineford will likely suffer. Kizaru, in my humble opinion, this thundercloud, Zeus, cannot be retained. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, or perhaps it should be returned to Big Mom. Akainu, return it? On what grounds? This is a reward of our Navy's strength. Doflamingo, the Navy's reward? It is clearly Luo Fei's personal possession. Yet it is being labeled as a gain of the Navy's strength. It seems that Lord Sakazuki has not given up on seizing the thundercloud, Zeus. Shiki, Big Mom. When are you planning to attack Marineford? Count me in. Hancock, Luo Fei, do not heed Akainu's nonsense. If you wish to stay, then stay. As for the matter of retribution from the four emperors, rest assured, once Big Mom descends upon Marineford, you frontline soldiers will undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Charlotte Smoothie, let the Red Dog come out and face the music. I can only imagine how frightened that child must be. Katakuri, how amusing. A mere Marine Admiral daring to challenge one of the four emperors, my mother? The esteemed individuals in the live stream do not wish for Akainu to see Zeus. The thundercloud. After all, if this cloud were merely in Luo Fei's possession, it would not pose a significant threat. However, If handed over to Akainu and transformed into weapons for mass production, the threat would escalate significantly. As the esteemed figures in the live stream vehemently criticized Akainu, their intention was to compel him, under the weight of global public opinion and to preserve the Navy's reputation, to abandon this objective. Amidst the heated arguments triggered by a remark from Luo, he furiously typed the following in the live stream: "Do not speak nonsense. Our Navy's admirals are formidable." Upon reading this statement, Akainu's smile grew ever more radiant. This was the flower of Marineford. This was the future of the Navy. The boy was truly commendable. "I shall promote you upon my return," Akainu mused, as the viewers in the live stream exchanged puzzled glances, questioning why Luo appeared to blur the lines of right and wrong despite their supportive comments. He surprisingly picked up a naval textbook and began to leaf through it. Through shared vision, everyone glimpsed the contents of the textbook. "Look, our Navy is indeed impressive." Lord Garp knocked Roger down with a single punch. Lord Kizaru leveled Dressrosa with one blow. Lord Kazan ended an entire nation with his Ice Age. And Lord Sengoku is even more extraordinary, single-handedly overturning Whitebeard's pirate ship. Do you still dare to underestimate our Navy? I tell you, do not be overly arrogant as pirates. Whitebeard interjected. When did my ship get overturned? I was unaware. Caesar remarked. How amusing. A storm cloud named Zeus has brought me such an entertaining spectacle. So the Navy is this formidable? This is indeed my first revelation. Doflamingo added. Akainu, come out. We need to talk. Luo's words left the viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. To punch the 4 emperors and kick the 7 warlords? The Navy is truly impressive. However, if the Navy were genuinely so powerful, why would they recruit such formidable pirates into the 7 warlords, allowing them to wield the name of the world government to dominate certain seas? If the Navy were indeed so strong, would they permit powerful pirates like the 4 emperors to roam freely across the ocean? The answer was, of course, negative. In essence, the Navy was boasting. Whitebeard urged, Sengoku, come out and stop playing dead. I believe you owe me an explanation. Hancock interjected. Sengoku is far too busy with his duties to meet with us at will. Doflamingo retorted, how can you speak of the great Sengoku in such a manner? He is undoubtedly preoccupied with incorporating the Navy's great achievements into the textbooks. Doflamingo continued, after all, weaving tales requires time. Moria chimed in, so they are allies. I nearly lost control of my massive scissors. Katakuri declared, Sengoku, I await your response. What on earth is going on here? In the live broadcast room, such messages are incessantly scrolling. The worldviews of various luminaries at sea are continually being challenged. The Naval Academy is a pivotal institution that impacts the very foundation of the Navy. It is inconceivable that the warring states would remain unaware of such a significant matter as the compilation of textbooks for the Naval Academy. However, in the present day, the naval textbooks have begun to present a distorted and exaggerated portrayal of events, undoubtedly under the influence of Sengoku. Thus, the members of the live broadcast seized upon this matter, incessantly pressuring Sengoku to provide a response. At this moment, within the office of Marshal Marineford, Sengoku found himself troubled by this issue. After painstakingly obscuring the truth behind Roger's capture, yet another predicament had arisen. Who on earth authored these textbooks? It was utterly absurd. Sengoku vowed that this was indeed the first time he had encountered the content of the textbooks. However, at this juncture, such words bear no significance. As a Grand Admiral of the Navy, his personal conduct unequivocally reflects the stance of the Navy itself. Any incident arising within the Navy inevitably implicates him. As the Grand Admiral, the distortion of facts in textbooks, which has enraged the notorious pirates, has far-reaching consequences, and even the renowned strategist Sengoku finds himself at a loss for a viable solution. Reluctantly, he turns to Vice Admiral Tsuru, who has recently lost the 6 powers of the Navy. Though only a Vice Admiral, Tsuru bears a lesser burden than Sengoku. And after a thorough analysis of the current situation, she swiftly proposes a remedy. In my view, given that the events are being broadcasted live to the entire world, we have reached an irretrievable point. It would be prudent to find a scapegoat to take the blame, thereby salvaging a modicum of dignity. As for who to choose as the fall guy, I have already identified a candidate within the Naval Academy. Akainu, watching the prominent figures in the live stream vehemently criticize the Navy, is deeply discontented. With the power of the magma fruit coursing through him, his face flushes crimson. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, Luo stands before him, able to sense the steam emanating from Akainu's body. Yet, regardless of the tumult of anger brewing within him, he finds himself unable to unleash his fury. After all, as the saying goes, What can one do besides being a keyboard warrior? If only there were a screen to shatter, at least that could serve as an outlet for his frustration. Yet now, this space is but an empty live broadcast room. Could it be that Akainu is to vent his ire upon the very air? Moreover, surrounding him are the newly inducted Navy soldiers. His recent inquiry to Luo Fei regarding the Thundercloud Zeus has likely left them disheartened. Should he now unleash his wrath indiscriminately, it would surely diminish his standing within the Navy even further. The world is resplendent. Yet I find myself in a state of agitation. This is not right at all, Akainu reassured himself, noticing a significant decrease in the steam rising from his brow. The pressing concern at hand is not the tarnishing of the Navy's reputation, but rather how to avert its further degradation. Luo Fei, let us first deactivate the shared vision. After all, we are at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, and many secrets need not be divulged to outsiders, Akainu said with earnest gravity. Indeed, had it not been for this damned shared vision, he might have discreetly obtained the Thundercloud Zeus by now. Lord Akainu, it's not that I am unwilling. But the live broadcast has stringent regulations. Once the shared vision is activated, it cannot be disabled for a month, Luo Fei responded, pointing to a system notification within the broadcast room. Notification: the shared vision cannot be disabled for 1 month after its initial activation. Luo Fei's tone was sincere, tinged with a hint of regret as he spoke. After all, this was a rigid rule of the live stream, and even as a super administrator, he lacked the authority to amend it. Upon hearing this, Akainu sighed in resignation. Initially, he had hoped that if Luo Fei disabled the shared vision, he could find a pretext to summon Rayleigh Zeus. However, it appeared that any intentions of acquiring Rayleigh Zeus within the next month were futile. Unbeknownst to Akainu, this rule had only recently been added by Luo Fei, leveraging his privileges as the room owner. Presently, Luo Fei was merely an ordinary marine, lacking formidable strength or a robust background, yet he had inexplicably acquired management rights over this live stream. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly attract the attention of various influential figures, which was not a favorable situation for Luo Fei. He had reason to believe that without the protection of the shared vision, exposing his actions to the world could lead to unforeseen dangers. Simultaneously, he was acutely aware that the pirates in the chat, rallying under the guise of supporting him, were merely seeking to tarnish the reputation of the Marines rather than genuinely advocating for his cause. By deliberately setting a month's time frame, Luo Fei had afforded himself a space for growth. Through answering questions and stripping capabilities from those who answered incorrectly, he had already acquired Conqueror's Haki, the Marine 6 styles, and Big Mom's Rayleigh Zeus. Merely one question had bestowed upon him such an array of strength-enhancing rewards. Luo Fei mused that in the forthcoming questions, he would surely not be deprived of further rewards. A month later, he would undoubtedly have grown considerably stronger. At that time, he would no longer require the protection of the shared vision, and he reveled in this delightful thought. However, within the confines of the live broadcast, it was the remarks made by Akainu that once again incited a wave of scrutiny. Gold Lion, naval secrets? Do you truly believe that mere ordinary sailors can access your confidential matters? How utterly ineffectual your secrecy organization appears to be. Big Mom, I advise you to contemplate your words carefully. Do you intend to compel law to cease the shared vision and seize Zeus for mass production? Doflamingo, the scenery of Marineford possesses a unique charm. Once it is closed off, it shall be lost to us forever. Kizaru, are you certain you wish to behold the vistas of Marineford? Shirahoshi, could we perhaps not close it? I wish to continue observing the world outside. Luffy, is it impossible to shut off the shared vision? Ha ha ha, perfect. Law, consider it a favor owed to you. May I borrow your eyes one day to glimpse my grandfather? Garp, you little rascal, still thinking of me. Old man Dayton is in excellent health. Rest assured. Until I manage to awaken that decayed will of yours, I shall not encounter any misfortune. Hancock, grandfather, grandson, what on earth is happening? In the lively chat group, a wave of excitement surged. At this moment, Luffy had gathered a group of like-minded companions, becoming a sensational pirate. The fact that the naval hero Garp had a grandson who turned out to be a pirate was, in Sangoku's eyes, a grave insult to the image of the Navy. To prevent Garp from further exposing himself, Sangoku summoned him to the office, intending to keep a close watch on him and ensure he refrained from making any reckless statements. As for Luo Fei, he readily agreed to Luffy's request, as one must extend some courtesy to the future pirate king. Akainu, realizing his plans to acquire the Thundercloud Zeus had fallen through, decided to leave the Naval Academy altogether. However, despite this minor setback, The pirates did not forget the tales in the Navy's textbooks where the admirals were said to have punched the 4 emperors and kicked the 7 warlords. Particularly, those imprisoned and impelled down were eagerly hoping for the Navy's downfall, incessantly discussing the matter in their live streams. Thus, in a bid to swiftly quell the situation, the Navy devised a plan. They sought someone to take the blame, a scapegoat who could acknowledge the misdeeds, thereby preserving the Navy's honor to the greatest extent possible. The alteration of textbooks and the tarnishing of the reputations of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords was a burden too heavy for an ordinary individual to bear. To push someone forward to accept the blame, they would need to be of admiral rank. Presently, there were 3 admirals in the Navy. Akiji was off on some vacation. Kizaru refused to work without pay, and Akainu, being particularly zealous and committed to the Navy's justice, was the most suitable candidate to shoulder this burden, especially since his actions had drawn criticism from various factions at sea. Ultimately, after a discussion between Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, they unanimously determined that Akainu would be the one to bear the brunt of the blame. Consequently, as soon as Akainu stepped out of the Naval Academy, he was summoned to the Marshal's office. Upon his arrival at the Marshal's office, a heavy burden fell upon him. What? A collective mistake, and I must bear it alone? I refuse. Akainu protested vehemently. Sengoku, patting Akainu on the back like one would comfort an injured puppy, continued. You must view it this way. It is for the justice of our Navy. If you do not enter hell, who will? If you step into hell alone, the entire Navy can be spared. Just think, if you accept this blame, acknowledge this as your fault, wouldn't the Navy's honor be salvaged? After a moment of contemplation, Akainu recognized the wisdom in the Marshal's words. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Indeed, this was the essence of the Navy's justice. Very well. I consent. However, Marshal, I hope you can grant me one more request. Akainu spoke candidly. Upon hearing Akainu's agreement, Sengoku felt a sense of relief and took a sip of his tea. What is it you wish to say? He prompted. It is about whether the position of Fleet Admiral can be passed down to me after your retirement, Akainu stated plainly, revealing his innermost thoughts. After all, Sengoku was currently in need of his support. If he did not seize this moment to voice his request, when would he? Waiting until Sengoku's actual retirement would be too late. Uffed. Sengoku, caught off guard by Akainu's words, spluttered the tea he had just sipped, inadvertently spraying it onto the face of the nearby Garp. How could this ambitious young man be so brazen as to eye his position while he was still in good spirits? Such ambition was certainly striking. However, from a certain perspective, ambition is not necessarily a negative trait. In contrast to Akiji's laid-back demeanor and Kizaru's lethargy, Akainu's ambition could be seen as a sign of positivity and drive, which, in this regard, could be considered a good thing. Nonetheless, Sengoku was unable to make any promises at this moment. We shall discuss it further, he said, taking a deep breath and stroking his goatee thoughtfully. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford, although Sengoku did not explicitly acquiesce to Akainu's request, he did not outright reject it either. After all, among the 3 admirals, only Akainu seemed to be a more reliable candidate for the role of Fleet Admiral. Kizaru, despite his formidable strength and the fearsome reputation of his Pika Pika no Mi abilities, did not share the same reliability. However, his indolent nature truly renders the warring states uneasy. There lingers a concern that entrusting the future of the Navy to Kizaru may ultimately lead to its downfall. As for Akiji, there is no need to elaborate further. Although he appears to be considerably more composed than Akainu, his demeanor still raises apprehension. However, since the conclusion of the O'Hara incident, Akiji has grown increasingly languid, embarking on a journey around the world on his bicycle under the pretext of pursuing the remnants of O'Hara. Now, 2 decades have passed, and the once-spirited youth has transformed into a curly-haired gentleman. In contrast, Akainu's unwavering dedication to his daily duties indeed makes him the most devoted admiral in the Navy. However, his only flaw lies in his extreme views and stubbornness. As a subordinate, Akainu is an exemplary executor. However, if he were to command the entire army as a marshal, Sengoku harbored concerns that such a temperament would inevitably lead to significant turmoil within the Navy. Thus, taking all these factors into consideration, Sengoku is currently unable to make any commitments to Akainu. At present, Sengoku remains in robust health, and sustaining this for a few more years poses no challenge. He possesses ample time to assess Akainu's capabilities. Fortunately, Akainu is not in haste for a response from Sengoku. For him, it suffices that Sengoku acknowledges the contributions he has made to the Navy. Soon, Akainu took to the chat interface of the live broadcast group. Akainu, there is no need for speculation, everyone. The task of compiling the textbook was solely my endeavor. Akainu, as members of the Navy, we must remember that in these vast seas, there are no pirates. We, the Navy, represent the one true justice. The peace of the world shall undoubtedly be achieved by our Navy. Akainu gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, which indeed reflected his genuine inner thoughts. Yet, he was acutely aware of the profound corruption and malevolence that lurked within the naval ranks. The justice of the world was not something he could uphold single-handedly. It was akin to the celestial dragons, whom the Navy swore to protect at all costs. In Akainu's perception of justice, the celestial dragons were certainly not included. However, constrained by his position, he was compelled to unconditionally safeguard them. Shanks, you truly are audacious. Do you believe that world peace hinges solely upon the Navy? Hancock, indeed. Where do you place the might of the strongest sovereign upon the seas? Doflamingo. So it was that fool Akainu who perpetrated this absurdity? That makes sense. Whitebeard, ha ha ha. It has been years since I dealt with the Navy, and now these young pups have grown so arrogant. Dragon, I am the first to object. If the Navy represents justice, why do so many nations suffer from relentless wars and displacement? Golden Lion, Akainu, as merely an admiral, surely lacks the authority for such matters? Hancock, Lord Akainu, if you find yourself in peril, just blink. At this moment, the live broadcast became lively once more due to Akainu's proactive assumption of blame. Although his admission would undoubtedly impact his reputation and prestige to some degree. However, it must be said that the Navy's strategy of sacrificing the pawn to protect the king has been executed with remarkable finesse, by allowing Akainu to draw the fire. The dignity of the entire Navy is preserved. Only through such means can the banner of justice upheld by the Navy remain unyielding. After observing the discussions in the live chat, Luffy couldn't help but shake his head. Was this affair solely the doing of Akainu? Clearly, he found this notion hard to believe. Although Luffy belonged to the Navy, his allegiance did not lie with its concept of justice. The internal decay of the Navy had long since set in. The fade of strength it currently maintained was merely a veneer of peace. The age of pirates had arrived, and the world was beginning to tremble, as all pirates surged into the new world. And the era of the worst generation continued to gain momentum. The delicate balance of power between the 4 emperors of pirates and the 7 admirals of the Navy was bound to face upheaval. In addition to the deepening conflict between pirates and the Navy, the Revolutionary Army's extensive rescue efforts for oppressed nations worldwide posed a formidable challenge to the existing world order. Especially with the emergence of this live chat room, new opportunities and challenges were presented to the world. Luffy had a premonition that a transformative upheaval capable of shaking the very foundations of this world was imminent. The century of history that the world government desperately sought to conceal would eventually surface. The celestial dragons, who fancied themselves as deities, would undoubtedly be swept away by this revolutionary tide. What Luffy needed to do now was to continually fortify himself, striving to acquire the strength to not only withstand the coming storm, but to master it as well. Amidst the banter and jests exchanged by the prominent figures in the live chat, Luffy logged into his main account and issued a crucial announcement. Host, risk warning for the live broadcast. This chat room serves as a QA platform, and incorrect answers or a lack of response will incur system penalties, with the most severe consequence being the loss of life. Host, members who cannot bear the consequences are requested to reply with withdraw in the public screen within 24 hours. Late requests for withdrawal will not be entertained. This live chat room is extraordinary, yet simultaneously ruthless. Correct answers yield rewards. Yet those rewards come at the expense of the abilities or possessions of fellow members. Incorrect answers also incur penalties, including the loss of life. However, if no one answers the questions, a punishment will still ensue, namely the random deprivation of life among the group members. Such consequences must be shouldered by the members themselves. For ordinary individuals, it is exceedingly challenging to bear such repercussions, and thus, it is essential for the host, Luo Fei, to issue a word of caution. Of course, Luo Fei, fully aware of the risks associated with the live stream, refrained from expelling the ordinary participants outright, instead granting them the opportunity to make a free choice. After all, setting aside the risks, this live stream presents an extraordinary chance for the common populace to alter their fates. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, even a pig can soar. The current live stream serves as a gust of wind for everyone. Whether one can seize this opportunity ultimately depends on individual fortune. Shortly after Luo Fei issued this announcement, Many ordinary individuals indeed chose to withdraw. In fact, at the very moment Luo Fei released the notice, the chat interface was swiftly inundated with the words exiting. After all, for ordinary people, the preservation of life takes precedence over witnessing the revelries of the affluent. Nevertheless, Morgan from the World newspaper remains in the live stream, providing daily updates. As Luo Fei managed the influx of withdrawal messages, he received dozens of new messages within mere seconds. Whitebeard, host, are you the god of creation in this world? Inel, do not meddle with the divine. Only I am the true god in this realm. Luffy, a self-proclaimed deity, I shall send you flying with a single punch. Doflamingo, might I inquire if the host is willing to reveal himself, so we may conspire for maritime supremacy? Kaido, Doflamingo, have you lost your senses? Are you attempting to establish your own domain? Hawk, Kaido, what do you mean by establishing your own domain? Do you harbor some clandestine secret? Doflamingo, ha. We are merely acquaintances. I did not expect you, Admiral Hawk, to be so sensitive at your age. Shanks, host, do not heed their nonsense. They merely seek to exploit you to disrupt this world. Please, do not expose yourself. Big Mom. Shanks, could you kindly mute yourself? Big Mom, I wholeheartedly welcome the host to visit Cake Island. Rest assured, I shall provide a splendid reception. Whitebeard, might I inquire if the host would consider being my son? I shall offer you the same warmth as family. Hancock, I have long heard of the host's illustrious reputation. I am greatly enamored. Might the host find time to visit Amazon Lily? The emergence of Luo Fei's identity as the host instantaneously astonished the various formidable figures. After all, the ability of this live stream to arbitrarily strip away life is a profoundly terrifying phenomenon. They all speculated on the immense power the host must possess as the sole ruler of this live stream. As Luffy gazed at the incessant flattery and invitations, he found himself momentarily dazed. Who could have anticipated that these individuals, who incessantly referred to him as Lord and Master, included many who wielded significant influence over the vast seas? Given the current atmosphere, even Roger, were he alive, would likely address Luffy with the same reverence. However, this feeling of being the center of attention did not last long for Luffy. After addressing the group exit messages, he reverted to his ordinary persona. If they perceived the homeowner as powerful and enigmatic, he decided to let them maintain this belief for the time being. As there was no immediate need to reveal his true identity, the emergence of the live stream had thrown the entire ocean into disarray. At the Navy Academy, Zephyr lost interest in lecturing and dismissed the class. Striding confidently out of the classroom toward the Admiral's office, the other soldiers followed suit. Just then, the live stream reappeared. The setting remained in Rogue Town, but this time, it depicted events 20 years after Roger's global executions. 2 decades had passed, marked by tumultuous changes. On the execution platform, a young boy wearing a straw hat and sporting a bright smile was being led to his fate. Above him, the clown Buggy held a knife poised over his head. This boy was none other than Luffy. Unfazed by Buggy's boisterous laughter, Luffy faced death with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the Pirate King Roger, who had met his end at this very location 20 years prior. The sky was thick with ominous clouds. Just as Buggy prepared to strike Luffy down, a torrential downpour suddenly began. Wind and rain lashed out amidst thunder and lightning. In a dramatic turn, a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform, causing it to fracture and tilt, thereby granting Luffy a chance to escape. Sanji, Luffy's companion, turned to Zoro beside him and remarked, "Do you believe in gods?" However, time was of the essence, and the Straw Hat crew had little opportunity for reflection. They soon commenced their flight from Rogue Town, embarking on their journey to the Grand Line. With favorable winds blowing westward, their ship would soon enter the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Smoker, the highest authority in the town, vowed in the name of his rank as a colonel of the Navy headquarters that he would not allow Luffy to set sail successfully. Luffy? So, I was that cool back then. Zoro, indeed, the situation was truly perilous. Sanji, hey, everyone, the meal is ready. Let us eat first. Chopper, wow, our captain, Zoro. And Sanji were already that formidable back then? Usopp, that's because you haven't witnessed my prowess. In such a situation, even an admiral would tremble before me. Nami, Baka. Nami, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, your food will turn cold. Do you have any idea how rare it is to enjoy a fresh meal at sea? As the brains of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the live broadcast. They could have sailed quietly through the Grand Line, but now, thanks to this live stream, the entire world has their eyes on them. Before they could make a name for themselves, they have already attracted the attention of powerful figures across the globe, which is certainly not a favorable situation. Thus, Nami urged Luffy and the others to speak less in the livestream, hoping to diminish their visibility as much as possible. Yet this group of individuals seemed utterly impervious to reason. A mere compliment from Chopper ignited their wretched competitive spirit, prompting them to openly engage in discussions within the live chat group. Unable to endure any longer, Nami boldly proclaimed, "The beautiful swordswoman has brought meat." Beautiful? Swordswoman? Meat. This single utterance caused the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to swiftly vacate the chat interface. Frankie remarked, "Ah, what an odd assortment of characters." At that moment, he was still in Water 7 and had never encountered the Straw Hat crew. His exclamation was merely a casual remark born of boredom. Upon realizing they had fallen for Nami's trickery, Luffy and the others, though reluctant, resigned themselves to their meal. After all, they had just pledged to assist Princess Vivi in her journey to Alabasta, and it was imperative to conserve their strength. Soon after Nami's declaration, an unexpected silence enveloped the chat group. The Straw Hat crew ceased their banter, leaving the other prominent figures in a state of bewilderment. Whitebeard inquired, "Was that lad just now wearing Roger's straw hat?" Mihawk, the Hawkeye, added, "Shanks, are you implying that you wagered an arm on the new era for this boy?" Garp exclaimed, "Smoker, how dare you press Luffy's head into the ground? When you return, I shall deal with you." Hancock questioned, "What is happening? Might I inquire what relation you, Garp, have with Straw Hat Luffy?" Doflamingo responded, "What relation? He's a connection, of course." Moria chimed in, as a naval hero. "You shamelessly protect a mere pirate lad. It's truly laughable." Whitebeard declared, "The Navy is no better." Luffy laughed heartily, "Aha. No need to worry. Uncle Smoker may appear fierce, but he is actually a kind-hearted person. At that time, I simply lacked the strength to accept the outcome." Smoker retorted, "How can I, a proud Marine, be labeled a good person by a pirate? Just you wait, Straw Hat. I will settle this." Garp interjected, "Smoker, whom do you think you're looking down upon? I hereby order you to report to Marineford at once." Smoker defiantly replied, "No, I shall not comply. Until my term is up, I will not accept any orders." Garp would assert, despite suspicions of personal gain, that Luffy was merely seeking to diminish a formidable opponent on the Grand Line. Even Garp's insistence on Luffy joining the Navy stemmed from a desire to care for and protect him better. However, having been raised among bandits and subsequently befriended Ace, Sabo, and Shanks, coupled with the legendary tales of Pirate King Roger, Luffy, nurtured in such an environment, could hardly be expected to obey Garp's commands and become a compliant Navy officer. Naturally, Smoker would not be subservient to Garp merely because of his rank as a vice admiral. Smoker was resolute, staunch in his sense of justice, often disregarding orders from his superiors. Observing Smoker's stubbornness, Garp abandoned the notion of recalling him and turned his efforts back to persuading Luffy. Garp remarked, "Luffy, you certainly possess a cheerful demeanor. However, revealing yourself too early can lead to perilous consequences. Continuing as a pirate will undoubtedly put you in great danger." He continued, "If you can come to an understanding, I would still welcome you into the embrace of the Navy." Kobe interjected, "Really? Is Luffy Senpai considering joining the Navy?" Luffy responded, "I appreciate your concern. Yet, I cannot be swayed, for I am destined to become the Pirate King." Garp retorted, "Shanks, what of the 4 emperors? It's all nonsense. You are merely a pyramid scheme leader. Look at the chaos you have caused." Shanks, feeling a deep sense of frustration, thought to himself, how could it be that Luffy, who could no longer endure Garp's iron fist of affection, was portrayed as having been lured into the seas? Such injustice was unbearable. What could alleviate his woes? Only a feast would suffice. Thus, Shanks promptly commanded his crew to prepare for the banquet, despite having just hosted one the previous day. As for the trivial matters discussed in the livestream, Shanks merely smiled and chose not to engage in further debate, for his ultimate goal remained world peace. Shanks declared, "Everyone should focus on the livestream. It seems new challenges are about to arise." A single utterance from Shanks served as a reminder to all within the livestream. After all, they recalled that the full title of this virtual space was Question and Answer Livestream. Where there is a broadcast, there inevitably follows a quest for knowledge. As the initial livestream commenced, the pressing inquiry of why Roger was apprehended emerged, due to the scarcity of individuals privy to the true circumstances surrounding that incident. Compounded by the deliberate misinformation disseminated by the Navy, no one in the chat was able to articulate the correct answer. Ultimately, it was an obscure naval officer named Luo Fei who answered correctly, earning as his prize not only Big Mom's Thundercloud Zeus, but also the coveted super-admin privileges of the livestream, which elicited awe from all present. Instantly, reverence filled the hearts of the viewers towards this digital realm. As the anticipation for the forthcoming second QA grew, excitement bubbled among the audience. Indeed, the rewards from this livestream were tangible. Whether one was a pirate or a naval officer, all yearned for this additional power. The broadcast continued, with all eyes fixated on the Straw Hat crew, who had just made their appearance in the chaotic town of Logue Town. As Smoker initiated his actions, a tall man clad in a green cloak also materialized. Let the winds blow. The storm of fate has arrived. That will pass down through generations, the evolution of eras, and the dreams of humanity, so long as people persist in their pursuit of freedom as answers. All of this shall never cease. Pirates, you say? That holds a certain allure. As he spoke, a faint smile broke through the stoic demeanor beneath his hood. Meanwhile, Smoker had intercepted Luffy at a crucial juncture as he attempted to depart Logue Town, just as Luffy found himself overpowered by Smoker, pinned to the ground. The green-cloaked figure appeared abruptly. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, Smoker discerned the man's true identity. A gruesome red scar marred the right side of his face, and Smoker instantly recognized him. It's you. The town has long sought your head. He chuckled. The world awaits our answer. Following this brief exchange, a violent storm unleashed itself from the heavens, engulfing the entire town. Buildings crumbled, coastal artillery was shattered, and all were swept into the tempest, rendered immobile. After this devastating storm subsided, chaos reigned within the town. Consequently, Luffy and his companions successfully boarded the Going Merry, setting sail for the Grand Line. Amidst the sudden thunder and lightning, the true visage of the man in the green cloak was finally revealed. Question time. How did the mark on Dragon's face come to be? Correct answer reward, Jimbira. Penalty for incorrect answers. Randomly strip one item from those who answer incorrectly, including but not limited to fruit abilities, physical skills, life, equipment, etc. Upon the announcement of this reward, the audience in the live stream was taken aback. It is well known that the famed sword, Jean Pilo, is the weapon of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, although the rank and power of this blade remain unknown. Rofy speculated that Jean Pilo must be one of the supreme swords. There are a total of 12 supreme swords, each a king among blades, and their enhancement of the wielder's strength is not to be underestimated. The sword used by one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, Sonyan Xie, and the Black Blade, Knight, wielded by one of the 7 warlords of the sea, are both among these supreme swords. As a member of the Navy, Rofy had heard a rumor within the ranks. The name Jean Pilo symbolizes the guardian spirit of the sea, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, who possesses it, has always been regarded as a candidate for the rank of admiral. Therefore, whether due to the symbolic significance of the sword or its inherent power, it is enough to make everyone covetous. For the Navy, possessing this sword is akin to having a stepping stone for rapid promotion. Conversely, for pirates, acquiring Jean Pilo would be tantamount to delivering a resounding slap to the Navy's face. Imagine if the Rear Admiral, a candidate for admiral, has his trusted sword seized by pirates. What would that do to the Navy's prestige if such news were to spread? Thus, the audience, especially the pirates, became exhilarated upon hearing about this reward. Cavendish, the reward is actually the sword of a Navy Rear Admiral. I wonder if I were to win this sword, would the ladies in the Navy become utterly infatuated with me? Bartolomeo, shouldn't we maintain some dignity? Das Bones, little pirates, do not become too arrogant. Once I deal with that straw hat brat, none of you will escape. Blackbeard, just what I need is sword. I wonder how Jean Pilo feels in hand. Smoker, don't get too ahead of yourself. Did you answer correctly? Kid, the Navy has the time to engage with us pirates in a chat group? Are they so afraid of answering incorrectly that they hesitate? Ha. Smoker, you little brats are quite arrogant. Where are you? I'm coming to catch you. Jewelry Bonnie, is the Navy in a state of panic? Hawkins, the divination just showed an 80% chance of the Navy answering correctly. I think I'll stay submerged this time. As Peach Rabbit observed the lively discussions surrounding her sword, Jean Pilo, she felt disheartened. If the blade were to fall into the hands of the Navy, it would be one thing, but if it ended up in the possession of pirates, it would be a slap in the face for the Navy. Given the urgency of the situation and its implications for the Navy's dignity, Peach Rabbit, stationed at Marineford, promptly made her way to the marshal's office. Why must the live stream quiz take my Jean Pilo away? Does it not have its own reward? In the marshal's office, Admiral Peach Rabbit spoke with indignation. Upon her arrival, Sengoku sighed. Please remain calm. It was merely taken as a reward by the live stream. It will soon return after answering the question correctly, Garp remarked while munching on potato chips. Observing Garp's nonchalant demeanor, Crane felt a surge of dissatisfaction. You speak so lightly of it. Answering the question is not as simple as you imply. A wrong answer incurs punishment. Have you forgotten how I lost my 6 powers? Crane retorted sharply. She was utterly at a loss regarding the current question. After all, the enigmatic mark on Dragon's face was shrouded in mystery. Crane pessimistically mused that perhaps only Dragon himself knew its significance. If Dragon were to answer correctly, the Golden Piero would fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The atmosphere in the Marshal's office grew tense due to Crane's statement. Yet, amidst this gravity, Garp burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, rest assured, that fellow won't disclose the reason. Garp asserted confidently. What? Do you happen to know the reason? Sengoku inquired with suspicion. After a moment's silence, as if reflecting on a distant memory, Garp leisurely replied. No one in this world understands the origin of that mark better than I do. Admiral Peach Rabbit, do not worry. I will help you reclaim the Golden Piero. Since those pirates desire it, let them answer the question. They certainly won't provide the correct answer, and we might as well take this opportunity to diminish their arrogance. Initially anxious, Admiral Peach Rabbit appeared perplexed after hearing Garp's seemingly reassuring words. Did Garp imply he knew the correct answer? She remained puzzled. Just then, Sengoku spoke up. This time, I trust Garp. I am keen to see what kind of storm that group of pirates can stir. Looking at the chat group before him, Sengoku stated with conviction. Seeing the Marshal's unwavering trust in Garp, Peach Rabbit felt a lingering doubt, but chose to remain silent. Following Sengoku's gaze, she turned her attention to the chat group. In stark contrast to Sengoku and the others' calmness, those in the tumultuous seas were anything but composed. Kid, is it the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Although I have never seen him, I suspect it is merely an ordinary scar. Either a birthmark or one left by an explosion. Is it truly that mysterious? Bonnie, since you were so confident, why not answer the question? Are you not afraid we might steal the answer? Hawkins, he indeed has no fear, for even he does not believe in this answer. Luffy. Ugh. So it turns out Kid is just a troublemaker creating confusion. Kid, if I am the instigator, then what are all of you present? Law, ahem. Why has the conversation taken on such a flavorful tone? Crocodile, could this be some sort of totem? I have encountered references in classical texts, where ancient tribes would etch tattoos upon their skin as symbols of their clan. Luffy, well, this interpretation seems the most credible, worthy of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Hancock, if we are speaking of totems, then that makes sense. Hancock, moreover, since the esteemed administrator has deemed this answer plausible, I am inclined to believe it. Now, I shall proceed to answer the question. Old lowly Osa, the empress from 3 generations ago of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, no. You mustn't. The kingdom has a plethora of affairs to manage. Shouldn't you first attend to the nation's pressing matters? In the live stream, nearly everyone was convinced by this answer. Even Luffy. The moderator echoed this sentiment. However, his statement was not born from a genuine acceptance of the answer in his heart. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that whenever a member answered incorrectly, a certain ability of his would be stripped away. Once these abilities or possessions were relinquished, they would naturally fall into the hands of the owner of the house. Thus, at present, Luo Fei eagerly hoped that everyone would participate in answering questions. A correct answer would only yield a mere reward of a Golden Piero. However, if one answers incorrectly, what may be lost could very well be a treasure more significant than the legendary Jinbira. A casual remark from Crocodile, coupled with the instigation of Luffy, led the audience in the live stream to almost unanimously accept this notion. After all, Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has consistently presented a formidable and illustrious persona. Even the scar upon his visage must be shrouded in tales of heroism. Nevertheless, following Hancock and Crane's initial missteps, the crowd grew increasingly cautious, acutely aware of the potential consequences of mistaken answers. Amidst this tension and probing atmosphere, a courageous soul finally spoke up. Buggy, this time, no one shall impede me, Buggy the Great, from seizing the Jinbira. Shanks, Buggy, do take care, merely observe the live stream. Do you truly wish to answer questions? Do not risk your life. Buggy, Shanks, I still harbor resentment towards you. Spare me your idle chatter. Whitebeard, this jester dares to address the red-haired Shanks in such a manner. Quite an audacious fellow. Whitebeard, by the by, this Buggy seems somewhat familiar. Have I encountered you before? Buggy, it is Buggy, not Giba. Moria, ha ha ha. You all carry on with your discussions. I shall take possession of the Jinbira first. Moria, the origin of the mark on Dragon's face, is the emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Within the terrifying 3-masted ship, Moria's smile grew increasingly sinister. Accompanied by a chilling laugh, he dispatched this declaration. As the eldest among the 7 warlords, Moria has witnessed both the Roger era and the age of the 4 emperors. In his youth, he even dared to challenge Kaido. Following that failed endeavor, all of Moria's crew perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. A decade ago, he sailed the terrifying 3-masted ship into the Foggy Sea, where he allied with the nefarious Surgeon Hogback to establish his army of zombies. Since that time, Moria has languished in obscurity, retreating from the pursuit of the New World. However, although Moria's physique appeared to have deteriorated, the ember of his desire to return to the New World flickered faintly within him. It was merely the overwhelming injuries and setbacks sustained during his previous battle with Kaido that had caused him to lapse into complacency. This live QA session presented him with an exceptional opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps he could seize this moment, along with the rewards for answering questions correctly. To rise once more, Moria was determined to excel in this endeavor. As he sent his message, the chat interface suddenly quieted significantly. Buggy, how infuriating. He stole my question. Moria, do you have a problem with that? Upon hearing Moria's retort, Buggy lost his initial bravado. After all, his opponent was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, while he was merely an ordinary pirate just setting sail from the East Blue. Buggy, your answers are splendid. Truly remarkable. I have no objections. None whatsoever. Shanks, ha ha ha. Buggy, I never imagined you would still be as timid as you were 20 years ago. Buggy, you know nothing. This is a strategic retreat. I, Buggy the Clown, still have hidden tactics. Machi, the beast tamer of Buggy's pirates, truly worthy of being the captain. You possess great wisdom. Machi, long live the captain. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters and Admiral's office at Marineford, Garp observed the speculations of the chat crowd. Upon seeing Moria's final answer, he burst into laughter. These fellows really knew how to embellish the Revolutionary Army's reputation. Haha, however, that emblem on Dragon's face is indeed worth far more than gold. Just as Garp finished his thought, another prompt appeared in the live session. Ding. Moria answered that the mark on Dragon's face is the totem of the Revolutionary Army, which is incorrect. Penalty for incorrect answer. All of Moria's physical abilities are revoked. As this announcement echoed through the live stream, a hush fell over the entire session. The audience was left in stunned silence. First, Hancock's Conqueror's Hockey, and now, the complete loss of Moria's physical abilities. The penalties for incorrect answers in this live stream were rather severe. Among the stunned participants, Moria was the most shocked, to the point of collapsing to the ground in utter disbelief. Although Moria's strength had long been questioned by the world, many considered him to be the weakest among the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, even so, one must concede that Moria's fruit abilities are formidable, and his martial prowess is equally commendable. After all, many years ago, he was capable of wielding a blade against Kaido with great ferocity. Ultimately, despite facing utter annihilation, he managed to escape unscathed. Looking back through the ages, how many individuals have achieved such a feat? Although the years of complacency and decline have gradually transformed Moria into a portly figure, it is undeniable that his combat skills surpass those of the majority traversing these seas. Now, having lost all his martial capabilities, he is left with only the power of the Shadow fruit. In the aftermath of the shocking revelation, Moria sat on the ground, seemingly devoid of spirit, lost in thought. Initially, he had aspired to leverage this live stream to amass wealth and stage a comeback. Yet, it appears he has lost both his fortune and his forces. Moria seethes with rage. However, as Moria wallowed in despair over his lost abilities, the live stream ignited a fresh wave of discussions. Doflamingo remarked, TSK, what a truly remarkable punishment. Moria, stripped of his martial prowess, is akin to losing both his right and left arms. Crocodile added, I wonder if Moria, now reduced to mere fruit abilities, can still maintain his position among the 7 warlords of the sea. The two, reveling in chaos, exchanged banter in the live stream, inciting countless pirates to stir with anticipation. Rather than risking the unknown by answering questions in the live stream, defeating a former warlord of the sea now presents an enticing opportunity for fame and fortune. With Moria freshly bereft of his combat skills and gravely weakened, it is indeed an opportune moment for these pirates to strike. Upon witnessing the exchanges between the two, Moria felt a flicker of danger and hastily rallied his spirits, declaring in the live stream, Come forth, enter my realm of terror. My zombie army is in dire need of reinforcements. Moria shouted fervently, as if yearning for the world to witness his might. As long as you dare to approach with your foolishness, be prepared to join my legion of the undead. However, The more he behaves in such a manner, the more one feels his lack of confidence. At the same time, while the foolish pirates are racking their brains in futile speculation, the clever pirates have already set sail, heading towards the ominous Devil-esque Triangle. In this grand era of piracy, as long as one dares, nothing is impossible. Young ones, aim for the Devil-esque Triangle and embark. Due to Moria's failure in answering, numerous pirates are stirring with ambition. Of course, those harboring thoughts about Moria's territory are merely insignificant individuals. Those with a modicum of fame and prestige in the Grand Line would scoff at the idea of seizing this cursed place. Crocodile, surprisingly, it is not a totem. How unexpected. Buggy, clearly, you intentionally released erroneous information to mislead everyone, didn't you? Crocodile, who is this clown? Step aside. Buggy, Ivankov, haha. Are you all fools? Who would print the totem on their face instead of on the flag? Bello Betty, commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Division, could it be that our leader, while sleeping, accidentally pressed his face against the boiler and got branded? Mori, commander of the Western Division Dragon, Chief, come out and reveal the correct answer. Do you not wish to claim your reward? Lindbergh, commander of the Southern Division, haha. Has the chief been reluctant to answer because of some awkward reason? Bello Betty. Could it truly be because he was burned by the boiler? Clar, if that were the case, our chief is quite adorable. Jack, could it be the effect of a devil fruit? Just like the dragon scales that grew on Kaido's arms, or the ivory that sprouted on my face. Queen, that indeed seems quite plausible. In no time, the live stream erupted into a discussion surrounding these two answers. The first answer was absurd, leaving the audience chuckling without taking it seriously. However, Jack's second speculation held a semblance of reason. Yet, Jack himself had no intention of providing an answer, as he was uncertain of its veracity. Amidst this stalemate and debate, a second brave soul made his appearance. Walpo, I shall answer. The mark on the dragon's face originates from a devil fruit. The adage, the early bird catches the worm, rings true in this instance. While the audience in the live broadcast was still engaged in deliberating the veracity of the answer, Walpole decisively chose to respond. Once the king of Drum Kingdom, Walpole, a user of the swallow swap fruit, was infamously known as White Iron, a self-serving tyrant. When Blackbeard launched an assault on Drum Kingdom, Walpole abandoned his subjects, retreating to the seas to become a pirate. However, when he attempted to reclaim his kingdom, he was vanquished by Luffy and subsequently faded from public view. Drum Kingdom, notably, is the birthplace of Chopper. He recollects that, during their previous encounter in Drum Kingdom, Luffy and his companions must have already sent this loathsome king flying. Upon witnessing Walpole's sudden appearance in the live broadcast and his participation in the quiz, Chopper's fury reached a boiling point. However, soon after, news from the live stream brought an immediate smile back to Chopper's face. Ding. Valpo answered, the mark on the dragon's face comes from the devil fruit. But the answer was incorrect. The penalty for the mistake, the forfeiture of his devil fruit abilities. The questioning continued. Upon hearing this news, Chopper was utterly elated. If he understood correctly, the meaning of forfeiting all devil fruit abilities implied that only his powers would be stripped away, while the curse of being unable to swim would remain intact. Now, that wretched Valpo not only lost his advantage of bullying the weak, but had also become a landlocked duck. It would be amusing to see how he would stir up trouble this time. Realizing this, Chopper felt an immense sense of relief. Simultaneously, the livestream super administrator, Luo wore a broad smile. This was because, at the same moment that Moria and Valpo answered incorrectly, two bright system notifications echoed in Luo's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Moria's entire martial arts have successfully merged. Ding. Congratulations, host. The abilities of the Gulp Gulp fruit have successfully merged. Note, the Gulp Gulp fruit ability has merged into an active ability, freeing the host from the restriction of devil fruit users being unable to swim, and allowing for activation or deactivation at will. With the conclusion of these announcements, Luffy felt his body brimming with strength. After all, Moria was capable of matching Kaido during his peak, so the potency of his martial arts need not be elaborated upon. Moreover, the Gulp Gulp fruit's ability allows the user to consume anything, with those items becoming part of their body or being synthesized into new forms. Even more terrifying, the user can consume their own body. Upon eating themselves and subsequently regurgitating, they would emerge slimmer. Although Luffy was not entirely satisfied with the Gulp Gulp fruit's ability, nevertheless, it can be regarded as a significant enhancement of one's capabilities, especially considering the autonomy to choose whether to utilize it, unencumbered by the adverse effects of the devil fruits. From this perspective, it is indeed rather humane. After experiencing the harmonious fusion of two powers within his body, Luo Fei redirected his attention to the chat interface before him. After all, 2 erroneous answers had already been submitted, and considerable time had elapsed. Observing the absence of responses in the live broadcast room, Luo Fei decisively activated the host privileges, setting the answering time to a mere 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Neither excessively long nor short, incited a sense of urgency among both the Navy and the pirates upon hearing the countdown. Should no one answer within the time limit, lives would be lost in the live stream. Luo Fei was confident that under such constraints, brave souls would inevitably rise to the occasion. He mused that the answers to the questions were known only to him, as well as to Garp and Dragon himself. It was inconceivable that Dragon would reveal the answer personally. As for Garp's reluctance to step forward and answer, it was likely due to his anticipation of the pirates' responses. After all, those pirates were unaware of the correct answer, and their analyses in the chat group were mere conjectures. Thus, let them take their chances. Garp remained composed, and Luo Fei felt no urgency. Ultimately, it sufficed to answer before Garp. Moreover, Luo Fei had already surmised the opportune moment that Garp was waiting for. Soon, amidst the fervent discussions in the chat group and the final 3-minute countdown in the live stream, many began to feel the tension mount. Concurrently, in a tavern on a small island in the Grand Line, a rugged, burly middle-aged man erupted into loud laughter. His boisterous guffaws revealed several noticeable gaps in his teeth. This man was Blackbeard. Ha! It's neither a totem nor a devil fruit. Therefore, the correct answer must be this. I shall answer. Upon hearing Blackbeard's declaration, his crew was taken aback. Captain, do you truly know the answer? A wrong response could have dire consequences. You must remain composed. Fear not. I swear by the name of the D clan that this time, I shall surely answer correctly. Blackbeard confidently tossed aside his empty bottle, exuding self-assurance. I will answer this question. Everyone, stand aside. Blackbeard proclaimed, the mark on Dragon's face is no ordinary symbol. It embodies the will of the D clan. He continued. A person's dream shall never fade, much like the name of the D clan, which will ultimately resonate throughout the world. In the live broadcast, as Blackbeard's grandiose declaration successfully resonated, the entire world was left in a state of bewilderment. The term D was not unfamiliar to the formidable figures of the seas. Every individual throughout history who bore the D moniker was indeed a remarkable character, a member of a lineage that commanded respect and was deemed the nemesis of the divine. While the D title undeniably carries an aura of intimidation, Blackbeard's response, though captivating, lacked any semblance of logic. To suggest that the mark on Dragon's face symbolizes the will of the D lineage is rather far-fetched. Crocodile remarked, has he been driven mad by Ace's pursuit? Ace retorted, oh, has Teach lost his mind? Quickly inform me of his whereabouts. I shall see if I can remedy him with my flames. Shanks interjected, while I concede that the D lineage is indeed formidable, to draw a connection between these two is a testament to a rather questionable intellect. The crowd was rife with skepticism regarding Blackbeard's assertion, leading them to question his mental faculties. Naturally, it was not only the rest of the world that struggled to comprehend Blackbeard's words. Even his crew shared in the confusion. Yet, in the face of all this, Blackbeard remained cheerfully amused. Even when confronted with the jests of those in the live stream, he engaged them with a philosophical discourse. Blackbeard declared, what do you know? You minions who have never beheld the vast ocean? Bosch's interjected, Captain, you are intoxicated. Perhaps it's best to refrain from further comments. Among those who had just subtly mocked Blackbeard's intellect was none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, along with other notorious pirates, including the warlords of the sea, each with significant renown. Now, Blackbeard audaciously asserted in the live stream that these individuals were mere lackeys. Was this not a blatant affront to them? Although they had embarked on the voyage with Blackbeard, driven by a resolve to carve their own names in the New World. However, at this moment, they have just offended Whitebeard and have yet to establish a solid foundation. It is unwise to be overly ostentatious at such a time. Nevertheless, Blackbeard seemingly disregarded Basis's admonition. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol, or perhaps it was simply Blackbeard's inherent gambler's nature. He paid no heed to the derisive comments in the live stream. Blackbeard laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am not drunk. Whether life or death is to be determined by fate. If you are afraid, you have already lost. Let us embrace the next moment. He then commanded, my comrades, continue the music and the dance. Bring forth the wine. Basis, perplexed, replied, Boss, are you inebriated? When did we ever have music and dance? Upon realizing there was none, Blackbeard was concerned that his own words would become a jest. Basis, perform a piece right here. Regardless of Blackbeard's strength and character, his optimistic disposition is indeed commendable. Basis acknowledged, Boss, your grandeur is remarkable. Accepting his inability to dissuade Blackbeard, Basis relaxed his mindset and spoke thus. However, shortly thereafter, Shanks poured a bucket of cold water over the situation. Shanks remarked, What is so grand about being merely a drunkard and a gambler? Is every word worthy of praise? Doflamingo responded with the truth. Indeed, Shanks's comment was comparatively mild. Not long after Shanks uttered this statement, a notification appeared in the live stream. Ding. Blackbeard answered. The mark on the dragon's face comes from the will of D. But his answer was incorrect. As a consequence of his error, he faced the penalty of losing 10 years of his life. Upon hearing this notification, Blackbeard's intoxication dissipated considerably. The flush on his face, once a result of excessive drinking, transformed into a pallid hue. What? He had merely offered a casual response and, in doing so, forfeited a decade of his existence? He had only just embarked on his journey at sea. Throughout the earlier part of his life, Blackbeard had dedicated himself to the pursuit of the dark fruit. He had endured and bided his time within the Whitebeard pirates for decades, all for the sake of this coveted fruit. Now, in the prime of his life, he had finally obtained the fruit he had long yearned for, only to be abruptly informed that he had lost 10 years of his lifespan. The joy of acquiring the dark fruit had vanished in an instant. How could Blackbeard possibly come to terms with this? Why didn't you stop me? He exclaimed, infuriated and disheartened, as he smashed the bottle of wine in his hand. Bosch's, witnessing Blackbeard's distress, felt a twinge of helplessness and silently presented him with the chat logs. Boss, please take a look for yourself. After reading through them, Blackbeard's face fluctuated between red and blue. Damn it. Those 10 years of life had been squandered by his own folly. Indeed, Blackbeard was a gambler, and when intoxicated, he was even more so. His seemingly absurd remarks during the live stream were, in fact, a reflection of his true thoughts at that moment. Under the influence, Blackbeard let slip his conjectures, taking a gamble on the outcome. If he won, he would claim the famed sword. However, the outcome is quite evident. He has lost the wager. Moreover, his penalty for answering incorrectly differs slightly from that of others. While the others are stripped of their abilities or possessions, Blackbeard, on the other hand, faces the more severe consequence of having his lifespan curtailed. Big Mom, is the deprivation of life not my exclusive domain? What on earth is the nature of this cursed live stream? Ace. Indeed, the mistakes made by Teach are so egregious that even the heavens cannot bear to witness them. Whitebeard. Son, you must always prioritize your safety when out in the world. Ace. Do not worry, Father. I am mindful of my limits. Luffy. Whitebeard. Ace. Is this the man you aspire to follow? Whitebeard. What is it, Straw Hat? Do you have any objections? Luffy. No objections. However, I shall be the one to become the Pirate King in the future. Upon hearing Luffy's declaration, Whitebeard suddenly erupted into laughter aboard the Moby Dick. It seems Ace has shared something with this young man. Whitebeard is somewhat aware of Ace's ambition to assist him in becoming the Pirate King. However, this does not align with Whitebeard's intentions. On the contrary, Whitebeard eagerly awaits the moment when Ace will carve his name across these vast seas. Nevertheless, such matters have become inconsequential. Whitebeard has long since come to terms with the fact that as Ace's father, his role is merely to provide a steadfast support and ample freedom. The rest he entrusts to fate. Whitebeard chuckled, such audacity. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable kinship with Luffy's tenacity and foolishness, reminiscent of the legendary Roger from days gone by. Thus, when Luffy made his somewhat brash proclamation, Whitebeard felt no ire. In the live broadcast, Luffy's presence lightened the atmosphere significantly, and the matter of Blackbeard's decade of lost life was soon forgotten. However, just as everyone had begun to let their guard down, the countdown for the quiz in the live broadcast room suddenly echoed. A warning. If a correct answer is not provided within 30 seconds, one member shall randomly be chosen to forfeit their life. With merely 30 seconds remaining, an air of tension enveloped the room, compelling all to brace themselves. For within this final time frame, should no one decipher the question correctly, a life among them would be lost. Yet, amidst this charged atmosphere, one individual found solace in secret delight. Long hurry and conclude this. May this answer forever remain shrouded in obscurity. Long silently prayed within his heart. The origin of the mark upon Long's visage was known only to him and one other, the architect of this very insignia, Garp. That old man had held his breath for so long. With only 30 seconds left, he must hold on the barren land of Baldigo Island. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, fervently wished to carry this secret to the grave. Regrettably, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. As the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Even Garp himself could not have anticipated that the seeds sown decades ago would bear fruit in the present. Within the confines of the Marine Headquarters Marshal's office, Garp, upon hearing the prompt from the live stream, erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, this answer is one that no soul but myself could have provided, Garp exclaimed amidst his joyous mirth. Garp, are you certain you know the correct answer? Asked Tsuru. Her voice tinged with concern. After all, the gold-plated sword, Jinbira, stripped from the live stream, was her personal weapon. Fear not, since Dragon is Garp's son. If Garp is oblivious, one must genuinely question whether Dragon is truly his biological offspring, Sengoku stated confidently, stroking his goatee. Considering Garp's methods of upbringing, I would believe it even if he claimed Dragon was not his flesh and blood, Tsuru quipped, casting a teasing glance at Garp. What do you mean by that? Tsuru inquired. The fact that Dragon is Garp's son is regarded as a closely guarded secret within the Marine headquarters, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. As a young rear admiral, Tsuru was aware of the father-son relationship between the revolutionary leader Dragon and Garp. Yet the intricacies of their situation remained shrouded in mystery for her. Upon hearing Tsuru's question, Vice Admiral Tsuru eagerly provided clarification. You are unaware of how Garp raised Dragon. At the tender age of 5, Garp cast Dragon into the wilderness to fend for himself. By the age of 7, he was sent to live among bandits. And at 10, after a month of Garp's reluctant companionship, Dragon was launched onto the sea on a mere wooden raft. For that child to survive under such harsh conditions is nothing short of miraculous. How unfortunate it is, Garp, had you not employed such a laissez-faire approach. Dragon might well have risen to the rank of admiral in the Navy, achieving even greater feats than you. With a sigh, Tsuru concluded, Dragon, who was better known as the revolutionary leader, was once a member of the Navy. Traversing the path Garp had meticulously charted for him under the tutelage of his father's iron-fisted education. However, perhaps due to his childhood experiences or the deep bloodline coursing through his veins, Long, at a tender age, conceived the audacious idea of altering the very fabric of the world's order. Consequently, he positioned himself in opposition to the Navy, giving rise to a revolutionary army dedicated to overthrowing the global government and igniting the flames of freedom across the seas. After listening to Crane's words, one would have expected Garp to engage in introspection. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. Garp not only refrained from introspection but burst into hearty laughter. Truly my son, he possesses remarkable ideas and great courage, Garp exclaimed with mirth. If given another chance to choose, he would undoubtedly adhere to his original convictions. As a member of the Navy, Garp was acutely aware of the brutal and tedious struggles within its ranks. He did not wish for Dragon to lose his innate qualities in such an environment, nor to be compelled to accept the Navy's notion of justice. Becoming numb to his true self, he desired for the young Dragon, still amidst the rugged wilderness, to be stripped of the illustrious mantle of the Navy hero's son. To raise his fists alone and carve out a sliver of survival for himself, he envisioned providing him with a raft, allowing him to drift upon the vast ocean, leading him to a profound understanding of its expanse and cruelty. Every individual is a child of the sea. Garp firmly believed that only by truly living independently upon these waters could Dragon discover the desires of his heart. While his fellow recruits in the Navy were still engaged in training against wooden dummies and straw men, Dragon was already capable of delivering fierce blows to sea kings and tigers. Can one truly deem Garp's education a failure? Certainly not. Throughout his life, he has lived up to the name of the Iron Fist. Externally, he struck fear into the hearts of pirates across the seas with his iron fist. Internally, he nurtured his child with a loving iron fist, cultivating a dazzling new star upon the ocean. The education of Luffy and Ace followed a similar path. Presently, among the 3 children Garp has raised, one has become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a source of considerable concern for the world government. Another has made his fiery punch renowned across the seas. The third is embarking on a journey towards the title of Pirate King in the New World. It is undeniable that Garp's children have all risen to prominence upon these waters. Each in their own manner seeks the truth of justice and freedom. Garp stands at the pinnacle of the unwaveringly just Navy, searching for his own sense of righteousness. Dragon has chosen to fundamentally alter this world, striving for the liberation of all through revolution. Meanwhile, Ace and Luffy have opted to embrace piracy, reveling in the unrestrained life upon the boundless ocean. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of fate, this also attests to the extraordinary destiny of the D-clan. Haha, enough about that wayward son. Let us continue with the questions. Garp chuckled. Although he referred to Dragon as a wayward son, he bore no resentment in his heart. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, observing Garp's demeanor, could not resist offering a cautionary reminder. Do not rejoice too soon. Dragon has already caused us considerable trouble. If this continues, a great conflict is inevitable. At that time, I hope you can remain steadfast in your convictions. To Sengoku's admonition, Garp paid it little mind, shrugging with a smirk. Admiral, I hope you can clarify your own stance at this moment. After all, I am the sole possessor of this answer, Garp declared with a hint of pride. The return of the golden pudding of Peach Rabbit was an absolute necessity for Sengoku, but at this moment, their only glimmer of hope lay in Garp. Upon hearing Garp's proclamation, Sengoku sighed in resignation. All right, enough with the theatrics. Can we just get to the question? Time is slipping away. You know the answer. You're the boss, right? Garp finally nodded in satisfaction at Sengoku's words. However, just as Garp was about to respond, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Within the live stream, someone had beaten him to it by providing the correct answer. That individual was none other than Luo Fei. Luo Fei boldly stated, since no one else seems inclined to answer, I shall take a chance. He continued, have you ever considered that the mark upon the dragon's face is neither a birthmark nor the insignia of the Revolutionary Army, nor a symbol of the so-called lineage? This implies that the mark was not self-inflicted. Luo Fei pondered, if we disregard personal reasons, it must be the result of a confrontation with another, who, across the vast expanse of the world, could leave such a mark upon the dragon when it ascended to the heavens? Luo Fei proclaimed, indeed, it could only be our navy. He added, within the navy, the one capable of subduing the dragon must surely be our heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Luo Fei speculated, as for the origin of that imprint, I dare to guess it must be the imprint of our Vice Admiral Garp's sandal. That concludes my answer. Though Luo Fei's reasoning appeared coherent, in reality, it was merely a fanciful concoction. Many ordinary pirates and navy personnel, lacking discernment, were soon captivated by Luo Fei's assertions. However, for certain individuals of considerable influence and reputation at sea, the assertions made by Luo Fei are evidently lacking in credibility. Don Quixote da Flamingo remarked, Dragon's strength can certainly be regarded as that of a top-tier character, wouldn't you agree? Could it be that the old man Garp possesses some supreme iron slippers? It is indeed curious that such a mark could be left upon Dragon's visage. Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit, commented, Luo Fei's imagination knows no bounds, truly. A testament to the Navy's unwavering loyalty. Crocodile interjected, previously, we witnessed a fist striking the Yonko and a kick aimed at the 7 warlords. And now we have the tale of supreme iron slippers. It is indeed in line with the Navy's established conduct. Charlotte Cracker chuckled, ha. The mark upon Dragon's face is merely the imprint of Garp's slippers? What a foolishly delightful response. Due to Luo Fei's status as a super administrator, these powerful figures dared not openly challenge him, opting instead for subtle mockery while awaiting the final revelation. Unperturbed, Luo Fei took note of the sarcastic comments in the livestream chat. Thinking to himself, dare to ridicule me? Very well, within this livestream, I am the master. Just wait for the moment I seize the opportunity to deal with you. Ding. Luo Fei's answer regarding the origin of the mark on Dragon's face, attributed to Garp's slipper imprint, was confirmed correct. Congratulations to Luo Fei for his accurate response, earning the reward of the renowned Blasian Pyra. As the notification echoed through the livestream, all present were rendered speechless. Astonishingly, it was indeed the imprint of Garp's slippers. The most ludicrous and seemingly implausible answer turned out to be the truth. Doflamingo, who had just been mocking Luo Fei, was left astonished. Having had the privilege of encountering Dragon on several occasions, Doflamingo noted that the leader of the Revolutionary Army was perpetually calm, his countenance devoid of any expression apart from that serene demeanor. Regarding the scar on Dragon's face, Doflamingo had entertained various theories. Perhaps it was a remnant from a battle against a formidable adversary, or perhaps it was a mark he bore from birth. Little did he expect that the enigmatic and formidable mark was, in fact, the imprint of Garp's sandal. How utterly absurd. Meanwhile, on the island of Baituzi, a tempest of white sand enveloped the entire land, rendering it reminiscent of a solitary city succumbing to the desolation of a desert. However, it is precisely due to the swirling white sands that visibility near the shoreline is severely hampered, resembling a natural barrier. Thus, The revolutionary army led by Long seems to have established this location as their steadfast stronghold long ago. Haha, so that's how that mark came to be. The leader is quite adorable, exclaimed a girl with yellow short hair and goggles, laughing in a castle obscured by the white sands. All right, Crowl, stop laughing. If you continue, the leader might not come out, Bella Betty interjected, swiftly admonishing Crowl for teasing their leader. However, as soon as Betty finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. But it was truly hilarious. I am so curious to know what expression the leader had at that moment, Betty exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Originally, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army had gathered here to collectively discuss the correct answers to the issues concerning the live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, they found themselves confronted with such an answer. From the words of Luffy, they learned that their ideal leader, one who was flawless and even comparable to a deity, also had his moments of folly. Nevertheless, upon receiving this revelation, the perception of Dragon among the revolutionaries did not diminish significantly. Instead, it became more endearing. They understood that to effectively lead this team, Dragon must project an image devoid of any vulnerabilities. Previously, he was akin to a god, without any flaws or weaknesses. However, with this incident, the revolutionary leader Dragon finally exhibited a touch of humanity. For the other cadres of the Revolutionary Army, this was indeed a positive development. Leader Dragon was safeguarding the entire movement in his own way, and the revolutionaries hoped that he could occasionally lower his guard and relish the joys of the mundane world. Yet, amidst the laughter and banter of the crowd, there was one individual who could not find joy in the moment, Sabo. At that moment, Sabo was staring blankly at the live stream, feeling a peculiar emptiness within him as he beheld the sudden appearance of the names Luffy and Ace. These names stirred a sense of familiarity in him, yet he could not recall who they truly were. Perhaps the missing fragments of his memory were intricately linked to this individual named Luffy, he mused. Just then, Dragon emerged. Clad in a cloak, he had removed his hood. Dragon had traveled from the distant East Blue with the specific purpose of discussing how to respond to this unexpectedly materialized live stream and to devise new strategic plans. When the first question appeared in the stream, Dragon had initially savored the juicy tidbit regarding why Roger was captured, but soon enough, the focus shifted back to him. The joy evaporated in an instant. However, being a member of the D clan, Dragon possessed remarkable resilience. Even as the secret of the scar on his face was unveiled to the world, he maintained an air of calmness, unruffled as ever. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Upon Dragon's arrival, the atmosphere of the meeting swiftly turned serious, prompting Sabo to regain his composure and concentrate on how to address the live stream's matters. Yet, as the discussion commenced, Dragon already harbored a general notion in his mind, the pursuit of Luffy. This live stream could showcase authentic past events while possessing the uncanny ability to strip away people's powers. Although it appeared that certain rules governed the stream, instilling a sense of caution among all participants, the potential it held was unmistakable. Yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that, one day, this live broadcast room may fall under the control of those with malicious intent, potentially bringing calamity to the entire world. Thus, it is imperative that they seize the initiative before other nefarious forces take action. The key to claiming control over the live broadcast room lies with Luffy. Meanwhile, as the meeting on Baizu Island unfolds with fervor, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Garp has already succumbed to despair in the restroom. Goodness, is this even human? How could he have guessed that answer? This is utterly ridiculous. Observing Garp's dejected demeanor, Sengoku approaches, placing a reassuring hand on his back, saying, at this point, we must adopt a more open-minded perspective. Let us think positively. You are not only Iron Fist Garp, but also the Supreme Iron Slipper Garp. Due to the exposure of this incident, Garp's record has gained yet another illustrious achievement. The renown of his Supreme Iron Slipper swiftly spread across the globe, undoubtedly instilling a sense of dread among pirates worldwide. Although they did not successfully capture the Jinbiro, there were at least some gains to be had. This is how Sengoku seeks to comfort Garp. However, the most distressed of all is not Garp, but rather Peach Rabbit. Since the onset of this questioning, her emotions have been akin to a tumultuous roller coaster. Initially, she was engulfed in sorrow and frustration due to the forcible seizure of Jinbiro by the live broadcast room, only to later find solace and joy in Garp's unwavering promise. Now, however, she is incensed by Garp's incessant chatter, which led to the missed opportunity to answer the question, resulting in her Jinbiro being awarded to another. At this moment, Peach Rabbit is consumed by an overwhelming fury, to the extent that all she desires is to wield her blade against someone. Regrettably, she has lost her blade. In this vast ocean, Amidst the contrasting emotions of joy and sorrow brought forth by this inquiry, Luffy has seized the golden blade, Kinparu, and is sharpening it with fervor. This weapon is quite commendable, fitting comfortably in his grasp. As Luffy tests the blade, a satisfied smile graces his face. Yet, he wonders how Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit will react upon discovering that he has acquired this sword. However, Luffy is not overly concerned about Peach Rabbit's potential response at this moment. After all, he is currently broadcasting his perspective live. The recent incident involving Akainu requesting the Thundercloud Zeus has just been transmitted to the world, which has cast doubt on the Navy's credibility globally. To salvage the Navy's reputation, Akainu has willingly shouldered much of the responsibility, managing to mitigate the repercussions of the event. If Peach Rabbit were to approach Luffy now seeking the Kinparu, all of Akainu's efforts would be rendered futile. Given these considerations, Luffy believes that Peach Rabbit will refrain from acting impulsively. The renowned blade, Kinparu, symbolizes a guardian of the seas. Possessing it denotes a certain status. Furthermore, its craftsmanship is among the finest in the world. Although Luffy does not particularly favor the sword, he finds this one remarkably agreeable in his hand. Perhaps, he muses, becoming a swordsman is not such a bad idea after all. Gazing at the Kinparu, he reflects on the necessity of standing out in this vast ocean. Consider the tremors caused by Whitebeard's tremor fruit, Big Mom's ability to siphon lifespans, Kaido's sheer brute strength, and Shanks' unparalleled conqueror's haki along with his unfathomable power. These are the foundations that enable them to thrive upon the seas, whether it be through devil fruits, innate abilities, or martial skills. Mastering any one of these disciplines to perfection can render one a formidable presence that commands respect across the ocean. Few are those who are renowned for their exceptional swordsmanship in this world, but each of them possesses the capacity to influence an entire era. Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is celebrated as the world's greatest swordsman due to his extraordinary skill. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, not only wields immense conqueror's haki, but is also a formidable swordsman. In his youth, Shanks often sparred with Mihawk, but their encounters ceased after Shanks lost an arm in the East Blue. However, during Shanks' visit to Whitebeard, the two encountered each other by chance and clashed swords. The moment Shanks Griffin met Mihawk's Black Blade Knight, the shockwave even rent the sky asunder. Besides these 2 supreme swordsmen, there were also the later Navy Admiral Fujitora, the former vice captain of Roger's pirate ship, Rayleigh, and Shiryu, the former warden of Impel Down. All of these individuals were exceptional swordsmen, their existence attesting to the fact that a swordsman who reaches the pinnacle of mastery can indeed instill fear across the world. Perhaps one could explore the path of the swordsman. He currently possessed a mastery of the Navy's 6 powers and formidable conqueror's haki, which, when paired with an unparalleled blade like the Kinemon, would render him more than capable as a swordsman. Just as Luffy was lost in these delightful thoughts, a troubling realization dawned upon him. The Kinemon lacked a scabbard. The livestream had been quite straightforward, rewarding Luffy with the famed sword Kinemon, but the scabbard, of course, was in the possession of Peach Rabbit. Where could he procure a scabbard? Would it be appropriate to directly ask Peach Rabbit for it? That seemed rather inappropriate, as she might expect something in return. Crafting a makeshift scabbard? That also appeared unfeasible. How could an ordinary scabbard possibly suit a blade of such renown as the Kinemon? At that moment, the Navy Academy had already dismissed its students, and Luffy had left the institution, preparing to head home. Along the way, he pondered this dilemma. As he walked, feeling a bit hungry, he made his way to the Navy cafeteria. Though Marineford served as the base of the world government's Navy, representing the pinnacle of strength and justice globally. However, this has resulted in a substantial naval presence on the island throughout the year. To ensure the well-being of these sailors, Marineford has constructed facilities that deviate from the typical military base, incorporating more humane features. For instance, the street where Luffy currently finds himself is a supply street specially authorized by the Naval High Command, bustling with vendors selling clothing, food, and various daily necessities. Naturally, the clothing stores here experience rather lackluster business, as the sailors are predominantly attired in uniforms, leaving little opportunity for them to don other garments. After arriving at this supply street, Luffy promptly settled at a stall specializing in takoyaki, having spent 3 years in this place. His favorite dish is undoubtedly the takoyaki from this establishment. "Owner, 1 order of takoyaki, please," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Enjoying a serving of takoyaki after school is truly one of life's great pleasures. Coming right up. Soon, the takoyaki Luffy ordered was served. Just as he was about to indulge, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. "Luffy?" It was a girl's voice, one he recognized well. Turning around, he spotted a girl with short black hair and red-framed glasses. Darskai? What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the East Sea? Rofy inquired, somewhat surprised. Initially, both Rofy and Darskai had been ordinary first-class soldiers. However, just 2 years ago, Dashki distinguished herself among the ranks of the Navy due to her extraordinary swordsmanship, swiftly rising to the rank of sergeant and being assigned to the East Sea under the direct command of Rear Admiral Smoker. In contrast, Luffy, with his mischievous nature and lack of remarkable talents, remained at the Naval Academy. Upon recognizing Luffy, Dashki naturally took a seat across from him. During their time at the Naval Academy, they shared a close friendship, with Luffy often playing pranks on Dashki. Despite the passage of 2 years, their bond remained unaffected. I happened to be reporting some updates from the East Sea to headquarters when I unexpectedly spotted you. I also witnessed the situation in the livestream. I must say, your 2 guesses were quite accurate. Impressive, Dashki remarked, her admiration evident. Back when they were in the same class, Luffy was known for his vibrant personality and penchant for peculiar antics, often brimming with whimsical ideas. Consequently, Dashki was not surprised by Luffy's accurate guesses in the livestream. On the other hand, Luffy felt a bit bashful upon hearing Dashki's compliment, scratching his head. His knowledge of the answers stemmed not from mere guessing, but from his prior understanding of the narrative's progression. However, in order to provide a plausible explanation to the public, he could only admit that he was relying on conjecture. Haha, let us not dwell on that. Tell me how things are going over in the East Sea. Luo Fei swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon uttering these words, Luo Fei instructed the waiter to bring another serving of octopus balls. When we first arrived in the East Sea, the pirates were quite rampant. However, things have improved significantly under Admiral Smoker's regulation. By the way, the takoyaki there is exceptionally delicious. I'll be sure to bring you some when I have the chance. Dashki, being an old friend of Luo Fei's, had much to share after 2 years of separation. Yet, in the midst of her conversation, her phone bug in her pocket suddenly rang. Dashki quickly answered the call, only to discover it was Smoker on the line. Just keep it brief. The entire world is watching the live broadcast. Be careful not to disclose any confidential information, Smoker instructed coldly. Upon hearing Smoker's voice, Dashki instantly felt a wave of tension. Hello, Admiral Smoker. She responded hastily. Once the call ended, Dashki glanced at Luo Fei with a hint of embarrassment, choosing not to continue discussing her experiences in the East Sea. Luo Fei understood her sudden change in demeanor. After all, with the shared vision now activated, even if he was brazen enough to not mind being scrutinized by the world, he had to consider Dashki's feelings. How is your swordsmanship? Have you been practicing diligently since arriving in the East Sea? Luo Fei inquired. What began as casual banter, however, ignited a spark in Luo Fei's eyes with Dashki's subsequent response. Everything is going splendidly in the East Sea. My swordsmanship has seen remarkable progress. Moreover, when I first arrived in Low Town, I intercepted a shop that specialized in smuggling swords and weapons, and I am currently overseeing a collection of many exquisite blades. Dashki proudly declared. After all, having taken on such a significant case shortly after her arrival in the East Sea would undoubtedly leave a remarkable mark in her records, proving invaluable when the time for her promotion comes. Initially, Dashki's words were merely a sharing of her fortunes in the East Sea over the past 2 years with Luo Fei. However, upon hearing this, Rofy swiftly grasped another piece of information. The sealing of shops engaged in the illicit trade of weapons had led to the confiscation of a considerable number of exquisite swords and blades. This implied that Dashki possessed a wealth of weaponry resources. Contemplating this, Rofy cast another glance at his companion, Jinbiro. Perhaps the matter of the sword sheath could be approached through Dashki. Given her domain, acquiring a high-end, elegant sword sheath from her should pose no significant challenge. Yet, even with this thought in mind, Rofy was confronted with a tangible issue that required consideration: Dashki's personality. Despite her delicate appearance, Dashki was, in truth, a robust woman with a penchant for wielding blades and firearms. Her primary pastime involved the collection of various exquisite swords and knives. Thus, securing a sword sheath from her would likely prove no easy endeavor. Nevertheless, pursuing Dashki was certainly preferable to seeking assistance from Taudu. Consequently, Rofy swiftly made up his mind. Dashki, do you find the flower on the table to be quite beautiful? Rofy inquired with a smile, deftly diverting Dashki's attention to the vase adorning the table. The vase was regularly filled with fresh blooms, and Dashki had just noticed a rose that had been placed there not long ago. In the fleeting moment when Dashki looked down, Luffy discreetly slipped a petal of the previously plucked rose into his mouth. One must admit, while the flower was visually appealing, its taste was far from pleasant. However, for the sake of his grand plan, Luffy had no choice but to endure it. "It's rather lovely," Daisuke echoed. Initially, Daisuke had merely responded in agreement. Yet, as she lifted her gaze once more, she was astonished by the scene before her. In the briefest moment, a magnificent bouquet of roses had magically appeared in Luo Fei's hands. Noticing that Daisuke was momentarily taken aback, Luo Fei eagerly presented the vibrant, dew-kissed roses towards her. Grinning as he exclaimed, "What do you think? Aren't they beautiful? Consider this a gift to celebrate your promotion to sergeant. 2 years ago, you left in such haste that you had nothing prepared, so I thought I'd make it up to you now." Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Daisuke felt a swell of warmth within her. Beneath his playful exterior, it turned out that Luo Fei possessed such a sensitive heart. Moreover, this was her very first experience of receiving flowers. However, such a grand bouquet of roses left Daisuke feeling somewhat perplexed. As she gazed at the blossoms before her, a flush crept onto her cheeks, and she found herself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a thought that lingered on the tip of her tongue. Was she not moved? Was she not on the verge of tears? Yet, she must not cry, for if she did, it would require soothing. Just as Luffy fancied himself offering guidance to Daisuke, she finally uttered the words she had withheld. Achoo. Indeed, Daisuke sneezed, a resounding and thunderous sneeze. Fortunately, Luffy was quick-witted enough to seize the bouquet and retreat several meters, deftly avoiding the fallout. Following that explosive sneeze, Daisuke felt an undeniable sense of relief. Humph, insufferable Luffy. You remain just as frivolous as you were 2 years ago. The very first thing Daisuke did after regaining her composure was to confront Luffy. Despite their time together, it was astonishing that she had not realized her allergy to pollen. With that, Daisuke raised her fist toward Luffy. Of course, her anger was but a facade, a mere pretext to conceal the fleeting flutter of her heart. Perceiving her gesture, Luffy hastily discarded the roses and presented her with a golden kinjira. Hey, calm down. Calm down. Is it not your greatest joy to collect exquisite swords? Here, this kinjira, which I have just acquired, I bestow upon you as recompense, Luffy said earnestly. Daisuke was momentarily taken aback by Luffy's generous offer. Truth be told, no swordsman could remain indifferent to a kinjira, one of the supreme blades, and Daisuke was no exception. Yet, beyond the thrill, she held steadfast to her principles. Very well, considering your sincerity, I shall overlook this. However, you should keep the kinjira for yourself. Lord Taudu is someone I have always respected and admired. At my current state, I cannot surpass Lord Taudu, nor can I wield this kinjira effectively, Daisuke asserted with conviction. Since this is your reward, you must cherish it and treat it well. As a swordsman, she felt compelled to impart this final piece of advice to Luffy. Yet upon hearing her words, Luffy sighed quietly. What a pity, for if you refuse it, it shall gather dust in my home, he lamented. This remark piqued Daisuke's curiosity. What do you mean by that? She inquired hastily. I have no sheath for it. When it was given to me in the livestream, it was merely the sword itself, devoid of any accompanying sheath. Where am I to find one that befits it? Upon hearing Luo Fei's response, Daisuke silently nodded. If it's merely a fine sword sheath, I can certainly assist. Daisuke gazed at Luo Fei, her voice resolute. Objective achieved. Luo Fei secretly rejoiced within. The influential figures in the live stream began to comment on Luo Fei's actions. Kizaru remarked, So, you just snatched a sheath for free? This kid Luo Fei is indeed a cunning one, employing schemes upon schemes. Akainu interjected, Kizaru, can we maintain some civility? Smoker added, Indeed. A woman of stature cannot be left unattended. Moria questioned, Wait, is no one curious how Luo Fei conjured such a magnificent bouquet of roses? Soon enough, the atmosphere in the live stream lightened considerably. Firstly, it was due to the conclusion of the quiz, which meant no one would meet their demise as a result. With spirits lifted, there was ample time and energy to consider other matters. Secondly, it was the rather audacious manner in which Luo Fei requested the sheath from Daisuke, which prompted playful banter among the viewers. Smoker, as Daisuke's direct superior, declared in the live stream, the longest journey traversed is indeed Luo Fei's schemes. Smoker cautioned Daisuke, be wary of being deceived by this lad. At that moment, Smoker perceived Luo Fei as a master of seduction, while Daisuke, accustomed to missions in the East Blue, seemed oblivious to his tactics. However, Daisuke had no time to indulge him now, for she was presently cradling the bouquet of roses. Strolling alongside Luo Fei along the shaded pathways of Marineford, Although Dasky was allergic to pollen, this was, after all, the first bouquet she had received in over a decade. Moreover, it was a gift from Luo Fei, making it all the more precious. Thus, she could not simply discard it. Nevertheless, for the sake of her health, Dasky prudently donned a mask while holding the roses. Having completed her report to headquarters, Dasky was preparing to depart, with Luo Fei escorting her to the port. As for Dasky's promise to send Luo Fei the sword sheath, that would have to wait until she returned to the East Blue, at which point she would find a way to send it to him. Along the way, Dasky pondered the grand bouquet in her hands, utterly perplexed. Luo Fei, where did you conjure these flowers from? Dasky inquired, her curiosity piqued. Luo Fei smiled softly in response, then confidently declared, "Haha, have you forgotten?" Walpole answered the question incorrectly and lost his devil fruit powers. As the super administrator of the livestream, naturally, that ability was transferred to me. Walpole's devil fruit ability is the Munch Munch fruit, allowing him to transform into whatever he consumes. Behold, this bouquet is crafted from the surplus of my own nails. Upon concluding his words, Luo Fei extended his hand forward as if presenting a treasured gift. He took great satisfaction in the newfound ability he had ingeniously developed. On a smaller scale, if he were to showcase this talent at the Naval Academy, performing a few clever tricks would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. Of course, thanks to his striking appearance, Luo Fei had already garnered a considerable following of fans at the Academy, making it a delightful avenue for mischievous pranks. On a grander scale, the power of the Gulp Gulp fruit had yet to awaken. It merely functioned at its most rudimentary level of transforming what it consumed. However, should he succeed in further developing this fruit's abilities, what extraordinary transformations might occur? It is well known that the power unleashed upon awakening a devil fruit is immensely formidable. Consider the likes of Crocodile and Doflamingo. Their powers, once awakened, could swiftly reduce a nation to ruins. Such capabilities warrant a measure of caution from anyone. Although Luo Fei remained unaware of the exact abilities that the Gulp Gulp fruit might grant upon awakening, he was certain they would surpass his current powers. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Dasky, standing nearby, widened her eyes in astonishment. Wait. So everything that was stripped away due to incorrect answers in the live stream has ended up with you? Dasky exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Initially, she had assumed that the abilities or items taken by the live stream would simply vanish. Yet Luo Fei's revelation indicated otherwise, that everything confiscated during the live stream for answering questions incorrectly had indeed been transferred to him. The live stream erupted in chaos following Luo Fei's revelation. Hancock interjected, "So, my Conqueror's hockey did not disappear into thin air, but instead has been transferred to Luo Fei? And my Marine 6 styles. How fortunate for you, kid," exclaimed Kizaru. "Haha, so your name is Luo Fei? You have quite the luck. It seems there are benefits to cunning and trickery," Sengoku cautioned. "Kizaru, do not follow his example." Kizaru replied nonchalantly, "Relax, I know how to manage my duties according to my salary. And all of my martial arts too." Moria added, "Who can claim to have suffered more than I? That was a decade of my lifespan. Luo Fei, let us negotiate. I will offer anything I possess in exchange for the return of my 10 years. Blackbeard chimed in, highlighting the gravity of his loss. Among those stripped of their abilities, Blackbeard stands out as the one most anxious. After all, for a pirate who has already carved out a reputation on the seas, life is an invaluable treasure. Each additional day lived allows one to bear witness to the unfolding of this era. The prospect of eternal oblivion is a dreadfully monotonous fate. The legendary Roger, who dedicated the remnants of his life to usher in the great pirate era, would surely have chosen a different path had he been afforded more time, rather than opting for surrender to the Navy to fulfill his final wish. Today, Big Mom, who actively navigates the latter half of the Grand Line, has instilled fear across the world for decades, thanks to her terrifying ability to siphon lifespans. Moreover, for Blackbeard, who has only recently acquired the dark fruit, his maritime journey is just beginning. Therefore, the concept of lifespan holds immense significance for him. Upon hearing that his decade of life had not vanished into thin air, but had instead been transferred to another, Blackbeard felt a glimmer of hope. If life can be transferred, could it not potentially be reclaimed? Provided that the recipient is willing. However, the choice to reclaim this decade of life does not rest in his hands. As Blackbeard's earnest words resonated, Luffy fell into contemplation. The guidelines for the live stream stipulated that other members could bestow rewards upon the super admin. Yet it did not explicitly state that the super admin could bestow rewards upon other members at will. Furthermore, given Blackbeard's inherently duplicitous nature, Evident from his decades of lurking under Whitebeard's shadow, it is reasonable for Luffy to harbor suspicions regarding the sincerity of Blackbeard's plight. Nevertheless, the truth of Blackbeard's authenticity could be unveiled through trial. Luffy proposed, "Exchange? Very well. Your fruit abilities appear quite impressive. If you are willing to bestow them upon me, I might consider it." As soon as he sent this message, a notification promptly appeared above the chat group. All members of the group were permitted to reward the super admin and the host, with rewards encompassing but not limited to fruit abilities, martial arts, special skills, and items. Additionally, the items rewarded by members would not be lost to them. In essence, the message conveyed one simple truth: bestowing rewards would not impact the members who executed them. Now, the moment had arrived to test the sincerity of Blackbeard. By rewarding Luffy with his fruit abilities, Blackbeard would incur no personal loss, however. The emergence of another individual possessing the same powers would effectively introduce a formidable rival into his midst. However, if he does not comply, his decade of lifespan shall be irrevocably lost. After a brief moment of internal conflict, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and swiftly reached a resolution. Ding! Congratulations to Luo Fei for receiving the dark fruit ability generously bestowed by Blackbeard. To everyone's astonishment, the usually mercenary Blackbeard was indeed willing to sacrifice his fruit ability for the sake of his lifespan. It seems that this Blackbeard is not as unflappable as he had previously claimed, especially when confronted with the specter of mortality. Yet, this is understandable. After years of lurking in the shadows, Blackbeard has finally arrived at a juncture where he can foresee his illustrious future. And he would certainly not passively allow his 10 years of life to be snatched away. Luo Fei was equally surprised by Blackbeard's deep regard for that decade, as he unhesitatingly relinquished his fruit ability. Such an act from Blackbeard would even stir emotions within Luo Fei. Nevertheless, despite the sentiment, the question of whether the 10 years of lifespan lost due to a wrong answer could be restored remains a significant issue. Within the parameters of this live stream, rewards and donations are irrevocable. Setting aside whether Luo Fei would be willing to return Blackbeard's lost decade, the live stream simply lacks the capacity for such a transaction. Luo Fei lamented. Alas, how unfortunate. I do not possess any buttons for gifts or donations on my end. He continued, I truly apologize. The donation is irreversible, and I must reluctantly accept your dark fruit ability for now. Luo Fei added, however, in light of your earnestness, should I encounter any questions in the future, I shall be sure to share my guesses with you at the earliest opportunity. Luo Fei feigned regret as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard was utterly bewildered. It seemed he had not only sacrificed his soldiers, but also ended up empty-handed. Not only did he fail to reclaim his lifespan, but he also unwittingly surrendered his fruit ability. While Blackbeard lamented his lost decade, Luo Fei was already delighted to embrace the dark fruit's powers. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion of the dark fruit ability. Note, the dark fruit ability has merged into an active capability, liberating the host from the swimming limitation imposed on those who possess devil fruit abilities, and it can be activated or deactivated at will. The dark fruit possesses an active ability, meaning that Luffy can choose to utilize it or refrain from doing so. To Luffy, the dark fruit is a particularly unique yet perilous devil fruit. When activated, his hands turn a deep black, and a dark mist envelopes his body, allowing him to absorb, compress, and crush anything that comes into contact with darkness. Furthermore, the dark fruit grants the ability to attract its user from a distance and, through physical contact, temporarily nullifies the powers of others. However, such formidable strength comes with a significant drawback. Unlike other Logia-type devil fruits that can elementalize to become immune to external damage, the dark fruit absorbs harm, causing the pain endured to double. Not only does the agony intensify when using the dark fruit to absorb attacks, but the very presence of black smoke emanating from his body is something Luffy cannot abide. He has long harbored a dream of becoming an ethereal figure, yearning for the enchanting sensation of casting spells with an air of grace. Instead, the dark fruit presents a foreboding image, shrouded in dark smoke, reminiscent of a villain, which Luffy finds unacceptable. Therefore, he has temporarily chosen to suppress the powers of the newly assimilated dark fruit. Nonetheless, even if Luffy refrains from actively employing the abilities of the dark fruit, Blackbeard has already regarded him as a hypothetical adversary. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when they wield identical powers. If the secrets of the dark fruit were to come to light, it would severely jeopardize his situation and plans. At this juncture, Blackbeard has regained his composure and departed the small island. boarding his pirate ship. My crew. Since that naval brat has proven untrustworthy, we must show him our true colors. I've heard that those wretched souls in the underwater prison are quite ruthless. Blackbeard is determined not to let Luffy's deception go unpunished. Given Luffy's alignment with the Navy, Blackbeard is intent on causing them some trouble. When the Navy descends into chaos, it will be the perfect opportunity for him to infiltrate their ranks and exact revenge on Luffy. Such vengeful thoughts swirl in Blackbeard's mind. With the loss of a decade of his lifespan now inevitable, he resolves to utilize his limited time to accomplish feats that will astonish the world. It appears that his plans must be expedited. He fervently wishes for the day of upheaval to arrive swiftly. On the deck, Blackbeard gazes out at the sea, his smile growing increasingly audacious. Soon, the Blackbeard pirates set sail once more. As they embark on their journey, the rest of the world simultaneously tunes into the live broadcast. Catching wind of the information Luffy inadvertently revealed. Walpole, damn it. How did I not realize this could be used to charm the ladies? Chopper, humph. Do you think everyone is as coarse as you? Walpole retorted, you little reindeer. Do you even know who you're talking to? Chopper responded, You seem rather unconvinced. Walpole. All right, I yield. Within the live broadcast, Walpole's bravado quickly diminished. After all, he had just been sent flying by the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, he had not only lost his kingship but also the powers granted by the Devil Fruit. In a live QA session, the loss of his fruit abilities due to a wrong answer was markedly different from the voluntary relinquishment of those powers. The former resulted in a complete and irrevocable loss. Thus, Walpole found himself not merely a defeated dog but a dog incapable of swimming, with little hope of reclaiming his former stature. In such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head and submit. Doflamingo chuckled. Now that is the proper use of the Gura no Mi. Luffy truly lives up to his title as the super administrator. He is indeed astute. Doflamingo was the first to commend Luffy. Recognizing his extensive managerial privileges within the live broadcast, he sensed that Luffy's identity was anything but ordinary. Why had the broadcast chosen him as the super admin? And how had he acquired such formidable abilities? In light of this, Doflamingo was eager to cultivate a connection. Soon after, Hancock also spoke up. Is it merely to transform into a rose? It appears Luffy has yet to grasp the true purpose of the Devil Fruit. Crocodile interjected. What do you know, Empress? This is what one might call wisdom hidden in foolishness. Crocodile praised Luffy's quick comprehension of the essence of the Devil Fruit. Moria chimed in, indeed. A bouquet of roses in exchange for a beautiful heart and a sword sheath is certainly worth it. Hancock added, Luffy, I wonder if you have mastered my Conqueror's Haki yet. If not, I could assist you. Currently, Hancock had just lost her Conqueror's Haki, and Amazon Lily had caught the attention of numerous factions worldwide. She was in dire need of a powerful protector, and Luffy represented an excellent choice. After all, as the super admin of the live broadcast, he wielded unparalleled authority, having assimilated many formidable abilities in less than a day. Thus, Hancock's words, in contrast to the flattery of other pirates, appeared to be more sincere. The Weasel remarked, flattery without reason is either treachery or theft. Luffy, do not heed their words. Hancock retorted, you insolent one, step back. In the live broadcast room, the opinions of the pirates regarding this matter shifted rapidly. From initial shock to an overwhelming display of praise, it took less than a minute. If Luffy truly lacked the understanding of how to wield the powers of the Devil Fruit and merely used its abilities for trivial matters, this would undoubtedly be a sight welcomed by all notorious pirates. After all, Luffy had suddenly acquired such a multitude of powers, and one could only speculate about the potential developments in the future. This posed an immense threat to the pirates of the New World. However, judging by Luffy's previous actions, they had nearly concluded that he was merely a cunning, eloquent individual, fiercely loyal to Akainu, yet lacking in ambition, a common naval officer. To extinguish the spirit of such a person, the most effective method was to lavish him with praise to the point of suffocation. Crocodile was the first to grasp this. Thus he began to shower Luffy with extravagant compliments in the live stream. Yet, despite Crocodile's seemingly grandiose words, he had secretly dispatched members of Baroque Works to Marineford to investigate Luffy. Other pirates soon caught on and followed suit, also elevating Luffy in their remarks. Like Crocodile, these pirates were covertly devising plans, dispatching teams one after another to Marineford. Meanwhile, Luffy had just delivered Das Bones to the port. Observing the remarks of these pirates in the live stream, he fell into deep contemplation. These individuals clearly harbored ulterior motives. Luffy mused, stroking his chin. Was he oblivious to their little schemes? They merely sought to exalt him to the heavens, waiting for a suitable opportunity to subsequently drag him down. Nevertheless, if they wished to construct such a naive persona for him, Luffy saw no reason to object. After all, certain actions would indeed seem peculiar if executed by a person of sound mind. However, if one were to embody the persona of a naive and oblivious individual, the undertaking would indeed become considerably more straightforward. Just as Luo Fei pondered how to fully embrace this simplistic character, Admiral Sengoku spoke in the livestream. Sengoku, Luo Fei, since you are the super administrator of this livestream and possess the power to invite or expel participants, I implore you to remove all members of the Navy under the age of 16 from the room. Sengoku continued, after all, this livestream is fraught with peril, yet it is also rife with temptation. We cannot allow our Navy, while undergoing training, to be distracted by such matters. He added, naturally, if anyone wishes to leave voluntarily, it would be most welcome. As a multitude of pirates lavished praise upon Luo Fei, Sengoku articulated this sentiment. The intention behind his words was unmistakable, to safeguard the vital strength of the Navy. The most formidable force capable of instilling fear across the globe resides within the Navy's admirals and various armed contingents. These core forces emerge from the ranks of ordinary sailors. Through the previous 2 questions posed in the livestream, Sengoku had gleaned that the threats mentioned therein were not mere hyperbole. Had it not been for Luo Fei's serendipitous correct guess, it is conceivable that someone might have already lost their life in the livestream. Moreover, if no one continued to answer questions, it was possible that only one life would be forfeited. However, it is also possible that it may continuously claim lives. Thus, Sengoku ardently wishes to leverage the extraordinary administrative authority held by Luo Fei to extricate some young sailors from this perilous live-streaming environment. These youthful soldiers represent the future and hope of the Navy. Sengoku refuses to permit this unknown risk to befall them. Hence, he insists that Luo Fei expel all sailors under the age of 16 from the livestream. Furthermore, Sengoku hopes that Luo Fei will seize this opportunity to declare his stance to the world. Luo Fei is a member of the Navy and will heed only the Navy's commands. Those pirates in the New World who aspire to curry favor with Luo Fei for their own gain should abandon such thoughts promptly. Of course, should Luo Fei become overwhelmed by the sudden influx of various extraordinary abilities and heed the flattery of those pirates, thereby acting contrary to the Navy's interests, Sengoku would not hesitate to take action. At the very moment Sengoku uttered these words, countless elite Navy personnel who had long concealed themselves around Luo Fei sharpened their focus. They awaited Luo Fei's response. Luo Fei was no longer the ordinary sailor he once was. He had now integrated the Conqueror's Haki of the Empress, the Navy's 6 styles from Admiral Tsuru, and all the combat skills of Moria. In addition to these, Luo Fei possessed the powers of the Gura Gura no Mi and the Yami Yami no Mi. Alongside the formidable Zeus from the Emperor Big Mom and the Gold Pika from Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. The amalgamation of these abilities rendered Luo Fei's strength comparable to that of the 7 warlords of the sea. Could an ordinary sailor, suddenly endowed with such formidable power, maintain his original convictions? Sengoku hoped so, yet could not be entirely assured. Thus, Luo Fei now instilled trepidation not only among the notorious pirates but also prompted skepticism within the upper echelons of the Navy. On Luo Fei's part, he was acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. He understood that this dilemma posed by Sengoku was a test. Nevertheless, Sengoku's so-called test was ultimately superfluous. Luo Fei was not yet prepared to sever ties with the Navy. After all, compared to the pirates in the New World, the sailors in Marineford were far more endearing. Moreover, Luo Fei concurred with Sengoku's proposal. This live stream was indeed a chaotic vortex of fame and fortune, and it was unnecessary to expose certain individuals to its dangers. Luo Fei, Admiral, you were quite right. I shall commence the personnel screening and expel all sailors below the age of 16 from the live stream. Shortly after uttering these words, Luo Fei accessed the member management interface. After filtering out the sailors under 16, he promptly expelled them with a single click. KB had initially hoped to take advantage of the live stream to witness Luffy's journey through the Grand Line. Yet, before he could utter a single word of defiance, he was expelled from the group chat. Kobe felt a wave of sadness wash over him, and in that moment, tears began to flow. However, the Kobe of today is a far cry from his former self. Though remnants of timidity still linger in his character, he has learned how to rise like a true man. Soon, Kobe wiped away his tears, lifted his spirits, and declared to himself, Luffy-senpai, wait for me in the Grand Line. On the day you become the Pirate King, I shall also rise as a formidable Navy officer. As he spoke these words, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. The task of expelling members was swiftly executed, and before long, Luffy found himself with some leisure time. All right, Admiral. It's done, Luffy announced. However, what should we do with those pirates under the age of 16? Should we expel them as well? Luffy inquired within the broadcast. In truth, he harbored no desire to remove the pirates. After all, the presence of another person only increased the chance for errors, and with each error, there lay an opportunity to gain more abilities. In this regard, the pirates likely shared Luffy's sentiment. They were not inclined to leave the group chat. Out of caution, Sengoku hoped that the younger members of the Navy would voluntarily withdraw to safeguard the Navy's vital forces. However, the pirates are quite different. What do they uphold? Live for today, indulge in wine today, embrace freedom, and be carefree, each for themselves. The ultimate goal of a pirate is to attain greater wealth and status. This live streaming platform presents an extraordinary opportunity for all pirates. The captain desires to have more of his crew present in the stream, for it increases their chances of answering questions correctly and earning rewards, which in turn bolsters the strength of the entire pirate crew. Those pirates under the age of 16, regardless of their accomplishments, also yearn to gain something from this live stream. Thus, when Luffy uttered his words, a wave of panic swept through the pirates. They were concerned whether Luffy truly intended to expel all those under 16 from the group chat. Hancock declared, "My Amazon Lily does not need to withdraw. We fear no danger." At that moment, Hancock had just lost her conqueror's haki, rendering her nation vulnerable. They required the opportunities presented by the live stream to bolster their national strength. As an empress who rose from the ranks of slavery, Hancock understood the significance of power. Thus, she was willing to risk her life to seize it. With Hancock leading the charge, the other pirates swiftly expressed their stances. Big Mom asserted, "Our members from Whole Cake Island also refused to withdraw. It is merely a matter of life being taken. There is nothing to fear." Kaido declared, "My beast pirates will not permit any crew member to leave." Shanks remarked, "Fortunately, my crew does not employ child labor. This is truly a joyous matter, worthy of a feast. Bring forth the wine and meat." Mihawk interjected, "Feasting daily on wine. Be cautious not to become a sloth." Shanks laughed, "Ha ha ha. I am not Moria." "Rest easy," Moria grumbled, "so speaking up gets me caught in the crossfire?" Regarding the pirates' declarations, Whitebeard remained nonchalant, allowing his crew to decide whether to stay or leave at their own discretion. Upon witnessing these expressions of allegiance, Luffy smiled faintly. That smile, in every sense, bore a hint of mischief. So, none wish to exit the live stream, do they? In the live broadcast, as the esteemed pirate lords began to express their reluctance to withdraw, Luffy had already calculated that it was time for these individuals to pay a price. After all, this was his domain. Regardless of whether they were the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords, within this space, they were all beneath him. Although the Navy appeared to hold a significant advantage at present, this dominance was merely a reflection of Luffy's influence. Had Luffy not declared his allegiance to the Navy, figures like Sengoku and Akainu would be rendered insignificant. Luffy firmly believed that all things in the world resemble the concept of yin and yang, where darkness contains light and light contains darkness. Pirates symbolize the forces of evil, yet among them, there exist individuals of righteousness. Conversely, while the Navy bears the banner of justice, its internal decay has permeated its very foundation, rendering it irredeemable. Thus, Luffy saw no necessity to genuinely ally himself with the Navy. Soon, Luffy spoke up in the live stream. It appears that everyone is unwilling to withdraw. However, as Lord Sengoku has stated, for the love and peace of the world, we must do everything in our power to protect our future generations. Through our current efforts, we aim to ensure that the next generation lives a prosperous life. This is the essence of our Navy's justice. Luffy continued, "Yet, you pirates frequently roam the world, abducting children, deceiving them onto your ships, and then exploiting them as free labor. This heinous act alone is unforgivable, and in such a perilous environment, we cannot involve them. Therefore, for the sake of love and peace, they must withdraw." Luffy declared with utmost conviction. As Luffy's words were successfully transmitted, countless pirates were left bewildered, with Shanks being the first to respond. "Back in the day, when Luffy cried and begged me to take him aboard, I refused. Now you say I employ child labor? What nonsense is this?" Kapu interjected, "Shanks, absolutely not. If you continue to spread rumors, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth." Hancock remarked, "What on earth? Why does Lord Kapu defend that Straw Hat Boy so fervently? Could there be some hidden secret?" Sengoku retorted, "There is nothing. Absolutely nothing." Kizaru chimed in, "Sir Admiral, this seems a bit like not a single coin was hidden here." Sengoku snapped back, "Kizaru, double your salary and keep your mouth shut." Kizaru complied, "Understood." Once Shanks expressed his discontent, other pirates began to voice their grievances as well. Moria stated, "My crew is comprised entirely of zombies. Where would I find children?" Whitebeard added, "I have no interest in abducting children. They all willingly recognize me as their father." Doflamingo declared, "It is well known that my pirate crew is a family business. The notion of abducting child laborers is absurd. Lord Rofi, you must not spread such unfounded rumors." Rofi retorted, "I am not spreading rumors. These are words directly from Lord Sengoku's mouth." Rofi concluded, "You pirates are indeed guilty of heinous crimes and utterly shameless." In a single utterance, Rofi deftly absolved himself of his responsibilities while simultaneously taking a jab at the pirates. After all, he is merely an ordinary naval officer. Can one truly believe that such a statement arises without any instigation? Certainly not. Crocodile remarked, "Isn't it possible that the person in charge of the housing is simply a victim of naval indoctrination?" The Sand Crocodile boldly declared this in the live stream. Kaido commented, "When it comes to slinging mud, the Navy is undoubtedly the best. I doubt anyone else would dare to claim the second position." Doflamingo noted, "That tone indeed resembles something Sengoku would articulate." Luffy laughed, "Ha ha ha, it's still better to be a pirate and enjoy freedom." Garp interjected, "Luffy, come here. I promise to smash your head." Luffy replied, "What?" As the tide of criticism against the Navy surged once more in the live stream, Sengoku found himself bewildered. "When did I ever utter such words? I don't recall." Rofi retorted, "It's precisely what is written in the Navy textbooks. Please, Marshal, do not be modest." He continued, "Rest assured, Marshal, these truths will not vanish simply because the pirates refuse to acknowledge them. The light of justice shall ultimately illuminate the earth." Rofi was determined to uphold his unwavering loyalty to the Navy, despite having just been silenced. Kizaru could not resist making a remark amidst the fervent discussion in the live stream. "Haha, back to the Navy textbooks again. Akainu, come out and take a beating." Akainu responded, "Why must I be dragged into this?" He thought to instinctively refuse, but then conceded, "Fine, it was indeed my doing." However, as this matter also pertains to the naval textbooks, Akainu had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, as a high-ranking admiral, it was evidently beneath him to personally engage in the tedious and menial task of compiling the naval curriculum. However, following the incident involving the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords, in order to provide an explanation to the pirate leaders worldwide, the burden of responsibility fell squarely upon Akainu. The Navy's scapegoat was now in play, and Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. At least the ire of those pirates was no longer directed at him or the Navy as a whole. To offer the global pirate community an explanation, Sengoku declared, "I see. I never anticipated that such a person could emerge from our ranks, distorting the truth and tarnishing the Navy's reputation. Therefore, I hereby strip Akainu of all his positions within the military and command him to reflect at home." Sengoku's decision to impose such a punishment on Akainu was merely to quell the murmurs of the pirate world. After all, the textbook incident involved numerous notorious pirates. And if left unaddressed, it was inevitable that these pirates would seek trouble with the Navy and the towns under its jurisdiction. Sengoku was determined not to let the delicate balance he had maintained for so long be disrupted. Moreover, this textbook incident resembled a ticking time bomb. If he failed to take action, it might explode at any moment. Thus, sacrificing Akainu became a necessity. However, Sengoku's actions were merely a temporary measure. After all, Akainu's abilities and reputation within the Navy had already been established. A mere title could be restored at any time. On Akainu's side, he initially wanted to voice his feelings of injustice, but before he could express himself, he was subdued by intelligence operatives dispatched by Sengoku. "Admiral Akainu, the Marshal's actions are a matter of necessity. I hope you can understand and cooperate with our work. Please remain in your room for the next few days." One of the intelligence members stated. Akainu was not without the capacity for resistance. However, even if he managed to defeat these operatives now, what would follow? He still needed to navigate his way through the Navy and aspired to ascend to the rank of Marshal. This minor indignity was one he had to endure. "Damn pirates. One day I shall eradicate all of you," Akainu declared fiercely as he removed his admiral's insignia. Due to Sengoku's self-sacrificial act, the pirates' mouths were finally silenced, and they ceased to use the textbook incident against the Navy. With the matter resolved, the Navy found itself devoid of targets for criticism. Soon, they arrived at the Navy's stronghold. Sengoku stated. However, while the employment of child labor is indeed biased, it is a fact that many pirate ships do have underage children aboard. Since all children under the age of 16 have already exited the Navy, the same should apply among pirates. Sengoku continued, Luffy, your proposal is quite commendable. Go ahead and implement it. Sengoku's meaning was clear. If you wish to act boldly, then do so. The entire Navy stands as your support. Although the textbook incident was brought to light by Luo Fei, it also allowed Sengoku to recognize Luo Fei's loyalty. Consequently, he was inclined to trust Luo Fei and support his decisions. With Sengoku backing him, Luo Fei resumed his discourse in the livestream. Received. Commander, Luo Fei declared. Pirates, I am granting you 30 minutes to voluntarily withdraw. Should no one exit within this time frame, I shall be compelled to exercise my super administrator privileges. The 30 minutes served not only as a contemplation period for the pirates to decide whether to leave, but also as a moment for them to consider what sacrifices would be required to remain. Ultimately, Luo Fei emphasized his super administrator authority, and it was evident that any pirate with a modicum of sense would comprehend the implications of his words. As a result of Luo Fei's pronouncement, the pirates convened in hushed discussions. His stance was clear. He intended to expel all pirates under the age of 16 from the livestream. While this action bore little significance to the Navy, it represented a substantial loss for pirates worldwide, as many formidable pirates had risen to prominence in their youth. The Navy operates under a relatively transparent promotion system, where young recruits, unless exceptionally talented, typically begin at the grassroots level. Therefore, Sengoku's directive for members under 16 to depart from the live stream could be understood as a measure to safeguard the Navy's viable forces. However, the world of pirates is distinctly different. On a pirate ship, as long as one possesses the courage to fight and strive, there exists the potential to carve out a remarkable destiny upon the seas. The vitality of pirates has never been confined by age. All those who harbor a yearning for the ocean, who crave wealth and power, are the vibrant force of the age of piracy. For the ordinary Navy, this live broadcast may indeed pose a perilous threat. However, for pirates, it presents an extraordinary opportunity. Even at the cost of their lives, they would not hesitate. Just as all the pirates were contemplating ways to remain in the live broadcast, Blackbeard had already set sail, becoming increasingly agitated. Damn it, I just bestowed the fruit's powers. And now I am being forced to withdraw? I never anticipated this brat would turn so ruthlessly. To think that in my lifetime, I would be deceived by a mere fledgling naval officer. Once I seize Marineford, I shall make him pay dearly. Blackbeard exclaimed in deep frustration. Although Blackbeard's more notorious crew members were notorious criminals gathered from around the world, nevertheless, it is, after all, a formidable pirate crew, and tasks such as navigating the ship and plundering towns are best left to a cadre of underlings. Consequently, Blackbeard's vessel is manned by no fewer than 100 ordinary crew members. Among these crew members, a considerable portion is under the age of 16. If, as Luffy suggested, those who are not yet of age were to be expelled from the live stream, Blackbeard would lose at least half of his crew. He still hopes for these sailors to eagerly participate in answering questions for rewards, and cannot afford for them to be forcibly removed from the group chat. After much contemplation, Blackbeard resolved to adopt a more conciliatory stance. Blackbeard, Luffy, I have just bestowed upon you the power of the devil fruit. Although I did not reclaim my lifespan, I willingly offer this ability to you, esteemed group administrator. Blackbeard, therefore, revered supervisor, might you grant me a favor and allow all my crew members to remain? The very same Blackbeard who had vowed to flay Luffy alive now transformed his demeanor in the face of self-interest. One must bow one's head when under the eaves of another. Shanks, a favor? That phrase sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? Ace, you. With a heart as dark as your visage, do you truly possess any standing? At that moment, Luffy was on his way home when he unexpectedly encountered Blackbeard's message. An idea sparked in his mind, and he promptly acquiesced to Blackbeard's request. Luffy, certainly. Rest assured, the power of that devil fruit will not go unmerited. Consider it a form of protection money. Henceforth, your crew will be under my safeguard. Luffy, as long as I do not permit it, they shall not be able to leave. Luffy readily granted Blackbeard's request. Upon hearing Luffy's response, Blackbeard felt a wave of relief, realizing that Luffy was indeed willing to extend him a favor. Yet soon, a wave of melancholy washed over me. After enduring hardships for decades, I finally reaped the fruits of my labor, only to find myself at the mercy of a little-known naval officer's whims. The frustration was palpable. However, amidst his anger, Blackbeard found himself utterly powerless. After all, separated by the virtual confines of the livestream, could he physically confront Luo Fei? Moreover, given Luo Fei's plethora of formidable abilities, even if Blackbeard were to encounter him face-to-face, he might not stand a chance. This sense of impotence nearly drove Blackbeard into despair. Beside him, Bosch observed Blackbeard's erratic oscillation between laughter and tears, feeling profoundly astonished. Since their acquaintance, Bosch had never witnessed Blackbeard in such a despondent state. In fact, it was Blackbeard's ambition, confidence, and those glimmering teeth in the dark that had initially drawn Bosch to join his crew. Yet now, an unknown naval officer had dimmed the spark in Blackbeard's eyes considerably. Who on earth was this young man? Casting a glance at Luo Fei, who had just spoken in the livestream, Bosch couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. Luo Fei, however, was unconcerned with how these individuals perceived him. He was acutely aware that even at a marketplace in Marineford, one must pay a protection fee. Thus, as the supreme administrator of this livestream, he felt justified in requesting a similar fee from Blackbeard. In this realm, he was the authority, merely asking for a nominal protection fee, which was hardly unreasonable. Of course, Blackbeard could opt to decline. The immediate consequence of such a refusal would be his expulsion from the group chat. Luo Fei's willingness to extend this courtesy to Blackbeard was not born of gratitude for any past favors, but rather a necessity to set a precedent for the payment of protection fees. Luo Fei was confident that once a single individual complied, countless others would follow suit. After all, the allure of this livestream was immense for any faction. Before long, after Luo Fei candidly declared that he would not expel any members of the Blackbeard pirates, other notorious pirates began to follow suit, presenting their own tokens of sincerity to Luo Fei. Hancock, surely, the esteemed administrator has no need for my fruit abilities. Thus, allow me to offer my martial technique, Fragrant Foot, and I hope the esteemed administrator will graciously accept it. Hancock's sincerity was commendable. Fragrant Foot was one of her signature techniques, and her willingness to share it, despite having lost her conqueror's haki, demonstrated her respect for the live stream and acknowledgement of Luo Fei's status as supreme administrator. Doflamingo, it is well known that Dressrosa is famed for love, passion, and toys. I am willing to provide top-tier toys annually, hoping that the esteemed administrator will allow my subjects from Dressrosa to remain in the live stream. In comparison to Hancock, Doflamingo appeared rather miserly. At least Hancock had offered a skill, while Doflamingo seemed content to send mere trinkets, as if he were a child himself. After uttering those words, Doflamingo felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly added, "Of course, if the esteemed super administrator enjoys dance performances, I would be delighted to present the finest dancers from Dressrosa." Doflamingo believed that for a spirited youth like Luo Fei, the allure of beautiful women would undoubtedly surpass that of wealth and status. His assumption proved correct. Upon hearing Doflamingo's offer of top-tier dancers, Luo Fei felt a flicker of temptation. Among Doflamingo's cadre, there were indeed a few individuals whom Luo Fei held in high regard, such as the elegant and mature Violet of the Don Quixote family, whose captivating charm could easily be considered the epitome of many men's dreams. If a premier dancer were to be chosen from Dressrosa, Violet would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. Should Doflamingo be willing to offer Violet, Luo Fei might contemplate his request. However, Luo Fei was certain that Doflamingo, who placed great importance on family, would never resort to such actions. Thus, he merely chuckled at Doflamingo's remarks. Following Doflamingo's speech, Moria chimed in, "Aside from the zombies aboard my mysterious thriller bark, I have little of worth to offer. Since even Doflamingo's toys can be submitted, I may as well present my dolls." Big Mom interjected, "This pace is rather swift. Are offerings required to ensure that my crew and subjects are not ousted from the group chat?" She continued, "In that case, I reluctantly present the cake freshly baked from my long loaf. It is my most cherished possession." Perona exclaimed, "Dolls? Are there any dolls left on Thriller Bark?" "Wait, Moria, are you proposing to offer my dolls to the super administrator?" "I absolutely refuse." "A firm refusal." Shanks inquired, "Does young Luo Fei partake in alcoholic beverages?" "I happen to have a few barrels of fine wine aboard my ship." Kaido added, "Our ship is devoid of treasures, save for an abundance of peculiar beasts. If the super administrator does not mind, you are welcome to witness a complimentary performance of the beasts." Kizaru interjected, "Kaido, without commerce, there can be no harm." "We do not endorse any form of animal performance." Kaido retorted, "What about the devil fruits?" Clearly, the Navy's cultural understanding is limited. Of course, Kaido's words, though seemingly inviting Luo Fei to witness the free beast performance aboard his ship, concealed ulterior motives. The moment Luo Fei set foot on his vessel, Kaido would devise a means to imprison him, either coercing him into servitude or sending him off to Wano to toil. Luo Fei, however, was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. Such trivial gestures would scarcely entice him. It was, of course, utterly impossible, with the 4 emperors of the sea and the 7 warlords leading the charge. The news that Luffy intended to expel members under the age of 16 from the livestream spread swiftly. The pirates, engulfed in trepidation, sought to secure their places in the stream by expressing their sincerity to Luffy. Soon, a wave of gift-giving surged through the livestream. It seemed that failing to offer a token of appreciation would be a disservice to the platform. Even Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was swept up in this fervor, contemplating what he might present to the esteemed administrator, Luffy. Luffy remarked, "This live stream is so captivating. I wish for no one to depart. Since everyone else is paying tribute to the administrator, we cannot fall behind." He pondered, Sanji's delectable dishes are not an option, and Nami's oranges are out of the question. Our ship seems rather destitute. We have nothing of value. At that moment, Luffy gazed at the pristine merry-go and sighed quietly. Nevertheless, he was resolute. He would not give up until he unearthed something worthy. Determined, he scoured the ship from bow to stern, and at last, he discovered something suitable for tribute. "Perhaps I shall present gold and jewels to the esteemed administrator," Buggy interjected. "You plan to offer gold and jewels because the ship is too impoverished? Are you sure you're not just flaunting your wealth?" Luffy retorted. "Is your ship poorer than mine?" After inspecting the vessel, he concluded that these treasures were the only items of worth available. Unfamiliar with the true value of these riches, Luffy remained blissfully unaware of their significance. However, Nami is well aware that for Luffy, money holds no value. However, Nami has always regarded money as essential as life itself. Upon witnessing Luffy so readily offering the treasures aboard the ship, she immediately grew anxious. Nami exclaimed, "You cannot speak recklessly. There are no crew members under the age of 16 on our ship." Luffy responded, "Huh? Isn't Chopper one?" Chopper chimed in, "Nami, this live stream is so fascinating. I don't want to leave." Chopper quickly joined the group chat. If simply losing some wealth would allow him to remain in the live stream, he would certainly wish to make an effort. However, perhaps due to his relatively short time aboard, he remains unaware of the extent of Nami's obsession with money. Nami reassured him, "It's all right. You only need to exit momentarily. Once you reach adulthood, the esteemed super administrator can reinstate you." Chopper whimpered, "Wah, Luffy, save me." Luffy declared, "You are all my comrades, and we must stick together. It doesn't matter. It's merely gold and jewels. It's nothing significant." Nami retorted, "You reckless spendthrift." Hearing Luffy's intent to touch the ship's treasury, Nami was nearly driven to the brink of fury. However, amidst his anger, he still needed to devise a plan to retain both the treasure and Chopper in the livestream. Soon, Nami conceived a clever excuse. "Nami, Chopper is a reindeer. He hardly counts as a person. Thus, he cannot be excluded from the list of those under 16. Walpole, haha, a pet truly is a pet. Even aboard a pirate ship, he remains merely a pet. Dr. Kureha, ha ha ha. This is indeed an amusing pirate ship. My foolish son, how are you faring on the vessel?" Nevertheless, even Dr. Kureha's intervention could not alleviate Chopper's negative emotions at that moment. Upon hearing Nami's words, Chopper felt utterly despondent. Fortunately, Nami did not intend any harm. Her assertion that Chopper was a reindeer was merely a strategic ploy to ensure his continued presence in the livestream. Thus, after making her statement about Chopper, Nami swiftly approached him to offer comfort. Chopper, with his tender heart, was reassured, especially since he had already come to trust his companions. After a few minutes of Nami's consolation, Chopper finally acquiesced to her narrative. "Chopper, all right, I'm a reindeer." "Luffy, is that really acceptable?" "Nami, what is wrong with that?" After all, the moderator doesn't recognize Chopper. Besides, it's merely a temporary measure. Chopper wouldn't mind. Nami's declaration, made in the livestream, was witnessed by viewers worldwide. Even Law found it hard to believe. Did she truly just speak her mind? "Law, do you take me for a fool?" He muttered silently. "Nami, oh no. I forgot this is a livestream. Can I retract that?" At that moment, Nami realized the irreversible mistake she had just made. Yet, it is all too late. In this live broadcast, words once spoken are akin to water poured out, irretrievable and lost. The Straw Hat Pirates are collectively bewildered. Sanji exclaimed, "Baka. Such a private matter should not be discussed aboard the ship. Why bring it up in the live stream?" Usopp retorted, "Indeed. I am far more reliable as the vice captain." Jesus Burgess chimed in, Has Usopp truly become the vice captain? Haha, I am genuinely happy for you. I await your arrival in the Grand Line. The chat group buzzed with excitement. However, while conversation is pleasant, the pressing issues must still be addressed. Although Chopper is a reindeer who has consumed the human fruit, his presence in the live broadcast has already affirmed his human identity. Thus, according to the newly established rules by Luffy, Chopper is classified among the underage pirates, those not yet 16. Logically speaking, Chopper ought to be excluded from the group chat. Fortunately, at the last moment, Nami chose to offer up the treasure. After all, in comparison to tangible wealth, Nami evidently values intangible friendship far more. Once the Straw Hat Pirates presented their treasure, Luffy did not impose any difficulties upon them. Indeed, there was little of interest to him aboard their ship. The fact that the notoriously frugal Nami relinquished the treasure was already a significant concession. Just then, upon returning home, Luffy was greeted by a notification from the live stream. Ding! Congratulations, Luffy, you have received a donation of 5 chests of treasure from Nami, an ordinary member of the live stream. Would you like to accept it? Was there ever any doubt? Naturally, he chose to accept. Thus, through the shared vision initiated by Luffy, the entire world witnessed the glimmering 5 chests of treasure. Upon seeing this wealth, the pirates sailing the seas couldn't help but entertain some dubious thoughts. To their surprise, this obscure little pirate crew was surprisingly affluent, having merely offered 5 chests of treasure. Who knows what rare gems may still be hidden aboard their ship? Men, target the Straw Hat Pirates. Set sail. Following the departure of the enigmatic ship 3G Fan, yet another pirate vessel has set sail from the Grand Line, with its sights set on the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy. However, these individuals perceive only the surface of their ambitions, failing to grasp the profound depths beneath. Among them is Luffy, whose intricate relationship with Garp remains enigmatic, as well as the elite swordsman Zoro, a fearsome pirate hunter that instills dread in countless pirates, and the boastful Usopp, among other crew members, each representing an undiscovered force of combat prowess aboard the Straw Hat ship. To confront them without a comprehensive understanding of their strength would undoubtedly render these provocateurs mere stepping stones for Luffy and his companions to establish their renown in the New World. Simultaneously, the newly acquired treasures have brought satisfaction to Luffy, who nods in approval. This chest of riches is worth more than a lifetime of service in the Navy, and he possesses 5 such chests. Luffy understands that the Straw Hat Pirates have only recently embarked on their journey, having set sail for less than a year. In this brief span, they have amassed such wealth that even a lifetime in the Navy would not yield similar fortunes. Luffy finally comprehends why Admiral Kazuru often appears indifferent. If not for justice and dreams, serving in the Navy seems rather unfulfilling. It is no wonder that Luffy, at such a young age, yearns to be a pirate, embracing freedom and the allure of the sea while gaining wealth and status. Compared to the Navy, the pirate's life indeed seems more enticing, Luffy muses. Yet, despite these contemplations, Luffy has no intention of pursuing a life of piracy. While the allure of being a pirate is undeniable, Luffy chooses to remain in the Navy. Why? Because being in the Navy offers structure and support, backed by Sengoku and Akainu. Currently, Luffy, merely as a super moderator in his livestream, can effortlessly articulate his desires and attain what many pursue for a lifetime. He feels no need to venture into entrepreneurship at this moment. Luffy quickly secures the 5 chests of treasure and resumes his broadcast. 15 minutes remaining. Those who have not exited, hurry. Currently, Luffy has only granted 2 pirate crews the privilege of remaining, namely the Blackbeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates were afforded this allowance due to their earlier offering of a devil fruit ability, while the Straw Hat Pirates secured their position by presenting 5 chests of treasure. Although other pirate crews expressed their loyalty in the chat group, their words were merely superficial. Luffy, however, was sincere. When he promised treasure, he promptly delivered it. The rest, whether they be Yonko or warlords, merely voiced their loyalty, seeking to gauge Luffy's reaction without genuinely offering any treasures. Despite Luffy's disdain for their previous promises, their actions clearly indicated that, in their hearts, Luffy was not of significant importance. Doflamingo, might I inquire whether the esteemed super administrator favors courtesans or exquisite toys? Regardless, I am certain either will satisfy your esteemed self. Big Mom, the long bread is being expedited. If all goes well, the desserts for the super administrator will be completed by tomorrow. Your patience is greatly appreciated. Moria, Perona, cease your antics. Hand over the doll. Kaido, might I ask when the super administrator will grace Wano with a visit? My beast pirate circus is always at your service. In the live broadcast, the prominent figures chimed in. Akainu, now retired at home, could not help but chuckle upon witnessing the pirates' exchange. Akainu, I must say, you lot are rather stingy, aren't you? Doflamingo, what value do those toys hold? Luffy is already 17. Do you think he is a mere 3-year-old who can be easily pleased with a few toys? And as for courtesans, they are vulgar and depraved. Akainu, moreover, Moria. How dare you present dolls as gifts? It appears they were stolen from others. Is the Shichibukai truly in decline? Perhaps it is time for a reshuffle. Akainu, however. If we are to discuss the most insincere gestures, I would deem Big Mom's offering of bread-based desserts as rather unremarkable. Why not showcase those top-tier delicacies you receive from around the world? No, wait. Such desserts are likely only regarded as exquisite by you. Akainu, with such a lack of sincerity. Do not be surprised if not only your underage crew members are compelled to exit the live stream, but even you yourselves find it difficult to remain. At present, Akainu finds himself unburdened by any official duties, allowing him to embrace a sense of liberation. He dismisses the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords without a second thought. Moreover, when he previously sought Raftel's assistance for the Thundercloud Zeus, it was evident that Raftel was aligned with him, demonstrating loyalty to the Navy, albeit with a somewhat blind devotion. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential. The Navy aims to cultivate unwavering supporters like Raftel. Since Raftel is also an advocate for the Navy, it is only fitting that Akainu extends his support to him. Furthermore, the lackadaisical demeanor exhibited by the pirates is conspicuous to all. Raftel's elevated status as a super admin has not garnered significant attention, which is not advantageous for the Navy. The moment Raftel, as a Navy member, ascends to become the singularly supreme presence within this live streaming space, it will herald the most beneficial outcome for the Navy. For the pirates, this represents an undeniable source of intimidation. Upon witnessing Akainu's backing, Raftel promptly remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you merely dismissing me as a beggar? Even a fledgling pirate crew with fewer than 10 members can bestow 5 chests of treasure, yet you can only utter empty words?" Nami interjected, "I feel rather offended." Raftel's declaration was unequivocal, revealing his disdain for the pirates' feigned loyalty. He clarified that their offerings were miserly, insufficient even for a beggar, especially considering he's the super admin of this bustling live stream. Raftel proclaimed, "Now, there are merely 5 minutes remaining until the expulsion deadline." With that, he silenced himself. The decision to remain or depart now lay solely with the pirates, who were left to ponder the consequences of their actions. As the deadline loomed, urgency gripped the pirates. Hancock was the first to present her abilities to Raftel. After all, unlike other pirate crews, Hancock's allegiance was tied to a nation. Her seclusion was a measure to protect her people from harm. And this live stream not only offered a glimpse into the outside world, but also provided an opportunity for everyone to change their destinies through participation. Hancock was resolute in ensuring her compatriots were not cast aside. Ding. Congratulations, Raftel. Group member Hancock has sent you the skill Fragrant Feet through a donation. Regarding this skill, Luffy harbored a degree of satisfaction. It is noteworthy that during the war 2 years hence, Hancock utilized her technique, the Fragrant Foot, to petrify and subsequently shatter the formidable bear, who had been transformed into a weapon of war. The bear, stripped of emotion, was impervious to petrification by the powers of the fruit. This implies that the efficacy of Hancock's Fragrant Foot in rendering adversaries immobile is not solely attributable to the power of the fruit. It is likely that, akin to the later feats of Sanji, it is a result of rigorous martial training. Moreover, this technique proved equally effective against Smoker, the Smoke Man. These facts unequivocally affirm that Hancock's Fragrant Foot is indeed one of the pinnacle techniques of martial arts. Hancock, having relinquished her conqueror's haki, now presented her unique technique. And Luffy could perceive her sincerity and earnestness. Hancock expressed, "I have offered my martial arts. I hope that you, esteemed administrator, might grant protection to my Amazon Lily, allowing us to remain in this live broadcast." After sending gifts through donations, Hancock added this with a sincere tone, her demeanor respectful, as if fearing Luffy's dissent. After all, Hancock's strength had significantly waned due to the loss of her conqueror's haki, and her Amazon Lily was now under the scrutiny of numerous maritime forces. She was in urgent need of a powerful ally, and Luffy, the sole administrator of the broadcast, naturally became her prime choice. The protection she referred to was in this context. Luffy was not a person devoid of compassion. Moreover, given that the usually proud and confident Empress displayed such a genuine and earnest attitude, Luffy felt no compulsion to impose difficulty upon her. Luffy declared, "The Amazon Lily and the Kuja pirates need not withdraw. Kizaru interjected, "Oh ho, it appears the Empress is rather generous. The other pirate crews ought to take heed." For time is fleeting. His remarks, delivered with a mischievous tone, fell on ears preoccupied with their own precariousness. Katakuri was the first to comprehend. So, the administrator desires abilities rather than tangible wealth. After all, intangible abilities far surpassed material riches. Furthermore, Luffy had already received 5 chests of treasure from the Straw Hat Pirates, rendering further wealth unnecessary. Katakuri speculated that the Straw Hat crew must indeed be in dire straits, having nothing but money left to offer, being a relatively obscure pirate crew. Following discussions with Big Mom, Katakuri promptly represented Cake Island in sending gifts to Luffy. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for receiving an additional 100 years of life from Big Mom, a member of the live broadcast. This is the conclusion reached after careful deliberation between Katakuri and Big Mom. Having just lost Zeus, Big Mom harbors lingering resentment. At this juncture, should she continue to bestow abilities upon Luffy, thus enhancing his strength, it is likely that she would lose her composure. Therefore, Katakuri proposed that if they were unwilling to grant abilities, they could instead offer something equally significant, their lifespan. With Katakuri's insightful analysis, and under the leadership of Hancock and Big Mom, other pirates, both great and small, began to take action. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for receiving top-tier swordsmanship from Shanks, a member of the live stream. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for acquiring a box of animal-type artificial devil fruits from Kaido, another member of the live stream. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for obtaining a box of buggy balls from Buggy. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for securing a skillful puppet from Doflamingo. The live stream was soon inundated with notifications of these generous gifts. Meanwhile, far away in the Devil's Triangle, Moria found himself in a predicament. "I truly have nothing of value to offer," he lamented. "If it comes to it, great administrator, I could send you a ghost doll to play with." Damn it, interjected Perona. "Children should refrain from interrupting adults." Moria retorted, "Luffy, you should have someone on your ship named Absalom, right? His transparent fruit seems rather impressive," Luffy suggested. Moria, already ranked low among the warlords of the sea, had lost all his physical prowess, leaving him with only his devil fruit abilities. His strength had diminished significantly. And given the perilous nature of the Devil's Triangle, a place that dissuades the living, he found it exceedingly difficult to present anything of worth to Luffy. However, being left with just his devil fruit powers, he was reluctant to surrender his final ace so easily. Moria made several attempts to gauge the situation, even playing the sympathy card, hoping to see if he could lessen the value of what he needed to provide to Luffy. If he truly had to concede, he would resign himself to relinquishing his devil fruit ability. Thus, when he heard Luffy express interest in Absalom's transparent fruit, Moria felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, Luffy had not coveted his own abilities, or it would have added further woes to his already beleaguered crew. "Absalom, quickly, present your gift to the great administrator," Moria declared, demonstrating his commitment in front of the world's elite. Upon hearing Moria call for him in the livestream, Absalom was left utterly bewildered. If one were to encapsulate Absalom's current situation in a single phrase, it would be, sitting at home, trouble falls from the sky. While bestowing abilities upon the great administrator would not directly affect him, the situation was undeniably perplexing. However, no one is willing to casually bestow such a potent weapon as the transparent fruit, and Nub is no exception. Moreover, what is the greatest advantage of possessing the transparent fruit? Isn't it true that Luffy yearns for the abilities granted by the transparent fruit precisely because he, too, is a lecherous leader? Thus, Ub disregarded Captain Moria's command and boldly retorted, "You are the lecherous leader." Ub snapped back with irritation. Shortly after the previous conversation, a notification appeared at the top of the live stream. The message read, "Absalom has been muted by the administrator for 30 days. Absalom, who had been brazen for no more than 10 seconds, was swiftly silenced by Luffy. He was undoubtedly the first to provoke Luffy, a senior administrator. Within the confines of the live broadcast, with 3 minutes remaining before the expulsion, Moria found himself anxious, neglecting to ponder the consequences of bestowing the fruit's power as a reward. With Absalom rendered speechless, Moria took it upon himself to speak on Absalom's behalf. "Dear Administrator, please do not be angered. Absalom was merely having a moment of folly. Do not hold it against him. Would you kindly show mercy and lift his mute so he may present his ability?" Prior to uttering these words, Moria had located Absalom and had given him a thorough beating, ultimately persuading him to surrender the fruit's power. In Absalom's mind, despite his reluctance, He could never disobey the commands of his master, Moria. Upon hearing Moria's plea, Luffy promptly lifted Absalom's mute. He held no doubts regarding Moria's intentions. After all, Moria's martial prowess had been called into question, and if he could not even control his subordinates, his standing would be irreparably damaged. Once Luffy had lifted Absalom's mute, he soon received a notification from the livestream. Ding! Congratulations, Luffy, you have received the transparent fruit ability from member Absalom. Thus, acquiring the power of the transparent fruit was achieved with remarkable ease, and Luffy expressed his satisfaction. However, even though Absalom had relinquished his fruit ability, it was merely a gesture of gratitude towards the terrifying trio aboard the ship, and the prior offense he had committed could not simply be overlooked. Consequently, after Absalom presented the transparent fruit, Luffy swiftly employed his administrative authority to impose a muting punishment upon him. This time, however, the duration of the mute was reduced from the initial month to just 1 day. As time quickly elapsed, those under the age of 16 who could not afford the protection fee were swiftly expelled by Luffy with a single click. While this decision may have seemed harsh to the ordinary folk, it was resolute. However, from a broader perspective, there exists a certain degree of positive significance. After all, this question and answer live broadcast room possesses the arbitrary power to strip group members of their abilities, possessions, and even their lives. The consequence of such actions is a profound reshuffling of the entire world. Mere ordinary ants, devoid of any hidden cards, lack the qualifications to witness this new era. The live broadcast room soon returned to its usual state, and the chat group became lively once more, with some engaging in intelligence gathering while others indulged in casual conversation. Following the recent upheaval of expulsions, many pirates developed a profound sense of reverence for this live broadcast room. Indeed, several pirate crews even designated spies to monitor it, taking turns to observe and report on every movement within the broadcast room. As for Luffy, the orchestrator of all this, he sat comfortably at home, tallying the rewards he had received over the past half hour. Among these rewards, the most captivating to Luffy was the line puppet sent by Doflamingo. This line puppet represents the culmination of Doflamingo's mastery over the string fruit, capable of serving as a doppelganger. Stripped of its exterior, it mimics the user's every action and mannerism flawlessly. Doflamingo initially believed that he had merely bestowed upon Luffy the techniques fused with the fruit's abilities, not granting him the powers of the fruit itself, thus assuming Luffy would be unable to utilize these techniques. However, he was gravely mistaken. Within less than a minute of receiving the line puppet, Luffy was already adeptly controlling its movements, even manipulating the strands that composed the puppet at will. Though his grasp of these abilities paled in comparison to Doflamingo's own mastery of the fruit's powers. However, for Luffy, it has already become a formidable weapon and an extraordinary means of evading responsibilities. As for the offerings presented by other pirates, Luffy has taken the time to examine them. He chose to merge the century of life gifted by Big Mom and the swordsmanship bestowed by Shanks. Meanwhile, treasures of gold and silver, along with the devil fruits sent by Kaido and the buggy bombs delivered by Buggy, were all unceremoniously relegated to a corner. Luffy has yet to contemplate how to utilize these items. However, as a supplier of essential items, he had no choice but to accept. Just as Luffy pondered how to manage those external possessions, a clandestine meeting was convened by the enigmatic Sanji fan. Ob, with a face resembling that of a swollen pig, approached Moria and remarked, "Master, this Luffy is not to be underestimated. How did he discover that I possess the transparent fruit?" Having been coerced by Moria into relinquishing his fruit power, Ub had finally regained his senses and sought to report these perceived anomalies to Moria. Upon hearing this, Moria was struck with sudden clarity, exclaiming, "Why didn't I consider this earlier? The Devil's Triangle has always maintained strict confidentiality. How could he possibly know? It seems that Luffy harbors significant intentions," Moria said, his eyes wide with seriousness. Immediately, Ub added, "Could it be that the Navy's influence has infiltrated this place? It appears. Master Moria, we must enhance the protection of information aboard our ship." Moria nodded in agreement. However, it did not take long for Moria to sense something amiss. His gaze towards Ub became markedly more vigilant. It made perfect sense. "Wait a moment, Ub, could you possibly be an undercover agent sent by the Navy?" Moria inquired with suspicion. "How could that be? If I were a Navy spy, then that brat Luffy would be foolishly seeking my fruit abilities," Ub retorted, his irritation bubbling to the surface. For the first time, he felt that perhaps his superior was not as astute as he ought to be. Upon hearing Ab's explanation, Moria found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the ghostly girl on the other side. Perhaps what upset holds some truth. Perona, is that you? Perona floated before Moria like a specter, rolling her eyes as she remarked, Lord Moria, I believe you may be suffering from Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's? What is that? Moria asked in confusion. Senile dementia. Perona stated flatly before drifting away like a ghost. She had little interest in such mentally taxing matters. After expelling all pirates under the age of 16 from the live stream chat, Luffy began to sort through the items that the pirates had offered. After approximately an hour, he finally organized these treasures within the room. These offerings came from pirates across the globe, encompassing a wealth of riches, precious weapons, and various other items. Of course, the pirates took stock of their own strength before making these offerings. If the cost of remaining in this live stream exceeded half the value of their entire ship, they would undoubtedly choose to withdraw. Thus, after presenting these items, the core strength of their crew remained intact. At that moment, Luffy stood with his hands on his hips, surveying the vast array of treasures and valuable items scattered about, and could not help but exclaim, pirates truly live a life of luxury. The sheer volume of these possessions could easily establish a nation. If it weren't for the ample space allocated by the Navy, I might not even have a place to sleep tonight. Soon, Luffy began to ponder a pressing question. How should he deal with these items? Should he keep them all for himself? That was certainly an option. After all, these had been acquired through legitimate means, utilizing his super-administrator privileges, neither stolen nor seized. However, in such a scenario, the Navy would inevitably become wary of their own interests. After all, an ordinary sailor suddenly acquiring the wealth and power to establish a nation would certainly not go unnoticed. If these resources were entrusted to the Navy, the dilemma would be easily resolved. Yet, if such a course were taken, would it not result in a significant loss of wealth for oneself? At this moment, Luffy found himself engulfed in distress. Should he seize control of these treasures and bide his time? Or should he offer them to gain the trust of the Navy and continue to rely on such a formidable ally? Each option bore its own advantages and disadvantages, leaving Luffy in a state of turmoil. Just as he was grappling with this quandary, the live stream before him suddenly experienced some fluctuations. Shortly thereafter, the chat group page vanished, and a new scene emerged in the live stream. Was this the third session of the day? Luffy murmured to himself. The frequency of updates in this stream was quite brisk. What issue would arise this time? Luffy couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. It was a bright and sunny morning, the sky a boundless expanse of blue, wide and infinite. Above, layers of pristine white clouds billowed, occasionally graced by the flight of seagulls emerging from the horizon. As the clouds parted, a dozen islands of varying heights came into view. Behind these islands arched a rainbow, resembling a bridge. On the highest island in the sky, a rift cleaved the clouds in two. Ace, this island is rather extraordinary, floating in the sky. Morgan's, it seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen it before. Whitebeard, it bears a striking resemblance to the island of the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, not at all. It bears no resemblance. It's merely another island suspended in the sky. There's also the Sky Island, which I think resembles it quite a bit. Golden Lion exclaimed with irritation, but he was quickly countered by Enel, the ruler of the Sky Island. Enel, Golden Lion, if you find your vision lacking, perhaps you should consider parting with your eyes. My Sky Island is perpetually ethereal and untouched by the mundane. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion lost his temper not out of fear of Enel, but rather in concern that his carefully laid plans of 20 years might be exposed. Initially, he had intended to remain in the shadows, discreetly observing the dynamics of this live stream, while also hoping to find questions he could answer. To his astonishment, this melon, as he indulged in it, ultimately landed upon his own head. The Golden Lion now finds himself in an unparalleled state of anxiety regarding the island that has manifested within the live stream. He is acutely aware that this is none other than his beloved Vermiu. After he escaped from the prison of Pushinshang, he arrived at this island named Vermiu. Upon his arrival, he discovered a multitude of ferocious creatures inhabiting the island, which prompted him to utilize his extraordinary abilities to elevate the entire land into the sky, transforming it into a floating island. Thus, when this island appeared in the live stream, the Golden Lion was overwhelmed with trepidation. He fervently hopes that this is merely an accidental broadcast of his floating island, and that the stream will soon transition to other scenes. After all, the Golden Lion has invested considerable effort into the creation of this aerial sanctuary, and any premature exposure to the world would spell catastrophic consequences for his meticulously crafted plans. However, no matter how fervently the Golden Lion prayed within, he could not alter the scene within the live broadcast room. As the camera zoomed in, The conditions on the island gradually became clear to the eyes of the world. Viewers observed that the island was home to numerous colossal and ferocious creatures, even Kaido. Upon witnessing this, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Kaido, are these truly animals or mere users of animal-type devil fruits?" Gazing at the size and actions of these beasts, Kaido began to harbor doubts. Simultaneously, he started to question whether Doflamingo, the manager of the factory supplying him with artificial devil fruits, had betrayed his business. Doflamingo, not one to be outsmarted, quickly responded to Kaido's remark. Doflamingo, they must be some form of mutated creatures. This seemingly trivial comment served as an indirect answer to Kaido's inquiry. Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to the visuals in the live broadcast. The footage panned around the island before finally settling on a man adorned with a thick mane of golden hair, yet possessing a receding hairline. With a wooden ship's helm protruding from his forehead, it was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. As the audience pondered the secrets of the island and the reason for the Golden Lion's presence, a mechanical voice resonated through the live room. Inquiry: who shattered the Golden Lion's head? Upon this question's emergence, the entire live broadcast erupted in chaos. Who is the Golden Lion? He is a figure who could stand toe-to-toe with the Pirate King, Roger, although he ultimately fell to Roger, resulting in the helm being lodged in his head. An unfortunate twist. His strength was undoubtedly on par with Roger's. Now, the broadcast posed the question of who could possibly have shattered the Golden Lion's head, leaving everyone astounded. However, the most shocked of all was the Golden Lion himself. Shattered my head? Who possesses such audacity? At that moment, the Golden Lion, quietly situated on the island of Vermiu, touched his head in disbelief and remarked in astonishment. The new wave of questions in the live broadcast was indeed enough to leave the Golden Lion astounded. Unexpectedly, the reward for this question sent chills down the spine of the Golden Lion. No, the Golden Lion does not have feet. The query was, who shattered the head of the Golden Lion? Correct answer reward: Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. Incorrect answer penalty: randomly strip one item from those who answered incorrectly, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial arts, life, equipment, etc. When this proclamation echoed, the Golden Lion was utterly bewildered. No one understood the significance of Sakura Tin and Withered Wood better than he did. These were his legs, companions for 2 decades. Years ago, in order to escape from Impel Down, the Golden Lion severed his own legs, finally freeing himself from the shackles of Sea Prism Stone. After losing his legs, he procured 2 renowned swords, one named Sakura Tin and the other Withered Wood, to serve as his legs and feet. Just as the Golden Lion was still processing this, the 2 legendary swords affixed to his lower limbs suddenly vanished into thin air. With a thud, the Golden Lion collapsed to his knees. At that moment, an army of wild horses galloped through his mind. How could this happen? The Golden Lion was immediately engulfed in a storm of rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. Ever since the Golden Lion successfully escaped from Impel Down, these supreme blades had followed him like shadows. And now, due to the random penalty of the live broadcast, he found himself for the first time in 20 years separated from his own feet. If only he had exited the live stream earlier. Now, not only had his secret been exposed, but he had also lost the 2 companions that had been with him for 2 decades, Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. The Golden Lion was filled with fury, anguish, and powerlessness. The last time he felt such emotions was when he learned of Roger's impending execution. The news in the live stream spread with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. While the Golden Lion was grappling with his predicament, the prominent figures in the live stream began to jest. Blackbeard, who shattered the Golden Lion's head. So, does that mean the Golden Lion has no head now? Big Mom, it would be one thing to have a ship's rudder stuck in his head, but now it seems he has completely lost it. How pitiful. Crocodile, can one survive without a head? Truly a miracle. Vegapunk, there is potential for research here. Wayno Peach, since Dr. Vegapunk has spoken, I must assist him in fulfilling his wishes. Vegapunk, ahem, I was merely speaking hypothetically. After all, that fellow is not someone you can just catch at will. Wayno Peach, oh, but isn't that fellow headless now? Golden Lion, do you all have any sense of decorum? My head is perfectly intact upon my neck. Moria, intact? That's a first for me to hear that description, huh? Golden Lion, Moria, do you want to court death? At this moment, the Golden Lion found himself in a state of agitation. Not only had his painstakingly constructed secret base been exposed, but he was also the subject of ridicule by others in the live stream. It was one thing to endure jests from powerful pirates in the Navy, which had the backing of the world government. It was quite another to be mocked by Moria, one of the weakest of the 7 warlords, who had just lost all of his physical prowess. Naturally, The Golden Lion could not tolerate such insolence. At this juncture, Moria was in a particularly weakened state. And although the Devil's Triangle provided him with a geographical advantage, if the Golden Lion were determined to penetrate it, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moria soon realized the grave consequences of his offhand remark and hastily attempted to clarify in the live stream. Moria, haha, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Besides, many of my zombie army have their heads sewn on, so one could say wearing a head around one's neck is quite understandable. This explanation only served to infuriate the Golden Lion further, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Golden Lion, how dare you compare me to your grotesque zombies? Very well, you truly have some nerve. The Devil's Triangle, is it? Just you wait. Upon hearing this, Moria felt a wave of regret wash over him. This time, he had truly provoked the Golden Lion. However, once spoken, words cannot be retracted, particularly when the entire world has borne witness. Even if Moria harbors trepidation within, he must confront the situation with fortitude, to safeguard his enigmatic vessel, the Thriller bark, to the utmost extent. Moria promptly issued orders to bolster its defenses and to intensify the release of toxic gases near the Devil's Triangle. As soon as Moria concluded his directives, the ever-objective and peace-seeking Shanks began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Have you considered this conundrum? The live stream cannot deceive. Yet the Golden Lion has no reason to fabricate. Shanks continued. Currently, aside from his 2 impaired legs, the Golden Lion's body is intact, including his cranium, which implies this issue originates from the future. His hypothesis sent shockwaves through the live stream. The platform not only has the capacity to resurrect past events, but also to foresee the future. Such a terrifying ability is enough to astonish the world. At that moment, the participants summoned to the live stream were rendered speechless, caught between amazement and fear. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion's revelation of his floating island captured the attention of Admiral Sengoku, who began to ponder a pressing question. After 20 years of absence, what has the Golden Lion been up to? Given his temperament, retirement seems implausible. Since retreat is not an option, he must be orchestrating a grander scheme. The emergence of this airborne owl has certainly piqued Sengoku's interest. Even more perplexing to Sengoku are the peculiar and ferocious creatures inhabiting the island. Could this be the secret the Golden Lion has harbored during his 2-decade silence? Sengoku directly inquired within the live stream. Golden Lion, is this the secret of your 20-year disappearance? What do you intend to do with these creatures on the island? In truth, Sengoku's probing was not fueled by anticipation of a response from the Golden Lion. He understood that such a military base would never be acknowledged by the Golden Lion, even if exposed. Yet, despite this, Sengoku felt compelled to voice his concerns. He aimed to alert the world to the fact that the Golden Lion was an ambitious schemer. In a world where any faction's power grows excessively, unforeseen calamities may ensue. All individuals, be they pirates or navy, must remain vigilant against him. Only through such caution can the sinister machinations of the Golden Lion be gradually undermined. Upon receiving Sengoku's admonition, the other members quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Golden Lion, who had vanished for 2 decades, was not to be underestimated. Particularly Kaido, who became increasingly intrigued by the secrets behind the island's mutated creatures. As the Golden Lion realized that his schemes were on the verge of being exposed to the world, he hastily shifted the conversation. Everyone, let us focus on discovering the answers to our questions. The Golden Lion took the initiative to steer the dialogue towards answering the queries. In a desperate bid to redirect attention, he resorted to self-deprecation. Who, one might wonder, had caused such a self-inflicted injury? Nonetheless, even as the Golden Lion disregarded his dignity to engage in self-criticism, not everyone granted him the courtesy he sought. Kizaru remarked, I can smell the stench of your feet even through the screen. How unfortunate. He cast a glance at the rewards displayed above the live stream, which featured Sakura-ten and Drywood. The Golden Lion responded, bewildered. He retorted, so you're a Marine Admiral? Be careful, lest I smash your head in Marineford. Kizaru replied, perhaps you should worry more about yourself. In ordinary circumstances, Kizaru might have held some trepidation towards the Golden Lion. However, the live broadcast has proclaimed that the Golden Lion will be vanquished, and in a manner as dramatic as having his head shattered. Consequently, the Yellow Ape harbors no fear. Who will be the one to obliterate the Golden Lion's head? This inquiry emerges from the future. In other words, the Golden Lion of the future is destined to be defeated. The Yellow Ape's earlier remarks, seemingly a mockery of the Golden Lion, serve to remind the audience that although the former Golden Lion might have been a formidable adversary for Roger, the Golden Lion of 20 years hence is hardly a cause for concern. The Golden Lion himself has come to realize this unsettling truth, succumbing to a wave of self-doubt. Will he truly be defeated? If so, what does that render his 20 years of scheming? Contemplating this, the Golden Lion finds himself spiraling into despair. Meanwhile, Sengoku gazes at the live broadcast, lost in thought. Sengoku, renowned for his strategic acumen within the Navy, possesses an innate ability to discern profound truths through the essence of matters. Take, for instance, this live broadcast. It can replay the past and simulate the future. But from whence does this future originate? Sengoku speculates that the future he perceives is likely extrapolated from the established trajectory of the current world. However, now this anticipated future has been unveiled before the masses, and such a foreseeable future is indeed subject to alteration. Every action taken in the present holds the potential to reshape the future. If this is the case, then is the future he presently perceives truly the future? When the future ceases to be the future, does everything in the present still exist in reality? Sengoku began to harbor doubts. Just as Sengoku pondered these questions, a commotion erupted in the live stream room. A new quiz had emerged, offering a reward of 2 supreme blades. Such a prize was worth the risk for the multitude at sea. At the forefront was Moria. However, this time Moria had learned from experience. He refrained from taking action himself and instead commanded his army of zombies. Zombie 1, the head of the Golden Lion, was shattered by Kaido. Zombie 2, the head of the Golden Lion, was obliterated by Big Mom. Zombie 3, the head of the Golden Lion, was smashed by Kizaru. Zombie 4, the head of the Golden Lion, was destroyed by Sengoku. Under Moria's guidance, these zombies began to answer the questions haphazardly. Naturally, without a fixed range for the correct answers, their random guesses were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, making it nearly impossible to arrive at the correct answer. Even if Moria commanded his undead army to exhaustively name nearly all the formidable beings of the sea, they still failed to provide a single correct response. As the sole host and a super administrator of the livestream, Luffy furrowed his brow upon witnessing Moria's antics. Is he attempting to disrupt the event? Just as Luffy thought this, he swiftly switched to his host account. Livestream notification. Cheating behavior has been detected from Moria and his crew, severely disrupting the order of the quiz. Moria's answering privileges have been revoked, and all of Moria's zombie crew members are to be expelled. This was the announcement Luffy sent using his host privileges. After sending it, Luffy pinned the announcement to ensure that everyone in the livestream room could see the message. When the quiz feature was first introduced, Luffy had anticipated that some individuals might exploit the livestream's flaws, recklessly answering questions at the cost of their lives. However, he never anticipated that the very individuals causing the disturbance were these zombies. The bodies of these zombies housed human souls, and thus, when the livestream initially gathered participants, this peculiar group was inadvertently included as independent entities. The ensuing chaos was utterly unforeseen. Nevertheless, Luo Fei's response was timely, having just issued an announcement. He promptly began expelling individuals without hesitation. Anyone attempting to exploit cunning strategies to gain additional benefits within the live stream would undoubtedly face the consequences enforced by its regulations. Those daring to challenge the order of the live stream would find Luo Fei unyielding and resolute. Although Luo Fei appeared jovial and carefree, this demeanor merely served as a facade. After all, one cannot navigate the turbulent and treacherous waters of this realm without some form of concealment. Moreover, Luo Fei wielded the formidable and enigmatic identity of the live stream host. Meanwhile, Moria, who had orchestrated this entire scheme in the Devil's Triangle, saw the unexpected announcement in the live stream and instantly felt his smile vanish. In a desperate bid to retain his entire crew within the live stream, Moria had compelled Absalom to relinquish the powers of the transparent fruit. This strategy had been meticulously devised after much contemplation. Yet, the reality proved that plans seldom survive contact with change. Mere seconds after the implementation of this stratagem, and without even a single correct answer, it was flagged for violations. Moria's joy evaporated in an instant. Of course, the one most affected was Absalom. To fulfill Moria's ambition, Absalom willingly chose to duplicate his fruit powers and bestow them upon Luo Fei. It is essential to understand that the rarity of fruit powers lies in their uniqueness. However, at that moment, Luffy effortlessly acquired a fruit ability identical to his own. Wasn't this akin to Luffy obtaining a fruit ability without cost? How infuriating. That scoundrel certainly got away with a bargain. In the dimly lit corner, Abu exclaimed fiercely. Yet, Luffy paid no heed to Abu's lamentations. After all, the advancements in technology often surpass expectations. The Navy's Vegapunk, the nefarious scientist Caesar, and the moving nation Germa 66 are all quintessential examples of how technology alters the world. Moreover, to Luffy's knowledge, Germa 66 continues its relentless research on battle suits, aiming to render the human body invisible, which is also part of their plans. It is even conceivable that the Vinsmoke family has completed this research by now. Therefore, achieving bodily transparency does not solely rely on the transparent fruit. Luffy's willingness to accept Abu's transparent fruit ability, using it as a condition for sheltering the enigmatic Sanji fan, was already a significant concession to Moria. Moria's current actions, however, are rather ungrateful. Meanwhile, the quiz in the livestream persisted. Yet, after Moria's failure to answer and subsequent permanent ban from participating, the QA session plunged into a state of stagnation. After all, concerning the future, no one can predict what will unfold. The Golden Lion was a formidable figure from the previous era, rivaling Roger, daring to invade the Navy headquarters single-handedly, and was the first top criminal in history to escape from impelled down. Even if his brilliance has faded after 20 years, his strength remains formidable. In such circumstances, to defeat the Golden Lion, especially in such a crushing manner as having his head obliterated, is an achievement few can claim worldwide. Moria's recent random guesses encompassed nearly all the world's top powers, yet no correct answer emerged. Thus, everyone was truly at a loss regarding what to respond. Just as they were grappling with despair, Moria re-emerged with a flourish. I believe Rayleigh might also be a possibility. The former crew member of the Pirate King and the second-in-command, though he tends to keep a low profile, his strength is undoubtedly substantial. Moria's recent probing nearly encompassed all the formidable powers currently active on the seas, yet he still failed to arrive at the correct conclusion. If the champions of the new era are not the answer, then it is most likely that the champions of the old era hold the key. As the second-in-command aboard Roger's ship and a master of the 3 types of Haki, Rayleigh must possess strength that could rival that of the Golden Lion. Although Rayleigh has remained in seclusion for decades, who is to say he is not, like the Golden Lion, lurking in some hidden corner of the world, poised to orchestrate a grander scheme? After all, the future is rife with countless possibilities. Kazara remarked, "It seems there is some merit to that notion. Ever since Roger's execution, we have scarcely heard a word about Rayleigh." Luffy interjected, "Rayleigh? Is he the one who reached the end of the Grand Line?" At that moment, Rayleigh, who was enjoying a drink at Madame Shikuyaku's tavern on Sabaody Archipelago, nearly choked upon hearing his name mentioned in the live broadcast. Rayleigh exclaimed, "Am I getting shot at while lying down? How absurd." Buggy responded, "Wow, even Rayleigh has been brought into this? Moria truly is deranged, having once served on Roger's ship." Buggy felt a flutter of unrest upon Rayleigh's unexpected remarks. However, Moria, upon hearing Buggy's words, was filled with indignation. Who is Buggy? Merely a clown. Even if he has fallen from grace, he would never allow a jester to defecate upon him. Moria retorted, "Who are you calling deranged? Be careful or I'll turn you into a zombie. Do you believe that?" Buggy replied, "Oh, how come you can still speak?" Moria shot back, "I'm only prohibited from answering questions, not silenced." "Are you blind?" Buggy quipped, "My eyesight is perfectly fine. Why don't you show me how blind I am?" Given Moria's waning influence and his long-standing occupation of the Devil's Triangle, he rarely ventured out to sea, and thus Buggy felt no fear of him. Moria was no longer a cause for concern, which bolstered Buggy's confidence. Moria challenged, "Buggy, is it? Why don't you come to the Devil's Triangle and face me one-on-one?" Buggy scoffed, "Who would want to go to such a sinister place? After all this time and still unable to answer correctly. Now you're disqualified and still dreaming of responding? Truly, a pathetic desire." Upon hearing Buggy's carefree remarks, Moria found himself in a state of disarray. In his fury, self-doubt began to creep in. "Abu, am I truly as the clown claims?" Abu reassured him, "Master, do not heed his nonsensical words. You merely, perhaps, might be experiencing a slight lapse in judgment." Moria selectively absorbed the first half of Abu's statement, and once convinced of his own mental soundness, he revitalized his spirit and focused his gaze on the live broadcast before him. "Abu, the responsibility of answering the questions now falls upon you." As the audience in the live broadcast eagerly debated the true answer, the Navy found itself growing increasingly anxious. The peculiar floating island revealed in the stream was undeniably bizarre, demanding the Navy's attention. Moreover, the rewards for this quiz, Sakura tin and dry wood, were indeed enticing. The Navy was reluctant to witness such formidable treasures falling into the hands of pirates. "What do you think, Garp? Do you have any thoughts on this question?" In the marshal's office, Sengoku stroked his goat beard and inquired. However, Garp merely shook his head, continuing to indulge in the snacks cradled in his arms. Observing Garp's lack of concern, Sengoku felt a twinge of frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student. You are a hero of the Navy. Countless eyes are upon you. Can you truly bear to let them down? When discussions proved fruitless, Sengoku resorted to an appeal to emotion, which surprisingly bore fruit. Upon hearing the phrase hero of the Navy, Garp's actions momentarily faltered. Perhaps we should consult that soldier named Luffy, Garp suggested. He had taken note of Luffy ever since the latter first answered a question correctly. After Luffy was granted housing privileges, Garp could no longer regard him as an ordinary individual. However, what truly impressed Garp was Luffy's performance in the second round of questions. His seemingly whimsical and absurd reasoning had, astonishingly, led him to the correct answer. Garp found it hard to believe, even questioning whether this young lad was, in fact, a witness from years past who understood him so well. Yet, this was merely a fleeting doubt in Garp's mind. Currently, Luffy's unwavering loyalty to the Navy was not only comforting to Akainu, but also earned him the respect of Sengoku and Garp alike. To maintain one's initial ideals in the face of such overwhelming power is, in itself, a rare and commendable trait. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku silently nodded in agreement. In truth, he had initially harbored similar intentions. Luffy's consecutive correct answers, whether due to mere luck or extraordinary talent, warranted consideration of his thoughts, even in the absence of a clear direction. However, due to Akainu's previous inquiry to Luffy regarding the matter of the Thundercloud Zeus, he has already become the subject of ridicule worldwide, greatly diminishing the Navy's prestige. At this juncture, if another question were posed to Luffy, Sengoku fears it would provoke a wave of mockery from across the globe, rendering all prior efforts futile. The situation would be markedly different if Garp were present. Garp, a hero of the Navy, commands immense respect both within the ranks of the Navy and among the civilian populace. To approach Luffy personally would carry an implication of leveraging one's status to exert pressure. However, if it were Garp instead, it is believed that people around the world would not harbor much aversion, at least not to the same extent as they do towards Akainu. The two struck a chord instantly and set off immediately towards Luffy's residence. Unlike the ordinary Navy personnel who reside in communal dormitories, Luffy enjoys the privilege of a private room. This is not due to wealth or exceptional status, but rather because Luffy's academic performance is dismally poor. So poor, in fact, that all his contemporaries in the Navy have been promoted elsewhere, leaving Luffy alone to languish in his class. His former peers have vacated the Navy dormitory due to their promotions, leaving Luffy as the sole occupant of the vast facility. Nonetheless, Luffy himself is rather unconcerned by this situation. Transitioning from a large communal space to a solitary room brings him a sense of comfort. As night has fallen, Luffy is preparing to retire for the evening when he notices a new question appearing in the live stream. Who defeated the Golden Lion? Luffy already has a vague idea of the answer. The defeat of the Golden Lion, as he is aware, is an event that occurs several years hence. In what he knows as that incident, the devastating and invincible battle axe was indeed aimed at his head. Although he is uncertain whether the Golden Lion's head was truly shattered, Luffy surmises that only that particular individual could achieve such a feat years later. After correctly guessing the answer once more, Luffy begins to ponder another dilemma, whether he should answer this question. Having answered two questions correctly in succession, the first two were somewhat of a lucky guess. At the very least, he could discern a logical thread leading to the right answers. The first question pertained to Roger's surrender. At that time, Roger was undoubtedly among the most powerful and influential figures across the seas, and capturing him alive was no simple task due to his numerous followers. Therefore, Luffy could deduce that Roger's capture stemmed from his own surrender. The second question concerned the origin of the mark on Dragon's face, which follows a similar logic to that of Roger's surrender. While Dragon possesses formidable strength, he still pales in comparison to the pirate King Roger. Both pirates and revolutionaries embody the essence of rebellion, lacking a competitive relationship. However, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army exist in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Within the Navy, who could possibly leave such a mark on Dragon's face? Of course, the esteemed hero of the Navy, Garp, is a prominent candidate. Although the specific answer regarding Garp's supreme iron sandals may seem somewhat tenuous, the underlying logic remains coherent. Luffy's ability to answer the first two questions correctly can thus be attributed to both his formidable logical reasoning skills and a touch of fortune, as there are discernible paths leading to the correct answers. However, the inquiries regarding the future cannot merely be addressed through reasoning. Without the advantage of his identity as a time traveler and an omniscient perspective, Luffy would be utterly incapable of discerning what events would unfold in the years to come, let alone predicting the eventual defeat of the Golden Lion. Given such circumstances, if Luffy were to answer correctly, it would undoubtedly incite suspicion among people across the globe. Considering the broader picture, Luffy resolved to forego this opportunity to respond. After all, he had little interest in the rewards associated with this particular question. The cherry blossom and the withered tree truly are among the rarest and most exquisite blades in existence. However, as Kazara previously remarked, it is indeed unfortunate. Luffy is also apprehensive about the foot odor of the Golden Lion. Moreover, Luffy already possesses the Golden Pira. Turn off the lights. Sleep. Luffy has made his decision to withdraw from this live QA session. After all, in the pursuit of the ultimate correct answer. And for the sake of those two supreme blades, there will always be someone in the live stream willing to attempt answering and making mistakes. As long as someone errs, certain possessions will be stripped away. Luffy merely needs to indulge in a restful slumber and collect those forfeited rewards the following day. However, just as Luffy was about to extinguish the lights and drift into sleep, a sudden, urgent knock resounded at the door. It appeared the individual outside was quite anxious. Reluctantly, Luffy rose to answer the door. Who could it be? Disturbing one's sleep at such an hour? Luffy muttered in displeasure as he got up. Of course, if it were a beautiful woman knocking at this late hour, Luffy would have felt rather pleased. Nevertheless, he merely entertained such thoughts internally, harboring no real hope. The male-to-female ratio at the naval base is a staggering 5:1. With men comprising the majority, it is rare to encounter any women, let alone beauties, in the vicinity of Marineford. Soon, Luffy opened the door. As the door swung wide, a pair of long, exquisite legs came into view. Luffy could assure that these were the most stunning legs he had seen in recent years, far surpassing those of the youthful female students at the Naval Academy. Even Instructor Tino would feel somewhat overshadowed by them. Clad in a short, peach-colored dress that barely reached mid-thigh, Luffy also noted a spider-like tattoo adorning her left leg. Admiral Peach Rabbit? What brings you here? Luffy inquired, gazing at the person before him. Indeed, it was not Sengoku or Garp who knocked on Luffy's door in the dead of night, but Peach Rabbit herself. Luffy couldn't help but speculate whether she had come to retrieve the Golden Pira. How swift her arrival was. His vision sharing was still active. If Peach Rabbit were to demand the Golden Pira back, the entire live stream audience would witness it. Was it Sengoku's lack of communication? Or was Peach Rabbit simply that eager? This was hardly the optimal time to request the Golden Pira. Upon hearing Luffy's question, an unusual expression flickered across Peach Rabbit's face, one that seemed to waver between hesitation and a hint of shyness. At that moment, through Luffy's vision sharing, everyone in the live stream beheld Peach Rabbit's entrance, and her expression was crystal clear to all. Zoro, what is wrong with this woman? Is she constipated? Sanji, Baka, how could a beauty be constipated? Nami, how could a beauty not be constipated? Beauties are human too, you know. Chopper, Nami, are you feeling unwell? Nami, Baka. Kid, what manner of creatures are present in the Straw Hat Pirates? Can't this matter be discussed in private? Brook, I have an unusual request. May I see your underwear? Abu, is that what you call constipation? That is clearly. No more shall be said. Those who understand, understand. Blackbeard, what do you mean by those who understand? What does that imply? As everyone pondered the unexpected presence of Peach Rabbit in Rob's room, she finally spoke. Rob, given the events of today, I must remind you that something of such length requires the most suitable means of resolution. Merely finding any girl will not suffice. Since you have a need, I too must contribute something. Here, take this, and I hope you treat it gently. Upon finishing her statement, Peach Rabbit retrieved an object from her side and handed it to Rob. Due to the limited shared view, the audience could only perceive half of Rob's perspective. Thus, they did not witness the object Peach Rabbit had just given him. However, the motion of retrieving something and their dialogue was entirely visible and audible, leading to rampant speculation. The manner and tone of her actions resembled a disrobing. Rob, upon seeing the item handed to him, widened his eyes in disbelief. Peach Rabbit, you came to see me in the dead of night for such a matter? Surely, that is inappropriate, he exclaimed, astonished. Fear not, you are an adult. And I have faith in you, Peach Rabbit replied. Her words reverberated in the live stream, akin to a massive stone cast into tranquil waters, instantly creating ripples of excitement. The ambiguous implications of her earlier remarks, combined with her gesture of placing a hand at her waist, led many to easily draw the same conclusion. Cavendish, it is so long. Ordinary girls cannot manage. Adults. What a scandalous phrase. Capone Beach. Is the Navy truly this liberated? Abu. Is this something I can witness without a membership? Ulki. A midnight rendezvous with a naval officer? I never anticipated such an undisclosed side of the alluring Navy. Hawkins. According to my recent divination, there's a pink card appearing from the northwest, which conveniently aligns with Marineford's location. It seems to be at the super administrator's place. Frankie. Wow, this is super. My little stool is prepared, and I have my sunflower seeds and peanuts ready. Let us get to it, everyone. The pirates. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, eagerly focused on the live stream. Meanwhile, the Navy was equally taken aback by the scene. Who could have anticipated that the usually serious and composed Peach Rabbit would utter such heart-racing words? More significantly, her midnight engagement was with Rob, an ordinary soldier who had only just made a name for himself at sea. Kizaru. My heavens, this is unbearable to witness. Zeph, Peach Rabbit, what are you doing? Return at once. Akainu. Tama, if you truly go through with that, I shall have the right to revoke all your naval duties. Akiji. Well, it seems you have just been relieved of your position. Tina, there must be some misunderstanding. As Luo Fei's instructor, I am well aware of his character. Although Luo Fei can be quite unruly and his academic performance leaves much to be desired, he would not stoop to the level of confronting a vice admiral. Not only have prominent figures within the Navy begun to question Tama's actions, but even the other naval soldiers, upon witnessing her appearance, could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, none of them expected that the seemingly stoic and icy beauty harbored such a fervent side. Unfortunately, Tama herself remains oblivious to all of this. The live stream is not mandatory for each member of the group. Every individual possesses the freedom to choose whether to activate or deactivate it. Tama feels that the live stream has become somewhat intrusive to her normal life, and thus she does not keep it on at all times. Consequently, she remains unaware of the various jests and the spectacle being made by the group members at this moment. Luo Fei is in a similar predicament. The moment he resolved to forego answering questions and prepare for sleep, he had already disabled all visuals of the live stream. However, is the reality truly as everyone speculates? Certainly not. The item Tama retrieved from her waist is not the garment that the live stream audience imagines, but rather the scabbard of the Jinbira sword, which she presents to Luo Fei. Indeed, Tama's late-night visit was solely to deliver this scabbard to him. After all, this Jinbira was once her cherished blade. Previously, Luo Fei had sought out Dasky in search of a fitting scabbard for this sword, a request that Tama had witnessed through the live stream. Thus, a sense of affection stirred within her. Tama realized that even if Luo Fei were to acquire this sword through the answering of questions, it had once been the blade she held dear. She could not bear the thought of Jinbira being stripped of its scabbard, reduced to mere mundane objects. Naturally, Tama's heart yearned to reclaim Jinbira and bring it back to her side. As a vice admiral, she was acutely aware of the sensitive nature of the situation, understanding precisely what actions were permissible and which were not. She could neither reclaim the revered sword Jinbira nor allow it to be carelessly sheathed in a mundane scabbard. Thus, in a compromise that pained her greatly, Tautu reluctantly offered the original scabbard. This was the source of Rifei's astonishment. Not only was he forced to witness his beloved blade being appropriated by another, but he was now also presented with its scabbard. Tautu's generosity was truly remarkable. After his initial surprise, Rifei swiftly accepted the scabbard of Jinbira. After all, a gift of such nature should not be declined. Even if Tautu might seek to reclaim Jinbira in the future, that would likely not occur for at least a month. By then, his own strength would have undoubtedly multiplied several times over. At that point, the initiative would rest firmly in his hands. Grateful to Vice Admiral Tautu, Rifei expressed his thanks as he accepted the scabbard. Just as his fingers grazed the scabbard, a robust voice echoed from a distance. This is unacceptable. The tone was unmistakably that of an older man, resonating with authority and a hint of admonition. Both Rifei and Tautu were startled by the sudden outburst. Turning to identify the source, approaching swiftly were Sengoku and Garp. How can you engage in such disgraceful conduct? Sengoku exclaimed as he hurried over. Indeed, to carry on in such a manner, and yet leave the door wide open. Garp chimed in supportively. Upon hearing Garp's remark, Sengoku could not help but roll his eyes. Is this really about closing the door? Rifei and Tautu exchanged bewildered glances at Sengoku's hurried approach, puzzled by his intent. What could he possibly want at such an hour? Rifei optimistically mused that perhaps Sengoku had come to offer him something. However, Tautu was far less optimistic, particularly in light of Sengoku's choice of words, which she found quite intolerable. What do you mean by disgraceful conduct? She said, furrowing her brow in irritation. Tatu had clearly heard Sengoku's words. Disgraceful conduct? What had she done? Even though Sengoku held the rank of Fleet Admiral, Tatu would not compromise on matters of principle. Upon witnessing Tatu's vehement reaction, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it they who were engaged in wrongdoing? How could they counter his accusations with such conviction? This simply could not stand. As a vice admiral, Tatu must set a proper example. What if her actions influenced the sailors under her command? Should such behavior become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly be a scandal of the gravest kind. Upon realizing this, Sengoku hastened his steps, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Fortuitously, his foresight had prompted Luo Fei to expel the underage Navy members from the group chat, sparing the youthful sailors from witnessing such events. With the blessing of the Moonstep, combined with Sengoku and Garp's eagerness to catch the culprits, the duo arrived at Luo Fei's door in no time. However, as they approached, they were taken aback. Based on the earlier scenes in the live stream and the raucous encouragement from the onlookers, one would expect the two to be engaged in adult activities. Yet, at present, everything appeared utterly mundane. The sword sheath that Peach Rabbit had just drawn from her waist was now vividly before Sengoku's eyes. The astute Sengoku quickly grasped the situation. Haha, a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Do not take it to heart. He chuckled hastily. Once Garp regained his composure, he joined in the laughter. Luo Fei, observing the two elderly gentlemen, who were now laughing uncontrollably while desperately trying to explain something he could not comprehend, was utterly bewildered. What was wrong with these old coots? Suddenly appearing at his doorstep, and then bursting into laughter as if they had consumed something absurd? Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, is there something you need? Luo Fei inquired. He was concerned that if he didn't ask, the two might laugh themselves into a fit. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit, picking up on Garp's vague remarks, sensed a potential breakthrough and quickly opened the live stream. What she saw was nothing short of shocking. Those vulgar phrases and ambiguously tinted words pierced her eyes and heart with every line. In an instant, she erupted. Luo Fei, Sengoku. And Garp could almost feel an invisible flame blazing fiercely atop Peach Rabbit's head. What the hell? Just wait for me, she exclaimed furiously. The usually elegant and composed Peach Rabbit could no longer contain her outrage. Tina, prepare to set sail with me and capture those pirate criminals. The issue at hand is one of utmost importance. Peach Rabbit maintains an unwavering stance against transgressions. After a vehement outburst, Peach Rabbit promptly vowed in her live stream to pursue pirate criminals across the globe. Concurrently, Tina, the most formidable user of the prison fruit, naturally emerged as a key member to accompany Peach Rabbit on her voyage. Witnessing Peach Rabbit's indomitable spirit, Sengoku arranged for a fleet to escort her to sea. A decision motivated not solely by a support for her endeavors but also by a desire to prevent any potential backlash from her. Given his recent inclination to entertain the dubious claims circulating in chat groups that cast doubt on Peach Rabbit, now enlightened to the true circumstances, Peach Rabbit has redirected her fury entirely towards the pirates. Sengoku, having passively observed and somewhat endorsed such narratives, finds himself complicit in the tumult. Ultimately, with the truth unveiled, the most elated among them is none other than Vice Admiral Chibuta, engaged in a mission at a distant corner of the sea. Upon witnessing the rise of these rumors in the live stream, he nearly rushed to Marineford with his blade drawn. Peach Rabbit has long been his idol. When the allegations first surfaced, his heart felt as though it were shattering. Despite his fervent defenses of her character, the overwhelming force of public opinion proved insurmountable, leading him to nearly succumb to the very rumors he sought to dispel. Fortunately, with clarity now restored, Chibuta is on the verge of jubilant exultation. Chibuta exclaims, I knew it. My goddess could never be involved with such ruffians. She intends to capture criminals? Wait for me. I shall join her. Yet, Peach Rabbit remains indifferent to Chibuta's declarations of loyalty. Following Sengoku's arrangements for the fleet, she promptly summoned Tina to set sail. As one of the parties involved, Luo Fei swiftly grasped the unfolding events. He regarded the rumors with a mere chuckle. After all, Peach Rabbit is a rare beauty among the Navy. Should the claims in the live stream hold any truth, he would not object. Nonetheless, Luo Fei harbors traditional values. Even if such an event were to transpire, he would never allow it to be broadcasted for the world to witness. Peach Rabbit, do not be angered. I shall silence them all. He hastily typed in the live stream after noticing her departure. No sooner had he sent this message than a flurry of notifications erupted in the chat. Ding. Member Frankie has been muted for 3 hours by the admin. Ding. Member Kid has been muted for 3 hours by the admin. Ding. Member Cavendish has been muted for 3 hours by the admin. Ding. Member Urich has been muted for 3 hours by the admin. A series of prompt sounds echoed. And indeed, the live broadcast room quieted significantly. Luo Fei's actions not only won the favor of Tao Tu but also allowed him to establish his WeChat, achieving a dual purpose. After all, Tao Tu was a rear admiral, and the incident had arisen due to her presenting him with a sword sheath. In such circumstances, if he, as the super administrator, remained silent, it would be quite inept. However, Luo Fei chose to shorten the duration of the mute period considerably. After all, he still relied on these individuals to answer questions incorrectly in order to garner rewards. Hence, the mute period should not be excessively prolonged. A minor reprimand would suffice. Having completed these tasks, Luo Fei turned his attention to the figures of Sengoku and Garp before him. One was the highest commander of the Navy, while the other was a celebrated hero of the Navy. Luo Fei could not believe that these two had come together in the middle of the night, arriving in such a flurry, without significant purpose. What profound matter could they possibly be concealing? Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, have you both come specifically for this matter? Luo Fei inquired tentatively. His words prompted Sengoku to recall the original intent of his visit to Luo Fei. The purpose of this special trip was to inquire about Luo Fei's perspective on the recent live broadcast issue. However, as Luo Fei still had the vision sharing activated, Sengoku began to hesitate. Could he broach this topic directly? Moreover, the recent incident involving Tao Tu delivering the sword sheath had just been broadcasted live. Sengoku pondered how to communicate this matter to Luo Fei while avoiding the gaze of the audience in the live room. After a moment of indecision, Sengoku fidgeted slightly and quickly retrieved a note from his pocket, which he handed to Luo Fei. This note had been prepared in advance by Sengoku, initially intended as a contingency for conveying information discreetly. After all, it was rather embarrassing for a dignified admiral to resort to passing notes like a schoolchild. Given the current circumstances, passing small notes appears to be the safest method for communication. Luo Fei glanced at the small note that Sengoku had shyly handed over after much hesitation, finding it rather amusing. The esteemed commander was actually passing him a note? Had Sengoku lost his senses? Nevertheless, while he jested internally, he knew he had to maintain a facade of professionalism. Luo Fei quickly grasped Sengoku's intent. The craftsmanship of this note was extraordinary. It featured a unique relief pattern, with certain depressions devoid of any ink or markings. Thus, mere observation would reveal nothing amiss. Only by combining the visual with the tactile could one fully interpret the information inscribed on the note. Although the others in the live stream shared the same view of the note, this special treatment rendered them incapable of perceiving its entirety. This was precisely why Sengoku dared to pass the note so overtly. Soon, Luo Fei deciphered the contents of the message. Luo Fei, you are quite clever. Could you assist us in determining the answer to this question? Sengoku's intentions were indeed dubious. He had come to solicit information under the guise of inquiry. It was evident that his late-night visit was not merely a gesture of concern. Should he disclose the answer directly to Sengoku? That would be unwise. After all, he had no connection to the individual who possessed the correct answer, and revealing it outright could raise suspicions. Furthermore, having relinquished his chance to answer, divulging the correct solution would deprive the others of their opportunity to experiment and learn. Without the chance for trial and error, how could he expect to earn any rewards? However, remaining silent would be interpreted by Sengoku as an indication of concealment and a reluctance to contribute to the Navy. This left Rayleigh in a state of inner turmoil. After a brief moment of contemplation, he conceived a compromise. He decided to provide a general time frame. Perhaps, in the forthcoming years, the notorious generation would emerge upon the historical stage. Rayleigh looked at Sengoku and articulated, the future world will be the arena for the infamous generation. He spoke these words without any pretense. Rayleigh reasoned that since he would not participate in this inquiry, he might as well offer a rough estimate, allowing others to continue their speculations. It was certainly preferable to the current situation, where no one even knew what direction to guess in. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was initially perplexed, but soon grasped Rayleigh's intent. The defeat of the Golden Lion was a forthcoming event, and naturally, in that future world, the established powers would likely be on their way out. In this era of transition, the rise of those supernova pirates onto the historical stage was indeed foreseeable. As for the Navy, the number of individuals with substantial potential was exceedingly limited, a stark contrast to the pirates scattered across the globe, thriving in their freedom and wild growth. Thus, it was highly probable that the ones to vanquish the Golden Lion in the future would be the new generation of pirates. This hypothesis, both audacious and visionary, prompted Sengoku to silently commend Luo Fei. Could such strategic insight truly originate from a mere 17-year-old? Or had he underestimated this naval prodigy all along? However, such thoughts had only just begun to take root when Sengoku found himself engulfed in a wave of self-doubt. If Luffy were truly a genius, how could he have remained at the same rank for so many years? In mere seconds, a tempest of ideas surged through Sengoku's mind. The conclusion he ultimately reached was that Luffy might indeed be a prodigious young talent of the Navy. The reason for his prolonged stagnation in rank was not due to laziness, but rather a penchant for frivolity and mischief. True wisdom often masquerades as folly. This was the essence of genuine sagacity. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt a profound sense of relief. After all, the emergence of such a brilliant young mind within the Navy bodes exceptionally well for its future development. However, such joy did not endure for long, as the incessantly scrolling messages in the live broadcast served as a rude awakening. Blackbeard, is the answer the worst generation? Could it be me? Boss. Be cautious with your answers. Boss, now fearful of Blackbeard, worried that a moment of impulsiveness might lead him to utter some bizarre response. Blackbeard, ha ha ha. Why are you so anxious? I'm merely speaking off the cuff. Tama, Blackbeard, how dare you emerge after being silenced? You were indeed on the list of troublemakers, weren't you? The life sentence package at the underwater prison is ready for you. Just wait. Upon hearing Tama's warning, Blackbeard immediately felt regret. Had he known better, he wouldn't have indulged in his clever antics. He merely succumbed to his impulsive desire to speak. Now, he had gained nothing of value and found himself targeted by the Marine Vice Admiral Tama. In light of Tama's caution, Blackbeard refrained from responding. In the past, he would have boasted confidently, relying on the powers of his dark fruit. But now, circumstances have shifted. He has just lost a decade of his lifespan and replicated the powers of the dark fruit for others. In such a scenario, he can no longer afford to underestimate the might of the live broadcast room, nor dare to speak recklessly within it. In summary, Blackbeard has become timid. Indeed, he has grown fearful. For decades, Blackbeard lay in wait aboard Whitebeard's ship, finally acquiring the coveted dark fruit, and with it, he rekindled the ambitions and fervor of his youth. Yet now, he must once again retract his tale, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. Within the live broadcast room, the ongoing quiz has not halted the flow of conversation. Doflamingo remarked, "Time indeed flies. Has the new generation of supernovas already begun to shine so brightly?" His eloquent speech, referring to the era of great villains as supernovas, garnered the admiration of many pirates. Hancock responded, "If the esteemed administrator has said so, it must surely be true." Kid interjected, "Shall we smash the head of the Golden Lion? What a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves. I'm all for it." Hawkins added, "I just consulted the fates." A dark blood mist hovers ominously over the Golden Lion's head, a harbinger of calamity. The prospect of smashing his head seems promising. Hawkins continued, "Kid, when do we set sail? Count me in." Initially, Hawkins aimed to forge an alliance with Kid. This opportunity for fame was something everyone desired. Yet the Golden Lion remains a formidable figure from the previous era, his strength unfathomable even in these times. Hawkins harbored no illusions about his ability to confront the Golden Lion alone. However, if he were to ally with other formidable individuals, the outcome might be different. Yet, it was evident that Kid was unwilling to collaborate with Hawkins, directly dismissing his words and even delivering a slap to Hawkins' face. Kid exclaimed, "A diviner? Hop begone. Just a moment ago, you mentioned the Marines at Marineford engaging in scandalous affairs, and yet, nothing materialized." Upon hearing this, Hawkins' face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, during his divination, an unexpected occurrence had led to such a conclusion. Now, with Kid publicly questioning the validity of his prophecy, Hawkins felt humiliated and hastened to offer an explanation. Hawkins stammered, "Oh, that was merely an anomaly." Such a feeble justification was clearly insufficient to sway the crowd. Jewelry Bonnie remarked, "Does that imply that Hawkins' divination is a reverse indicator?" Drake queried, "Could it be that Luo Fei just disseminated false information?" Bonnie replied, "That seems unlikely. The esteemed super administrator has no need to disseminate falsehoods." Trafalgar Law interjected, "Mina, listen to me. You may doubt Hawkins, but you cannot dismiss Luo Fei." Law proclaimed, "Luo Fei is eternally divine. Do not believe in rumors or spread them. Follow Lord Luo Fei and reject feudal superstition." Under Law's somewhat cult-like rhetoric, several individuals began to place their faith in Luo Fei once more. Even Luo Fei himself was taken aback by the unwavering belief others had in him, and his words carried a hint of the depth typical of an enthusiastic otaku. Nevertheless, this was in line with Law's character. Despite his seemingly cold exterior, Law had been fervently following the manga chronicles of Germa 60 SIX's legendary exploits for quite some time. Shirahoshi mused, "Is this truly the world outside? It is magnificent, yet so terrifying." Moria remarked, "It seems I have fallen behind, Morgans. Secure for me the newspapers from the past 3 years and the next 10. Morgans replied, "Sure thing. Will the payment be annual or monthly?" Moria responded, I have no money aboard. Can I trade you zombies instead?" Morgans retorted, "Absolutely not. Why not suggest using ghost money?" Moria conceded, "All right, from now on. You shall handle the newspaper matters aboard the ship, and the expenses will be on you." Moria then questioned, "Why are you silent?" Perona chimed in. "He is still under a gag order." Moria sighed, Fine. Perona, you take charge of this." Perona added, "Luo Fei, esteemed super administrator, please silence me." Meanwhile, the Golden Lion observed the live discussion with irritation, as the topic of whose head would be smashed became a point of endless debate. His anger escalated further upon learning from Luo Fei's hints that the ones destined to defeat him in the future were mere youngsters from the New World. The Golden Lion seethed, "The worst generation, is it? Very well. I shall annihilate you all at the gateway to the New World." As a formidable force from the previous era, the Golden Lion could not permit these pirates, of whom he had never even heard, to trample upon his illustrious reputation. Moreover, his grand ambitions were still unfolding, and he had yet to fully realize their potential. However, despite the profound reluctance of the Golden Lion, it is difficult to alter the audacity of the new generation of pirates. In this vast and boundless ocean, the tumultuous arrival of the great pirate era presents an opportunity for anyone with capability and ambition to rise above the rest. The so-called era of infamy is characterized by its most distinguished individuals. Kid exclaimed, The old monster speaks with such bravado. Just wait for me on Floating Island. A new era shall undoubtedly be ushered in by me. Roger's treasure is destined to be mine." Given the nature of the broadcast, where no one could see one another, Kid's tone naturally became more arrogant. Luffy retorted, "Nonsense. The one who will discover Roger's treasure will surely be me. I am destined to be the Pirate King." Ace chimed in, "Luffy, is your goal also to become the Pirate King? That differs from my own aspirations." Luffy responded, "Oh? Are you also aiming to be the Pirate King? Then let us see who prevails." Hawkins interjected, "To be honest, I just performed a divination, and the results suggest that I too have a chance to become the Pirate King." Bonnie quipped, "Did your divination not indicate that your predictions are unreliable?" The words of the Golden Lion not only failed to deter the discussions about his bounty, but instead ignited everyone's boundless yearning for the title of Pirate King. Just as the crowd began to quarrel over who would claim the title of the new generation of Pirate King, within Dressrosa, a young girl with short green hair widened her eyes in confusion. Sugar pondered, to become the Pirate King? Could the Pirate King possibly be a woman? So many wished to be her man. Sugar, a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo and an officer of the Don Quixote family, possesses the powers of the Hobby fruit. Perhaps due to her youth and somewhat reclusive nature, she is not very well versed in the history of the Pirate King. When the broadcast began, she happened to be asleep, perfectly missing the execution of Roger and failing to witness the twilight of the old era and the dawn of the new. Buggy exclaimed, "Goodness! Even Roger's coffin cannot contain him." Shanks laughed heartily. Indeed, such youthful audacity. Shanks, once a crew member of Roger, was among the few at sea aware of this news, with Doflamingo being one of them. Although Shanks appears friendly and often greets others with a smile, he is still a pirate, and to avoid is seeking vengeance. Doflamingo hurriedly spoke up for Sugar in the broadcast. Doflamingo chuckled, Truly a child's perspective, Sugar, dear. Grown-ups are speaking, so run along and play for a while." He continued, "Baby 5, quickly take Sugar to play. Otherwise, I might turn you into a little toy water gun." Baby 5 replied, "I can only transform into weapons." "How is a water gun considered a weapon?" Doflamingo reassured, "Be good, Sugar needs you." Baby 5 is also an officer of the Don Quixote family, serving as an assassin and made in the Spade Pirate Specialized Unit. She possesses the power of the weapon fruit, allowing her to transform any part of her body into a weapon. Initially, upon hearing Doflamingo suggest that she transform into a water gun for Sugar's amusement, Baby 5 displayed an expression of complete rejection. However, upon hearing Mingu express his need for Sugar, Baby immediately altered her stance and readily agreed. Baby 5 exclaimed, Does Lord Sugar need me? Very well, I shall come at once." There is no denying that Baby possesses a tender heart and a deep yearning to be needed. In the treacherous delta of the Devil, Perona observed this exchange, and felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Perona remarked, "Wow, Lord Moria. This fellow named Mingo bears a striking resemblance to you." Upon hearing Perona's observation, Moria could not help but chuckle. Who is Mingo, you may wonder? He is the king of Dressrosa, of celestial dragon lineage, towering at 3 meters tall. Always adorned with a pair of striking red sunglasses and clad in a pink mink coat, despite often appearing as if he has just awakened from slumber. However, Moria was well aware that Mingu walked with an air of confidence, embodying the essence of a rugged man. A fact that could be discerned from the tone of his skin. More importantly, Mingji's physique remained remarkably well-maintained. However, Moria was distinctly different. For his prolonged residence in the shadowy depths of the Devil's Triangle had rendered his skin a ghastly pallor. A life marked by a chronic lack of physical activity had further contributed to his corpulent figure. Although his height surpassed that of Doflamingo by a considerable margin, his weight and physique gave him the appearance of a massive catfish. In terms of both inner strength and outward charisma, Doflamingo embodied the ideal that Moria aspired to become. Thus, upon hearing Perona remark on their similarities, Moria felt a surge of elation. However, as the one being compared, Don Quixote Doflamingo was not pleased. Within the 7 warlords, there exists a hierarchy of disdain, and Doflamingo held Moria in contempt for his existence in the shadows. To equate himself with Moria was evidently to lower his own stature. Doflamingo remarked, "Perona, although you are but a child, I advise you against such folly. I am the epitome of elegance and valor, far beyond the pathetic existence of that gluttonous recluse Moria." The ever-protective Moria, upon hearing Doflamingo's remarks, promptly defended Perona in the live stream. Even if his strength was lacking, he could not allow his spirit to wane. Moria retorted, "What of it? Our Perona possesses a discerning eye for beauty, does she not? Are you dissatisfied?" Doflamingo responded, "Perona, you may claim to find me handsome, albeit we have yet to meet. But where do you see beauty in Moria?" Perona replied, "Actually, what I discern is not beauty, but rather the tone of your speech, which resembles that of a creepy uncle." "Moria?" Doflamingo burst into laughter. "Did you hear that, Moria? What are you so proud of?" Moria lamented, "So it turns out the fool is me?" Buggy interjected, "Who called for me?" The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly relaxed, yet the number of those willing to answer questions dwindled. Shanks observed that this was not a favorable situation. If correct answers continued to elude them, it would trigger the punitive measures of the live stream. The one to be punished could be himself or any participant present. Shanks declared, "Ha ha ha, enough of that. They're merely children jesting. Let us return to answering the questions." He continued, "After all, our lives are at stake." With Shanks' reminder, the pirates finally grasped the necessity of answering questions in the live stream to preserve their lives and seize the opportunity to answer correctly for rewards. They quickly commenced a new round of questions. Law had previously answered 2 questions correctly in succession, and by sharing his insights, he naturally became a guiding light for the others in the live stream, especially in a moment of collective confusion. As the formidable figures of this world had exhausted their incorrect answers, everyone settled on the new generation as their target. Kid declared, "Since no one else is answering, I shall. The one destined to shatter the Golden Lion's head is undoubtedly our captain, Captain Kidd." Beepo chimed in, "I too shall answer. With Law's strength and kindness. He must be our captain, Law." Vito exclaimed, "Daily nonsense. The ultimate answer to this question must surely be our great godfather." The direction provided by Luffy points towards the new generation, leading many of the recently emerging pirates to believe that they could very well be the ones in question. The crew members under these captains, eager to please their leaders and take a gamble on the reward, began to engage in a form of speculative answering. The treasure they wagered, of course, was their own captain. Consequently, a fervent wave swept through the live broadcast, with crew members fervently proclaiming their captains as the ultimate answer. However, amidst this fervor, one pirate ship stood apart, the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy exclaimed, "Hey, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, don't you have any faith in me?" Zoro replied, "I'm not interested in such matters. As for the prize, the feigned swords, I have no need for them." Sanji added, "Wouldn't it be more delightful to study gourmet food and beautiful women during the answering period?" Usopp interjected, "Luffy, I do support you, but I only have this little slingshot. I'm afraid that if I answer incorrectly, they'll confiscate it from me." Chopper chimed in, Me, I believe in you, Luffy. I'm going to answer." Nami cautioned, "Wait a minute. Without absolute certainty, we shouldn't rush to answer." Meanwhile, Sengoku was overwhelmed by the incessant flow of information. In his original plan, he intended to consult Luffy to obtain exclusive rights to the answer. By acquiring information related to the correct answer from Luffy, you could relay it to the ordinary soldiers, encouraging the Navy to participate actively in the answering. Upon hearing Luffy speak of the general category of the correct answer, Sengoku felt a surge of joy. The category being the new generation significantly narrowed down the scope of the answers. The reward for this answering challenge was the famed swords of the Golden Lion. As an admiral, he had no need for these blades to affirm his status, but they were indeed vital for the ordinary sailors. However, this elation was short-lived. Before Sengoku could relay the news to the Navy soldiers, the entire live broadcast audience was already aware. The expression on Sengoku's face vividly illustrated the gradual disappearance of what once constituted a genuine smile. Accompanying Sengoku was Garp, who, upon witnessing the myriad of expressions on Sengoku's face, could not contain his laughter. As longtime friends, the joy of witnessing each other's triumphs was eclipsed by the delight of seeing one another in a moment of embarrassment. Garp was almost tempted to record the scene with the transponder snail. In stark contrast to Garp's buoyant optimism, Sengoku felt as though flames were igniting atop his head. What wisdom and apparent foolishness! Was there a lack of common sense at play here? The astuteness of the observers allowed them to discern the unusual nature of the note, successfully interpreting its significance and narrowing the answers to a realm that would elude the ordinary mind. Remarkably, Luo Fei, in the presence of the live audience, articulated this revelation. What a turn of events! After painstakingly arriving at the correct answer's domain, he inadvertently shared it with everyone in the live stream. While the others lamented the situation, Luo Fei appeared blissfully unaware, his eyes wide with innocence as he addressed the marshal. Sir, this is merely my conjecture. Why do you seem so troubled? If you find it unreasonable, you need not believe it. His tone was sincere, and he exhibited no awareness that he should not have disclosed such an answer directly. Of course, this was merely an act on Luo Fei's part. He excelled in the art of playing the fool, utilizing his earnest words and charmingly Na'vi appearance to beguile those around him. Previously, at the Naval Academy, he had successfully attracted numerous female classmates to the woods for profound discussions on life. His intent was to unveil the correct answer's range to initiate a new round of trial and error, thereby accruing further punitive deprivation. This ambition contrasted sharply with that of Sengoku, so he continued to maintain his guise. At the tender age of 17, he wielded this youthful identity as his greatest shield. Being young, it was natural for him to overlook certain considerations, a fact that could easily be forgiven. After all, Luo Fei was still but a child of 17. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Perhaps it was his inherently innocuous visage or the genuine tone of his voice that led Garp to swiftly believe Luo Fei's narrative, concluding that sharing the answer's scope in the live stream was merely an inadvertent act. Haha, the marshal is just feeling a bit withdrawn. There's no need to worry. Tomorrow will be better, Garp reassured, giving Luo Fei a pat on the shoulder. Among the Navy, few are as protective of the young as Sengoku and Garp. With Sengoku currently in a state of melancholy, the responsibility of nurturing fell naturally to Garp. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luo Fei nodded, feigning understanding. Well, it's getting late. We should return. Rest well, Garp said, giving a gentle pat to the gloom-laden Sengoku before glancing at Luo Fei. Their purpose in seeking Luo Fei was to uncover the answer to the question. Even if they could not ascertain the precise answer, acquiring a general range would suffice. With their objective achieved, albeit not as flawlessly as envisioned, there was no longer a need to linger. Thus, Garp prepared to bid Luo Fei farewell and depart. However, just as Garp was about to depart with Sengoku, Luo Fei called out to them. Marshal, General, please wait a moment. After speaking, Luo Fei rushed into the house. When he emerged once more, he carried a wooden box. This afternoon, the pirates have offered these items, and I was at a loss for where to store them. With your presence, I am willing to surrender all of these treasures, Luo Fei said earnestly, his eyes wide with sincerity. His decision to present all the offerings he had received during the live stream to the Navy was one that he had contemplated deeply. Firstly, as an ordinary naval officer, he lacked the strength and status to retain such wealth and weaponry, a situation that could jeopardize his safety. Conversely, surrendering these treasures to the highest command of the Navy would afford them the utmost protection, thereby shielding him from any repercussions. Moreover, a significant portion of these items was not available at the Navy headquarters. Once surrendered, they would not be immediately employed in combat, but rather subjected to research. This arrangement effectively allowed Luo Fei to safeguard these treasures under the auspices of the Navy's Supreme Commander, with the option to reclaim them in the future when he was more capable. Secondly, his recent remarks in the live stream had undoubtedly agitated Sengoku considerably. Presenting the treasures now would serve as an opportune gesture. healing Sengoku's inner wounds while dispelling any doubts he might harbor about Luo Fei. Although Sengoku, bound by the shared vision and with Garp's support, did not currently question Luo Fei, Garp's navet could be excused, but Sengoku was another matter entirely. Renowned as a strategic genius, Sengoku might suddenly regain clarity and begin to harbor suspicions against him. Luo Fei deemed it worthwhile to exchange these external possessions for the trust of the Navy's marshal. Naturally, Luo Fei was not foolish enough to surrender everything without reservation. In terms of the quantity of everything, he had taken certain liberties. Although the items offered by the pirates could all be verified through the livestream system, the exact quantity remained obscured. For instance, regarding the box of artificial devil fruits he had just produced, Luo Fei had discreetly retained 5 for himself prior to revealing them. Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Garp was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sengoku, while internally tumultuous and shocked, maintained a facade of calm. However, it was not merely Luo Fei's words that had astonished them, it was the sight of the contents within the box that left them in disbelief. For it contained an entire crate of devil fruits. Garp recalled that in the afternoon, when a multitude of pirates came to present their treasures to Luffy, while others offered weapons and riches, Kaido, in his earnestness, presented an entire chest of devil fruits. At that moment, Garp did not dwell on it too much. Believing that Kaido would merely be engaging in a superficial display, casually tossing a few items as a mere formality. To their astonishment, there lay an entire box brimming with treasures. Even more surprising to Garp and Sengoku was that Luffy was willing to surrender all these items to the Navy. It is well known that the quantity of devil fruits is limited, rendering them a rare commodity in the marketplace, often unattainable despite their exorbitant prices. Even though Kaido offered artificial devil fruits, they have fetched astronomical sums in certain black markets, leaving many wealthy individuals unable to acquire even one. Yet here was Luffy, possessing such a substantial collection. The audacity and the lavish disregard for wealth were truly admirable. Under Luffy's guidance, Sengoku and Garp entered his quarters, where they beheld orderly stacks of treasure chests. The sight of these bountiful resources, particularly upon learning of Luffy's intention to donate them all, brought immense relief to Sengoku. Previously disheartened by a missed opportunity, Sengoku's mood lifted instantly. Luffy, you are a fine young man. Your contributions to the Navy will not go unnoticed, Sengoku declared, patting Luffy on the shoulder with the air of a true leader. In contrast to Sengoku's formal remarks, Garp's words were far more candid. At such a young age, you possess remarkable insight. Your future is boundless. Should you encounter any difficulties within the Navy, remember my name. Anyone who stands against you stands against Garp. With Garp's promise, Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Captain Garp, he replied with polite gratitude. Receiving these treasures from others and passing them on not only earned him Sengoku's trust, but also secured Garp's assurance, truly a profitable venture. Luffy couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Garp's declaration had been broadcasted worldwide through shared vision, making it clear that Garp was openly supporting him. On a smaller scale, with Garp's pledge, he could navigate the Navy Academy with ease. On a grander scale, under the protection of the legendary Garp, both pirates and Navy personnel across the seas would accord him a measure of respect. Reflecting on this, Luffy felt a swell of pride. Such favor was something even his grandfather's grandson, Luffy, had never enjoyed. Upon Luo Fei's explicit declaration to surrender all the treasures provided by the pirates, Sengoku and Garp swiftly instructed individuals to transport the valuables. In recognition of Luo Fei's actions, Sengoku promised to assist him in graduating from the Naval Academy and to secure him a commendable position. However, Luo Fei himself did not place much importance on leaving the Naval Academy. Indeed, he found the life there rather comfortable, enjoying the daily banter with his female classmates and teasing instructor Tina. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter, as it was evident he could not remain at the academy for eternity. Shortly after bidding farewell to Sengoku and Garp, Luo Fei retreated to his quarters to sleep. Meanwhile, not long after departing from Luo Fei's residence, Sengoku and Garp began to discuss the young man's situation. This lad is rather extraordinary. One can only hope he is as uncomplicated as he appears. Along the way, Sengoku solemnly addressed Garp regarding this matter. Concerned that Garp might not grasp the gravity of the situation, he added, before Tina set sail, I inquired about Luo Fei's circumstances. It appears that he is more inclined towards mischief than diligent study, consistently failing to meet academic standards. Yet, curiously, his name is absent from the list of students deemed unsatisfactory for expulsion. Is this not an anomaly one would expect to find among a mediocre student? Although Sengoku clearly articulated his stance, his underlying suspicion of Luo Fei was unmistakable, despite his efforts to conceal such sentiments in the young man's presence. As a naval admiral, Sengoku must maintain a keen sense of observation. Garp, being a longtime friend of Sengoku, naturally comprehended the underlying meaning in Sengoku's words and swiftly embraced his thoughts. However, when it came to the matter concerning Luffy, Garp's perspective diverged from that of Sengoku. After a brief moment of contemplation, Garp responded, "It is either that Luffy is exceedingly clever or extraordinarily fortunate. Regardless of which, I believe Luffy is an exceptional talent within our navy, one that, with proper cultivation, is destined for greatness. Whichever way it may be, I stand firmly on Luffy's side." Garp even felt that Luffy's intelligence would serve him well, providing an opportunity to carve his own path through the turbulent seas. Reflecting on his past, Garp lamented that he had neglected to nurture Luffy's intellect, focusing solely on honing his physical prowess, which led Luffy to easily fall prey to Shanks' deceit and embark on the irretrievable path of piracy. Had Luffy followed the course Garp had meticulously laid out for him, adhering to the rules, he might well be in a position akin to Luffy's today. Moreover, if his calculations were correct, Luffy was also 17 this year. Concerned that Sengoku might take actions detrimental to Luffy, Garp added, "Let us not forget that Luffy now embodies a multitude of formidable powers. His conqueror's haki, martial prowess, and fruit abilities have already surpassed the majority of individuals across these seas, and who knows what other abilities he may yet integrate. Furthermore, at just 17, the potential for his future development is immense." With Garp's persuasive words, Sengoku temporarily set aside his concerns regarding Luffy. Garp was indeed correct. Since the emergence of the live broadcast room, Luffy had experienced rapid growth. Initially, he inadvertently inherited the managerial privileges of the live broadcast room, subsequently answering 2 questions correctly through his unique analytical thinking. In turbulent times, heroes are forged, and this live broadcast room happened to shape Luffy. Most importantly, despite possessing such formidable strength and abundant treasures, Luffy remained humble and even voluntarily proposed to surrender the treasures, demonstrating unwavering loyalty, leaving Sengoku with no grounds for doubt. Perhaps, with adequate cultivation, Luffy could genuinely evolve into a formidable presence within the Navy. After bidding farewell to Sengoku and Garp, Luffy prepared to continue his slumber. However, just as Luo Fei closed the door and had yet to extinguish the light, a notification sound resonated in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Kira's weapon, the Scythe. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a portion of Beepo's fur. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received Wit's long tongue. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have secured Appu's headphones. As this series of notifications echoed within the live broadcast room, Luo Fei found himself utterly bewildered. The side belonging to Kira and Appu's headphones were concepts he could comprehend. What on earth are Beepo's fur and Law's long tongue? To think that the live broadcast room would deprive viewers of such peculiar items is utterly outrageous. Just as Luo Fei was grappling with this perplexity, a notification echoed in his mind. Would the host like to accept immediately? No. Luo Fei promptly declined. He decided to retain weapons and daily necessities, while the bizarre items like Beepo's fur and Law's long tongue could be tossed into the public prize pool instead. He added, as the super administrator of the live broadcast room, he held the authority to determine the fate of the items stripped away due to incorrect answers. If something proved useful to him, he would keep it. If it were of no value, he would discard it without hesitation. As for the public prize pool, at this stage, it merely served as Luo Fei's personal recycling bin. The public prize pool established within the live broadcast room allowed any group member above level 5 to participate in the lottery, with items encompassing wealth, abilities, and various goods. Notably, the prizes in the public pool included not only items from this world but also treasures from other realms. All group members could engage in the lottery by accumulating points. Each correct answer would earn 1 point, and upon reaching 3 points, they could enter the draw. As the host of the live broadcast room, Luo Fei possessed an absolute luck bonus, ensuring that whatever he contributed would not reappear in his own draws. Meanwhile, somewhere amidst the vast ocean, another individual was equally troubled by the same odd occurrences. Indeed, he was so troubled that he was losing his hair. This individual was Beepo of the Heart Pirates. As a purebred polar bear, Beepo served as the navigator of the Heart Pirates. Many years ago, to assist Cat Viper in his quest for the historical text, he ventured out to sea with Pedro, Brook, and his elder brother, Jeb, forming the Nox Pirates. However, while observing the ocean, Bepo accidentally drifted to the North Sea and fortuitously encountered Law, subsequently joining his Heart Pirates. Just moments ago, in his unwavering belief in his captain, Trafalgar Law, Bepo boldly answered a question, asserting that the one destined to defeat the Golden Lion would undoubtedly be his captain, Law. However, within the mere span of 3 seconds after he had completed the question, the live stream notified him that he had answered incorrectly. As a consequence, a portion of his hair was cruelly stripped away. Ironically, the area from which his hair was removed was precisely situated on the crown of his head. The slap of reality arrived with astonishing swiftness. The exuberance he had felt while answering the question was eclipsed entirely by the profound despair that engulfed him when the punishment was inflicted. Feeling a chilling breeze upon his scalp, Babwa sought out a mirror to inspect the damage. Upon gazing into the reflection, he was nearly moved to tears. Oh no! Having transformed into this, what mother bear would ever look my way? Babwa lamented pitifully. Captain Luo, observing Babwa's imminent tears, offered a comforting remark. It's all right. It's all right. It will grow back. Just be patient for a little while longer. Hearing Luo's heartfelt words of solace, Babwa contemplated throwing himself into Luo's embrace for a good, cathartic cry. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to meet Law's, tears once again welled up in his small, bean-like eyes. Captain, could you perhaps refrain from laughing for a moment? Is it that obvious? I simply cannot help it. The sight of Bepo in the Mediterranean is utterly hilarious. As he beheld the gleaming dome atop Bepo's head, Law finally succumbed to laughter. Aside from Bepo, numerous pirates had also faced penalties in the live stream. As one of the prominent figures of the worst generation, Kid's name naturally appeared among the candidates for the quiz. It was his crew member, Killer, who provided the answer. Killer, a man adorned with a blue and white full-face mask and golden long hair, was known as the Slaughtering Samurai. Due to his exceptional prowess, he was also classified by the Navy as one of the notorious pirates of the worst generation. The scythe he frequently wielded was his signature weapon, which was confiscated upon his exit from the live stream. For a warrior, having one's weapon stripped away is a profound humiliation, particularly when it is executed by an intangible live stream, leaving him with no recourse for vengeance, only the bitter taste of defeat to swallow. However, the penalty of being stripped of one's possessions in the live stream was not entirely detrimental. Among the pirates, aside from Bepo and Killer, who had no outlet for their tears, there was one individual who reveled in the loss of something unique to himself. This person was Vito. A member of the Fire Tank Pirates, Vito had just answered his captain, Capone Beach, during the quiz. Upon providing an incorrect answer, the live stream promptly confiscated his long tongue. For Vito, this was nothing short of a monumental blessing. Vito's genetic structure was distinctively peculiar. His most notable feature was his exceptionally long and slender tongue, which could not be contained within his mouth, often extending outward like a small serpent. With a tongue of such length, Vito had a tendency to laugh, frequently biting his own tongue due to carelessness. Consequently, he spent at least half of the year suffering from oral ulcers, while the other half was either spent on the verge of creating them or in the throes of treating them. Now, with his elongated tongue confiscated, he was left with a normal-sized tongue, and, as a result of the live stream's actions, he felt no pain whatsoever. This punishment was tailor-made for him, an exquisite delight. After yet another round of trial and error in answering questions, a profound silence enveloped the live stream. Previously, the scope of the questions provided by Luffy had been confined to the new generation of pirates, prompting the participants to name nearly every captain among those pirates who had recently begun to make their mark on the seas. With the focus directed towards the most notorious generation, the candidates who could stand out within this realm had essentially been exhausted. Even the beast tamer under Buggy expressed a desire to contribute an answer. However, Bakajin possessed neither the inclination nor the audacity to provoke the Golden Lion. Thus he decisively delivered a thorough thrashing to thwart the tamer's desire to respond. Those pirates of notable reputation, regardless of their stature, were all thoroughly addressed. And even within the Navy, several prominent vice admirals and rear admirals were likewise included in the discourse. However, not a single answer was correct. This was certainly not a favorable situation for the pirates of the New World. At this juncture, the notorious generation had only begun to make their presence felt upon the seas, lacking both a solid foundation and formidable strength. Consequently, this punishment represented a significant setback for them. Yet, amidst the majority of pirate crews facing retribution for their incorrect answers, one crew from the infamous generation emerged unscathed, the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason behind this may elicit laughter from their peers. No one believed that the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, could vanquish the Golden Lion's cockatoo. Why? Even Luffy's own crew harbored doubts. So who could they expect to believe? The outcome delighted the Golden Lion himself. Not a single figure. From naval admirals and the Yonko to the notorious supernovas of the new generation, managed to provide the correct answer. Could it be that the individual destined to defeat him had yet to be born? It would be preferable if that correct answer never came to light. The Golden Lion even began to pray, hoping that the question was merely a mistake on the system's part, wishing that his future self would never be defeated by anyone. While the Golden Lion silently prayed, a new development occurred in the live broadcast. Garp exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Luffy, it seems your crew has little faith in you. Do you still aspire to become the Pirate King? What a failure." Garp's teasing remark was not intended to genuinely undermine Luffy. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, Garp needed to maintain his stance. Pirates are pirates, thus, he could only address Luffy with this detached tone. As Luffy's grandfather, Garp found himself unexpectedly longing for his grandson, especially after just encountering the youthful and spirited Law, who, at the tender age of 17, reminded him of Luffy. Garp couldn't help but ponder what Luffy might be like at this moment. Just as Luffy was about to voice his indignation, Garp spoke again. "I don't know how you fared in the New World, but since no one has chosen you, I shall reluctantly place my faith in you." He continued. "The one who will inevitably shatter the head of the Golden Lion in the future will surely be Luffy." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even Luffy wore a face of disbelief. He had never imagined that the stern and unwavering Garp, who had thrown him into the depths of the wilderness for training since childhood, would one day express such faith in him. Luffy recalled how, in his younger days, every time he declared his dream of becoming the Pirate King, Garp would give him a thorough thrashing. Who would have thought that his long-absent grandfather would acknowledge him under such circumstances? Aside from Luffy himself, pirates and Navy personnel across the globe were momentarily taken aback by Garp's proclamation. Some of the pirates actively roaming the New World were somewhat familiar with that name. However, their understanding of Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates is merely that of a ragtag crew comprising no more than 10 members. Even the more formidable pirates, such as Kaido and Doflamingo, who have long dominated the latter half of the Grand Line, have not even heard of his name. As for the Navy, it is even less worth mentioning. Aside from Smoker and Tashigi, who have had encounters with Luffy in Logue Town, the Navy has scarcely acknowledged his existence. Thus, when Garp mentioned this name, many in the live broadcast expressed skepticism. "Buggy, that rubber kid? Are you joking?" "Smoker, Garp, although you are a Vice Admiral, I believe your judgment this time is somewhat biased." "Caesar, hee, at least those previous answers had some recognition. Perhaps they might indeed pose a threat to the world in the future. But this Straw Hat Luffy? I have never heard of him. Hawkins, isn't he the kid with fewer than 10 crew members? Does he really think he can defeat the Golden Lion? Garp, are you dreaming?" "Tama, to be frank, the new generation doesn't solely refer to pirates. There may also be formidable individuals emerging from our Navy. I find Rayleigh quite impressive. Akainu, Garp, to be candid, as a Vice Admiral of the Navy and a person hailed as a hero, your every word and deed reflects on the Navy. I advise you to tread carefully." Even Akainu, now retired and at home, could not help but interject upon hearing Garp's response. However, Garp remained unfazed. In fact, upon hearing the various mocking and disbelieving remarks directed at Luffy in the live broadcast, Garp felt a surge of anger. He could scold or reprimand his grandson, but no one else could. "Garp, Akainu, have you reflected on your actions at home? If not, refrain from speaking." "Garp, and as for Kid and Hawkins, if I am not mistaken, aren't you both major criminals currently under bounty? Before you think of defeating the Golden Lion, perhaps you should consider your own safety." Under Garp's fierce defense, the voices of dissent in the live broadcast diminished significantly. Yet the diminished voices of dissent do not signify their absence. The collective has merely refrained from discussing the matter due to the intimidation and pride associated with Garp. Observing Garp so fervently advocate on his behalf, Luffy felt a profound warmth within. Indeed, he mused, this old man possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. However, Garp's seemingly formidable remarks were swiftly seized upon by Doflamingo, who remarked with a chuckle, "Ha ha ha, what a brash young fellow. To receive such commendation from the hero of the Navy, remarkable indeed." Doflamingo's words were laden with insinuation, although he was unfamiliar with Luffy and unaware of his background. Garp's repeated defense of Luffy during the live broadcast suggested a significant connection between the two. One was a hero of the Navy, while the other was a fledgling pirate setting sail not long ago. The juxtaposition of their names alone conjured boundless intrigue. It was evident that others had also picked up on this nuance, prompting Doflamingo to allude to it rather casually. His intent was straightforward: to disrupt the world's order. A confrontation would be preferable. The more tumultuous the world became, the more prosperous his underground arms dealings would thrive. The existing order would inevitably face challenges, an outcome Doflamingo eagerly anticipated. Following his statement, Hancock chimed in, "Do you all recall that during the earlier broadcast, when Luffy set sail, Admiral Garp explicitly forbade Smoker from pursuing him?" This issue had long been recognized by Hancock, though she had refrained from voicing it directly. Now, with Mingo's mention, she seized the opportunity to add her thoughts, with Hancock and Mingo leading the charge. An increasing number of individuals in the live broadcast began to question the relationship between Garp and Luffy. In light of this situation, both Luffy and Garp chose to remain ambiguous in their responses. Garp could offer clandestine protection to Luffy, yet he could not publicly declare to the world that Luffy is his beloved grandson. The irony of a naval hero having a grandson who is a pirate is profound. Should such information be disclosed, it would undoubtedly provoke ridicule. Within the Navy, this revelation could incite considerable unrest. For Luffy, refraining from leveraging Garp's name and power, and choosing not to publicly acknowledge their relationship, constitutes an unspoken pact between them. Both Garp and Luffy have resolved to adopt a nonchalant approach towards these suspicions. Let others speculate as they wish. They would indulge in their lies without uttering a word, leaving the agitated spectators to stew in their own frustration. At this moment, Garp was strolling alongside Sengoku, who was all too aware of the dynamics between Garp and Luffy. Sengoku even harbored some reproach towards Garp for impulsively divulging such an answer. Now, not only was the answer incorrect, but it also cast doubt upon the relationship between him and Luffy, jeopardizing the hard-earned credibility of the Navy. Indeed, within Sengoku's heart, he did not concur with Garp's answer. Although his understanding of Luffy was limited, he knew from Garp's words that Luffy was a mischievous child, perpetually dreaming of becoming the Pirate King. In Sengoku's eyes, Luffy was merely an undisciplined boy prone to boasting, thus his impression of Luffy was far from favorable. However, Garp merely smiled in response to Sengoku's criticism. When he uttered that answer, Garp himself had little confidence in its validity. In an effort to provide a modicum of encouragement to the newly ventured Luffy, Garp took this action. Prior to articulating his answer, Garp had conducted a thorough analysis of the penalties for answering incorrectly within the live broadcast. The forfeited items were primarily mere trinkets, devoid of any significant impact on one's physical well-being. Moreover, the possessions relinquished upon an erroneous response ultimately found their way into the hands of the Navy's Roronoa Zoro, a naval officer whom Garp held in high esteem. The thought of his lost belongings resting with Zoro brought Garp a sense of reassurance. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he confidently declared his answer. The future, after all, is shrouded in uncertainty. With the bloodline and spirit of the D lineage coursing through him, Luffy holds the potential for remarkable achievements. Perhaps this endeavor might yield a serendipitous correct answer? As the audience speculated about the nature of the relationship between Garp and Luffy, the answer was finally revealed. Garp responded. The head of the Golden Lion was destroyed by Luffy, and to his astonishment, he was correct. Congratulations to Garp for acquiring the Sakura Tin and Withered Wood. In that fleeting moment when the answer was unveiled, Garp was taken aback. Did he truly stumble upon the correct response by mere chance? Even more surprising to Garp was Luffy's remarkable tenacity. Not only Garp, but everyone in the live stream was left in a state of shock. Initially, it was the Golden Lion himself, who within the span of a single day, experienced a profound transformation in his life. Upon learning of the live broadcast arrival, he believed that his opportunity had finally come. However, what awaited him was not opportunity, but rather a crushing blow. First, the companions he had followed for over 20 years, Sakura and Kuroki, were stripped from him, and now he was being told that his future self was destined to fail. Moreover, the one who would defeat him was a mere child he had never even heard of. How could he reconcile such turmoil within himself? How should the Golden Lion confront the inevitability of his own failure? In a state of bewilderment, the Golden Lion found himself utterly confounded. No matter how he pondered the situation, he could not comprehend it, ultimately leading him to a state of despair. Aside from Garp and the Golden Lion, the one most affected by this turn of events was none other than Luffy. Just moments ago, Luffy had been sulking due to the lack of selection. But upon hearing the correct answer, he was overwhelmed with elation, his smile growing ever more radiant. Particularly, the dazzling display of his pearly white teeth shone with an uncontainable confidence and brilliance. Ha ha ha, I told you it would be me. You all didn't believe it. On board the Sunny, Luffy stood proudly on the deck, exuding triumph. as the navigator and chief financial officer of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami's expression became increasingly animated upon hearing the livestream announce Garp's correct answer. Initially, she had doubted that Luffy would be the right choice, even fervently attempting to prevent Chopper from answering. Yet now, it turned out that the correct answer was indeed Luffy. At that moment, Nami could only feel as if she had missed out on a fortune. With the announcement of the correct answer, the footage of Luffy smashing the Golden Lion's head was also revealed. The floating light screen in the live stream abruptly shifted. The first sight to behold was still the lofty heights of Vermiu, now appearing quite different from its initial introduction. The first time Vermiu had been presented, it was a picturesque realm of beauty, with babbling brooks and lush greenery, despite the presence of ferocious beasts causing havoc, adding a touch of vitality to the island. However, now there was no trace of green or life to be found. Instead, the landscape was engulfed in a vast sea of flames, raging infernos consuming all. At this moment, Vermiu had been ravaged by war, its once vibrant essence now decayed, resembling a hellfire. Upon witnessing such devastation, the Golden Lion felt his heart shatter. He could hardly believe that the Vermiu he had painstakingly nurtured for over 20 years could one day be reduced to this state. How could I possibly be defeated by such an insignificant nobody? My Vermiu floats high above. No one could possibly breach it. There must be an error with the live stream. It's all false. All of it. The Golden Lion erupted in disbelief and fury. A floating island at such heights? Indeed, it proved to be quite the challenge. As the Warring States gazed at the Golden Lion, he murmured to himself and promptly jotted down this revelation in his notebook. In the live broadcast, white snowflakes continued to gently descend from the sky. The vivid interplay of crimson flames and pure white snow rendered the scene with an unparalleled solemnity. Within this majestic tableau, the Golden Lion stood amidst the crumbling remnants of a bygone era, bellowing, "Lion, eternal severance." Immediately thereafter, he launched into a series of flying kicks and slicing strikes, charging towards Luffy. At this moment, the Golden Lion was still supported by the strength of Sakura tin and withered wood. Upon witnessing this scene, Luffy comprehended a significant truth. The future foretold within the live stream remained steadfastly aligned with the original trajectory of this world, unaffected by the current circumstances of the broadcast. The Golden Lion, upon beholding the unfolding events, was utterly heartbroken. East Blue, will I ultimately never conquer you? Through the revelations conveyed by the imagery, the Golden Lion swiftly grasped the situation at hand. It was time for him to completely prepare for the upheaval of the East Blue. The ferocious beasts cultivated by Vermal with his intellect were now primed for battle, thus commencing the Golden Lion's quest for vengeance. This contemplation led the Golden Lion's thoughts back 2 decades. Back then, Roger, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard stood as the 3 paramount pirates at the pinnacle of the previous era. These formidable pirates, united by their aspirations yet divided by their dreams, embarked on divergent paths. Roger sought to uncover the great treasure to become the Pirate King. Whitebeard yearned for a large family, while the Golden Lion's ambition was to dominate the world. Their relationship was one of rivalry intertwined with a deep camaraderie. From that time onward, the bonds between them were firmly established. When Roger was executed and news of the onset of the Great Pirate Era reached the confines of Impel Down, many pirates rejoiced. Yet the Golden Lion simply remarked with a serene countenance, "What great pirate era? What meaning does the sea hold without Roger?" The East Blue, Roger's homeland, represented the last vestige of connection between the Golden Lion and Roger. By unleashing these ferocious beasts upon the East Blue, causing widespread destruction and obliteration, the Golden Lion intended to bid farewell to Roger definitively, while simultaneously declaring his vengeful prowess to the town government. Regrettably, through the live broadcast, the Golden Lion had already foreseen his fate and conclusion. It was truly absurd that he would ultimately be defeated by such a youthful adversary. On the island of Vermilion, the Golden Lion remarked with self-deprecation. Meanwhile, the Warring States, who were also watching the live broadcast, quickly discerned the Golden Lion's intentions. His ambition to annihilate the East Sea and declare war on the world government was the secret he had harbored during his 20 years of silence. Yet, the once aspiring conqueror of the world, after 2 decades, found his dream reduced to merely the destruction of the East Sea. The Warring States couldn't help but lament that even heroes must eventually fade. This world perpetually remains a stage for the new generation. The live feed continued, capturing the unfolding events. As the Golden Lion and Luffy exchanged blows, dark clouds began to thicken in the sky, with thunderous roars intermittently flashing across the horizon. The ominous blue lightning clouds gathered relentlessly above the East Sea. "I will not allow you to destroy the East Sea, Golden Lion," Luffy shouted vehemently. Before biting down on his thumb to initiate his transformation, in mere seconds, he had charged his body, expanding it significantly. His feet, in particular, swelled to an astonishing size, ultimately extending 1 foot into the tempestuous thunder above. Golden Lion, I will not permit you to enter the East Sea. I will not allow you to have your way with my friends, he declared. With this fierce proclamation, Luffy summoned his thunderous rubber giant axe, which came crashing down from the heavens, aimed directly at the Golden Lion's forehead. Although the Golden Lion hastily utilized the powers of the float fruit to summon massive stones for defense, they proved futile against Luffy's thunderous war axe. Debris flew in all directions, while the air crackled with the sound of electricity. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. In the Golden Lion's mind, a vivid memory from 20 years ago flashed before him. The wheel of fate turned once more, echoing the cycles of destiny. That day, the weather had been eerily similar, stormy, with flashes of lightning, just like the day he was vanquished by Roger. Am I once again thwarted by a man from the East Sea? Roger, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the impending strike of Luffy's thunderous axe. Boom! Luffy's indomitable thunder axe cleaved through space, shattering the island into fragments that rained down from the sky, with the Golden Lion caught amidst the chaos. The scene abruptly cut off. Although the live stream did not explicitly reveal the outcome of this fierce battle, the tension lingered palpably. From the perspective of the final scene, it is undeniably evident that the Golden Lion has been vanquished. After witnessing this live broadcast, a profound sense of shock reverberated through the hearts of all viewers. They beheld the Golden Lion, a formidable representative of the old era, descending from glory, while simultaneously witnessing the ascent of Luffy, a beacon of the new generation's power. The world witnessed the Golden Lion's disheveled state, and in his unwillingness to accept defeat, he uttered a poignant remark in the live stream. It was not Luffy who defeated me, but rather the weather. To think I have once again been bested by the elements. The Golden Lion was desperately clinging to his pride. Yet, those who witnessed his ultimate fate remained unconvinced. Big Mom, come now. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge your defeat? You were once again vanquished by a man from the East Blue, as you yourself admitted. Doflamingo, the champions of the old era are but shadows of their former selves. Inaru, this Thunder Axe technique seems oddly familiar. As a multitude of pirates began to gloat over the downfall of the Golden Lion, one individual refrained from such mockery. Whitebeard, we are both remnants of a bygone age. Given the chance for a fresh start, why not cast aside our shackles and savor the present? Indeed, this individual was Whitebeard, a formidable force from the same era as Roger and the Golden Lion. Hearing Whitebeard's words of solace, the wounded spirit of the Golden Lion finally felt a flicker of warmth. However, the subsequent words of Whitebeard once again exposed him to the treachery of this world. Whitebeard said, "Come aboard my Moby Dick and be my son. Even if you are a bit older, you can still be accepted." To which the Golden Lion retorted, "Go to hell. Dream on." Although Whitebeard was well aware that the Golden Lion would never join his crew, he still made such a statement. This was partly to tease the Golden Lion for suffering defeat at the hands of an unknown individual, and partly to convey that should the Golden Lion find himself in dire straits in the future, he could seek assistance from Whitebeard. They had both navigated the same era of piracy, despite their differing philosophies and paths. Whitebeard was willing to extend a helping hand to the Golden Lion out of respect for their shared past. However, as one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard could not simply dismiss the situation with a laugh. The fact that Luffy had utterly defeated the Golden Lion posed a potential threat to him as well. After sharing a laugh, Whitebeard promptly dispatched Marco to investigate all available information regarding Luffy. Following the conclusion of the live broadcast, nearly everyone retained a singular name in their minds, Luffy. Consequently, in addition to Whitebeard's investigation into Luffy, other pirates also began to incorporate Luffy's name into their intelligence networks. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, turbulent currents were brewing. Meanwhile, the subject of this unrest, Luffy, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was lounging on the grass of the Going Merry, leisurely blowing on his fingers. The recent broadcast had illuminated the direction in which he could develop his fruit abilities. It seemed a viable strategy to expedite his acquisition of power by replicating his own methods. Oblivious to the imminent dangers, Luffy remained carefree. Fortunately, Nami was more vigilant. Sensing that their recent notoriety might attract various factions seeking to pursue or eliminate them, she instructed the crew to exercise caution in their actions. After watching the footage, Luffy merely nodded in silence, feeling little surprise. The answer and the visuals had already been anticipated. The only unexpected element was that the one who provided this answer was Garp. Nevertheless, this was not a matter of concern for Luffy. His focus lay solely on the valuable rewards he might acquire from this question. Previously, due to Moria's interference, he had eliminated numerous possible answers. And since the individuals answering were merely zombies, there was little of worth to claim, only souls could be taken. Thus, during the first half of the questioning, Luffy had gained very little. In the latter half, as most participants were low-ranking members of emerging pirate crews, even incorrect answers yielded little of value to seize, leaving Luffy with scant rewards. The most valuable item he had encountered was likely the scythe that Killer often wore. However, Luffy was not particularly concerned. After all, the items he had already acquired were beyond the reach of most individuals in these waters throughout their lifetimes. Moreover, this was merely the third question in the live broadcast. Once he answered a total of 5 correctly, he would have the opportunity to draw from a shared prize pool for otherworldly rewards. Time was on Luffy's side. After briefly organizing the items he had garnered from this round of questions, he prepared to return to slumber. As the footage played, the atmosphere in the live stream was a mix of joy and despair. Those who were troubled included the Golden Lion himself and the notorious generation of pirates who had failed to make the list. Luffy's sudden emergence had placed considerable pressure upon them. In contrast, joy radiated from Luffy and the Navy, particularly from Garp, who, upon hearing the announcement of the results, could scarcely believe his ears. Could it be true that his grandson, who had once been nothing of consequence and incessantly declared his ambition to become the Pirate King, could indeed rival the legendary Golden Lion, renowned alongside Roger? Moreover, the language used in the live broadcast is remarkably precise. It is not merely about defeating, but rather about obliterating. What does this signify? It indicates that Luffy not only possesses the strength to contend with the Golden Lion, but also wields the capability to impose punishment upon him. As Luffy's grandfather, Garp undoubtedly rejoices for Luffy's accomplishments. Previously, Garp hoped for Luffy to join the Navy, not solely due to his own affiliations, but rather because he believed that by keeping Luffy close, he could better safeguard him. Yet now, he has come to realize that Luffy will one day possess the ability to stand on his own. Naturally, Garp is delighted by this revelation. In his current state of joy and pride, coupled with his advanced age, he is prone to act impulsively. Upon acquiring the Sakura Tin and the Withered Tree, Garp immediately typed a message in the live broadcast. Garp, truly my grandson, what a remarkable talent. At this moment, Garp feels genuine pride for Luffy. Not as a naval hero, but as an ordinary grandfather. This proclamation left the live audience in utter astonishment, the intensity of which rivaled the shock of learning that Luffy was the one who had shattered the Golden Lion's head. Moria, to think that Garp, a hero of the Navy, has a grandson who is a pirate. This is utterly absurd. Doflamingo. It makes sense now. No wonder Garp has always shielded Luffy. There is a reason behind it. Smoker, well, from this moment onward, I shall cease my pursuit of Luffy. Captain Garp. Do you believe I still have a chance? Buggy, it's no wonder this kid has such audacity to oppose me. He has the Navy backing him. Robin, are the Navy and pirates colluding? How intriguing indeed. Within the live broadcast, the pirates raised further questions regarding the Navy in light of this revelation. As for Garp, he remains unfazed, knowing that Luffy will achieve such greatness is more than enough to overshadow any negative news. However, the situation was markedly different for Sengoku. As the Grand Admiral, he was naturally compelled to prioritize the greater good. At this juncture, both Sengoku and Garp had returned to their respective homes. Upon hearing Garp's poignant remarks, Sengoku was consumed by regret. Why had he not accompanied Garp back home? Why had he not shared a night's rest with him? Why had he failed to keep a watchful eye on Garp? The reality of Garp's self-destructive actions left Sengoku both exasperated and helpless. Of course, he was well aware that Luffy was Garp's grandson. Due to the unique circumstances surrounding Garp's identity, this matter has long been regarded as a confidential issue within the military, impervious to external dissemination. Ironically, it has now been divulged by Garp himself. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted, especially when they come from Garp's own lips, leaving Sengoku with no time to conduct damage control. Left with no choice, Sengoku turned to seek alternative remedies. Soon, he conceived a plan. As the adage goes, if one cannot defeat an adversary, one must join forces with them. The future Luffy, capable of confronting and vanquishing the Golden Lion, signifies a terrifying potential and formidable strength. The seas are rife with pirates, making it exceedingly challenging for the Navy to execute a comprehensive capture. Their limited forces can only safeguard specific regions and their inhabitants. Thus arose the 7 warlords and the celestial dragons, along with bounty notices and pirate hunters, established by the government to maintain equilibrium in the existing world. The bounty notices and pirate hunters aim to attract valiant souls from the populace to serve the government, given Luffy's immense potential. Failing to impose any sanctions now could render future actions exceedingly difficult. However, if immediate coercive measures are enacted that stifle Luffy's growth, who will rise to defeat the Golden Lion in the future? From the recent broadcast, Sengoku has discerned the Golden Lion's ambitions. As the first criminal in history to escape from Impel Down, the Golden Lion has consistently posed a headache for the Navy. Over the years, they have not wavered in their pursuit of him, yet regrettably, they have yet to find a breakthrough. However, with the prophecy of the live broadcast, Luffy is likely to become the breakthrough point for the Navy to capture the Golden Lion. Such an exceptional opportunity is certainly not one that Sengoku would overlook. However, even if Luffy could assist the government in capturing the Golden Lion, it would not alter the fact that he is a pirate. As long as he remains a pirate, he will eternally stand opposed to the Navy. By the time Luffy matures into someone capable of defeating the Golden Lion, it is likely that the Navy would find themselves powerless against him. Therefore, it now seems that the only way to eliminate the Golden Lion without allowing Luffy to become an adversary of the Navy is to offer him an amnesty. With this decision made, Sengoku swiftly addressed Luffy through the live broadcast. Sengoku stated, "Luffy, since you are the grandson of Garp, you are naturally a part of our Navy. Thus, if you can find your way back and return to the embrace of the Navy, I promise to provide you with the finest treatment, and your companions can be removed from the pirate bounty list." Sengoku believed that his words held undeniable allure for Luffy, a pirate. Not only did Sengoku promise the best conditions for Luffy, but he was also willing to accept his companions, something that many pirates would scarcely dare to dream of. Being a pirate, after all, is akin to embarking on an independent venture fraught with insecurity and instability. How could it possibly compare to the Navy? With a structured system and provisions, especially considering Luffy's lineage as Garp's grandson, joining the Navy would signify a true and legitimate path. Would he then have to fear an unfavorable future? However, he underestimated Luffy's unwavering determination to become the Pirate King and overestimated the allure of the conditions he presented. Sengoku had reiterated these sentiments to Garp on numerous occasions. If Luffy had any genuine interest in joining the Navy, he would not have set sail to pursue a life as a pirate. Thus, when offered this invitation by Sengoku, Luffy resolutely declined. Luffy declared, "I apologize, but I am destined to become the Pirate King. I have no interest in being a Marine." His refusal to Sengoku was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Within a minute of Sengoku's words, he was met with a swift rebuttal. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Luffy is so cool. I adore him." Luffy responded, "Who are you? And where did you come from?" Doflamingo quipped, "Are you Garp's grandson? You do possess a certain audacity." Buggy scoffed, "Humph, he's merely a privileged figure riding on connections. What is so remarkable about that?" Dragon then interjected, "Buggy, I heard you harbor discontent towards my lineage, the D-Clan?" Buggy was taken aback, realizing that his casual remark had drawn the attention of Dragon. Furthermore, the tone of Dragon's response clearly indicated his alignment with Luffy and his dissatisfaction with Buggy's words. Although unaware of the exact relationship between Dragon and Luffy, Buggy decided it prudent to tread lightly in the presence of such a powerful figure. He stammered, "I was just speaking offhandedly. I didn't mean to provoke the leader of the Revolutionary Army." Sensing his previous statement lacked sincerity, Buggy hastily added, "By the way, Dragon-san, that shoehorn mark on your face is quite striking. Could you share a picture? I would like to get one myself someday." In essence, Buggy's comment was merely an attempt to flatter Dragon, expressing admiration for the mark on his face. However, unexpectedly, not only did he fail to flatter, but he also ended up hitting the horse's legs instead. Long has always been quite sensitive about the mark on his face, which is why he prefers to don a hooded cloak whenever he ventures out, especially after the secret of this mark was revealed during a live broadcast. He is even more averse to anyone mentioning it. Now, for Bucky to bring it up voluntarily, is he not clearly opposing him? Ivankov, a clown are you? Just wait. Once I am released from prison, I will ensure that you meet a fate worse than death for long. Bucky, ah well. Although I am quite tempted to refute, the notion of dismemberment holds no significance for me. Bucky's words were merely intended to convey a fact. Yet, in his tone reminiscent of an iron-headed child, he unwittingly reignited the ire of the Revolutionary Army, remaining completely oblivious to the consequences. Some of Buggy's subordinates, upon hearing his audacious and reckless words, found themselves even more enamored with their leader. Who would have thought their captain could be so resolute? The leader of the revolutionary army asserted, "If you dare, confront me." With such fortitude exhibited by their captain, the crew members of Buggy naturally felt emboldened as well. Machi exclaimed, "Captain is magnificent. What is the revolutionary army to us? Our captain is so formidable that his willingness to leave a mark on your shoehorn is a sign of respect. Dragon, I advise you not to be ungrateful." Machi, the first mate and beast tamer of the Buggy pirates, grew increasingly audacious in his speech, believing he had the Captain Buggy's support. However, upon hearing Machi's words, Altari, an ally of the Buggy pirates, felt as though she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Who was Dragon? He was the leader of the revolutionary army, commanding a mysterious force that had liberated numerous nations within a few short years, and was the most wanted criminal by the world government. How ignorant was Machi to dare provoke such a person? Altari exclaimed, "Heavens! Someone save me. What kind of madness is this?" She continued, "If I am to be punished, let the Navy do so. I would rather not be assigned to such a crew of fools." Buggy interjected, "What do you mean by that, Altari?" Altari replied, "It means I intend to make my exit. Our paths may cross again in the future." Buggy protested, "How could you be so ungrateful? We are in the New World. If we do not form alliances, we risk being devoured by other pirates." Dragon remarked, "Instead of worrying about others, you would do better to contemplate your own situation." Meanwhile, the live stream buzzed with excitement, thanks to Buggy's antics as a jester. Luffy glanced at it a few times before sleepiness overtook him, and within moments, he was fast asleep. However, during the moment when Luffy succumbed to slumber, a new query emerged within the live broadcast room. This time, the inquiry lacked any visual accompaniment, merely a question posed. Who is Luffy's father? The reward for a correct answer: the technique 100 Hands of Flower. Technique description: a special ability of the Hana fruit, allowing the user to sprout 100 flower petal hands from their body. The penalty for an incorrect answer: the random forfeiture of an item from the responder, which may include, but is not limited to, fruit abilities, martial prowess, life, equipment, and more. As the words of the live broadcast faded, a pink flower petal suddenly appeared in the rewards section of the stream. The Hana fruit is Robin's fruit ability, and this technique, 100 Hands of Flower, is one of the moves that Robin has developed through her fruit's power. It was unexpected that even techniques could be seized as rewards within the live stream. However, perhaps due to the nature of the fruit's abilities, which possess versatility and regenerative qualities, Robin herself was not affected by the loss of her technique. She could still wield the 100 Hands of Flower. Unlike others who became flustered after having their possessions stripped away by the live stream, Robin appeared remarkably composed. Once assured that her body remained unscathed, she prepared to focus intently on answering the question. After all, her fruit ability was her trump card, and she certainly did not wish for her unique technique to be learned by others. Yet, the question of Luffy's father proved to be a vexing puzzle for Robin. She did not even recognize Luffy, so how could she possibly know who his father was? Opinions regarding the query varied within the live broadcast room. Having just aired footage of Luffy defeating the Golden Lion, the audience's attention towards Luffy remained heightened, with many beginning to acknowledge his potential, believing that this young man had a promising future ahead. However, when this question arose, the hearts of all were consumed by a singular thought: the sense of injustice. The majority of them were entirely oblivious to who Luffy was, let alone the identity of his father. Doflamingo, Luffy's father? This is practically an effortless question for him. Nico Robin, this query does indeed lean towards Luffy. It appears we are all out of luck. Hancock, alas, shall I miss yet another question? Crocodile, perhaps not. This question has lingered for quite some time, yet not a single soul has stepped forward to answer it. Does that not suggest that even the boy Luffy himself is unaware of his father's identity? As the crowd engaged in a timeless discussion about the identity of Luffy's father, Luffy himself wore a perplexed expression. Just as Mr. Crocodile had surmised, Luffy was indeed ignorant of his father's identity. All he knew was that his grandfather was Garp, and he had grown up in the windmill village of East Blue, raised by the mountain bandit Dayton, and later, he came to have 2 brothers. However, he has always been oblivious to the identity of his father. In his childhood, he inquired about this matter with Garp, but each time he posed the question, Garp would erupt in a fit of rage. Eventually, the young Luffy became wise to this and ceased to ask Garp about it. Luffy, isn't this an obvious question? How could I not know? Perona, what a shock. Could it be that someone truly does not know who their father is? Luffy, is that so strange? Then who is your father? Perona, I actually do not know. I apologize for the interruption. Bartolomeo, No way, no way. Is it really possible that someone does not know their own father? Garp, didn't you just say that Luffy is your grandson? Then who is your son? Regarding the relationship between Garp and Luffy, Garp had previously acknowledged it during a live broadcast. However, the fact that Garp has a son is seldom known to the public. Even prior to this inquiry being raised, many questioned whether Luffy had sprung forth from some crevice of stone. Of course, there are those who are aware of the answer to this query. At the very least, Garp, along with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, are privy to this information, as are a select few high-ranking officials within the Navy. Nonetheless, should this matter be brought to light, it would severely tarnish the Navy's reputation. The few individuals who are aware of the truth have chosen to remain silent. While the reward for answering this question is indeed enticing, it is merely a rather novel tactic. They are unwilling to jeopardize the Navy's honor for the sake of a query. Even Garp, upon encountering this question, found himself lost in contemplation. Should the identity of Luffy's father be revealed to the public at this juncture? Would the dissemination of such news adversely affect Luffy himself, as well as the Navy headquarters? Garp began to weigh the implications. Meanwhile, on White Soil Island, Dragon stood atop a mountain peak, hands clasped behind his back. After safeguarding this secret for over a decade, was it truly destined to be unveiled? Who could possibly be more aware of Luffy's paternal lineage than he? In the Navy headquarters, within Luffy's room, he had just settled into bed, ready to sleep, when he was interrupted by the announcement of the live question and answer session. Not even allowing me a moment's rest, he grumbled upon hearing the question. However, upon witnessing this reward, Luo Fei immediately felt a surge of excitement. If it were merely the technique itself, he might not have reacted so fervently. What truly piqued Luo Fei's interest was the underlying fruitability associated with this technique. Previously, for the sake of safeguarding his family members, Brother Ming had remained in the live broadcast room and bestowed upon Luo Fei a skill known as the string puppet. When this skill was first transmitted, it appeared as nothing more than a tangled mass of strings resembling a puppet. However, after Luffy integrated and absorbed this technique, he could effortlessly wield the puppet, transforming it into his likeness or into various other forms. Perhaps, by mastering this technique, he might even seize the powers of the flower fruit. After careful consideration, Luffy resolved to answer the question. Yet, this inquiry involved sensitive information. Those privy to the details, but who refrained from participating immediately, were likely pondering the implications, which conveniently afforded Luffy some time to respond. To secure the reward, Luffy needed to act swiftly. Considering his current identity, he refrained from providing a direct answer and instead remarked in the live stream, "Everyone, do you recall when Luffy set sail? He was initially unable to escape my grasp, but thanks to the protection of that man, he managed to embark on his journey." Upon hearing Luffy's words, the audience in the live stream fell into a brief stupor. A singular name began to crystallize in their minds: Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Previously, when the live stream posed a question about the mark on Dragon's face, it coincidentally displayed scenes from Luffy's departure. With Luffy's statement, the realization dawned upon the entire audience. It seemed that each of their names bore the letter D. However, merely sharing the letter D in their names was insufficient to convince them of the connection, for both Roger and Blackbeard also bore the letter D in their names. It would be absurd to suggest that Roger and Blackbeard were both sons of Dragon. What ultimately solidified their belief in this connection was the fact that Dragon escorted Luffy on his journey. Prior to this, the Revolutionary Army had operated with remarkable secrecy, akin to a hawk soaring through the dark night, with tumultuous storms prevailing, only to reveal tranquility at dawn. Before Luffy's departure, the Revolutionary Army had already liberated several nations in the East Blue, rendering direct confrontation with the Navy unnecessary. In light of this, the assertion that Dragon is Luffy's father appeared increasingly plausible. With Luffy's deduction, nearly all hearts resonated with his conclusion. Just as the audience prepared to respond, Luffy preemptively declared the answer. Therefore, Luffy's father must undoubtedly be Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. With this revelation, the live stream fell into a profound silence for a considerable time. Although they would not receive the reward for this question, they understood the monumental implications behind this inquiry. Luffy's grandfather is the Navy hero Garp, and his father is Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This implies that Revolutionary Army leader Dragon is indeed the son of the hero Garp. The realization of this conclusion left the entire sea in astonishment. As a Navy hero, Garp not only has a grandson aspiring to become the Pirate King, but also a son intent on overthrowing the world government. Such news is undeniably explosive. The justice upheld by the Navy has lost its purity. At this moment, the authority of the government faces a significant challenge. Doflamingo, it is truly enlightening to discover that the Navy maintains not only close ties with pirates, but also engages in profound exchanges with the Revolutionary Army. Moria, if they can so carelessly fabricate textbooks, what is it that the Navy cannot accomplish? Akainu, can we refrain from discussing this matter? Buggy, I never imagined that Luffy is actually the son of Dragon. I am friends with your son, and I have assisted him on numerous occasions in the East Blue. Considering our connection, could you show some leniency and let me go? Luffy, friends? I don't recall that. You didn't help me back then. Buggy, that is not quite fair. When Smoker was chasing you, didn't I divert his forces? Had I not delayed the Navy's advance? How could you have escaped the East Blue so smoothly? Luffy, ha ha ha, it seems you have a point there. I'll take your word for it. Dragon, son? How have you fared in the New World? Acknowledging that this secret has been unveiled, Dragon no longer conceals it. Uttering such a tender phrase nearly depleted all of his courage. This should have been a tear-jerking reunion of a father and son, destined for a life of happiness together. To his surprise, a single remark from Luffy sent a chill down Dragon's spine. Luffy asked, "Who are you? I don't recognize you. So please refrain from collecting sons like that old man Whitebeard, all right?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Do I really go around collecting sons? However, given that you are the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, I shall overlook this." Luffy retorted, "One can eat whatever they wish, but one must not speak carelessly." Nami interjected, "At this point, Luffy, you ought to just admit it." Luffy replied, "I know nothing. What do you want me to confess?" Nami pressed on, "Admit that you are a prince, here to experience life with us misfits." Nami then asked, "Hey, Luffy, since your background is so formidable, do you possess a great deal of treasure?" As she spoke, her eyes shimmered with images of berries. Luffy remained silent. Buggy exclaimed, "Pirates truly are a scourge. Just look at how this long-lost father and son have been driven to this state." In an attempt to appease Dragon and atone for his prior offense, Buggy inadvertently incited a chorus of agreement among the pirates. Cavendish chimed in, "Indeed, the Navy is utterly inhumane and immoral." Bartolomeo added, "Absolutely. The Navy has no conscience." Machi echoed, "I second that." Meanwhile, Sengoku observed the scene before him, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. Was it truly the case that all these misfortunes were solely the Navy's fault? Moreover, he had barely hesitated for a few seconds before others jumped in to respond. If it had been other informed high-ranking Navy officials answering, that would be understandable, but it was instead the unpredictable Luffy. The very year Luffy was born, Law had just come into the world as well. With his strength and background, it was impossible for him to possess knowledge of such high-level secrets. Unexpectedly, it was the previously broadcast footage from the live stream that allowed Rob Lucci to seize upon this detail, leading him to deduce the correct answer to the question posed. Sengoku, Smoker, were you not the one tasked with guarding Log Town? Did you not once engage in battle with Dragon? How could you possibly be unaware of such vital intelligence? Smoker, Sir Admiral, if I am privy to this information, can it truly be deemed a secret? Smoker continued, moreover, after Dragon destroyed Log Town to escort Luffy out to sea, why has there been no dispatch of troops from headquarters? Smoker, known for his fiery temperament, had always been rebellious from a young age. While he steadfastly upheld a sense of justice, it was merely the justice he personally believed in. The adage that a commander in the field may disregard military orders was precisely why Smoker sought refuge in the East Blue, a haven for rampant piracy, to escape the control of the Navy headquarters. Thus, in response to Sengoku's inquiries, Smoker did not cower like other Marines. Instead, he seized the opportunity to voice sentiments he had long wished to express. Sengoku, taken aback by Smoker's retort, fell silent. Though he remained internally vexed and opted to mute himself, he understood that the current discourse within the live stream was decidedly unfavorable towards the Navy. Given that the entanglement involving Garp, Dragon, and Luffy across 3 generations was now unavoidable, he realized that resistance was futile, and it would be wiser to acquiesce and endure the mockery. Naturally, Sengoku had contemplated fabricating a lie to deceive the audience of the live stream. However, after discussing the matter with Garp, he was met with an immediate rejection. Impossible. I have just publicly proclaimed that Luffy is my grandson. You expect me to turn against him now? The concealment of relationships was not solely the decision of Garp, but rather the collective stance of the upper echelons of the Navy. For the sake of the Navy, he sacrificed familial ties, enduring years, even decades, of separation from loved ones. Garp has already made numerous sacrifices for the Navy. Now that this secret has finally been unveiled, Even lies cannot mitigate the repercussions of this revelation. Under such circumstances, Garp would certainly reject Sengoku's assertions. Helplessly, Sengoku could only swallow his grievances. Perhaps this embodies the burdens of being an admiral. Despite possessing extraordinary strength and wielding immense power, one must prioritize the collective interests of the Navy and their words and actions. The Navy comes first, and only then can an admiral exist. Akainu had previously taken the fall for another incident, and this time, Sengoku cannot evade responsibility. Meanwhile, in Roby's chamber, as the audience in the live broadcast questioned the Navy's integrity, Roby was engaged in a display of his floral technique. This was not just any floral technique. It was Roby's unique manifestation of the flower fruit's abilities. Having correctly answered a question, the rewards rightfully belonged to him. Lying supine on his bed, he effortlessly extended arms made of petals with the power of his will, creating a remarkably lifelike illusion. His finger joints moved with exceptional dexterity, resembling genuine fingers. Furthermore, Roby endeavored to harness this technique to master the capabilities of the flower fruit, aspiring to transform and create even more. Yet in the end, it became evident that the system was exceedingly straightforward, providing techniques without offering any opportunity for integration or comprehension. This realization led Luo Fei to recall the string puppet sent by Ming-Gu. When Ming-Gu dispatched this puppet, he believed he was merely delivering a figurine, at most granting Luo Fei a mere doppelganger, nothing more. Unexpectedly, Luffy discovered that not only could he use his string puppet to create his own doppelganger, but he could also manifest other objects through the powers of the string fruit. In light of this realization, it seemed more prudent to solicit rewards directly from his group members. After fully assimilating this newfound skill, the night had grown late, compelling Luffy to retire for the evening to avoid the peril of exhaustion. To prevent any inquiries from arising in the live stream during his slumber, Luffy promptly switched to his primary account and set the live stream to sleep mode. This mode temporarily deactivated the stream, yet the chat group continued to function normally. Thus, while Luffy peacefully slept, numerous pirates, Navy members, and other factions monitored the live stream and the world's developments through the chat group. The following day, Luffy awoke naturally, experiencing perhaps the most restful sleep he had had in 3 years. Given the strict discipline of the Navy, which mandated a specific wake-up time each day, Luffy, as an ordinary naval soldier, dutifully adhered to this principle. However, times have changed. Luffy has ascended to the role of a super administrator in the live streaming room, where he wields unparalleled authority. Furthermore, Luffy has answered 3 questions correctly in succession, significantly enhancing his capabilities. In the span of a mere day, he has undeniably become the most dazzling presence within the Navy. Under such circumstances, it is inconceivable for the higher-ups to treat him as an ordinary naval soldier. Additionally, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally approaching Luffy yesterday, after Luffy presented a treasure, Sengoku even promised him a direct graduation from the Naval Academy and assured him of a position within the Navy's management structure. Presently, Luffy stands as a formidable force in the Navy's efforts to counter pirates. One could say that even if he wished to indulge in sloth, Sengoku would be more than willing to accommodate him. As noon approached, Luffy finally rose languidly from his bed. The first thing he did upon waking was to activate the live streaming room, allowing it to continue its random playback and initiate a question and answer session. After all, the more questions that appeared, the stronger he would become. Once he disabled the live stream sleep mode and waited for a while without any activity, he decided to check the chat group linked to the live stream, curious to see if the prominent figures had awakened. After all, these extraordinary individuals were the primary targets for Luffy's endeavors. Upon opening the chat group, Luffy was bombarded with messages. Tina, Luffy, have you gotten up yet? Tina, Luffy, have you gotten up yet? Approximately every 10 minutes, Tina would post the same inquiry in the group. Eventually, upon receiving no response from Luffy, Tina, exasperated, issued a stern warning. Luffy, why are you still in bed? Do you think you can be so lax just because you graduated from the Naval Academy? Just wait. Once I complete this mission, I will return to Marineford to teach you a lesson. Although Luffy often displayed a mischievous and playful demeanor, Tina was typically at a loss for how to discipline him. However, when it came to matters of discipline, Tina maintained a strict stance. In her view, only the lackadaisical Navy members, like Kizaru and Aokiji, would indulge in such slothful behavior. Seeing Tina's barrage of messages, Luffy couldn't help but chuckle. He was surprised that even after Tina had set sail, she was still so concerned about him. Even more astonishing was the realization that this live streaming room had become a tool for Tina to supervise him. Luffy, Tina, Are you not tired? Tina, just getting up? Tina is very angry. At this moment, Tina had already discerned through Rofy's shared perspective that he had finally risen, but it was nearing noon. Under normal circumstances, Tina would have stormed into Rofy's room with a small whip in hand. Nonetheless, despite Tina's ire, Rofy chose not to respond directly, instead continuing with a rather nonchalant inquiry. Rofy, you only need to tell me whether you are tired or not. Tina, I have been on a ship all night. How could I possibly be tired? Luo Fei, it's impossible. How could you not be exhausted after running around in my dream all night? If it weren't for the presence of Instructor Tina in the dream, I certainly wouldn't have slept this long. As soon as Luo Fei sent this message, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He often enjoyed teasing his classmates and playing pranks at the Naval Academy, and even though Tina held the position of instructor, she was not spared from his antics. He initially thought that with Tina out at sea, he would have no opportunity to play tricks on her again. But this live broadcast presented him with a splendid chance. Meanwhile, somewhere sailing on the ocean, Tina felt her jaw tighten in irritation upon reading Luo Fei's playful remarks. Tina? Tina, you cheeky rascal. Are you itching for trouble? Be careful, or I might just whip you with my little riding crop. In the ensuing chat group, Tina continued to bombard Luo Fei with a barrage of words. However, the conversation has evolved from mere greetings to a contemplation of whether Rofy desires a beating. In response to Tina's ire, Rofy nonchalantly quipped, Tina, do you think this is a classroom? You can't reach me through the screen, haha. Tina was infuriated, yet powerless to retaliate. The other viewers in the live stream couldn't help but join in the banter. Cavendish, if I'm not mistaken, Tina is a Navy major? To so boldly utter words about spanking her students, TSK, the Navy's customs are quite liberated. Bartolomeo, can we refrain from using those foreign expressions? What does liberated even mean? Buggy, it means very open-minded. You don't understand that, you country bumpkin. Bartolomeo, ha ha ha, the Navy does sound quite open-minded. Wait a moment. Who exactly were you calling a country bumpkin? Buggy, whoever fits the description should take it to heart. Whitebeard, I didn't grasp that. Buggy, I was mistaken. Bruno, enough is enough. I can't bear this any longer. Rofy is utterly detestable. How about this, Tina? I'll use my door fruit abilities to send you back to Marineford, and you can give that brat a good thrashing. Sound good? Tina, I think that's a splendid idea. Rofy, Bruno, do you consider me a mere decoration? Ding. Group member Bruno has been muted for a day by the administrator. Kapu, Bruno, have you forgotten my words from yesterday? Only after being muted did Bruno recall that Kapu had openly supported Rofy just the day before. He never expected that Rofy had managed to win over even the great Kapu. This lad is indeed formidable. For some reason, a wave of unease washed over Bruno. Meanwhile, Tina continued to shout in the live stream, firmly believing that as Rofy's instructor, he could not silence her. Naturally, Rofy had no intention of muting Tina. It was not out of fear of her little whip, but rather because he appreciated Tina as a valuable member of the Navy. The thought of her daily inquiries about his well-being, did he sleep well, rise on time, eat properly, seemed rather pleasant. Tina, Bruno, being muted is irrelevant. You can come quietly. And just as quietly escort me to Rofy's quarters. Tina, next, just wait for my beloved little whip. Upon hearing Tina's words, Rofy felt his heart race, not from fear, but from the realization that her statement held a certain ambiguity. Was she hinting at something? Rofy, Bruno, I permit you to escort Instructor Tina back to Marineford. After Rofy spoke, he promptly lifted Bruno's mute status. However, the current Bruno was not in the mood for such thoughts. He had just received a warning from Vice Admiral Garp, and he still needed to uphold the dignity of the naval hero. Bruno declared, I voluntarily choose to remain silent for a century. Moria laughed. You've really managed to turn Bruno speechless. Doflamingo, with youthful audacity, ventured to inquire, is this the kind of discipline taught at the Naval Academy? Sanji chimed in. I echo that question. Tina interjected, Pirates, do you seek to court death? Rofy added, exactly, you shall not compete with me for Instructor Tina. Tina responded with confusion. Amidst this lively banter, the atmosphere in the live stream lightened considerably. After a few exchanges, Tina realized she had unwittingly fallen into Rofy's trap. Frustrated yet with no outlet for her anger, she ultimately chose to close the live stream, preferring not to see and thus not to be troubled. Meanwhile, Rofy, as the conversation progressed, seemed to discover joy in the camaraderie of the group. Coupled with Rofy's status as a super admin, all members of the group, regardless of their rank or strength, tended to indulge him with flattery. Naturally, conversing with such a cohort of sycophants lifted Rofei's spirits. Simultaneously, in the office of Marshal Sengoku at Marineford, thoughts regarding Rofei's future occupied his mind. It was clear that Rofei was no longer suited to remain at the Naval Academy. Yesterday, in a moment of joy, he had made promises to Rofei that now needed to be fulfilled. While facilitating Rofei's graduation from the academy would be straightforward, finding an appropriate position for him proved to be a more complex task. Given Rofei's unique circumstances, relocating him from Marineford was out of the question. So Sengoku had to consider a nearby assignment. However, opportunities were scarce due to personnel saturation. Just as Sengoku pondered this dilemma, Garp entered and said, "I know of a position that would be perfect for Rofei." Hearing Garp, who usually remained indifferent, make such a statement, Sengoku felt a surge of hope. "Garp, you have finally matured. You are now willing to share the burden. Pray tell, what position do you have in mind?" Although Garp holds the rank of Rear Admiral, he largely remains uninvolved in affairs, merely occupying a nominal position. Significant events are rare, and trivial matters do not necessitate Garp's intervention. Yet, his steadfast status within the Navy over the years can likely be attributed to his esteemed reputation as a naval hero. Throughout his life, apart from his son being the leader of the Revolutionary Army and his grandson being a pirate, Garp has not been marred by any scandal. Thus, prior to the emergence of this incident, Garp was regarded as a symbol of naval faith, and even after the revelation was broadcasted, he remained a dream figure for many in the Navy. Sengoku still harbored hopes regarding Garp's perspective. With a look of earnest anticipation, Sengoku observed as Garp approached and slowly remarked, "Has Titina just set sail with Tsuru? There happens to be a vacancy for a position at the Naval Academy." Though Garp did not articulate the subsequent thoughts, the implication was clear. He intended for Luffy to step in as the new naval instructor. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Since Luffy had first answered a question correctly in the live stream, Sengoku had thoroughly investigated Luffy's background. He knew all too well what kind of person Luffy was. "Surely, you jest. Luffy has only just graduated from the Naval Academy. And do you have any idea what he has been up to for the past 3 years? He spent more time skipping classes and sleeping than anything else. And now you want him to be an instructor? That is utterly ludicrous," Sengoku immediately questioned. He could hardly fathom what the future of the Navy would look like if Luffy were to assume the role of instructor. Garp, upon hearing this, was not one to back down and began to fervently present his viewpoint. So what if he was a below-average student for 3 years? Luffy is a late bloomer. Just look at the current Naval Academy. Is there anyone who can compare to him? Our Navy has adhered to a conventional approach for decades without any significant breakthroughs. Perhaps it is time to discard those antiquated teaching methods. Luffy is brimming with creativity. Having him as an instructor might infuse our Navy with fresh energy and vitality. Moreover, how long would it take to bring in an instructor from elsewhere? Garp believed Sengoku was blind to the potential, and while speaking, he shot Sengoku an incredulous glance. "I find Luffy to be quite suitable. He graduated today, so why not have him start immediately? It would provide him with invaluable experience." After an extensive discourse, Garp felt somewhat fatigued and took a moment to quench his thirst. Sengoku, upon hearing Garp's analysis, refrained from immediate response and instead engaged in a calm contemplation. Garp's assertions were not without merit, particularly when he pointed out the lack of significant breakthroughs in the Navy's development over the decades. A notion that struck a chord within Sengoku. As the fleet admiral, he naturally aspired to lead the Navy towards grandeur, yet he had not achieved this ambition. The Naval Academy, being the foundation of the Navy, posed a fundamental issue. If the root problem remained unresolved, how could he tackle the persistent dilemmas that plagued him? Perhaps it was time to seriously consider Garp's counsel. After a brief pause, Sengoku finally reached a decision. Regarding the current situation of the Naval Academy lacking instructors, he was amenable to allowing Rofei to assume the role temporarily. However, he remained apprehensive about Rofei's capability to bear such a significant responsibility. Thus he resolved to appoint a more composed officer from the Navy as well. Stroking his goatee, Sengoku articulated his thoughts. This was the most balanced solution he could conceive, one that neither disappointed Garp nor neglected Rofei's placement. More crucially, it involved a modest gamble. Should it falter, he could simply reassign Rofei without incurring substantial repercussions. However, should he emerge victorious, he would secure the future of the entire Navy, a prospect that seems undeniably lucrative. Upon hearing Sengoku finally relent, Garp nodded in satisfaction. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Garp felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he beheld Luffy, particularly after learning of Luffy's mischievous antics at the Naval Academy. Garp couldn't help but think how much Luffy resembled his own reckless grandson. Crane and Sengoku, upon hearing about Luffy's past, wore expressions of deep concern, troubled by his history. Yet Garp remained in high spirits, laughing heartily throughout. However, what sets it apart is that Luffy has chosen the path of the Navy. This is also the path that Garp has long wished for Luffy to pursue. Perhaps due to this connection, Garp is naturally inclined to assist Luffy within his capabilities. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the need to find another Navy officer to serve as an instructor alongside Luffy, Garp cautioned Sengoku, saying, "Being too composed can be detrimental. You know how unpredictable Luffy can be. If you send him a crane, he might just tie its hair into a bow, believe it or not." Garp assumed that the individual Sengoku referred to as Admiral Tsuru. This assumption stemmed from the familiarity between Sengoku and Tsuru, which would facilitate communication and allow for the imposition of certain constraints on Luffy. Moreover, those who have reached such a level in the Navy often find themselves with ample free time, and Tsuru happened to possess the capability to undertake such a role. Thus, after this analysis, Garp naturally concluded that the colleague Sengoku was seeking for Luffy was indeed Tsuru. However, upon hearing Garp's statement, Sengoku shook his head, refuting Garp's assertion. "Rest assured, she is a young naval officer, one you should be familiar with, and her prowess is quite formidable," Sengoku confidently declared. The individual he had in mind was already chosen by Sengoku. Yet he remained uncertain whether this person would be willing to temporarily assume the role of instructor at the naval headquarters. Soon, Sengoku promptly retrieved the transponder snail. Just as he was about to call this individual, the ethereal blue live broadcast screen before him began to ripple once more. A new transmission commenced anew. On the side of Luo Fei, he naturally took note of the changes occurring within the live broadcast room. As the images within the room began to rotate and the colors grew increasingly vivid, Luo Fei understood that a new question and answer session was about to unfold. Unlike other members who exhibited tension in the face of the new live stream, Luo Fei maintained a demeanor of remarkable calmness. After all, the future of the live broadcast room was a future he could foresee. Even the past, save for the blank century of history, was familiar to him. With the continuous transitions and clarifications of the broadcast images, Luo Fei swiftly recognized that the current scene featured Marineford. As the camera gradually expanded its view, Luo Fei observed that while Marineford appeared outwardly tranquil, one aspect was strikingly peculiar. This was the fact that a large town, home to the families of many sailors, now lay desolate and devoid of life. The Navy's flag continued to flutter high above, yet the emptiness of the town rendered the atmosphere profoundly desolate. Such a scenario was clearly illogical. The complete evacuation of so many families led Luo Fei to comprehend that something significant was about to transpire in Marineford. As the live broadcast progressed, Luo Fei soon encountered the town's residents. However, this time, the location had shifted to the Shambadi archipelago. All the civilians who should have been in Marineford's family town had relocated to the Shambadi archipelago. The reason for their presence was straightforward: they sought refuge. The townspeople seeking sanctuary were intently observing Marineford's every move through the central screen of the Shambadi archipelago. Having received advance notice that a monumental event would unfold there today, this event was destined to fundamentally alter the trajectory of the future world. Whether this future would bring fortune or calamity, they yearned to witness it with their own eyes. The images displayed in the live broadcast were not only clear but also evoked a sense of immersion. Thus, those watching the unfolding scene in the live broadcast room felt as though they were physically present in the Shambadi archipelago, observing the grand screen with clarity. However, due to the distance of the camera's focus on the large screen in the Shambadi archipelago, the viewers could only discern a vague outline. Drake. The large screen appears to be showcasing the execution platform of Marineford. Could it be that a significant figure is to be executed? Kid, truly. A fallen rear admiral, who even possesses knowledge of such matters. Hawkins, have you all noticed that when the Navy executes a prominent figure, it is usually done publicly at the entrance of the Grand Line in Logtown? Why has this shifted to the Navy headquarters this time? Bonnie, could it be that this live stream is also from the future? The scene had not yet fully unfolded when a fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. The singular question that consumed everyone's thoughts was the identity of the individual poised to ascend the gallows. Amidst the air of uncertainty, the live broadcast gradually zoomed in. The figure destined for execution slowly became clearer in the spectator's gaze. Upon finally recognizing the condemned man, a collective shock enveloped the audience, particularly affecting the elderly man with the white beard. His emotions surged as he discerned the identity of the man standing on the execution platform at Marineford, none other than Ace. At this moment, Ace knelt with his hands bound behind his back, his head bowed low, revealing only a few strands of his disheveled hair. Evidently, the sea-stone handcuffs weighed heavily on him, rendering his entire demeanor markedly weary. Concurrently, the viewers noted through the broadcast that Marineford had fortified its defenses to ensure Ace's execution proceeded without a hitch. Surrounding the gallows stood thousands of naval officers, summoned from across the globe, bolstering morale and bracing for the event. 50 warships encircled the nearby waters, while the coastline bristled with an array of heavy artillery. At the harbor, 5 pivotal figures of strategic importance, the warlords of the sea, stood in a line: Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracul Mihawk, Moonlight Moria, and the Empress Boa Hancock. Below the execution platform, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, renowned as the Navy's utmost combatants, were also present. These were merely the visible elements of the Navy's strategic arrangements. The extent of their covert operations remained shrouded in mystery. In sum, all conceivable forces of justice were conspicuously present at Marineford for Ace's execution. As the audience absorbed these preparations, they finally grasped the Navy's profound determination regarding Ace's fate. A foreboding sense of anticipation settled over them, as they sensed that this event would reshape the very fabric of the world order. Once this display concluded, the live broadcast abruptly froze. Luffy understood that the stream had ended, and the question and answer segment was about to commence. Question: why was Ace captured? Correct answer: reward, the legendary sword, Rayleigh. Incorrect answer: penalty. Randomly strip 1 item from the incorrect respondent, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial skills, life, or equipment. The renowned sword, Rayleigh, was once wielded by Shiryu of the Rain, the chief warden of Impelled Down, the infamous underwater prison. This sword is celebrated as one of the legendary cursed blades. Long ago, due to his bloodthirsty nature and the massacre of numerous inmates within the confines of Impelled Down, Shiryu's heinous actions could not be overlooked by the chief warden, Magellan. Consequently, he was deemed the most formidable and perilous criminal. Confined to the 6th level of the underwater prison, upon Shiryu's incarceration, the fearsome blade Rayleigh was confiscated and vanished without a trace. Now resurfacing in the world, Shiryu is filled with exhilaration, perpetually yearning to reclaim the cursed sword that fought alongside him in his blood-soaked battles. Regrettably, the undersea prison is heavily fortified, making escape an arduous endeavor, let alone the retrieval of Thunderstorm. With an opportunity finally presenting itself, he is determined to seize it with fervor. Why was Ace captured? This question prompted Shiryu to conduct a thorough analysis. Firstly, the inquiry pertains to the future, lacking any options or parameters, rendering it impossible for Shiryu to conjure an answer from thin air. Additionally, having been confined in the undersea prison for many years, he possesses knowledge of only a few seasoned pirates, leaving him oblivious to the burgeoning new generation. He is even unaware of Ace's identity, making it futile to seek the answer to this query. Since conventional clues are of no avail, he resorts to a literal interpretation. Soon, Shiryu uncovers what he believes to be the most accurate answer amidst a few scattered hints. Shiryu, why was Ace captured? Is that even a question worth posing? Observe the skull mark on his back. He must be a pirate. Now, appearing at the execution platform of Marineford, it is evident he has been apprehended by the Navy. Shiryu, it is astonishing that such a question has been singled out. How could a live stream pose such a simplistic inquiry? Enough, the answer has emerged. Swiftly present the rewards. Shiryu responds with unwavering confidence, convinced that his analysis is impeccable. He is even prepared to welcome the arrival of the Demon Blade, Thunderstorm. Regrettably, the subsequent remarks in the live broadcast doused him with a cold reality. Shiryu's response, Ace has been captured by the Navy, was incorrect, resulting in a permanent reduction of 20 movement speed. Naturally, had the punishment been solely for the erroneous answer, Shiryu would not have felt such distress. A warning. The group member Shiryu displayed contempt for the live broadcast, incurring an additional deduction of 10 years from his lifespan. If you hold disdain for the live broadcast, you may choose to withdraw. However, should you choose to disdain the authority of the live stream, be prepared to face the consequences. The audacious remarks made by Shiryu will not go unpunished by the platform. Otherwise, with so many participants in the live stream, anyone could challenge its credibility, rendering the QA session untenable. The penalty imposed on Shiryu is merely a mild admonition, should anyone else transgress in the future. The platform will undoubtedly enact far more severe repercussions. Upon receiving the notification of his punishment, Shiryu was filled with regret. Not only had he failed to secure a reward, but his speed had also been inexplicably reduced by 20. Furthermore, a single careless remark had cost him a decade of his lifespan. Shilio exclaimed, "This is unjust. It is utterly unfair. I only erred twice. Why should I endure 2 penalties?" Ding. Detection of member Shilio's negative commentary questioning the live stream has resulted in the forfeiture of 10 years of lifespan. Shilio retorted, "What a ridiculous live stream. How dare you?" Ding. Detection of member Shilio's abusive language towards the live stream has led to the forfeiture of an additional 20 years of lifespan. Shilio protested, "On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. What a pathetic live stream. A worthless endeavor." Shilio continued to voice his grievances in the live stream, resisting the platform's decisions in his own way. The harsher the punishment, the more he found it intolerable, yet his curses and defiance would not retract the penalties imposed by the platform. With every insult he uttered, the livestream responded with a notification of further lifespan reduction. Initially, Shilio was filled with vigor. However, as the conversation progressed, his tone noticeably weakened. He had begun to sense the ebbing of his life force within him. He could feel that his existence was drawing to a close. Shilio quickly realized that if he continued to hurl insults, the live stream's punishment would surely claim his life. Although life in prison was monotonous and tedious, at least he was still alive. As long as he drew breath, there remained a chance to see the sun again. After the live stream had stripped him of 50 years of his lifespan, Shilio ultimately chose to mute himself. Noticing Shilio's sudden silence, the viewers in the live stream found it quite unusual. Baki remarked, "Why has the guy stopped talking? Has he lost his life?" Hancock responded, "This live stream can indeed kill. We must tread carefully." Luo Fei reassured them, there is no need for excessive concern. The live stream merely deducted 40 years from his life. He perished so swiftly. As for his silence, it's likely just that he has become frightened. Luo Fei was well aware of the live stream's nature. If it truly intended to take a life, it would not be so hesitant. Warring states, he called Magellan. "Go and find out what is happening." Magellan replied, "Understood, Commander. But could you allow me to finish my business first?" Shilio interjected, "No need to check. I'm simply tired and wish to sleep." Baki said, "If you're scared, just admit it. You've made us all worry." Shilio retorted, "Are you worried for me or for yourself?" Hawkins chimed in, "Luo Fei, the true prophet." Bonnie added, "Indeed, in terms of prophecy, you cannot match Luo Fei." From that point onward, regardless of the uproar in the live stream, Shilio remained silent. The sole reason was his fear. He sensed that his years were numbered and did not wish to squander the remainder of his life speaking in the live stream. As the live stream imposed a punishment for Shilio's incorrect responses, Luo Fei soon received the corresponding deduction reward. The reason Rain Shilio was deemed an exceptionally formidable criminal was not only due to his bloodthirsty nature, but also his immense power. Particularly noteworthy was his swordsmanship, combined with his ghostly agility, allowing him to achieve instantaneous kills, truly an insurmountable threat. While others speculated about the identity of the individual who had delivered Ace to the guillotine at Marineford, Luo Fei had already fused the 20 points of speed he had just extracted from Shilio into his own abilities. It was undeniable that being classified as a world-class supercriminal and confined within the depths of the 6th layer of the underwater prison, Shilio's strength warranted the danger he posed. Now, with just the 20 points of speed acquired from Shilio, Luo Fei could attain the effect of instantaneous movement. He couldn't help but wonder what might transpire with a complete fusion. Nevertheless, Luffy merely contemplated this notion. After all, he was now entirely capable of reaping rewards from the live stream without exerting himself in battle. Aside from Shilio's 20% increase in speed, Luffy had also gained another boon, an additional 40 years to his lifespan. Previously, he had acquired 10 years from Blackbeard and 100 years bestowed by Big Mom, alongside Shilio's 10, which meant that Luffy now possessed a minimum of 140 years of life, coupled with his original lifespan. It was reasonable to surmise that he might live to see 200 years. What wonders would unfold in the world 2 centuries hence? Such an extensive period would undoubtedly allow him to witness the complete transformation of an era. While Luffy felt a sense of curiosity about the future, he remained unhurried. He believed that by that time, a new order would have been established in the world. Within the live stream, the quiz continued unabated. Luffy merely took a moment to acclimatize to the effects of the additional 20 speed before redirecting his attention back to the stream. He had resolved not to answer the question regarding Ace's capture, for it was indeed a challenging enigma. Although Luffy was privy to the ultimate answer, he found it difficult to deduce it from his own perspective. Furthermore, He was intrigued to observe the conjectures of others regarding this question and how they perceived the forthcoming changes in the world. More importantly, Luffy was eager to see who would become the next unsuspecting participant, confidently answering incorrectly and inadvertently providing him with rewards. Due to Shiyu's previous misstep, everyone had become notably more cautious this time around. The allure of quiz rewards was particularly enticing, especially for swordsmen. Yet, despite this, it is well understood that every query posed in the live stream is far from trivial. To accurately predict events that are yet to unfold is an immensely daunting task. Moreover, the gravity of Ace's impending execution has eclipsed the significance of any prize. Who is Ace? He is the young warrior who dared to challenge Whitebeard, sinking 5 warships with a single fiery punch, while repeatedly rejecting the government's invitations to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He also holds the esteemed position of the 2nd Division Commander within the Whitebeard Pirates. It is noteworthy that the Whitebeard Pirates consist of 16 divisions, and those ranked higher possess greater strength than their lower counterparts. Thus, being appointed as a division commander speaks volumes about one's prowess. Rumors even circulate that Ace is being groomed as Whitebeard's successor. Whitebeard, who places immense value on familial bonds, affectionately refers to his crew as his sons. Therefore, upon witnessing Ace being led to the execution platform in Marineford, Whitebeard was consumed by rage. Who is it that could have brought Ace to the guillotine in Marineford? I swear, if I find out, I shall crush his skull. Ace, however, chuckled and said, Father, there is no need to be so enraged. If this is my destiny, then I shall accept it. He then addressed Marco, saying, If I should meet an unfortunate fate in the future, you must take good care of Father. At that moment, Ace was traversing the desert of Alabasta. He was acutely aware of the implications of the live stream footage. No one is devoid of fear regarding death. As he witnessed himself ascend to the execution platform, Ace's mind was nearly blank. How could he embrace death when he had yet to discover the meaning of his existence? He could not accept such an outcome. However, in comparison to death, he was far less inclined to distress his beloved father due to his own disobedience as a child. Whitebeard remarked, Ace, return to me, remain by my side, and I shall see if that man dares to lay a finger on you. As he uttered these words, a sense of foreboding began to envelop him, a premonition that stemmed from Blackbeard. Blackbeard, also known as Marshal D. Teach, had originally been a member of Whitebeard's pirate crew, serving as the 2nd Division Commander and as Ace's subordinate. On a fateful day, witnessing the dark fruit acquired by the captain of the 4th Fleet ignited a nefarious ambition within Blackbeard, leading him to murder Captain Sachi and seize the dark fruit for himself. Subsequently, he established his own Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard's ruthless killings and thievery could not be tolerated by Ace, who refused to allow any traitors among his crew, especially one who had once served under him. Thus, disregarding all opposition, Ace set out alone to hunt down Blackbeard. Initially, Whitebeard had vehemently opposed Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard, having sensed the latter's formidable nature. However, he ultimately succumbed to Ace's unwavering resolve and allowed him to depart. Now, upon witnessing such a distressing broadcast, Whitebeard felt a pang of guilt, contemplating that perhaps he should have been more insistent and prevented Ace from leaving that day. Ace declared, I cannot return until I have captured that scoundrel, Teach. He reassured, Do not worry, Father. Once I accomplish this task, I shall return to the ship. At this juncture, Ace's sole focus remained on apprehending the traitor who had betrayed Whitebeard. Meanwhile, aboard the Straw Hat pirate ship, Luffy's blood surged with rage upon seeing Ace being executed. Ace was his most cherished family member, and he could not stand idly by his Ace-faced death. Luffy shouted, No, Ace, I will not allow you to be executed. Whoever captured you is my enemy, and I will surely defeat them. Nami interjected, Please, calm down. We don't even know who captured Ace. What if that person is extraordinarily powerful, and we are no match for them? Although Nami was already aware that Ace was Luffy's brother, it was entirely understandable for Luffy to be agitated at the thought of Ace's execution. Yet Nami was acutely aware that the one capable of capturing Ace and delivering him to the Navy headquarters must possess formidable strength. Currently, Ace wielded power at least on par with the warlords of the sea, and they held no absolute assurance of besting such adversaries. Luffy exclaimed, What are you afraid of? The live stream mentioned that I would someday be the one to shatter the Golden Lion's skull, didn't it? Nami retorted, That does seem somewhat reasonable. But when did you become so astute? Then she added, Wait. The matter of shattering the Golden Lion is an event that lies far in the future. Mind your tone for now. The Golden Lion interjected, Can we refrain from discussing that? Luffy responded, Of course, Golden Lion. Just remember, Ace, I am your brother, and I will protect you. Not only do I aspire to be the Pirate King, but I am also the man capable of defeating the Golden Lion." The Golden Lion exclaimed, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Marco remarked, "Ace, is that little brat truly your brother? He certainly is an audacious young lad." Ace replied, "Ah, yes, I apologize for the trouble. Please look after him if you encounter him in the future." Sabo mused, "Luffy? Ace? That name sounds quite familiar." On the island of white soil, a man with short, wavy golden hair spoke those words. This man was Sabo, the long-lost brother of Ace and Luffy. Ace questioned, "Sabo, is it truly you?" Luffy exclaimed, "Brother? Are you still alive, brother?" Nami interjected, "Oh dear." The tone of this conversation has shifted rather abruptly. Ace called out, "Sabo, are you truly the Sabo we know? If it is indeed you, please respond." Due to Sabo's words, both Ace and Luffy became overwhelmed with emotion. Memories of their childhood began to resurface in their minds, and they simultaneously thought of the one with whom they had once played and frolicked. However, the individual who had shared those memories with them was now engulfed in profound suffering, Sabo. Originally, Sabo was the son of a nobleman from the Goa Kingdom. But in his youth, he grew weary of the insincerity of aristocratic life. Choosing to follow his own will and yearn for freedom, he departed. On his quest for liberty, he met Ace and Luffy, and they swore an oath of brotherhood, vowing to set sail together. Eventually, Sabo seized an opportunity to steal a small fishing boat and set out alone. Tragically, he was struck by a cannon fire from a celestial dragon-esque ship passing nearby, causing his vessel to sink. In his moment of peril, he was rescued by Dragon. Unaware of this turn of events, Luffy, Ace, and the Dayton family presumed Sabo to be dead. Upon regaining consciousness, Sabo found himself afflicted with amnesia due to severe brain trauma, leaving him unable to recall his past. Thus, the amnesiac Sabo joined the Revolutionary Army. At this juncture, although Sabo had lost his memory, the incessant appearance of Ace and Luffy's names in the live feed triggered fleeting glimpses of recollection, particularly when he witnessed Ace being executed on the screen. Those memories became strikingly vivid. Yet, as Ace and Luffy persistently called out to him in the chat, the overwhelming influx of memories caused him excruciating headaches. Unable to bear Sabo's distress, his companion, Karasu, rendered him unconscious and took him to a doctor. Meanwhile, in the live feed, as Luffy and Ace frantically called Sabo's name, a new alert emerged. Warning: if a correct answer is not provided within 3 minutes, one member's life will be randomly forfeited. Much time had already elapsed since the question was posed, with the impending punishment looming over them. No one in the live feed dared to question the threat of life being taken, especially after witnessing Shiryu's fate of having his lifespan continuously diminished. No one wished to face the loss of their life. However, when it comes to the answer to this question, they find themselves utterly at a loss. Although Luo Fei wishes to provide a framework, the multifaceted reasons behind Ace's capture prevent him from offering any overt hints. Just as everyone is engulfed in despair, one individual stands out, grinning from ear to ear. This person is Blackbeard. His forthcoming scheme is intrinsically linked to Ace. He is acutely aware that Ace is relentlessly pursuing him across the globe. Initially, Blackbeard had no intention of confronting him directly. Considering Ace's formidable strength and his position as the second-in-command aboard the Whitebeard ship, having only recently assimilated the powers of the Dark Fruit, he is still in the exploratory phase of mastering its abilities. Engaging with Ace at this juncture would certainly not bode well for him. However, Blackbeard also understands that with Ace's formidable prowess, it is only a matter of time before he seeks him out. Thus, while evading Ace, Blackbeard contemplated how he would handle a direct encounter in the future. Ace's strength is indisputable. He had just embarked on his maritime journey and was in dire need of capable hands. If Ace could be persuaded to align with him and join in the conquest of the seas, it would be nothing short of ideal. Naturally, given Blackbeard's insight into Ace, he recognized that the likelihood of this was nearly non-existent. Therefore, he mentally prepared himself for Ace's inevitable refusal. Should Ace decline, Blackbeard would not hesitate to unleash the powers of the fruit he had recently acquired upon him. Blackbeard was brimming with confidence. He never entertained the notion of failure. Haha, the scene from the livestream earlier was nothing less than a prophecy for me. Capturing Ace and delivering him to the Navy would be perfectly aligned with my intentions, he declared, sipping his drink with unwavering assurance. Beside him, Basis erupted into laughter upon hearing Blackbeard's proclamation. That kid Ace, so oblivious to the realities of the world, truly believes he can stand against us in the name of Whitebeard, since he has chosen to follow Blackbeard and become his crew member. It only shows his faith in Blackbeard's strength. If Blackbeard were to falter against Ace, Basis would not remain so steadfast in his loyalty. Haha. Then it is time for me to answer. Blackbeard proclaimed confidently, downing another swig of his drink. I shall answer. The one who can deliver Ace to prison must surely be me. After Blackbeard's declaration, the livestream did not immediately reveal the correctness of his statement. The other members of the livestream seized this opportunity to evaluate the authenticity of Blackbeard's claim. Hancock remarked, Blackbeard, are you the delusional toad hoping to protect my Amazon kingdom? I didn't expect such audacity. Moria questioned, who is this guy? He must have just set sail recently. Yet he dares to dream of defeating Ace. He might as well go back to sleep. Frankie chimed in, yo, who would have thought that the warlord Moria could freestyle? Marco added, Blackbeard, it hasn't been long since we last met, yet your arrogance has swelled so much. Kizaru interjected, let us invite the next dreamer. Luffy exclaimed, Blackbeard. Although I don't know who you are, if you truly manage to defeat Ace and imprison him, I will ensure you regret it. Nami coughed, ahem. Let us maintain some decorum. Law laughed, indeed, the captain of the Straw Hats is as brazen as ever. At this moment, Blackbeard had just set sail and had not yet gained significant notoriety, hence it was understandable that few recognized him. Yet, Ace stood apart. Almost every individual traversing the Grand Line has, to some extent, heard of his name. In these vast waters, reputation signifies strength and status. Presently, Blackbeard, when compared to Ace, possesses a lesser renown. Hence, the populace is inclined to doubt Blackbeard's assertions. This skepticism is particularly pronounced given that Blackbeard had previously erred in his answers. However, just as everyone was questioning the validity of Blackbeard's answer, one individual let out a silent sigh, Whitebeard. The fact that Teach could linger aboard his ship for decades speaks volumes of his ambition, patience, and foresight. Blackbeard's strength is already unfathomable, and now, bolstered by the power of the dark fruit, he is finally free and eager to make a name for himself on these seas. One can only speculate what reckless actions he might undertake. At this moment, a direct confrontation with Ace may not yield favorable outcomes. This explains why, following Teach's betrayal, Whitebeard refrained from immediate pursuit. On the other hand, upon witnessing Blackbeard's answer, Luffy also emitted a quiet sigh. His reasons for lamenting were akin to those of Whitebeard. He realized that Blackbeard's answer was indeed the correct one. Whitebeard feared that Teach might ultimately imprison Ace. Meanwhile, Luffy felt regret that such a critical answer was so effortlessly provided by Blackbeard, which meant he lost yet another opportunity. Nevertheless, regardless of Luffy's sentiments, a new answer had emerged, and the live stream responded to the veracity of this revelation. Ding. Congratulations to group member Blackbeard for providing the correct answer. Ding. Congratulations to Blackbeard for receiving the legendary Sword Thunderstorm. The final answer has now been revealed, and various parties hold differing views on its implications. Undoubtedly, none of them anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Blackbeard would indeed stir such tremendous upheaval in the future world. Hancock, I never expected it to truly be Blackbeard. Buggy, ha ha ha. I always believed that Captain Blackbeard possessed remarkable audacity. Akainu, a mere opportunist, swaying with the wind. Don Quixote da Flamingo, it appears that an extraordinary figure has emerged aboard the Moby Dick. As the individuals in the live broadcast engaged in lively discussion, in an unknown expanse of the Grand Line, a pirate ship resembling a white whale suddenly emitted a deafening explosion. With the sound of the blast, the entire vessel began to tremble violently. The cause of this upheaval was none other than Whitebeard. Upon hearing the announcement in the live stream that Blackbeard had answered correctly, Whitebeard felt a surge of blood rush to his head. His clenched fists, when carelessly struck against the air beside him, produced an astounding sound, reverberating with the shattering of the atmosphere, nearly capsizing the Moby Dick itself. Damn you, Teach. Whitebeard's furious voice echoed across the Moby Dick, deep and resonant, akin to a roaring tiger. Calm down, old man. Marco quickly reassured, noticing Whitebeard's intense anger. The live stream is merely a prophecy. We still have a chance to alter our fate. However, his words of comfort were evidently in vain. As one of Whitebeard's most cherished sons, he could not bear to witness Ace facing such calamity in the future. Thus, in the wake of his fury, Whitebeard promptly inscribed the following lines in the live broadcast. Whitebeard, Teach, pay heed. I, Whitebeard, solemnly vow that should you dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon Ace, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Whitebeard pirates. Heed my command. Initiate a full-scale pursuit of the traitor, Teach. Whitebeard, to all pirates across the globe, listen well. Whoever captures Teach and delivers him to my Moby Dick shall receive a generous reward from me. Whitebeard. Chapter 47. Marco. This era is named after Whitebeard. Meanwhile, upon receiving the system's announcement of his correct answer, Blackbeard was overwhelmed with joy. Initially, he harbored doubts regarding his ability to confront Ace. After all, Ace was a renowned pirate, seasoned from countless battles at sea, while Blackbeard had spent decades lurking aboard Whitebeard's ship with minimal opportunities for significant combat. In terms of battle experience, Ace had the upper hand over Blackbeard. Furthermore, Ace had demonstrated a more mature mastery of his devil fruit powers. Nevertheless, despite this, Blackbeard remained confident in himself. The reason for his unwavering belief lay in the formidable devil fruit he deemed the most powerful, the Yami Yami no Mi. The recent responses in the live broadcast served as a tacit affirmation to Blackbeard that he would ultimately triumph over Ace. Ace, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, was not only the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, but also bore the blood of the so-called son of the devil. Blackbeard understood the significant implications that executing Ace would have for the Navy and the future of the world. Perhaps by delivering such a notorious criminal to the Navy, he could procure greater advantages for himself. With the insights gleaned from the live broadcast, Blackbeard's path forward became increasingly lucid. However, ideals are often beautiful, while reality can be stark. Blackbeard's joy was short-lived, as the harsh hand of reality swiftly brought him back to his senses, shattering his illusions. Through the revelations in the livestream, Blackbeard found guidance for the future. However, Ace was also aware that, despite the certainty of his impending capture by the Navy, he could certainly take measures to evade it. Yet, what truly instilled trepidation in Blackbeard was not Ace himself, but Whitebeard. As one of the 4 emperors, the magnitude of Whitebeard's strength and influence is beyond question. It would have been one thing to oppose Whitebeard alone, but now he found himself at odds with all of Whitebeard's followers as well. Although Whitebeard is a pirate emperor, his uncontentious nature has earned him considerable respect among numerous pirates. With a global bounty placed on him by Whitebeard, it was inevitable that a legion of his followers would soon emerge. In such circumstances, Blackbeard could not afford to lower his guard. Nevertheless, this outcome was somewhat anticipated by Blackbeard. From the moment he killed Sachi and seized the dark fruit, he had foreseen this day. While he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly, it was not entirely beyond his mental preparation. Thus, regarding Whitebeard's global bounty, Blackbeard, though concerned, was not afraid. The question of whether he could conjure a miracle now rested upon the dark fruit in his possession. Moreover, having spent so many years aboard the Moby Dick, he had gleaned that Whitebeard's current health was far from robust, all of which factored into his strategic planning. In any case, Blackbeard had already glimpsed the future he desired through the live feed. Thus, he naturally dismissed Whitebeard's warning. Blackbeard proclaimed, "You seek my life? Ha! Let those unafraid of death come forth. Just the opportunity one need to hone my skills." He continued, "Ace, I await you here." Blackbeard boasted exuberantly in the live stream. Meanwhile, at Marineford, within the Admiral's office, Sengoku sat in his chair, his expression pensive as he observed the live stream. Sengoku was acutely aware of Ace's identity and understood the implications of sentencing him. Given the current world order, the Navy, the Shichibukai, and the 4 emperors constitute the pivotal forces maintaining maritime peace. Logically, to preserve this precarious balance, even if the Navy were to capture Ace, they should return him to Whitebeard. However, the Navy cannot proceed in such a manner. Ace is a descendant of Roger, his veins coursing with the blood of the D lineage, inheriting the will of D. The D clan has long been regarded as the nemesis of the celestial dragons. Across the vast oceans, Ace stands as the most prominent figure within the D lineage, and if left unchecked, he could very well become the vanguard of the will of D, which would not bode well for the government's dominion. Thus, in Sengoku's view, the only course of action to better safeguard the government's status and uphold the Navy's dignity is to execute Ace. Through the foresight offered by the live broadcast, Sengoku envisions a future where Ace will find himself upon the execution platform at Marineford. This prospect brings Sengoku a sense of satisfaction. Yet, concurrently, he harbored profound apprehensions regarding the wrath of Whitebeard. In the matter of Ace's execution, Whitebeard's stance was unequivocally clear. He was resolutely opposed. Even before events had transpired, Whitebeard had issued a worldwide bounty on Blackbeard. Should Blackbeard succeed in capturing Ace and delivering him to Marineford, would he be capable of withstanding the fury of the Yonko? Whitebeard. In the face of Whitebeard's rage, How many sacrifices would the Navy need to make to publicly execute Ace before the eyes of the world? And what rewards could possibly be garnered in return? Furthermore, how would his longtime friend, Garp, react, and what choices would he make? The global manhunt for Blackbeard, instigated by Whitebeard's decree, had already begun to significantly destabilize the existing equilibrium of the world. Should such an event transpire, what cataclysmic transformations would the world undergo? All these considerations had become a source of considerable distress for Sengoku. At this moment, the live broadcast was abuzz with excitement. The rise of Blackbeard and the fall of Ace had captivated the attention of the entire world. However, the warring states had no interest in mere spectacle. In anticipation of potential future developments, they swiftly summoned several key figures from the Navy to collaboratively devise strategies. The recent live QA had unveiled certain forthcoming changes in the world, prompting many to contemplate their allegiances. After all, to remain steadfast upon these tumultuous seas. Aligning oneself with the right leader is paramount. Although Blackbeard had already become the target of Whitebeard's relentless pursuit, his triumph over Ace could indeed substantiate his power. Observing Blackbeard's meteoric rise, numerous pirates expressed a desire to either follow him or merge with his faction. Conversely, Ace and his comrades were not inclined to remain passive. Marco declared, "We shall spare none who dare oppose the Moby Dick. Thus, Blackbeard, it would be wise for you to pray earnestly." Marco continued, "This era is defined by Whitebeard." To which Blackbeard retorted, "No. This era is named after Blackbeard." Marco challenged, "Are you seeking a fight? The Moby Dick welcomes you." Within the live chat room, discussion swiftly devolved into a fierce debate between two factions, one supporting Blackbeard and the other championing Ace. Yet, there were also many bystanders like Luo Fei, who adopted a detached stance. Luo Fei believed that regardless of the world's transformations, the revelations of the past and prophecies of the future would only affect the present and the future if they were relevant to him. Otherwise, he would remain indifferent. The overthrow of the old order and the establishment of a new one cannot be decided through mere words. It is a process forged through countless cycles of creation and destruction. Despite the current uproar in the live chat room, the matter at hand was far from simple. Yet, one might wonder if a new world could emerge from such a quarrel. This encapsulates the current mindset of Luffy. Meanwhile, as the various members of the live stream engage in fervent discussions, a fresh broadcast quietly unfolds. The imagery of the live stream begins to shift once more. In accordance with prior custom, the correct answer has now been revealed, and the live stream is expected to showcase the moment when Blackbeard personally hands Ace over to the Navy. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the revelation of what extraordinary abilities Blackbeard possesses to have triumphed over Ace. However, amidst the gaze of all those present in the live broadcast room, it was not Blackbeard that reappeared, but rather the vigilant Marineford, now on high alert. The scene remained one of Ace's execution. The shores of Marineford remained tranquil, with the crescent-shaped bay reflecting the azure sky. Everything appeared remarkably serene, devoid even of a solitary seagull. This was due to the indiscriminate gunfire from the Navy directed at any living creature that dared to pass by Marineford, even if it were a symbol of peace like a seagull. The 7 warlords stood guard at the harbor, while the 3 admirals stationed themselves beneath the execution platform. And within the naval harbor, 100,000 soldiers stood ready for action. In such a tense atmosphere, Admiral Sengoku ascended the execution platform, standing beside Ace. "Ace, state your father's name." Sengoku inquired gravely, holding a den mushi. "My father is Whitebeard," Ace proclaimed. However, as soon as Ace finished speaking, Sengoku opened his sharp eyes and countered, "That is incorrect. Your mother is Port Asti, Rouge, and you were born as an infant inheriting the world's most sinister bloodline a year and 3 months after your father's death. You are he, the son of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." The transponder snail in Sengoku's hand was directly connected to the central screen of Sabaody Archipelago, where a large number of reporters had gathered. Thus, the revelation of Ace's lineage as the descendant of the Pirate King was disseminated with remarkable swiftness. Not only was everyone on the screen in Sabaody Archipelago aware, but thanks to the live broadcast, this news had reached nearly the entire world. Except for a select few with great power and knowledge, nearly everyone who heard this revelation was, to some extent, taken aback. Shanks remarked, "So you are the son of the Pirate King. I hope you take good care of yourself in the future and do not let the bloodline of the Pirate King come to an end." Ace responded, "Hey, Shanks, do not speak nonsense. My only father is Whitebeard." Cavendish exclaimed, "That villain actually has a child?" Buggy added, "The legend of Gold. Roger continues." Sterry noted, I feel relieved that he has been captured. Being the child of the Pirate King, he must be incredibly ruthless. Eureka questioned, so. Is the strength of the Fire Fist inherited from his father? Bonnie inquired, is he also searching for the One Piece? Hey, Ace. Can you tell us where the ultimate treasure truly lies? Hawkins interjected, you were overthinking it. Did you not see the implications of the live broadcast? Regardless, the Fire Fist is doomed. Little Oars protested, no. Ace is truly a gentle person. Marco cautioned, I advise you all to refrain from making reckless statements. Ace is one of us aboard the Moby Dick. At that moment, Ace, witnessing the implications of the live broadcast and the discussions regarding his lineage, found himself in a state of bewilderment. The fact that he was the son of a demon was something he most dreaded confronting, and now, suddenly, it had been exposed to the entire world. Ace was evidently unprepared for such a psychological upheaval. As a pirate, with a father who was the Pirate King, one would assume that all pirates would hold the Pirate King in high esteem, wouldn't they? However, Ace is not. In Ace's eyes, Roger's identity caused the death of his mother, Rouge, and his own execution by the Navy rendered him an orphan from birth, forcing him to grow up among the destitute at a place where the uncertainty of life's destination loomed large. Here, everyone harbored disdain for Roger, and consequently, for him as well. Naturally, Ace became increasingly reluctant to acknowledge Roger as his father. In such an environment of total denial regarding Roger, Ace struggled to find meaning in his existence from the moment he was born, as everyone wished for his demise. As he matured, Ace ultimately discovered his belief, Whitebeard. Whitebeard took him in as a son and granted him ample space and freedom to express himself. Whitebeard proclaimed that everyone is a child of the sea and that no one would be forsaken. From that moment forth, Ace firmly established Whitebeard in his heart as his true father, believing wholeheartedly in this bond. However, the revelation of his identity as the son of a demon has now been laid bare before the entire world. The feelings of powerlessness and hopelessness that have enveloped him since childhood once more surged through his being. Unbeknownst to him, tears silently cascaded down his cheeks. Just as Ace found himself in isolation and despair, Whitebeard made a bold proclamation in the live stream. Whitebeard, Ace, do you remember what I once told you? Every individual's existence holds significance, and everyone deserves their moment in the spotlight. Whitebeard, regardless of where you may be or the choices you make, I stand firmly behind you. As your father, Whitebeard, let it be known, anyone who dares to speak ill of Ace's heritage shall face my wrath. With Whitebeard's commanding declaration, the chat room fell into a much-needed silence. At this moment, Ace is in tears, having grown up in the shadows. His entire existence has been a quest for the meaning of his own being. Even now, surrounded by like-minded friends and brothers, as well as the father he respects the most, he still has not discovered the answer to this profound question. Yet, despite his circumstances, Whitebeard remained unwaveringly loyal to him, offering unconditional support regardless of what transpired. This sense of security was something Ace had never experienced before. Meanwhile, as the group engaged in conversation, the live stream continued to unfold. Just moments ago, Sengoku had been addressing the world, his speech primarily consisting of accusations against Ace and proclamations of his own righteousness. Finding the discourse tedious, the audience had shifted their focus to the chat group to engage in dialogue. Yet now, with the emergence of a singular scene, the gaze of all once again converges upon the live broadcast. It is none other than the arrival of Whitebeard. There, upon the execution platform, the esteemed Admiral Sengoku passionately delivers his speech when, without warning, he receives a report from his subordinate stating that the gates of justice at the port have mysteriously opened without any prior directive. Simultaneously, upon the crescent-shaped waters of Marineford, a dense fog suddenly rises, and as it dissipates, an innumerable array of pirate ships materializes. As these vessels gradually approach, it becomes evident that they are none other than the pirates under Whitebeard's command. A total of 43 ships, each captain renowned across the New World, is a master of unparalleled skill. However, although the fleet of 43 ships under Whitebeard's command has now fully emerged upon the sea, the man himself and the Moby Dick remain conspicuously absent. Surely, Whitebeard will make his appearance, as everyone waits in anticipation for his grand entrance. The surface of the ocean suddenly ripples with a series of waves. These waves, originating from the crescent-shaped harbor's center, gradually expand outward, forming a colossal surge. A shadow on the water steadily grows larger, and soon, the Whitebeard pirate ship, resembling a magnificent white whale, emerges at the heart of the tumult. At long last, the Moby Dick has made its entrance. All eyes are drawn to the figure standing at the bow of the ship, a tall, robust man with a white, crescent-shaped mustache, wielding a naginata. It is none other than Whitebeard himself. As the live stream focuses on him, the audience is captivated by the resolute and defiant glint in his eyes. It has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. I trust my dear son is well. Whitebeard booms from the ship's prow, greeting Sengoku with a hearty laugh. The long-awaited clash between the Yonko and the Marines is about to commence, igniting a fervor within the hearts of countless viewers in the live stream. They are eager to discover how this monumental battle will ultimately unfold. However, just as everyone anticipated the unfolding of events, the live stream abruptly froze. Subsequently, a mechanical voice echoed. Question. In the chaos, who plunged a cold sword into Whitebeard's back? Correct answer reward. Otherworldly Zodiac Talisman. Incorrect answer penalty. Randomly strip one item from those who answered incorrectly, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial skills, life, equipment, etc. As the announcement resonated in the live stream, 12 octagonal Zodiac Talismans suddenly appeared in the space designated for rewards. Upon seeing this prize, a multitude of question marks hovered above the heads of the audience. Buggy, Zodiac Talismans? What on earth are they? Aren't they just 12 pieces of worthless stone? Moria, I have no clue. Who could possibly answer this question? Bartolomeo, the reward is 12 pieces of worthless stone? Excuse me, but I withdraw from this question. Cavendish, as if you could answer it anyway. Moria, what exactly are these Zodiac Talismans? Why is there no introduction? Robin, the lack of explanation in the live stream might suggest they are indeed rather ordinary. Crocodile, that seems to hold a grain of truth. Morium, so, are you all prepared to forfeit this question? That would leave me with fewer competitors. Doflamingo, indeed. No one is challenging you. The opportunity is all yours. Let's see if you can retain your position in the 7 warlords after this question. The audience remained oblivious to the capabilities of these 12 Zodiac Talismans. Many even speculated that they were merely ordinary stones, distinguished only by their uniform appearance. Just as everyone dismissed the 12 Zodiac Talismans, one individual's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. That person was Luffy. If Luffy was not mistaken. The 12 Zodiac Talismans appearing in the live stream's rewards section were indeed the talismanic powers from the future world, residing within the body of the Demon Saint. The Rat Talisman symbolizes fame, bestowing motion to inanimate objects. The Ox Talisman signifies strength, granting the user immense power. The Tiger Talisman represents balance, enabling the harmonization of conflicting forces and rectifying the power deficiencies among the 12 talismans. The Rabbit Talisman embodies speed, while the Dragon Talisman denotes destruction. The Snake Talisman grants invisibility, and the Goat Talisman symbolizes soul projection. The Monkey Talisman allows transformation, permitting the user to morph themselves or others into any person or object. The Rooster Talisman signifies flight, the Dog Talisman represents eternal youth, and the Pig Talisman can emit lightning. Each of these talismans, when considered individually, is an extraordinary weapon in this world. The revelation of rewards from another realm was an unforeseen delight for Luffy. Just how many surprises does this livestream hold? Luffy could not help but begin to feel a surge of anticipation. If he were to secure this reward, it would not only elevate him within Marineford, but also grant him the ability to stride confidently across the entire world. Remarkably, the issue at hand, which pertains to the future, is one that few could foresee. Thus, for this reward, Luffy was determined to succeed. However, the challenge lay in meticulously unraveling the logic that pointed to the correct answer, a task that proved somewhat daunting. In truth, the answer was not difficult to conceive, as the individual who had thrust a blade into Whitebeard's back was not easily noticeable, hence no one had yet ventured a response. Seizing the rare moment when everyone was momentarily taken aback, Luffy hastened to formulate his answer. After a brief contemplation, he swiftly launched into a brainstorming session in the live broadcast. Luffy, ladies and gentlemen, have you ever considered that throughout his life, regardless of circumstances, Whitebeard has always confronted his enemies head-on, never exposing his back to them. Luffy, therefore, across the globe, the only individuals capable of leaving scars on Whitebeard's back must either be extraordinarily powerful or someone he holds in high esteem. Luffy, while there are many within our navy who could achieve such a feat, we would never stoop to the treachery of striking from behind. Even amid the complexity of this logic, Luffy was keen to express his unwavering loyalty. However, Luffy's remarks soon sparked discontent among the viewers, particularly among Whitebeard's crew. Marco, are there truly many who could wound our father in Marineford? It's utterly laughable. Luffy, Oh, dare you claim otherwise? Our 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Saint Goku. Each one of them has the prowess to combat the 4 emperors and contend with the 7 warlords. How absurd from your pirates to question us. Akainu, why must this matter be raised once more, Akiji? Although I acknowledge my strength, there is no need to proclaim it so loudly. Kizaru, haha. While kicking the 7 warlords is feasible, striking the 4 emperors is indeed a bit more challenging. Moria? Crocodile, I sense an offense. Luffy, Akiji, and Kizaru. There is no need for such humility on this matter. I recognize your strength, and I know you would never resort to treachery. Luffy, thus, the only individuals capable of inflicting wounds on Whitebeard's back must be those whom he trusts the most. Luffy, to strike Whitebeard in such a manner. The assailant must undoubtedly be someone he holds dear. Viewing the live footage, it seems that at this moment, the only individuals Whitebeard truly trusts are his sons. Luffy, among Whitebeard's sons, the one most likely to wield a sword against him would, without a doubt, be none other than Squardo of the Big Spider Pirates. Luffy, after all, it is mentioned in the naval textbooks that the notorious crew of Squardo was annihilated by Roger. It can be said that in his moment of desperation, Squardo sought refuge with the Whitebeard pirates, making Roger perhaps the most resented figure in Squardo's heart. At this juncture, Luffy has already provided this answer and has elucidated the process leading to it with utmost clarity. However, despite all that Luffy had articulated, there remained a few dull-witted individuals who failed to grasp the essence of the matter, such as Moria. Moria exclaimed, if Squardo harbors such deep animosity towards Roger, what relevance does that have to his assassination of Whitebeard? To which Doflamingo retorted, you truly are oblivious, aren't you? With your intellect. How have you managed to survive in the New World for so long? Moria, bewildered, inquired, what do you mean? Is my question not valid? Do none of you harbor doubts? Mihawk interjected, well, the esteemed overlord has made it quite evident. Moria pressed on, what exactly do you all comprehend? What does it signify? Crocodile scoffed, indeed, we have an intelligence desert here. Moria continued, isn't Squardo one of Whitebeard's most esteemed subordinates? Even if he despises Roger. Roger has been dead for 20 years. What incentive does he have to assassinate Whitebeard? Faced with the mocking remarks from the other Shichibukai, Moria was on the verge of exploding with frustration, yet he remained perplexed and asked again. Moria incessantly posed questions in the live stream, prompting the Empress Hancock to interject with a hint of exasperation. Hancock remarked, it was previously revealed in the live stream that Ace is of Roger's bloodline. After a moment's contemplation, Moria finally grasped the implications. Squardo's most hated individual was Roger, and Ace was Roger's son. Moreover, Whitebeard had ventured to Marineford, even openly opposing the government, to rescue none other than Ace. From the recent live stream visuals and Whitebeard's statements, it seemed evident that Whitebeard had long been aware of this truth, yet had concealed it from everyone, safeguarding this secret. From Squardo's perspective, this situation could easily morph into allegations of favoritism or a quest for revenge. Eventually, the truth cannot remain hidden forever when this secret is finally unveiled. Squardo's emotional turmoil is entirely understandable. Should there be any malevolent instigation at that moment, the possibility of him plunging a blade into Whitebeard's back cannot be dismissed. Moria finally experienced a moment of clarity. So that is how it is. You all could have just said so from the outset instead of keeping it all under wraps. Moria added, the Empress truly possesses both beauty and kindness. Hancock replied, I merely wish to avoid listening to your incessant droning, you wretched catfish. Moria retorted, what have I done to deserve this? Meanwhile, just seconds after Luffy articulated the correct answer, the live stream announced the validation of his response. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy. Your answer regarding Whitebeard being injured by Squardo is correct. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy. You have received the Zodiac Charm. As the alert sound of the live broadcast echoed, the 12 Zodiac Charms that had been quietly resting in the prize section vanished in an instant, appearing before Luo Fei. Overjoyed by the sudden emergence of these charms, Luo Fei eagerly began to examine each one closely, while the viewers in the live room continued to discuss the outcome. However, despite having received the reward for answering correctly, Luo Fei remained perplexed regarding the government's insistence on executing Ace. As a pirate, Ace posed little threat to the Navy. It seemed unreasonable to oppose the formidable Whitebeard merely because of Ace's pirate status, in Luo Fei's view. He even believed that, rather than executing Ace, the Navy would be better off returning him to Whitebeard and negotiating terms. If the government's motive for executing Ace was due to his lineage as the son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, that reasoning was even more unfathomable. Roger's execution had occurred 2 decades prior, and during that time, very few were aware of his bloodline, especially since Ace's proclaimed father was solely Whitebeard. The events that could not be accomplished 20 years ago certainly did not warrant action now, particularly when weighed against the potential fallout with Whitebeard. Therefore, synthesizing these 2 hypotheses, Luo Fei could only arrive at one conclusion regarding the government's relentless pursuit of Ace's execution, the enigmatic void of the century. There exists a legend that the D lineage stands as the sworn enemy of the celestial dragons. Ace, carrying the name of D, had garnered admiration among many pirates, igniting unease among the celestial dragons. To obscure the truth of that century-long gap in history, the world government, serving the interests of the celestial dragons, deemed it necessary to order Ace's execution. Luo Fei mused that this was likely the only rationale compelling the government to go to such great lengths. Having briefly contemplated this matter, he chose not to dwell on it further. For now, the charms were in his possession, and he was eager to test their effects to see if they were indeed as formidable as he had speculated. On the other side of the Navy headquarters, another individual shared in Luo Fei's elation, Akainu. Although currently on temporary leave at home, his enthusiasm for his work and role as an amused observer remained undiminished. When the live broadcast announced Luo Fei's correct answer, a scheme to sow discord between Whitebeard and his crew began to take shape in Akainu's mind. Even though the incident involving Roger's annihilation of Squart's entire ship had transpired 2 decades ago, the information revealed during the broadcast indicated that it had never fully left Akainu's thoughts. Now that he was aware of this matter, the inner turmoil he felt would surely be no less than what was to come. Thus, if an appropriate opportunity arose to persuade Squart to serve the Navy, the chances would be significant. With this in mind, Akainu promptly set to work, drafting a nearly 1,000-word report to submit to Admiral Sengoku. The content of the report requested that Sengoku immediately dispatch intelligence personnel to undermine the relationship between Squart and Whitebeard, without any recourse. As he was currently on leave and held little influence within the government, he could only share his idea with Sengoku, hoping he would assist in its execution. Just as Akainu was preparing to send this letter, the ground beneath his home suddenly trembled. Initially, he suspected it was an earthquake. However, he soon abandoned this notion. This was Marineford, where ordinary earthquakes could not possibly exert any influence. Thus, having dismissed the idea, Akainu promptly ventured outside to investigate. What he beheld was startling. Upon stepping out, he noticed a fissure had opened in the center of the distant mountain peak. Moreover, the crack exhibited a tendency to further fracture, indicating that a collapse of the entire mountain range was inevitable. Should that mountain range give way, the entirety of Marineford would be in peril of submersion into the sea. What on earth was happening? Akainu shouted in alarm and hurried over to inspect. The towering mountain in the distance, which was now cracking, could be considered the second highest peak of Marineford. Due to its proximity to the coast, the tremors from this mountain were intensifying, accompanied by waves that crashed intermittently upon the shore. The waves grew increasingly formidable, relentlessly battering Marineford. At this rate, in less than half a minute, the surging waters would obliterate the surrounding structures and villages. The tide had already risen to several dozen meters and continued its ascent. Akainu's speed could not match that of the waves, and before he could intervene, he found himself enveloped in a haze. The tide had taken on a monstrous presence, obscuring the sky. Witnessing the scene, Akainu's heart raced with anxiety. If not halted, the entire Marineford would plunge into calamity. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Admiral Akiji suddenly appeared. With a single move, Ice Age, the raging tide transformed into a colossal frozen serpent, suspended in midair. The crisis was momentarily averted. Akainu's apprehension began to ease. Subsequently, he immediately unleashed his own power, executing Meteor Fist to swiftly melt the ice and send it back into the sea. After approximately half a minute, the immediate danger had finally passed. However, even if the overwhelming tide that threatens Marineford recedes, the underlying issues remain unresolved. The once majestic mountain, now marred by fissures, continues to tremble, while a new wave of turmoil gathers strength. It is only a matter of time before the mountain succumbs to its own weight and collapses, at which point it will be exceedingly difficult to remedy the situation. Thus, the paramount task at hand is to ascertain the cause of the mountain's inexplicable fractures, identify the source, and prevent its impending collapse. Once the immediate crisis is alleviated, Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances before proceeding toward the direction from which the tremors originated. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Garp sensed the unsettling disturbances on the island and hurried to the central control room to review the island's surveillance footage. Through the monitors, Sengoku observed that it was not only the marshal's office that experienced intense tremors, but the entire Marineford was engulfed in violent upheaval. However, despite the varying degrees of tremors experienced throughout Marineford, the sensation was least pronounced in the eastern region. Upon confirming this information, Sengoku swiftly seized a communication device capable of reaching the entirety of Marineford, urgently proclaiming, Level 1 alert. Everyone, evacuate promptly to the eastern coast. Of course, Sengoku's announcement was primarily directed towards the ordinary soldiers and civilians. The naval elites, such as Garp and Kizaru, were required to remain behind to devise a solution to the impending crisis. While Sengoku busied himself with overseeing the evacuation and assessing the extent of the damage on the island, Garp raised his binoculars to survey the western coastline, where the tremors were most intense. Ultimately, Garp deduced that the source of this powerful disturbance was likely emanating from the Naval Academy. Meanwhile, as everyone on the island fled toward the eastern coast, Luffy stood motionless within the training grounds of the Naval Academy, clutching a talisman in his hand. It was, fortuitously, the Bull Talisman, symbolizing strength. Just moments ago, Luffy had brought the talisman to the training grounds of the Naval Academy, eager to experiment with its power. Initially, he approached an iron stake, a familiar training tool, merely to ascertain the extent of his enhancement and strength bestowed by the Bull Talisman. Unexpectedly, with the force of his punch, a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, and the sky subtly shifted in hue. Luo Fei sensed an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Even before he struck, the iron post before him had disintegrated into dust. He had already anticipated the magnitude of his punch's might, yet now that it was unleashed, there was no recourse. As the iron post shattered, his fist descended directly onto the ground beneath him. Upon impact, the earth fractured instantly, splitting open like a serpent slithering through the soil, the fissure widening with each passing moment. At the end of this crack lay a towering mountain, directly facing the Navy Academy. As he observed the mountainside beginning to fracture and tilt ominously, Luo Fei finally comprehended the true extent of his punch's power. More crucially, this was merely a casual strike, devoid of his full strength. While Luo Fei remained astounded by the potency of the Bull Talisman, Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji soon arrived, tracing the tremors to locate him with precision. In that moment, Luo Fei stood in silence, confronted by a chasm several meters deep. The fissure's terminus pointed towards the distant mountains. The implications of this scene were unmistakable. Luo Fei, did you cause all of this? Akainu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. My apologies, Admiral Akainu. I merely struck without expectation of such overwhelming force. Luo Fei feigned ignorance in response to Akainu's inquiry. Standing before a Marine Admiral, he felt compelled to downplay his formidable power to mitigate any suspicions. It is all the fault of this wretched stone. It has transformed Marineford into this state. I shall dispose of it now, he added, in a bid to demonstrate his loyalty. No sooner had he spoken than he attempted to discard the Bull Talisman he clutched in his hand. However, as he raised his arm, the talisman shrank like a creature burrowing into the earth, ultimately vanishing into his very being. Akiji observed this with incredulity. Could it be that such formidable power is bestowed by this wretched stone? Indeed, it is this stone that has brought calamity to Marineford. Yet, I can no longer rid myself of it, Luo Fei lamented, gazing at the talisman that had disappeared within him. Once a mere stone he disregarded. Now the Zodiac Talisman was beyond his grasp. Luo Fei's recent punch vividly illustrated this lesson to the audience in the live broadcast. Through Luo Fei's shared vision, the viewers witnessed the incredible strength he had displayed. Moria, I never anticipated the talisman's power would be so formidable. Had I known, I would have participated. Doflamingo, given your intellect, I would advise you to reconsider. Be wary of jeopardizing your already limited skills. Hancock, the esteemed admiral, was truly magnificent just now. In a bid to seek refuge under Luffy's wings, Hancock humbly offered such praise. Bonio, is this truly the power of those 12 ordinary stones? Remarkable. Nami, such an unremarkable punch nearly obliterated Marineford. What other secrets does the Navy harbor? Rayleigh, this power rivals that of the legendary marine hero, Garp. I suspect that within the next decade, Luffy will undoubtedly emerge as the Navy's mightiest man. Robin, I wonder if anyone has noticed that the esteemed admiral merely utilized one zodiac charm. Perhaps this is but a fraction of its potential? Upon Robin's observation, the entire live audience gasped in astonishment. Merely one charm nearly brought Marineford to ruin. What might the combined power of all 12 charms entail? What a formidable creature has the Navy cultivated? With Luffy's recent punch, the very seas began to tremble. Particularly, those pirates poised to venture into the new world felt a surge of trepidation, just as the entire live audience marveled at Luffy's displayed strength. Sengoku, observing through the shared vision of the broadcast, was equally astonished. He could scarcely fathom that such destructive power, capable of nearly demolishing Marineford, emanated from the body of a mere 17-year-old Marine boy. Moreover, if Luffy claimed that this was merely a casual strike, what devastation would his full might unleash? Terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, Garp had also taken note of this revelation. Upon viewing Luffy through the island-wide surveillance, Garp nodded in approval. Indeed. This lad exhibits the same flair I possessed in my youth. Garp laughed heartily. Sengoku, upon hearing this, could not resist a sardonic remark. Have you misjudged him? The current Luffy surpasses your youthful prowess by a wide margin. Garp, unfazed by Sengoku's jibe, only laughed louder, continuing, haha, indeed. This boy is certainly more formidable than I was. Garp rarely conceded to Sengoku's opinions but acknowledged the truth in his statement. Thus, my previous suggestion to appoint Luffy as a Marine Academy instructor was undoubtedly a sagacious decision, wouldn't you agree? After saying this, Garp took a moment to revel in his own foresight. However, in advocating for Luffy's role as a Marine instructor, Garp indeed played a significant part. Who would have thought that Luffy would prove himself so impressively? Let us, too, pay a visit to the Marine Academy. After discussing the warring states, Zhanghua and Garp made an appointment to visit the Naval Academy. At this moment, Akainu and Aokiji were still reeling from the astounding power displayed by Luffy, and were compelled to devise a plan to address the aftermath before them. They busied themselves tirelessly, continuously contacting the Navy responsible for the reconstruction of Marineford. In contrast, Luffy enjoyed a much more leisurely time. While Akainu and Aokiji rushed about, Luffy sat comfortably under an umbrella on a chair, observing the two admirals as they hurried to and fro. Notably, this chair was procured by Akainu himself, and the umbrella was specifically arranged for Luffy's comfort due to Akainu's concern that Luffy might be overwhelmed by the sudden acquisition of such immense power. Particularly after Luffy expressed his trepidation regarding his newfound cursed abilities, Akainu's worry deepened. Luffy had not anticipated the meticulous care Akainu had taken. Moreover, Luffy was unaware that since the incident involving the textbooks, Akainu had been quietly monitoring him. Following the textbook debacle, Akainu faced worldwide scrutiny. Yet Luffy stood unwaveringly by his side, regardless of the circumstances. Although Luffy's seemingly fanatical defense had inadvertently caused Akainu some trouble in Akainu's heart, he had firmly concluded that Luffy was genuinely loyal to the Navy and to him. Naturally, Akainu felt compelled to look after those who remained loyal to him, especially now that he found himself in a position of diminished authority, making it all the more essential to cultivate Luffy's support. To put it somewhat sentimentally, one could say that Akainu devoted all his gentleness to Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, observing the two admirals in their frantic endeavors, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He even began to fantasize about the addition of sunglasses and a beach, and of course, the presence of beautiful women in bikinis would be a delightful enhancement. Though these were mere daydreams, Luffy believed that such moments would eventually come to fruition. However, he found himself perplexed by one matter. Having nearly caused the collapse of Marineford's second highest peak, why had Aokiji not yet arrived on the scene? Where has Admiral Kizaru gone? Why has he not shown up for so long? Luffy inquired. Upon hearing his question, both Akainu and Aokiji halted their tasks, exchanging glances. Indeed, with such a significant occurrence, where was that fellow Kizaru? Akainu exclaimed loudly, then began searching for him in the live broadcast. Akainu, Kizaru, where the hell have you run off to? Aokiji, disaster recovery, you understand? Kizaru, huh? Didn't Admiral say everyone should take shelter in the eastern town? I just got here. Akainu, I'm utterly speechless. Aokiji, I never expected that there are individuals even more lethargic than myself. Sengoku, Kizaru, is it a failure of communication on my part, or is it your own lack of self-awareness? I was referring to the ordinary soldiers and the townsfolk. Kizaru, well, I believe the residents in the east also wish to protect themselves. See, I have not been slacking off. The conversation among the three generals in the group chat left Sengoku feeling unsettled as he walked. Akainu was overly enthusiastic. Aokiji, though somewhat laid back, still maintained a serious approach towards significant matters. As for Kizaru, he appeared unconcerned about anything. It is likely that even if a fire were to reach his doorstep one day, he would calmly inquire, "May I clock out now?" Observing the three generals bickering in the chat, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Logically, the position of future fleet admiral, which he is destined to pass on, will likely go to one of these three generals. However, observing their current state, regardless of whom it is entrusted to, Sengoku harbors a sense of unease. If this continues, when he grows old, to whom shall the position of admiral be passed? As Sengoku pondered this concern, he arrived at the entrance of the Naval Academy, where he encountered Luo Fei. Since yesterday, Luo Fei had already bestowed upon him numerous surprises. The rate of Luo Fei's growth had far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Perhaps, as a rising star, Luo Fei could continue to astonish him? This thought suddenly brought a sense of tranquility to Sengoku's heart. Before long, Sengoku stood before Luo Fei, whose unexpected arrival elicited a measure of surprise. After all, the esteemed admirals Akainu and Akiji were preoccupied with their duties, while he, the instigator, leisurely basked in the sun. Following yesterday's events, he had just begun to establish a magnificent and imposing image in the minds of Sengoku and Garp. He could not allow such trivial matters to shatter it. Thus, upon seeing Sengoku and Garp approach, Luo Fei promptly rose to greet them. "Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Garp, I intended to hand over the talismans to Dr. Vegapunk for research. But for some inexplicable reason, upon receiving them, they merged with my body and cannot be extracted. Whenever I entertain the thought of retrieving them, a sharp pain strikes my head," Luo Fei lamented, displaying his distress. Luo Fei spoke thus intentionally, hoping to convey his loyalty through the desire to surrender the talismans, while also providing a plausible explanation for why the two admirals were resting, whereas he was idly enjoying the sun. Of course, while he professed his willingness to surrender the talismans, it was merely a ruse. Although to all appearances, the 12 zodiac talismans had indeed fused with Luo Fei's being, he could still retrieve them if he so wished, and they posed no harm to his body. This pretense was merely a means to continue earning the trust of Sengoku and Garp. Despite possessing formidable power now, Luo Fei understood that many would seek his life upon the vast seas. At this stage, when his mastery over these abilities was not yet fully matured, he still required the support of the Navy. Therefore, appropriately expressing his loyalty was essential. Sengoku, having heard Luo Fei's words, nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that he believed Luo Fei's account, especially after Luo Fei had personally delivered the offerings from the pirates yesterday, which had significantly elevated Sengoku's regard for him. "Luo Fei, you are a good lad. Since these 12 zodiac talismans are the fruits of your endeavors, keep them well and do not concern yourself with retrieving them," Sengoku declared. Zhang Guo, with a benevolent smile, expressed his thoughts. However, his words were merely pleasantries. Luo Fei responded with a smile, outwardly acquiescing. In the face of the sudden onslaught of formidable power, no one could maintain their composure, and Zhang Guo was no exception. Had it not been for Luo Fei's assertion that these talismans were intricately woven into his very bloodline, Zhang Guo would undoubtedly have sought every possible means to acquire them. The earlier inquiry from Akainu regarding Zeus serves as a prime illustration. Without Zhang Guo's guidance, Akainu would not have been so hasty in his actions. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken in Luo Fei's mind. Once the formalities concluded, it was time to delve into the essence of the matter. Zhang Guo swiftly articulated his intentions. "Luo Fei, was that punch you delivered merely a casual gesture?" Zhang Guo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I had not anticipated it would inflict such significant damage upon Marineford," Luo Fei replied, tinged with a hint of regret. Had Luo Fei been a man in his 30s, he would surely have refrained from such a response. However, at present, his body merely belongs to that of a 17-year-old youth, and thus he must adeptly seize this identity to maximize his own benefits. The most advantageous characteristic of this identity lies in its ignorance and innocence. Sengoku, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction once more and remarked, "Truly remarkable. With just a mere wave of your hand, you can fracture mountains. It indeed echoes the shadow of Garp in his prime. I wonder, though, what magnitude of effect would manifest should you unleash your full strength?" As Sengoku spoke, his gaze shifted towards the distant ocean. "Now, Luffy, direct your full force towards that expansive sea, treating it as a military exercise to ascertain the sheer power of your utmost strike, shall we?" Upon the conclusion of Sengoku's statement, Luffy finally comprehended the underlying intent behind Sengoku's visit. He wished to witness the extent of Luffy's capabilities. However, Kizaru, standing nearby, quickly interjected. "Isn't this rather unwise? That ordinary punch just now has already caused significant damage. If it were a full-force strike, Marineford could very well find itself in peril. Nevertheless, Sengoku paid no heed to Kizaru's concerns. Since he had articulated such a request in front of the live audience, he must have considered the repercussions. It matters not. Let us regard it as a celebratory display for the pirates preparing to venture into the new world, Sengoku replied. Luffy was taken aback by Sengoku's request. His casual punch had nearly fractured a mountain, and the ensuing tremor had triggered colossal waves. What if he were to unleash his full strength and inadvertently obliterate Marineford? It would not even necessitate the onset of the war on the top. Marineford would need to be rebuilt. Nevertheless, even in the face of potentially grave consequences, Sengoku remained resolute in his decision. The reasoning behind this was not difficult to discern. Sengoku sought to utilize Luffy's full-force strike as a means to instill fear across the globe. Since the emergence of this live broadcast, reports had flooded in from Navy stationed worldwide, indicating a sudden surge in local pirate activity. At this juncture, the pirates' rampant resurgence suggested that they had perceived the opportunities presented by the live stream, prompting many to embark on their piratical journeys. Sengoku, naturally, felt compelled to devise a strategy to curtail this development. Thus, the rationale behind Sengoku's willingness to allow Marineford to bear the brunt of calamity in order to witness Luffy's full-force strike became apparent. Luffy possessed the ability to share his current vision, making him the sole individual capable of executing this military spectacle potent enough to intimidate the world. Though Luffy did not entirely grasp Sengoku's intentions, he acquiesced to Sengoku's insistence. Very well, Admiral, I shall endeavor to see what I can achieve. Upon finishing his words, Luffy complied with the directives of the warring states and made his way to the western coastline, preparing to unleash a formidable strike upon the sea. Coincidentally, Luffy was also eager to test the limits of the Bull Talisman's power and discover the extraordinary strength it could wield. Thus commenced a naval military exercise, witnessed by the entire world, wherein only Luffy participated. He assumed a horse stance, his hands engaged in a continuous flow of energy. Waves of force surged forth, and the surrounding sand and stones were unable to withstand the onslaught, reduced to mere dust. A dense gray mist began to rise around Luffy, fueled by the gathering energy. Behind him, Garp's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Haki? I never anticipated this lad would comprehend the mysteries of Haki under such circumstances. Garp exclaimed in surprise. It is widely recognized that Haki enhances one's defensive capabilities, akin to an invisible armor, and can also evolve into offensive power, allowing it to contend with the abilities of others. When utilized, Haki can envelop not only the user's body but also their weapons during an attack. A portion of the skin not only darkens but also hardens beyond the strength of steel. However, such formidable armament Haki necessitates years of rigorous training to attain. Instances like that of Luffy, who suddenly activated it in battle, are indeed rare. It is no wonder that Garp was so astonished upon witnessing the manifestation of Luffy's armament Haki. Sengoku, alongside the two admirals in the Navy, shared a level of astonishment that rivaled Garp's. They had all endured brutal training and relentless combat experiences to achieve their current prowess. In contrast, Luffy's power seemed almost preordained, evoking not only admiration but also envy among these seasoned generals. Yet, in that moment, Luffy was oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. His sole focus was to ascertain the magnitude of his full-force strike. As his strength continued to swell, Luffy gathered his energy and, with a swift motion, drove his fist into the ground. At the moment his fist made contact, everyone instinctively took several steps back. For, according to their observation Haki, they recognized that even they would find it difficult to withstand Luffy's impending blow. To avert personal injury, retreat was their only option. The power, even daunting to the elderly, posed the question, was this the future of the Navy? Garp regarded the youth enveloped in strength before him with admiration. Everyone, pay attention, he exclaimed. Following this, Luffy uttered a low growl, and in an instant, his fist descended with tremendous force. As Luffy's punch struck, the very heavens seemed to change hue. A tempestuous force swirled around him, extending outward like a tether from his fist. S-class alert. Everyone retreat. Recognizing the perilous situation, Sengoku hastily commanded an immediate withdrawal. Regardless of where they retreated, the goal was to distance themselves from the vortex of this impending storm. No sooner had Sengoku spoken than the trees and stones nearby were reduced to mere debris, swirling through the air like dust. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Luffy's all-out strike was overwhelmingly powerful, cleaving the sea in two. It created a magnificent divide in the waters leading to the New World. As the ocean split apart, a colossal tsunami swiftly followed, surging across the newly parted sea. For the first time, the ocean floor became visible to the onlookers, gazing down the lengthy fissure. No one could ascertain where this rift would lead. In addition to the profound impact on the ocean, the sky above also bore witness to a serpentine line, stretching in the direction of the torn sea. This was Luffy's full-force strike. The ocean trembled, and the sky transformed. At this moment, it was not only the naval commanders from the Warring States period who were taken aback. The entire audience in the live broadcast room gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Such prowess, could it truly be within the realm of human capability? A pirate, newly embarked on the Grand Line, exclaimed in terror. You have witnessed it, have you not? That naval officer, Luffy, is it? He is no mere mortal. He is nothing short of a deity. A few pirates began to murmur among themselves. The previously astonished pirate, still in disbelief, paused for a few seconds before exclaiming. In light of this, what are we even attempting? With such formidable strength, it is only a matter of time before we are apprehended. The frightened pirate spoke with trepidation. Although the other crew members also felt a sense of dread regarding Luffy's power, they felt compelled, out of camaraderie, to offer words of consolation. However, just as a crew member was poised to offer him solace, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, his trousers had become damp. He had, in fact, been so frightened that he lost control. Upon witnessing this, the other crew members refrained from immediate mockery. Instead, in the midst of such a tense and fearful atmosphere, they too began to feel a sense of dread. It is easy to imagine the extent of the intimidation that Luo Fei's single blow had cast upon the world. The objectives of the Warring States had been fulfilled. However, Marineford was not spared from immense calamity. Mere seconds after Luffy retracted his fist, the sea, split in two by Luffy's colossal might, began to surge uncontrollably. Two waves collided, and in an instant, a towering tsunami, reaching heights of 100 meters, loomed ominously over Marineford. This is a tsunami, a soldier in the Navy shouted in alarm. It was then that everyone became acutely aware of the impending peril. At that moment, the eyes of every individual in Marineford reflected the overwhelming tsunami, leaving them all in a state of shock and disbelief. Just as fear gripped their hearts, Admiral Akainu swiftly intervened. With a single maneuver, Ice Age, he froze the oncoming tsunami before it could reach Luffy. As the wave approached Marineford, a shard of ice erupted from Akainu's fingertips, solidifying the tsunami and rendering it motionless. The disaster was momentarily averted, and a profound sense of relief washed over the hearts of all present in Marineford. Shortly thereafter, Admiral Kizaru also took action. Within this realm of ice and snow, he unleashed a series of dazzling light beams. The frozen waves began to shatter into fragments. Hey, can you please make those ice chunks smaller? You're making it quite difficult for me, exclaimed Akainu. As he spoke, he executed a series of meteor fists, swiftly knocking the ice shards back into the sea. Thus, through the combined efforts of the three admirals, the crisis facing Marineford was ultimately resolved. As the orchestrator of this chaos, Luffy surveyed the scene before him with a sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for the intervention of the three admirals, Marineford would surely have faced annihilation. The full force of the Bull Talisman was capable of obliterating an entire nation, and Luffy felt a sense of accomplishment. However, he was acutely aware that such a display of strength demanded exceptional physical fortitude. Without formidable physical prowess, he might have found himself incapacitated for months following such a powerful strike. Reflecting on this, Luffy felt fortunate to have integrated all of Moria's physical techniques. Yet, he also recognized that relying solely on these techniques would not suffice. Having exerted his full power once, he would need to rest for at least a month before he could unleash it again. It became evident that in his pursuit of greater strength, he must acquire even more abilities. He required a more formidable force. For an ordinary individual, reaching this level of power made it exceedingly challenging to ascend to new heights. For Luffy, the realm of possibilities is boundless. The live broadcast room before him presents an exceptional opportunity. Perhaps this platform could facilitate the swift realization of his aspirations. The crisis at Marineford, through the collaborative efforts of the three formidable commanders, was ultimately averted. Moreover, prior to Luffy's strike, Sengoku had made ample preparations, ensuring that Luffy's punch showcased the might of the Navy to the world without inflicting any irreparable calamity upon Marineford. For Sengoku, it was a remarkable dual victory. As for Luffy, this exercise allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his own strength. With the crisis resolved, Kizaru returned to his office to await the next assignment. Meanwhile, Akainu, having resolved the disaster, set out to sea on his bicycle. Wherever Akainu traversed, the seawater instantaneously froze, paving a path for him. Originally, Akiji had returned at Sengoku's request to convene in the live broadcast room and devise a strategy in response to the emergence of this platform. However, to his astonishment, he encountered a monster like Luffy. Do not misconstrue. The monster that Akiji referred to was not in regard to Luffy's appearance, but rather his extraordinary power, which was so formidable that it left Akiji struggling to believe that such prowess could be attained by a mere human. Ironically, Luffy's youthful visage belied the strength one would scarcely expect from a 17-year-old boy. Akiji's journey back to sea was also driven by a desire to witness the extent of the earth-shattering punch unleashed by Luffy. Meanwhile, as the Navy busied themselves with the restoration of Marineford, new activity emerged in the live broadcast. The screen continued to display the image of Ace kneeling on the execution platform. The moment this scene appeared, it became evident to all that the fierce battle had not yet concluded. Ace had been captured by the Navy, and his execution was to be broadcasted to the world. Whitebeard, leading over 40 ships, was determined to orchestrate a rescue. This situation transcended the mere question of Ace's execution. It had escalated into a full-blown war between the Navy and the four emperors of the sea. Once initiated, one side would inevitably face defeat. In the current scene, the Whitebeard pirates were locked in combat with the Navy, transforming Marineford into a veritable hellscape, strewn with bodies amidst the carnage. The crescent-shaped bay of Marineford had been entirely frozen by Akiji. Initially, this was a tactic aimed at subduing Whitebeard's Moby Dick. Yet, to their surprise, the pirates utilized Akiji's ice age as a springboard, allowing them to successfully land at Marineford. In a desperate attempt to thwart the pirates' landing, the Navy commenced their assault on the ice. As long as they could shatter the ice back into the sea, the pirates would be prevented from making landfall. However, despite this, the Navy could not halt the advance of the Whitebeard pirates, for the formidable Little Oars had made his appearance. Little Oars, a descendant of the legendary demon Berserker, possessed a physique that was not only substantial but also endowed with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary man. In Little Oars' eyes, Ace was a kind and gentle soul who had once brought him hope. Now, as Ace found himself in dire need, Little Oars would not retreat. Yet, despite his formidable stature, he remained but a mortal being, and as the Navy unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire, Little Oars eventually succumbed. Even in defeat, he resolved to offer his last vestiges of strength in a bid to rescue Ace. After several minutes of brutal combat, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Navy, Little Oars determined to use his own body to forge a path for the Whitebeard pirates to save Ace. Not far away, the massive form of Little Oars lay sprawled across the ice, connecting the execution platform of Marineford. Little Oars had perished. Countless pirates, treading upon the body of Little Oars, successfully landed upon the execution platform of Marineford. This was the final wish of Little Oars, as well as the hope for all pirates in their endeavor to rescue Ace. With Little Oars clearing the path, the spirits of the pirates soared. The diverse assaults from the 7 warlords, the formidable intimidation of Whitebeard, along with the emergence of the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat crew, momentarily granted the pirates the upper hand. At this moment, Marineford was engulfed in flames and bloodshed, littered with ruins and debris. Even the usually composed Sengoku exhibited signs of unease. Whitebeard, weapon in hand, gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a blend of arrogance and tenderness as he looked upon Ace. At that moment, Squard unexpectedly appeared behind Whitebeard. "Old man," Squard called out, standing at Whitebeard's back. Surprised by Squard's sudden presence, Whitebeard inquired, "What troubles you, Squard?" Sensing the unusual demeanor of Squard, Whitebeard noted that, in their usual battles, Squard was the epitome of bravery, always charging into the fray, yet today he was markedly different. "Each of us from the 43 pirate crews has been greatly indebted to you. For the sake of the Whitebeard pirates, we would not hesitate to brave fire and water." Rather than addressing Whitebeard's concern, Squard calmly engaged in casual conversation. Yet beneath this tranquility, one cannot shake the feeling of an impending storm. In the distance, Marco has sensed the unusual atmosphere at this moment through his keen observation of the surroundings. Yet, it was all too late. However, when he finally grasped the impending reality, everything had already unraveled. Squardo's dagger had pierced the flesh of Whitebeard. The pirates were left in utter shock. They never anticipated that the one to deliver such a grievous blow to Whitebeard would not be the Navy, but rather his most trusted ally. Faced with such a heart-wrenching betrayal, Whitebeard chose not to immediately execute Squardo. Instead, he bore the pain and withdrew the blade from his own body. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze, filled with disbelief, still radiated warmth. The live broadcast abruptly ceased at this moment. The answer to the prior question was finally confirmed. The chat room erupted in chaos at such a sight. They could never have imagined that Whitebeard, who had dominated the Grand Line for over a decade, would ultimately be wounded by his own kin. What astonished them even more was that, despite being stabbed by his own son, there was no trace of hatred in Whitebeard's eyes. Marco exclaimed, "Squirtle, how could you do this? Have you forgotten our bond of 20 years? Ace added, "Squirtle, if my identity has instilled such profound hatred toward our father, I deeply apologize. But I implore you to unleash your wrath upon me instead of harming him." Squirtle stammered, I truly do not comprehend how this came to be. At this moment, Squirtle was on the brink of collapse. First, he discovered that his dear brother Ace was the son of his enemy, and then he learned that his beloved father had concealed such a significant truth from him. Now, he was faced with the horrifying reality that he had plunged the dagger into Whitebeard himself. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Whitebeard, witnessing this scene, was equally shaken. He had kept this information from Squirtle, fearful of the impulsive actions he might take upon learning the truth. However, after more than 20 years of camaraderie, Whitebeard could hardly believe that Shikiato genuinely intended to take his life. Whitebeard proclaimed, "I am convinced that this is not Shikiato's true desire. He is undoubtedly being instigated by someone from the shadows." As all present began to question Shikiato's motives, Whitebeard stepped forward to defend him. Shikiato was taken aback, witnessing Whitebeard's unwavering belief in him, despite having witnessed his betrayal, filled his heart with profound emotion. "Father, why? Why do you still choose to trust me at this moment?" Whitebeard replied calmly, "Because you are all my sons." This simple yet profound statement left Shikiato in tears. The explanation regarding the previous question had already been provided in the live broadcast. Although deeply shocked by the betrayal, Whitebeard did not harbor resentment towards Shikiato. Kaido sneered, "Ha, Whitebeard, your parenting skills are truly lacking. Not only did you raise Teach, but now Shikiato has also stabbed you in the back. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Kaido's mocking remarks, Ace could not remain silent. "A failure in parenting? Then your son Yamato must be exceedingly filial, Kaido." He retorted, "You may harm him. But to harm father? Absolutely not." Thus, Ace swiftly retaliated against Kaido's taunts. Previously, Ace had spent some time traveling in Wano, during which he had befriended Kaido's son, Yamato. Had it not been for the explosive collar around Yamato's neck, he might very well have become one of Ace's crew members. Hence, if we are to discuss failures in parenting, Kaido's name would surely appear on that list. Kaido, seemingly struck by a sensitive nerve, chose not to respond further to Ace's jibe, instead opting to lurk quietly in the group chat. Big Mom chimed in, "I have long maintained that everyone is capable of betrayal. Only one's own bloodline is truly worthy of trust, Mom." Hearing the mockery from the crowd, Whitebeard remained unfazed, instead bursting into hearty laughter. On board the Moby Dick, Marco observed Whitebeard's reaction with a mixture of confusion and concern, hastening to offer comfort. However, at this moment, Whitebeard did not seek comfort from others. He burst into hearty laughter, then with a grand gesture, embraced his companion, Squirtle. How could he turn against his own father? "What a foolish son you are, Squirtle. Yet, even a foolish son, I still love you dearly. I deeply sense the extent of your hatred for Roger, but Squirtle, the notion of repaying debts with betrayal is utterly absurd. Has Ace ever harmed you in any way? You have shared both hardships and joys with Ace, overcoming countless difficulties alongside your comrades. The identity of Ace's parentage is of no consequence. In this vast ocean, our paths have intertwined. It's not just the two of you. All of you are my sons, and we are all family. I hope you can comprehend this." This was one of the rare moments when Whitebeard revealed his tenderness and vulnerability. He approached his family with a sincere heart, choosing to believe despite the potential betrayals that lay ahead. Upon hearing Whitebeard's gentle confession, the crew was deeply moved, especially Squirtle, who was now in tears. "Father." Squirtle repeatedly called out, the word echoing with earnestness. Finally, as he cried out "Father" repeatedly, Squirtle found solace. From that moment on, no force or rumor could sway him. In response to the jeers and divisive words from the live broadcast audience, Whitebeard addressed them directly. "I believe this cannot be Squirtle's true intention. The one who has led Squirtle's unwavering loyalty astray must surely be the Navy." Whitebeard continued, "I will remember you, you cowardly worm who dares to shout from the shadows. Anyone who harms those aboard the Moby Dick is my enemy." Regarding the allegations of Squirtle's impending betrayal, Whitebeard did not place any blame on him, but rather discerned the essence of Squirtle's predicament manipulation by the Navy. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the Navy would resort to extreme measures to win this battle for honor and reputation. Thus, it was not out of the realm of possibility that the Navy would exploit Squardo's unique position to sow discord between him and his father. In response to Whitebeard's speculation, a staunch supporter of the Navy quickly stepped forward to speak. Impossible. Our Navy is upright and would never engage in such actions. Indeed, this individual was Luo Fei, who sought to uphold the image of a devoted Navy supporter and felt compelled to speak at this juncture. Moreover, due to his unique status as a 17-year-old boy and a super administrator of the live broadcast, he was not met with resentment. Hancock added, "I beg to differ. After all, the events regarding Admiral Akainu's textbook compilations occurred just yesterday. Akainu, hasn't this matter already passed? Must we constantly resurrect it?" Whitebeard, Akainu, should the one scheming behind the scenes truly be you, I shall not let you escape unscathed. As the crowd continued to bicker over the incident involving Squardo, a new development emerged in the live stream. This time, there was no prior context or visuals. Rather, a question was presented directly. Question time. Who truly prevented Ace's execution? Correct answer reward, bamboo copter. Incorrect answer punishment. Randomly deprive the incorrect respondents of one item, including but not limited to devil fruit abilities, physical skills, life, equipment, and more. With the announcement concluding, the audience beheld a simple bamboo copter illuminated in the prize section. Shanks, isn't that just the bamboo toy we played with as children? Jesus Burgess, haha, indeed. When Usopp was little, whenever he cried, I would toss him a bamboo copter to keep him entertained. That little rascal had such a blast with it, ha ha ha. Upon noticing Jesus Burgess's sudden appearance, Usopp aboard the Straw Hat Pirate's ship felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. In Usopp's memories, he held few clear impressions of his father, Jesus Burgess, with even his visage remaining a mere blur. Yet, this father, who departed from him in his youth, has left an imposing and heroic figure in Usopp's heart, even though the villagers speak ill of him, branding his father a deceiver who ventured into piracy for treasure. In Usopp's eyes, his father Yasopp remains a valiant warrior of the sea. Usopp proclaims, "Yes, father. I remember you often crafted bamboo gliders for me to play with when I was little. But father, did you not say that each bamboo glider represented a pair of wings? That if one sincerely believes, it would transform into wings that would allow me to soar into the azure skies?" Usopp continues, "Yet, father, after all these years, where are my wings?" To this day, Usopp harbors unwavering faith in Yasopp's words. However, upon hearing this, Jesus' face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. For, back in those days, his words were merely a playful deception aimed at Usopp. A bamboo dragonfly is simply a bamboo dragonfly. How could it possibly transform into wings? And how could it ever lift a person into the azure skies? However, should he reveal to Usopp that his words from years past were merely a fabrication? He felt an immense pride in his son, who had grown into a valiant warrior of the sea, and was equally aware that Usopp took pride in having such a father. He could not, in such a moment, shatter the illusion he had crafted, even if that deception was born solely out of a desire to bring joy to Usopp, just as Jesus was at a loss. Captain Shanks stepped in at the opportune moment to extricate him from his predicament. Shanks remarked, "Perhaps the bamboozler in the live stream is the legendary one that can transform into wings." He believed that since this bamboozler could appear as a reward in the live stream, it must be anything but ordinary. However, as soon as Shanks uttered these words of support for Jesus, he was met with a chorus of dissent from the audience. Kaido scoffed, "I could crush it with a single stomp. Do you truly believe that bamboozler can sprout wings?" Doflamingo added, "It seems the esteemed Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is rather naive." Caesar chimed in, "Where on earth can a bamboozler even take flight? Tell me where, and I shall produce a ton of them." Moria interjected, "Caesar, do let me know once you've manufactured them. I'd be keen to import them in bulk." Caesar retorted, "Those without funds should refrain from such grandiose declarations, Moria. No offense intended." Morgans hesitated, "I truly do not wish to question one of the 4 emperors. But if even 2 simple bamboo sticks can take to the skies, what becomes of the avian kingdom?" As the audience continued to express their doubts, a peculiar visual suddenly emerged beside the rewards section of the livestream. In the image, they beheld a rotund blue figure soaring freely through the sky, atop which was perched the very bamboozler. Moria exclaimed, "What the devil? It can actually fly." Usopp gasped, "Is this the bamboozler that can turn into wings?" Luffy exclaimed, "Wow, that is so cool. What my dad said is indeed true." Usopp replied, "Of course. After all, he is a brave warrior of the sea." Jesus marveled, I can't believe such a thing truly exists. Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy instantly comprehended the true nature of the flying bamboozler. If this flying bamboozler could fall into his hands, combined with the powers of the transparent fruit, there would be no place in the world beyond his reach. As he pondered this, a subtle smile crept onto Luo Fei's lips. However, to receive the reward, one must answer the question correctly. Although Luo Fei knew the answer, he lacked a suitable opportunity to articulate it. Thus, he decided to observe quietly in the live stream for a while. While he had a fondness for the bamboo copter reward, it wasn't an absolute necessity for him. After all, with the technological prowess of Germa 66, soaring into the skies was not an unattainable dream. Regarding Ace's lineage and the matters aboard the Whitebeard ship, due to Whitebeard's deliberate intervention and the emergence of new questions in the live stream, this topic quickly faded from discussion. As for the bamboo copter, which served as the reward for this round of questioning, many were eager to compete for it after witnessing its remarkable capabilities. To fly among the clouds was a dream cherished by countless individuals throughout history, a goal for which humanity has relentlessly strived, often at great peril. Now that the opportunity had arisen, they were determined to seize it with fervor. At the forefront were the scientists of the vast ocean. Vegapunk, a bamboo copter that can soar through the skies? Excellent. If we can thoroughly study it and mass-produce it, it would undoubtedly usher the Navy into a glorious new era. Sabo, since it is something Dr. Vegapunk desires, I shall do everything in my power to secure it for you. Caesar, do you really think you can obtain it through sheer effort? How naive. Frankie, a bamboo copter that can carry people aloft? Fascinating. Bellamy, if my jumping ability were to be enhanced by this device, wouldn't my damage output multiply? Sugar, imagine Bellamy sporting a bamboo copter on his head. That thought alone is amusing. Shiki, little girl, I suspect there is more to your words than meets the eye. Buggy, I wonder if this device could be utilized in the Buggy missile to achieve precise targeting. Lindbergh, why didn't I think of that? By equipping projectiles with flying bamboo copters, we could achieve precision engineering. Brilliant. Though no one was answering questions in the live stream, the enthusiasm and curiosity regarding this reward remained undiminished. As everyone contemplated how to maximize the potential of this flying bamboo copter, the King of the Sky spoke up. Shiki, really? Merely flying through the air is such a trivial feat that it excites you all so much? Inel, mere mortals. Do you truly dare to dream of soaring? Don't be ridiculous. Vinsmoke Judge. What you all see now is simply what remains from our Vinsmoke family's experiments. Brooke, flying is something anyone can accomplish. Our Marine 6 Styles moonwalk can achieve that effortlessly. Doflamingo, Admiral Crane, your Navy's 6th form was stripped from you yesterday. Yet you still managed to soar. How remarkable. Crane, well, I momentarily spoke without thinking. In any case, opinions regarding the merits of this reward vary among us. Those who have no need for the ability to fly have simply relinquished their chance to answer, choosing instead to quietly observe the performances of their peers from the shadows of the live stream. Meanwhile, those who desire the reward but lack intelligence are preoccupied with mindless chatter. Conversely, those who consider themselves astute have begun brainstorming, attempting to deduce the correct answer from the images recently revealed during the broadcast. Hancock, I am ready to answer. It is said that blood is thicker than water. Therefore, the one who truly saved Ace must be his grandfather, Garp. Upon Hancock's declaration, a brief silence enveloped the live stream. It was unexpected that, after enduring numerous failures in answering, Hancock still wholeheartedly prepared for the challenge. Her determination is truly commendable. However, they had not anticipated that Hancock's answer would indeed be Garp. It is important to note that Garp is a naval hero, and his stance embodies the Navy's principles. Should Garp intervene to halt Ace's execution under such circumstances, it would equate to a betrayal of the Navy. This answer was exceedingly audacious, leaving the live audience momentarily at a loss as to whether to believe it. Fortunately, the live stream refrained from prolonging the suspense this time. Following Hancock's declaration, a swift response was delivered. Ding. Hancock's answer was incorrect. She was stripped of her princess cut hairstyle. The quiz continued. As the sound of the notification faded, Hancock, far away on Amazon Lily, felt clumps of hair falling from either side of her head. Had her semi-permanent princess cut truly vanished? I have become bald. Hancock could hardly fathom that her penalty for the incorrect answer would lead to baldness. For the beauty-conscious and confident Empress Hancock, this was an utterly devastating blow. Currently, Hancock was handling state affairs in her chamber, surrounded by numerous subjects. All she wished for was to find a hole to hide in. The illustrious Empress had turned into a bald figure? and not just any baldness, but a style that left both sides bare. Hancock felt an unbearable pain, comparable to the loss of her conqueror's haki. Fortunately, her two sisters were present. Upon noticing Hancock's distressed expression, they quickly dismissed the surrounding crowd. "It's all right, hair can grow back, and if need be, we can always change hairstyles." Her second sister, Boa Sandersonia, quickly reassured her. The third sister, Boa Marigold, understanding the situation, promptly picked up a comb and approached Hancock from the other side, offering comfort. "Indeed, sister. You are so beautiful and have such an abundance of hair. It is merely a few strands that have been lost, and they will grow back. Please do not worry too much." As she spoke, the third sister deftly styled Hancock's hair into a middle parting. The hair in the center was swept to the sides, naturally concealing the bald spots. Once finished, she produced a small mirror and held it before Hancock. "See, sister, you still look as radiant as ever," the second sister exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration as she gazed at Hancock's reflection. In their eyes, Hancock's beauty was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the pirate world. A change in hairstyle would not diminish her allure in the slightest. However, Hancock has always been intolerant of any form of humiliation. Even though she was aware that her two sisters had come to console her, the sight of a clump of her own hair on the ground rendered her inconsolable. Meanwhile, at the Marineford Naval Academy, Luffy could not suppress his laughter upon hearing the news of Hancock's punishment during the live broadcast. The illustrious Empress, suffering from hair loss? And only on the sides, no less? It was nothing short of the opposite extreme of a Mediterranean hairstyle. As he noticed a few strands of hair suddenly appearing in his hand, Luffy could not help but ponder how Hancock would feel if she were to discover that all her lost hair was now in his possession. Since these strands were of no use to him, he might as well seize the opportunity to return them, thus earning a favor from the Empress. After all, a woman of Hancock's unparalleled beauty must surely be concerned about her appearance. Offering her assistance at this moment would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on her. If it could lead to a deeper bond, that would be even more splendid. With these thoughts in mind, Luffy soon began to speak in the live broadcast. "Luffy, Hancock, being one of the 7 warlords, I, as the administrator, assure you that the hair you have lost will certainly be returned. You need not be too sorrowful about it." "Hancock, is that true? I shall express my gratitude once more." "Hancock, then, is there hope for the restoration of my conqueror's haki?" "Luffy, well, that is rather difficult to ascertain, but at least your hair will definitely come back. Though her conqueror's haki may not be restored, at the very least, her lost hair was assured to return." Overwhelmed with joy, Hancock hurriedly conveyed her thanks in the live broadcast. "Hancock, esteemed administrator, you are indeed unlike those other foul men. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Henceforth, Administrator Luffy shall be regarded as a distinguished guest of Amazon Lily." The audacity of Hancock to publicly declare that Luffy was unlike other unpleasant men and to announce him as a distinguished guest of Amazon Lily was astonishing. Upon the emergence of this news, the entirety of the live stream audience was astounded. It is noteworthy that the Amazon Lily Island is also known by another moniker, Daughter Island. As the name implies, this is a land exclusively inhabited by women, home to the 9 Snakes, a matriarchal warrior tribe. Due to its location within the doldrums, Amazon Lily Island remains untouched by stormy weather, providing its inhabitants with a life of abundance and stability. Furthermore, the surrounding waters are rife with colossal sea king nests, deterring ordinary sailors from daring to approach, thus enabling the islanders to live harmoniously without external disturbances. Consequently, this locale serves as a veritable paradise for women, while simultaneously embodying a nightmare for men. The characterization of this place as a sanctuary for women is fitting, as since its founding, it has exclusively been populated by females, ensuring a perpetual presence of exquisite maidens. More significantly, all the women here are untouched by men. Therefore, to depict this island as a haven for women is not an exaggeration in the slightest. However, the fact that this island is solely inhabited by women means that any man who dares to venture here will be regarded as an intruder and subjected to the harshest of penalties. From this perspective, any man who enters will inevitably meet a grim fate upon departure. A journey to this island is a one-way ticket, solidifying its reputation as a true nightmare for men. However, at that moment, the Empress of Amazon Lily declared before the entire live audience that Luffy was a distinguished guest of her nation. If he is indeed a distinguished guest, does that not mean he can come and go freely? Due to Hancock's proclamation, Luffy unwittingly acquired numerous adversaries. "Baki, it's getting serious. My fists have become resolute." "Brook, does that mean we will see an array of colorful women's attire?" "Nami, Who is this person? How indecent. Sanji, indeed, unlike me, who can only feel pity for my sister. Chopper. Goodness. This lad Luo Fei must have accumulated immense fortune over several lifetimes. Tama, would you like this fortune? Chopper. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Luo Fei, my dear brother, take care of yourself. To take good care of your health. Trafalgar Law, ha ha ha. The esteemed administrator has done anything yet, and here we are, so concerned about health. Blackbeard, such a statement is erroneous. What may be true now could change in the future. Hancock, what are you filthy men talking about? I merely announced that the esteemed administrator has become a guest of my nation, and you're all so excited? Luo Fei, indeed. I do not understand what these peculiar uncles are thinking. Upon receiving this news, Luo Fei, though outwardly calm, was inwardly elated. To be granted the Empress's permission to enter and exit Amazon Lily freely is a coveted opportunity for many men, and a momentous occasion in the history of the island since its founding. It is well known that although Amazon Lily is isolated from the world, its inhabitants are passionate and exuberant. Their attire is unrestrained by reality, and their behavior is particularly bold and unreserved. To spend a few days in such a land would be akin to entering a realm of paradise, since Hancock has already opened the door of convenience for him. Luo Fei felt no need for hesitation. Moreover, there was a particular attraction on Amazon Lily that he had long coveted. Luo Fei, Hancock. I've heard there is a splendid hot spring on Amazon Lily. I must try it out when I have the chance. Indeed, it was the hot spring. It is likely that even Hancock did not anticipate that upon learning of his newfound freedom to traverse Amazon Lily, Luo Fei's first thought would be to indulge in a hot spring. Hancock, I did not expect the esteemed administrator to have such unique tastes. If it is merely to enjoy the hot spring, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Sanji, merely a hot spring? Such a waste of opportunity. Doflamingo, what do you know? This is called vision. Hancock, enough. Do none of you wish to answer the questions? Observing the increasingly wayward direction of the chat in the live stream, Hancock could not help but utter a remark. Her willingness to regard Luo Fei as a distinguished guest was motivated not only by her desire to reclaim her lost hair, but also by the hope of securing his protection. After all, due to her repeated missteps in the live stream, her strength had considerably diminished, making the pursuit of a formidable ally entirely justifiable. Upon receiving Hancock's subtle insinuation, Luo Fei quickly grasped the situation. Luo Fei, if you prefer not to answer questions, I can certainly adjust the time allowed for responses. What does everyone think? As the chief administrator of the live stream, altering the response time is merely standard procedure. However, to maintain an atmosphere of reverence and urgency regarding the questions, Luo Fei only informed the audience of his ability to shorten the answering duration without mentioning the possibility of extending it. Moreover, being the sole chief administrator, even if others harbored doubts about Luo Fei's statements, there was no means to verify them. Simultaneously, with Luo Fei's declaration, the audience became acutely aware of his stance. Although Hancock's power had significantly waned, she benefited from the protection of the chief administrator, Luo Fei. Those who had previously mocked Hancock for allowing Luo Fei free access to Daughter Island quietly chose to mute themselves. This cessation of disruption provided a much-needed space for those genuinely eager to answer questions. Soon, Whitebeard began to respond. Whitebeard, I am Ace's father. It is my solemn duty to rescue Ace. Hence, my answer is that the one who truly prevented Ace's execution is I, Whitebeard. This marks Whitebeard's inaugural participation in the live stream's questioning. While he often engaged actively in conversation, he had remained silent when it came to actually answering questions. This was partly because, having reached a certain level as a pirate, he no longer felt a pressing need for further strength. Moreover, he was reluctant to risk losing some ability should he fail to answer correctly. However, now he actively participates in answering questions. The sole reason for this is his family. For Ace, he is willing to take this risk. Moreover, in the recent scene, Whitebeard witnessed his entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates mobilizing in a desperate effort to rescue Ace. He cannot believe that such unwavering dedication would fail to save Ace. In response to Whitebeard's answer, the live chat quickly reacted. Ding. Whitebeard's response, the one who truly prevents Ace's execution is Whitebeard, was deemed incorrect. The questioning continues. Whitebeard has failed to answer correctly. However, through misfortune, there emerged a stroke of fortune. For his erroneous answer, the penalty bestowed upon him was the removal of all ailments. As the sound of this announcement resonated in the live broadcast, Whitebeard instantly felt a significant alleviation in his physical state. The vitality that he had once relied upon intravenous drips to sustain was now steadily rejuvenating. At this moment, Whitebeard was imbued with a singular sensation. The dawn of his second golden age was imminent. Upon hearing the penalty imposed on Whitebeard during the live stream, the entire ocean was left in stunned silence. They had contemplated that the consequence for Whitebeard's mistake might involve the forfeiture of his weapons or the stripping away of his abilities. However, it was utterly unexpected that it entailed the deprivation of all ailments. Can this truly be deemed a punishment? It is quite evident that this is, in fact, a benefit. Although for those at sea, the true condition of Whitebeard has remained an enigma. However, having reached the twilight of his years, even though the formidable Whitebeard still possesses considerable strength, it is undeniable that he pales in comparison to his youthful days. In his prime, Whitebeard traversed the seas, his name resounding throughout the vast ocean. Yet now, he remains reclusive, seldom engaging in affairs of the outside world, and in moments of boredom, he gathers a few of his sons. Additionally, whispers have circulated regarding his need for constant intravenous therapy. Consequently, in the eyes of many, the once mighty Whitebeard has become merely a frail elder, posing little threat. However, now, with the ominous sound of the penalty echoing through the livestream, everyone could not help but draw a sharp breath. The combination of age and illness had, at the very least, diminished Whitebeard's strength by a third. Yet today, free from ailment, the only factor that could diminish his might, his age, had transformed into a testament of his battle-hardened experience. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed unbound by any constraint on his abilities. Since the days of the previous era, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had been a formidable force stirring the tides of this vast ocean. Decades have passed, and while a new generation continues to rise, Whitebeard's power remains as formidable as ever. For pirates, should Whitebeard choose to pursue the throne of the Pirate King once more, their hopes would be utterly extinguished. For the Navy, after years of silence, Whitebeard's resurgence would herald tumultuous times ahead, making a cataclysmic battle inevitable. Meanwhile, far away in Marineford, Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing such news. Whitebeard's resurgence undoubtedly sounded an alarm for the peace that the Navy had sought to uphold. The apex of Whitebeard's power was imminent, and his choices would directly influence the shifting dynamics of the world to come. However, Whitebeard himself had no such grand ambitions. Upon realizing his full recovery, his foremost thought was to protect his family more diligently. Unlike the worries of others, he had no desire to conquer the world. Having surpassed 50, he had experienced the sweet and bitter aspects of life. After witnessing the splendor and decay of the world, Whitebeard harbored but one wish: to reunite with his loved ones. While everyone else was consumed by anxiety over Whitebeard's resurgence, Luffy found himself smiling. To be free of all ailments? Such an outcome was indeed favorable. The penalty for incorrect answers in the live stream might not necessarily be a punishment, it could also serve as a reward. Making everyone aware of this could potentially ignite a fervor for answering questions. Nonetheless, Luffy was eager to partake in the upcoming question and answer session. Yet before he could devise a reasonable strategy, he aimed to encourage others to participate without allowing them to discover the correct answers. To deftly lead the audience astray, Luffy promptly spoke up in the live stream. I wonder if you all noticed that, just moments ago, in the rescue team for Ace, aside from the Whitebeard pirates, there were also several members of the Revolutionary Army involved. Luffy continued, it seems that the Revolutionary Army depicted in the footage emerged from the ranks of the advancing forces. Doesn't he? In the recent live broadcast, everyone witnessed a formidable and striking figure, that of the flamboyant Ivankov, the queen of transgender individuals. Although few are aware that Ivankov is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, his close relationship with the army's leader, Dragon, has nearly transcended into the realm of public knowledge. If this connection alone does not suffice to convince the audience of Ivankov's allegiance to the Revolutionary Army, then the ever-present Imisuma, who adorns a unique hairstyle reminiscent of a plum blossom, with her hair colored in a striking blend of orange and white, certainly serves as irrefutable evidence. Imisuma is, without a doubt, an overt player of the Revolutionary Army. Initially, the Revolutionary Army had no intention of participating in this grand conflict. However, following the recent revelation of the origins of the two supernova pirates, Luffy and Ace, it appears that the Revolutionary Army has become inextricably linked to this matter. Thus, it is not entirely improbable to assert that the Revolutionary Army intervened to prevent Ace's execution. As speculation resumed among the crowd, Hancock, who had faltered on her first question, provided a thought-provoking perspective. Hancock remarked, Luffy's grandfather is Garp, and since Luffy refers to Ace as his brother, does this not imply a blood relationship between Ace and Garp? Although Hancock did not state this outright, her words suggested a possibility, The one who halted Ace's execution could very well be Garp. After all, blood is thicker than water. Moreover, from the recent live broadcast, Garp's expression was indeed quite telling. As a grandfather, he was compelled to witness his grandson Ace face execution at the hands of the Navy, while he, a hero of the Navy, could only stand by and observe. The notion of a white-haired man sending a black-haired one to his demise is profoundly absurd. Hancock discerned the conflict in Garp's eyes, which led her to this supposition. Moria exclaimed, could it be true? The Navy hero Garp not only raised the world's most notorious criminal, the revolutionary leader Dragon, but also shares an ambiguous connection with the Pirate King, Roger? Moria continued, goodness. One could not help but declare, your circle is truly chaotic. As Hancock's remarks veered the conversation into an unrelated direction, Luffy joined in the fray. Luffy stated, moreover, as Ace is the orphan of the Pirate King Roger, it seems rather implausible that Roger's crew would not participate in a rescue, does it not? Doflamingo interjected. As for Roger's crew, it seems there are very few remaining who are still in the know. Wouldn't you agree, Rayleigh? Rayleigh replied, isn't this merely moral coercion? I simply wish to spend my remaining days in peace on this island. Robin noted, in the recent live broadcast, when Whitebeard emerged from the sea, his ship appeared to be coated with a colorful film, did it not? Such artisans capable of that coating technique must be exceedingly rare in this world. Rayleigh quipped. You might as well just mention my name. Shanks added, if that's the case, it would seem unreasonable for my apprentice not to intervene. Haha. If Ace were truly captured, I would undoubtedly seek to prevent it, not out of personal sentiment, but purely for the sake of world peace. Right, Buggy? Buggy protested. Do not call my name. My time as an apprentice aboard Roger's ship was merely a trivial chapter in my illustrious life. Despite Buggy's grandiloquent words, he was, in truth, more cowardly than anyone else. What of Ace being Roger's son? When Roger was alive, he was merely a humble crewmate, unable to bask in any glory. Now, 20 years have passed, and with Roger having long since become mere dust, does he expect me to look after his son? It is simply inconceivable. The audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation upon witnessing the remarks of Shanks and others. Rayleigh, having once been the right-hand man of Roger, now seeks to live out his twilight years in peace and is unlikely to participate in the rescue of Ace. However, the fact that Whitebeard's Moby Dick leaped from the depths of the sea to the surface of Marineford suggests that even if Rayleigh is reluctant to actively engage in this turmoil, he is still willing to contribute to Ace's rescue in some capacity. As for Shanks, he possesses a profound sense of justice. His motivation for rescuing Ace is quite straightforward, to prevent a direct confrontation between the Navy and Whitebeard, thereby averting a cataclysmic war. Thus, from this perspective, it is certain that Shanks will endeavor to halt the impending conflict. However, to assert that it was truly he who intervened to prevent Ace's execution would be a misstatement. One cannot overlook Buggy, who was also a crewmate of Roger alongside Shanks. It has now been 2 decades since Roger met his fate. And while Shanks has risen to become one of the 4 emperors, instilling fear across the seas, Buggy remains merely a fledgling pirate who has just set sail from the East Blue. If one were to consider the prospect of rescuing Ace, even if Buggy wished to, he might lack the capacity to do so. With the 3 former crewmates of Roger who had the motive to save Ace excluded, we are left with the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, and those pirates who rallied behind Whitebeard. Katakuri remarked, among the Navy, the one most likely to save Ace would probably be Garp. However, Garp, can you truly bring yourself to forsake your own kin for the greater good? In an apparent attempt to validate this hypothesis, he deliberately tagged Garp, ensuring that Garp would take notice. He awaited Garp's response. As a hero of the Navy, Garp should, from his position, immediately declare that he would never commit an act of treachery against the Navy. If Garp could stand forth at this moment to clarify his stance, Katakuri would come to believe that, in Garp's heart, the Navy's justice outweighs personal sentiment. However, as minutes slipped by, Katakuri found himself still awaiting the desired response. At that moment, Garp, upon encountering Katakuri's inquiry, fell into a deep contemplation. When he witnessed Ace bound to the execution platform through the live broadcast, his heart was profoundly shaken. Alongside this shock, he was enveloped in pain and turmoil. Although Ace was not Garp's biological grandson, he had watched him grow up, and Garp's affection for Ace was rivaled only by that for Luffy. Faced with the grim reality of a family member facing execution at the hands of the Navy, the esteemed hero Garp could only stand by helplessly. Merely observing such a scene was enough to render Garp's heart in unbearable anguish. Watching Whitebeard and others rallying for Ace in the live stream brought Garp a sense of solace. What the Navy hero could not accomplish, the formidable Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, was able to achieve. What a contradiction and irony it was. With this thought, Garp could not help but shake his head. In that moment, he longed to be an ordinary old man, free to exert every effort to rescue Ace without fear. Yet, the weight of the justice he bore was far too burdensome. If the future unfolded as anticipated, could he truly bear to watch Ace perish? The answer eluded him. He merely hoped that if this calamity were destined to occur, it would be postponed. Before that fateful moment arrived, Garp would surely do everything in his power to intervene. Defying fate was a daunting endeavor, but for Ace, Garp was willing to take the risk. Ultimately, he did not answer Katakuri's question. Would Garp betray the justice of the Navy for Ace? This question concerned not only the pirates but also Sengoku. As a longtime friend of Garp, Sengoku understood his strength better than anyone. If Garp were to aid Ace and side with the pirates, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Navy. While Garp grappled with uncertainty, Sengoku provided a response on his behalf. The dignity of the Navy cannot be trampled. I believe that Garp, as a hero of the Navy, would never commit an act that would bring disgrace to the Navy. Sengoku's words effectively rendered Garp's decision. Simultaneously, Sengoku's statement served as a reminder for Garp to remain ever mindful of his identity. However, these words were ultimately just Sengoku's opinion, until Garp made a definitive statement. Katakuri treated them as mere noise. In the absence of a response, silence became the most eloquent reply. Although Katakuri's observation haki could not foresee the distant future, he reasoned from a human perspective that Garp could not possibly remain indifferent to Ace's demise. Thus, Katakuri quickly decided to participate in the discourse. I will answer. The one who will truly prevent Ace's execution must be his grandfather, Garp. Katakuri's inquiries were met with silence from Garp himself. Instead, Sengoku, observing Garp's prolonged indecisiveness, took it upon himself to respond on Garp's behalf. However, Sengoku's answer did little to convince the audience in the livestream, let alone Katakuri. From the recent footage, Katakuri discerned that Garp appeared visibly anxious and helpless. It was evident that Garp was unwilling to witness Ace's demise with his own eyes. Although Whitebeard and his crew had set forth to rescue Ace, the disparity in power was stark, even with all 43 of Whitebeard's pirate ships mobilized. The Navy's formidable generals and the 7 warlords of the sea posed a formidable challenge. Both sides were evenly matched, and Whitebeard would not easily gain the upper hand. The Navy's decision to publicly execute Ace in front of the world indicated that they were thoroughly prepared. Thus, Whitebeard's mission to successfully rescue Ace would prove to be exceedingly difficult. As for the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat Luffy, who also appeared in the footage, Katakuri swiftly dismissed these 2 possibilities. The former had been apprehended by the Navy previously, and even if they attempted to confront the Navy amidst their numbers, they would not possess a significant advantage. The latter, looking emaciated and malnourished, led Katakuri to surmise that this individual might not withstand even a single blow from one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Although there had been prior prophecies in the live stream suggesting that Luffy would one day defeat the Golden Lion, Katakuri remained skeptical. However, based on the appearance and attire captured in the 2 live broadcasts, it can be inferred that Luffy's victory over the Golden Lion occurred after the execution of Ace. Consequently, Katakuri swiftly dismissed Luffy as a plausible answer. This encapsulates Katakuri's analysis. Following this line of reasoning, the answer appears increasingly evident. Since it is neither Whitebeard nor the Revolutionary Army nor Luffy, the final answer must be the Navy's own Garp. Garp's proximity to Ace makes him the most advantageous candidate for a rescue operation. Thus, Katakuri arrived at his recent conclusion. Upon hearing this response, the audience in the live stream collectively held their breath, eagerly awaiting the announcement of its validity. Whitebeard fervently hoped that this answer was indeed correct. Even if the ultimate reward were claimed by another, should Garp choose to protect Ace at a critical moment, he would be free of any concerns. Sengoku too anxiously awaited the verdict. Had Sengoku not been the fleet admiral, he would undoubtedly have supported Garp in the endeavor to rescue Ace. Regrettably, the world does not entertain what-ifs. His identity and position destined him to make choices solely aligned with the Navy. He longed for Katakuri's answer to be erroneous. Wishing that Garp remained the hero of the Navy, an exemplar for all, Garp himself pondered what decisions he would make should such a scenario indeed unfold. As they awaited the final revelation, a palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. Yet, only Luffy remained unperturbed, even harboring a hint of glee. For he was certain that Katakuri's answer was incorrect. Consequently, he would once again be rewarded for a group member's erroneous response. The most formidable aspect of Katakuri was his potent observation haki, which had grown so powerful that it could foresee fleeting glimpses of the future. Now, he possessed supreme martial arts skills, unparalleled conqueror's haki, and the most obscure yet formidable dark fruit. In addition to these, he was equipped with an array of weapons and treasures. Given these circumstances, should he acquire Katakuri's formidable observation haki, with time, as he harmonized all these abilities, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force across the seas. At that moment, commanding dominion over land, sea, and air would pose no challenge. Luffy optimistically mused in this vein. Soon, the live stream responded to Katakuri's answer. Just as Luffy had anticipated, the answer was indeed incorrect. Ding! A group member replied. Garp prevented Ace's execution, but the answer was wrong. Punishment for the incorrect answer. Deprivation of Katakuri's observation haki. The questioning continued. Upon hearing this announcement from the live stream, reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, those disheartened were the members of Tado Land. Katakuri's stature within the Charlotte family paralleled that of the three admirals within the Navy. On Cake Island, three immensely powerful executives reigned. Minister of Biscuits, Charlotte Cracker. Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie, and Minister of Flour, Charlotte Katakuri. Among these three, Katakuri consistently held the title of the strongest of the 3 stars. It can be said that Katakuri's fearsome capabilities were, to a considerable extent, attributed to his observation haki. The extraordinary foresight of his haki allowed him to discern the weaknesses of any opponent he faced, rendering him a flawless representation of strength, devoid of any apparent flaws. However, the live broadcast has announced that Katakuri's observation haki has been permanently stripped away. After several rounds of questioning, no one can contest the outcome presented by the broadcast. Due to the sudden emergence of the live stream yesterday, numerous ministers from the surrounding towns of Cake Island hastily gathered to discuss the forthcoming plans. The Sweet 3 Generals, along with all of Big Mom's children, have now assembled at the Cake Island Castle. The news of Katakuri's loss of observation haki has thrown everyone into disarray. Among all the siblings, Katakuri has always been regarded as a symbol of faith and strength. In the face of a mother like Big Mom, who might erupt in rage at any moment due to her cravings, Katakuri has epitomized the role of a responsible guardian. His formidable and unpredictable power has served as their greatest shield. With the disappearance of Katakuri's observation haki, his strength is undoubtedly diminished. Thus, even if no one voices their concerns, they are all grappling with the reality of this loss. Simultaneously, Big Mom, seated high above, quickly turned her gaze towards Katakuri upon noticing the somber expressions of those around her. Observing Katakuri's calm demeanor, she remarked, "A penalty for an incorrect answer? Does that mean you will no longer possess observation haki? What a pity, Katakuri, your significance has diminished." As she spoke, her eyes took on a more menacing glint. The other ministers in the hall felt an immediate tension rise within them upon witnessing Big Mom's demeanor. She places immense value on the contributions of those around her. Should any individual be deemed useless, they risk being discarded by Big Mom. Naturally, mere abandonment would be a fortunate outcome. The real fear lies in Big Mom as potential wrath, where she might drain their lifespan or, in a fit of dissatisfaction, cast them into the hellish wilderness. Much like the fate that befell Chiffon's father, Yun. Consequently, when Big Mom insinuated that Katakuri's role had diminished, anxiety spread among all present. Even Katakuri himself felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing her words. Stripped of his observation haki, he could not fathom what Big Mom was contemplating. The atmosphere within the Cake Island Palace grew palpably tense in the wake of her statement. Fortunately, at that moment, Big Mom's daughter Rayleigh approached, carrying a grand cake. "Mom, look, this is the cake I made after consulting with Lord Oven. I assure you, it tastes far better than those sent by the supplying nations. Would you like to try it, Mom?" Rayleigh blinked her large, expressive eyes, looking quite adorable as she spoke. The nearby matron, upon catching sight of the dessert, felt the perilous glimmer in her eyes swiftly dissipate. "Ha, dessert, you say? Naturally, I must indulge." With delight, Big Mom seized a spoon and scooped a generous portion of cake to her lips. Witnessing the satisfaction etched upon Big Mom's face after tasting the cake, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Everyone was grateful that Rayleigh had presented the dessert, momentarily alleviating the looming crisis. However, only Katakuri is aware that if his strength diminishes significantly, such crises will continue to unfold. As the foremost among the sweet commanders of Cake Island, Katakuri's decline in power would naturally impact the entire strength of Cake Island. Thus, as anxiety began to permeate the island, Those who coveted Cake Island across the vast seas also began to stir restlessly. Naturally, the one who rejoiced most at Katakuri's loss of observation haki would be Luo Fei. What Katakuri lost, Luo Fei could potentially gain. In other words, he has successfully acquired the power of observation haki. However, it seems that Luo Fei, lacking formal training in this ability and having only recently integrated Katakuri's observation haki, is not yet able to wield it with the formidable prowess that Katakuri possesses. Fortunately, Luo Fei remains unfazed by this limitation. His mindset is positive. After all, these abilities were freely given, and whatever strength he could derive from them would be a boon. Skills, after all, never weigh one down, and while Luo Fei may not yet be adept in these techniques, this does not imply a perpetual state of inexperience. Moreover, with his body now infused with so many abilities, he has transcended ordinary limits. What might take an average person a year to master, Luo Fei can achieve in a single day. By this reckoning, within a month, he would fully integrate these powers. At that point, Luo Fei would no longer require the protection of any faction. To expedite his growth, Luo Fei resolved to venture to the training grounds for practice. However, just as he prepared to leave, a sudden fragment of a vision appeared in his mind. In this vision, Luo Fei had already stepped outside and, before reaching the Marine Academy's training area, encountered Garp along the way. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed that Garp had come to seek him out, greeting Luo Fei and approaching him, seemingly engaged in conversation. Just as Luo Fei attempted to discern Garp's words, his consciousness abruptly detached, and he found himself back in reality. The recent scene felt both strange yet familiar, and from the attire he wore in the vision, it was clear that this event had not transpired in the past. In fact, it was likely to occur in the near future. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Luo Fei suddenly comprehended the implication. Could it be that what he had just witnessed was a glimpse of a fleeting future? He had not even stepped outside, yet he had already glimpsed the scene that awaited him. This sensation was wondrous, sparking a flicker of doubt within Luo Fei. Was the recent vision indeed a glimpse of the future, or simply a figment of his imagination? To validate this conjecture, Luo Fei swiftly ventured out. As he traversed the path from his home to the Naval Academy, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him. However, having walked this route countless times, he refrained from concluding that the fleeting image in his mind stemmed from the future. The only evidence that could convince Luo Fei of his brief glimpse into what lay ahead was Garp. Throughout his journey, Luo Fei did not dwell on his thoughts. He was merely anticipating Garp's appearance. Before long, Luo Fei arrived at the very spot that had flashed through his memory, a place where he was to meet Garp. Yet, this time, Garp was conspicuously absent. The familiar path remained desolate and empty. Momentarily taken aback by this sight, Luo Fei pondered whether the ephemeral vision that had crossed his mind was merely a figment of his imagination. Amused by his own whimsical thoughts, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had perhaps indulged in idle fantasies. Despite his inability to decipher the earlier vision, Luo Fei's cheerful disposition prevented him from becoming disheartened. Convinced that the future had yet to unfold, he dismissed the matter and continued his way to the Naval Academy. However, just as Luo Fei was nearing the academy, he finally spotted Garp. "Luo Fei," Garp called out from a distance. "I can't believe you're here. You were quite elusive." He spoke, slightly breathless, as though he had journeyed a considerable distance. Upon hearing Garp's voice, Luo Fei quickly turned around. Unlike his usual uniform, Garp donned a casual floral shirt this time. Moreover, Luo Fei couldn't help but notice a conspicuous leaf of vegetable lodged in Garp's prominent front teeth as he spoke. Luo Fei found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Garp's appearance was strikingly identical to that of the vision he had just witnessed. The leaf on his teeth, its size, shape, and placement, was almost as if it had been meticulously replicated. At this juncture, Luo Fei was nearly certain that the image that had surfaced in his mind prior to leaving was indeed a glimpse of the future. He quickly deduced the reason behind the change in their meeting place. After witnessing the vision, his overwhelming curiosity had compelled him to leave ahead of schedule, whereas he had originally planned to enjoy a glass of milk before departing. However, the current situation precisely illustrates that a mere omission of a single glass of milk led to the fortunate intersection of his path with that of Garp. What he glimpsed of the future was, at the very least, a matter of 5 minutes ahead. Could it be that the recently acquired mastery of observation haki had reached such formidable heights? Contemplating this, Luo Fei felt a surge of excitement within. It is noteworthy that Katakuri, renowned for possessing the mightiest observation haki, could only perceive the future within a span of 1 minute. Indeed, it seems that I am truly gifted. Luo Fei delightedly mused to himself. Just as Rayleigh was lost in thought, Garp approached him. Rayleigh, are you heading to the Naval Academy? Garp inquired. Coincidentally, the matter I wish to discuss is also related to the Naval Academy. Upon hearing Garp's words, Rayleigh quickly regained his composure and politely responded, yes. I plan to practice in the training grounds of the Academy. Although Admiral has granted me permission to graduate from the Naval Academy, I cannot afford to neglect my skills. Practicing in the training grounds was, after all, Rayleigh's original intention. The sentiment conveyed through a different expression can evoke entirely distinct feelings. Take, for instance, the recent remarks made by Rayleigh. Although the essence remained unchanged, the words flowed with such comfort that they resonated deeply. Upon hearing this, Garp nodded in approval, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Truly, what a commendable youth. If only all the individuals at the Naval Academy exhibited the same diligence as you, Rayleigh. Garp chuckled, giving Rayleigh's shoulder a gentle pat, expressing his contentment. In response to Garp's praise, Rayleigh smiled modestly and replied courteously, oh, it's nothing. Everyone at the Naval Academy is quite dedicated. After all, one must uphold the image of a diligent young man in Garp's eyes. And such courteous exchanges are to be expected. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream, through Rayleigh's shared perspective, was able to witness and clearly hear their conversation. Some of Rayleigh's fellow naval soldiers, upon hearing Garp's words, widened their eyes in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that terms like diligence and commendable youth would ever be associated with Rayleigh, who, during their school days, was undeniably the most mischievous and least industrious among them. However, it is indeed surprising that Rayleigh has garnered such high praise from Lord Garp, which has undoubtedly caused some imbalance within their hearts. But remember, is it truly appropriate for Lord Garp to exhibit such blatant favoritism? Dasky, with Rayleigh's exceptional qualities. It is only natural for Lord Garp to show him some preference. Tina, is this really Rayleigh? Leaving aside the holidays, even during regular classes, this fellow has often skipped to indulge in leisure. When I served as an instructor, I never witnessed such diligence and dedication from Rayleigh. Tina was quite irate. Tautu, Tina, do not speak ill of Rayleigh. I know him well, and he is not that kind of person. Tina, so, are you implying that I was deceived by Rayleigh during my 3 years as an instructor? Chahu, Tautu, are you really defending another man? My heart aches. Tautu, another man? Are you referring to yourself? His name is Rayleigh, remember it. Chahu, such blatant favoritism makes me feel envious. Luffy, envious one. Regarding the doubts and criticisms from everyone, Rayleigh himself remained entirely unconcerned. After all, these individuals were inconsequential to him, and their opinions held no significance. As for Garp, there was no need for further elaboration. Once he had made his decision, it would not be swayed by mere words from others. Just as the crowd in the live stream continued to discuss Garp's commendation of Rayleigh, Garp swiftly clarified his purpose for coming. Rayleigh, I have come to speak with you about an important matter concerning your future after graduation. Garp's expression turned more serious, and Rayleigh listened attentively. Based on Garp's attitude towards him over the past couple of days, it was evident that Garp held a favorable impression of him. Moreover, considering Rayleigh's current standing as a significant force within the Navy, he had little concern about being assigned to an undesirable location after graduation. Soon, Garp spoke again. After a unanimous discussion with the Marshal, we have decided to appoint you as the new instructor at the Naval Academy. Of course, the Marshal has taken into account your recent graduation and your potential inability to fully manage this role. Thus, he has arranged for you to have an assistant instructor. She possesses considerable teaching experience, so you may consult her should you have any uncertainties. Upon hearing this arrangement, Rayleigh's eyes gleamed with excitement. Transitioning from student to instructor seemed quite appealing. However, beyond his future prospects, Rayleigh was also quite curious about one matter. Who is this assistant instructor? Rayleigh inquired. Garp, upon hearing Rayleigh's question, smiled slightly before responding. Have you heard of Ain? You are indeed fortunate. Previously, Sengoku had extended numerous invitations to Ain to assume a position at the Naval Academy, all of which she declined. However, this time, for reasons unknown, she readily accepted. Nevertheless, do not rejoice too prematurely. Ain has only agreed to a 1-month tenure. During this month, she will diligently fulfill her responsibilities as a teaching assistant. So do not hesitate to pose any questions you may have. After 1 month, I expect to see you transformed into a competent instructor. As Garp spoke, his gaze radiated solemnity, revealing the high hopes he harbored for Rayleigh. Upon learning that Ain would be his teaching assistant, Rayleigh's eyes quickly sparkled with excitement. The name Ein was not unfamiliar to him. She is a user of the reverse fruit, a formidable swordswoman, and one of the survivors of the recent assault on the Navy, trained under Admiral Zifa during his tenure. In addition to her formidable strength, her management and execution abilities are exceptional. She has previously assisted Zifa in establishing the Neo Navy and served as his right hand. This is precisely why Sengoku chose Ein to serve as a teaching assistant at the Naval Academy, to aid Luffy. Firstly, Ein's experience in establishing the Neo Navy assures her capability in training and managing new naval recruits. Secondly, given Ein's other commitments that necessitate her brief stay, granting her the title of chief instructor would be inappropriate. The position of teaching assistant is perfectly suited. However, in Luffy's eyes, Ein's inherent strength is not the most crucial factor. What truly matters is that Ein is one of the few beauties within the Navy. If Ein were to become his teaching assistant, Luffy would feel as though his dreams had materialized. Every young man likely harbors fantasies of being the personal bodyguard to a beautiful CEO. In this case, it feels akin to having a stunning personal bodyguard. Such a scenario appears rather appealing. Rest assured, Captain Garp, I shall certainly strive to excel. Luffy nodded, responding with great enthusiasm. After informing Luffy of the arrangements made by the higher-ups for his future post-graduation, Garp offered a few casual words of advice, essentially encouraging diligence in his studies, assuring him that the Navy would not overlook his efforts. Luffy outwardly agreed with great deference. However, his response was merely superficial. When one possesses the power to obliterate worlds, would they willingly remain subservient? The answer, of course, is no. Luffy is no exception. He has now acquired formidable divine power, and should conflict arise, even an admiral of the Navy might not stand a chance against him. The reason for Luffy's decision to refrain from rising in rebellion is rather simple. He is simply too lazy. Rather than instigating a war and embodying a diligent leader with lofty ambitions akin to the Revolutionary Army's dragon, Luffy prefers to lead a carefree existence, content with merely going through the motions each day. In this regard, Luffy's disposition bears a striking resemblance to that of Admiral Kizaru. However, unlike Kizaru, who must heed the commands of others despite his rank, Luffy firmly believes that, given time, he will undoubtedly possess strength that surpasses not only Kizaru but all others in this world. When the opportune moment arises, Luffy is determined to showcase his power to the entire world and usher humanity into a new era under his influence. As for those self-proclaimed deities, the celestial dragons, they should have been eradicated long ago. At this moment, while Luffy appears outwardly foolish and cheerful, his heart is already brimming with grand aspirations. On Garp's end, after informing Luffy of his impending responsibilities, he handed him the appointment letter personally penned by Admiral Sengoku, instructing him to assume his duties immediately. Due to Tina's abrupt departure, the Navy Academy found itself without a suitable replacement for her position, and having studied under Tina for 3 years, Luffy was the most familiar with her teaching methods. Thus, Garp and Sengoku decided to forego the pre-employment training and allow Luffy to step directly into the role. Although this swift transition felt somewhat hasty, Luffy did not object. After bidding farewell to Garp, Luffy made his way to the Navy Academy. Upon re-entering the institution, his steps were noticeably more assured and confident. It is worth noting that during his previous tenure at the Navy Academy, he had not applied himself diligently, often being the most unruly student in the class. Consequently, there were numerous individuals within the academy who disapproved of his antics. Luffy's carefree and audacious nature had undoubtedly earned him a fair share of adversaries among the Navy cadets. Who could have imagined that the former class troublemaker would transform from student to instructor? It would be intriguing to witness the reactions of those soldiers who once looked down upon him. With this thought, Luffy's spirits lifted considerably. Simultaneously, as he received his appointment and joyfully strolled through the Navy Academy, an unexpected development occurred in the live broadcast room. Warning: if a correct answer is not provided within 3 minutes, a random member's life will be forfeited. Since the failure of Whitebeard and Katakuri to answer the questions, no one else in the live stream has dared to participate. The consequence of prolonged silence is a warning from the live stream. Upon hearing this alert, the audience grew tense, for it was clear that failure to respond could lead to dire consequences. The live stream had explicitly warned that if no one answered within 3 minutes, names would be randomly stripped away. The one who might perish could be anyone, including oneself. Buggy, hey, is no one going to answer? Does no one desire the rewards? Buggy, unable to contain his impatience, exclaimed. Trafalgar Law, since you were so eager, why not take a turn and answer? Jewelry Bonnie, Buggy, weren't you quite eager for the reward when it was first announced? Now you lack the courage. Buggy, huh? How dare you question me, Buggy the Clown? Very well, I shall answer. My answer is, Buggy, oh no. A massive wave is approaching. My signal is unstable. I must log off. Talk later. Hancock, does this live stream even have varying signal strengths? Why was I unaware of this? Mama no Sook, Captain. My signal is quite strong. Jewelry Bonnie. Ha ha ha. It appears you truly are afraid. But I must say, your excuse is utterly pathetic. Bartolomeo, ha ha ha. Buggy. You truly are like a sow with piglets, always resorting to the same tired tricks. Shanks, now that is rather crude. However, ha ha ha, it is indeed true. It is often said that official sarcasm is the most lethal. Faced with the retorts from his loyal subordinates, Buggy found himself at a loss for words. However, there was no way out. Baki was utterly at a loss regarding the answers, and he certainly did not wish to gamble with his future. Confronted with the skepticism of the crowd, Baki chose to remain silent. Due to his disruption, half of the remaining 3 minutes for answering had elapsed. With only a minute and a half left, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Opting to answer the questions meant that, at most, he would only suffer the consequences of his own mistakes. However, if one chooses to remain silent, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. In such a perilous situation, it is inevitable that a valiant soul will emerge to answer the call. Nami proclaimed, since Whitebeard is not the one to ultimately halt Ace's execution. And neither can the Navy, it must be this individual. As she spoke, her confidence was unmistakable. Just when everyone believed Nami had discerned the correct answer, her subsequent words left them utterly astonished. Nami declared, the only ones capable of truly stopping Ace's execution are those clad in prison garb. With this statement, the entire livestream plunged into a brief silence. It seemed she was poised to provide an answer, yet in truth, she was merely urging others to respond. By carefully narrowing down the range of possible answers, she aimed to incite her peers into action. As long as someone ventured a reply, regardless of its accuracy, the punitive mechanism of the livestream would not be triggered, thereby sparing her from the imminent threat to her life. Truly, Nami exhibited remarkable cunning. Her strategy was nothing short of ingenious, murmured Luffy. He had long recognized Nami's cautious and frugal nature, yet he was taken aback by her cleverness in such a critical moment. Nevertheless, Luffy could comprehend her reasoning. As a fragile woman, her intelligence was her shield, allowing her to navigate years of safety under Arlong's reign. With this revelation, Luffy suddenly entertained a bold notion. With Nami's blend of shrewdness and wisdom, as well as her potential role as the brain of the future Pirate King's crew, why not draw her to his side and have her serve him? The successful tenure of the Warring States as Marshal for so many years can be attributed to the unwavering support of figures such as General Crane and Garp. When Blackbeard defected from Whitebeard, his foremost concern was not the acquisition of wealth and power, but rather the gathering of allies from across the globe. The newly appointed Pirate King, Roger, was able to navigate the perilous Grand Line largely due to the presence of exceptional individuals who safeguarded him. This illustrates that behind every illustrious figure lies a cadre of steadfast supporters. Now that I too harbor ambitions of challenging for higher positions, it is essential that I surround myself with capable individuals. Nami, in addition to her sharp intellect, is an outstanding navigator. Securing her genuine assistance could prove advantageous. However, in the matter of assembling a crew, the emphasis lies not in quantity, but in quality. Finding a group of individuals who are wholeheartedly committed to carving out their own destinies alongside me is no easy feat. Hence I do not feel an urgent need to rush. As for whether Nami should join, I have merely entertained the thought, without arriving at a firm conclusion. After all, with the cautionary tale of the Golden Lion still fresh in my mind, I shall not act impulsively. I recall that after the Golden Lion's escape from Impel Down, he learned a hard lesson from his previous encounter with Roger, where he suffered due to unfavorable weather conditions. As he prepared to execute his plan to devastate the East Blue, he resolved to capture a navigator to assist him in weather predictions. Naturally, Nami, being one of the finest navigators at sea, became his target. However, after seizing Nami, the Golden Lion underestimated both her loyalty to her crew and the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, leading to his eventual failure. Now, endowed with the ability to foresee the future, I am mindful of the Golden Lion's misguided attempts to forcibly recruit Nami, and thus I will proceed with caution. I require a suitable opportunity to gauge Nami's sentiments before determining my next course of action. As I ponder these matters, the audience in the live stream quickly comes to a realization. Nami is not merely answering questions, she is helping to narrow down the possibilities. With the Whitebeard faction the primary force aimed at rescuing Ace, devoid of hope, and Garp, the most likely candidate from the Navy to assist Ace, also unavailable. The battlefield is left with these unexpected intruders. Sengoku exclaimed, "What a predicament! Are you referring to those individuals clad in prison garb?" When the live feed first displayed the scene, Sengoku had been preoccupied with assessing the combat strength brought forth by Whitebeard, neglecting the other factions. Nami's words have now served as a timely reminder. Garp responded, "If I recall correctly, those individuals in prison attire hail from Impelled Down, do they not?" At this moment, Garp's demeanor turned serious. The video repeatedly showcased criminals who had escaped from Impelled Down. Should such an event indeed transpire, its ramifications would be as dire as the notorious escape of the Golden Lion. Previously, the focus of everyone's attention had been drawn to Whitebeard's audacious incursion into Marineford. However, with the emergence of new issues, the Navy's gaze shifted, finally bringing this matter to light. "Sengoku, where is Magellan? He must explain this situation at once." Hannibal, reporting to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "The Warden has once again made a hasty retreat. If you believe the Warden is inept in his duties, I would graciously consider taking on the role myself." Seizing the opportunity, Hannibal had long desired to usurp Magellan's position and become the new Warden, and this live broadcast provided the perfect chance. However, Sengoku evidently paid little heed to the relatively unknown Hannibal. "Sengoku. Oh, let Magellan explain once he arrives. After all, his unique constitution is understood, albeit reluctantly." "Buggy, what the heck? Am I also destined for prison garb?" "Yurita, Machi, if that day truly arrives, you must rescue me." "Shanks, Buggy, have you been arrested? Such a pity. It seems the live stream will lose a source of merriment." "Haha, Buggy, cut the sarcasm, you bastard." At that moment, Buggy had just discovered a treasure map, landing on an uninhabited island in the New World, reveling in a feast while contemplating the treasure's location. His life was exceedingly pleasant until he was abruptly informed of his impending capture and transfer to Impelled Down. For Buggy, this news struck like a bolt from the blue. Just as his spirits plummeted, Shanks further exacerbated his discontent with mockery. "Crocodile, could it be that I finally have a chance to see the light of day again?" "Sengoku, dream on. Now that the live stream has foretold this, we shall heighten our vigilance at Impelled Down. Not a single criminal shall escape." "Crocodile, that may not be the case. Who can truly predict the future? Perhaps your very actions are what will lead to such outcomes." Crocodile's philosophical musings plunged Sengoku into deep reflection. Could the future they now glimpsed be altered? Would it indeed unfold as Crocodile suggested, rendering all efforts futile and perhaps even hastening the arrival of that future? "Golden Lion, what the hell? How come you lot are all in perfect condition?" "Doflamingo, ha ha ha. Looks like you escaped too early. What a loss." "Nico Robin, wait, did I just see Crocodile among them?" "Crocodile? Are you certain you didn't miss-see?" "Moria, ha ha ha. Crocodile, do you still dare to act so arrogantly?" Moria has not forgotten the derisive remarks Crocodile made after he was stripped of his powers in the live broadcast. Witnessing Crocodile's impending downfall, he seizes the opportunity to gloat. "Crocodile, Moria, do not rejoice too soon. You should keep a vigilant eye on your devil's triangle." The implication in Crocodile's words is clear, having lost your physical prowess. "You are in no position to meddle in my affairs." Crocodile has always maintained his composure. Even upon foreseeing calamity, he remains unperturbed and responds with calmness. At that moment, Luffy interjects. "Luffy, hey, I wonder if the one who ultimately rescues Ace will be me? In the recent scene, I seem to have emerged from a ship filled with prisoners, didn't I?" Upon hearing Luffy's words, the first to react with urgency is Garp. "Garp, Luffy, you little rascal. Quiet down. If you truly end up in Impelled Down, I will not hesitate to smash your head. It is well known that Impelled Down, the underwater prison of the Marine headquarters, is where the world's most notorious criminals are confined. Located beneath the sea, it is shrouded in extreme secrecy, housing heinous offenders and being terrorized by monstrous guards and the ever-watchful transponder snails, with warships stationed outside in greater numbers than those deployed for extermination orders. Furthermore, the depths of this prison are home to numerous gigantic sea kings, earning it the reputation of an impregnable fortress. This deep-sea prison is directly governed by the world government, alongside the Marine headquarters and Judiciary Island, making it a place even Garp cannot influence. If Luffy were to be captured, his chances of escape would be slim. However, Luffy seems oblivious to the gravity of the situation. After hearing Garp's warning, Luffy quickly retorts. "Luffy, didn't you see that I managed to get out in the end? No need to worry. Luffy remains perpetually optimistic and spirited, regardless of the circumstances. Garp, no, you cannot go to prison. Remember that. Enough talk. Where are you right now? I will awaken your rotting will. If it weren't for the constraints of the virtual screen and the live broadcast, Garp would undoubtedly deliver a loving punch to Luffy. In Garp's heart, Luffy is his beloved grandson, and he hopes for Luffy to return to the path of adventure under his wing. Although Luffy has now become a wanted pirate, fortunately, he has not yet accumulated any grave offenses. As long as Luffy is willing to reconsider, Garp, as his grandfather, still possesses the ability to assist Luffy in navigating the Marine headquarters, ensuring his safety and livelihood. However, if Luffy were truly captured and brought to Impel Down, it would undoubtedly indicate that he had committed acts of grave consequence against the interests of the world government. At that juncture, even Garp would be unable to offer any assistance to Luffy. Yet, Garp's heartfelt struggles would remain unvoiced. He could only resort to the force of his iron fist to convey the tenderness that lay within. Luffy, with his innocent disposition, would remain oblivious to the underlying truths unless Garp were to explicitly articulate them. Luffy exclaimed, "No way. I don't care. I'm going. I must rescue Ace." His resolute response echoed his unwavering determination. Since childhood, he had been left in the care of the bandit Dayton, and Ace and Sabo had become his closest companions. With Sabo's fate uncertain, he could not bear the thought of witnessing his only brother Ace suffer a similar fate. Thus, at this moment, Luffy had firmly resolved that he would do whatever it took to save Ace. Observing Luffy's fervent declaration, Garp felt a sudden surge of helplessness. Just as it had been with Dragon, now with Luffy, neither his son nor grandson resembled him in the least. Both had chosen paths entirely contrary to his own. Their decisions were resolute, and none could deter them. Amid Garp's melancholic musings, Sengoku approached him. However, Sengoku was not clad in his admiral's uniform, but wore ordinary attire. He placed a hand on Garp's shoulder and offered words of solace. "Your family, the D lineage, truly breeds resilient spirits. But fret not, for everyone has their own destiny. Luffy shall carve his own path." Sengoku spoke thus, no longer as an admiral, but as an old friend of Garp. Garp, taken aback by this response, retorted, "Shouldn't you be the one who least desires for Luffy to become a pirate?" As an admiral, Sengoku's allegiance lay with the Navy, and all his actions were dictated by that loyalty. Garp never anticipated that Sengoku would utter such sentiments. In response, Sengoku simply smiled softly and said, "As an admiral, I ought to despise Luffy's existence. Yet, once I shed the Navy's uniform and embrace the life of an ordinary man, I find myself rather looking forward to this young lad's journey. If Luffy truly becomes a person akin to Roger, I shall undoubtedly respect his choices." After the discourse on the warring states, a profound silence enveloped the two. Soon, however, Garp found solace within himself. Each individual is destined to tread their own path. This era has afforded everyone ample opportunities to shine. If this is indeed Luffy's choice, Garp sincerely hopes that Luffy's decision proves to be the right one. Meanwhile, as Garp and Luffy exchanged words in the live broadcast, the very subject of their debate, Ace, experienced an inexplicable sorrow within. Garp's heartfelt intentions went unnoticed by Luffy, yet Ace perceived them clearly. Luffy's grandfather, a paragon of the Navy, symbolizes unwavering justice in every circumstance. Yet, despite this, Luffy has always harbored the dream of becoming the Pirate King. His father is the Pirate King, and when Roger faced execution, he was not meant to be there. Nevertheless, this very individual, who seemingly should not exist in this world, has inadvertently drawn countless others into peril. Each person possesses their own significance and pursuit in life. Yet he finds himself unable to discern his own purpose or to identify his aspirations. The arrival of Whitebeard truly illuminates the path of his existence. However, this ray of light is insufficient to illuminate the entirety of his existence, especially now that Ace is acutely aware that, in the near future, he will face execution at the hands of the world. His heart is overwhelmed with an inexorable sense of doubt and solitude. Fate resembles a roller coaster, making it difficult at times to discern whether everything one possesses is a boon or a curse. Take, for instance, one's very existence. Ace, Luffy, you need not take risks on my behalf. If this is my destiny, I shall accept it. In this moment, Ace resembles a wounded beast, concealing his bleeding wounds as he tends to them in solitude. However, before Luffy could respond, Whitebeard interjected. "Whitebeard, Ace, I shall not permit you to resign yourself to fate. Since the live broadcast has already provided a clue, it offers us an opportunity to alter his course." Whitebeard, "Luffy, my dear Straw Hat, Rest assured, as long as I, Whitebeard, draw breath, no one shall harm my family. These words from Whitebeard profoundly moved Ace. Ace, father, he exclaimed with heartfelt emotion. This should have been a poignant drama, yet unfortunately, Shanks's interjection dissipated the sentiment entirely. Shanks, I didn't mean to disrupt the atmosphere. Just a gentle reminder for everyone. The answering time is running short, only 30 seconds left. As the time for answering drew to a close, Luffy, noticing that no one else in the live room intended to participate, hastened to voice his answer. Luffy. After all, Luffy is the one capable of defeating the Golden Lion. Perhaps he truly is the one who can successfully rescue Ace in the future. Luffy. Moreover, among those who escaped from Impel Down, it seems that only Luffy harbors the deepest feelings for Ace. Luffy. If it cannot be Whitebeard, nor the Navy, then I shall boldly speculate it is Luffy. Luffy. I shall submit my answer. As soon as Luffy sent his answer, a wave of tension enveloped everyone once again. For the time to answer was rapidly approaching its end. If Luffy were correct, the answering would naturally conclude, which would be the most favorable outcome. However, if Luo Fei answers incorrectly, the outcome would be indistinguishable from having not answered at all. Since the question has been posed, it is imperative that a correct answer must emerge. The rules of the quiz had previously been announced in the live broadcast, one of which stipulated that group members must provide the correct answer within the designated time frame. Failure to do so would result in the random forfeiture of one member's life. Initially, hope for a solution to this predicament was waning. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed without anyone articulating the correct answer. Now, with mere seconds remaining, there was a palpable disbelief that Luo Fei could provide the right response. Setting aside the pressing nature of time, which renders calm contemplation nearly impossible, the answer proposed by Luo Fei was hardly convincing. The answer he provided was Luffy. However, most individuals in the current live broadcast room are entirely unfamiliar with who Luffy is. In fact, in the minds of the majority, Luffy's strength undoubtedly pales in comparison to that of Ace. After all, if such a formidable figure as Ace could be captured by the Navy, what significant accomplishments could an inconsequential character like Luffy possibly achieve? However, despite the doubts, everyone is now fervently praying that Luo Fei's answer is indeed correct. Even if it means that the coveted reward, the bamboo dragonfly, has been claimed by Luo Fei, it is human nature to seek benefit while avoiding harm, especially when faced with life and death situations. Amidst the anticipation of all, the live broadcast finally revealed the final answer. Congratulations to Luo Fei. The answer is correct. He has earned the bamboo dragonfly. With this announcement from the system, everyone's spirits were lifted. The correct answer had emerged, and the alarm in the live stream was finally lifted. No one would lose their life due to this question. Naturally, Luo Fei reaped the greatest reward. The joy of others was merely in the preservation of their lives, while Luo Fei's happiness stemmed from his prize, the bamboo dragonfly from the blue chubby figure. With this bamboo dragonfly, combined with the invisibility ability he obtained from Abu, Luo Fei would be virtually untouchable, both in the skies and on the ground. Yet, as Luo Fei reveled in his reward, the Straw Hat pirates aboard the Sunny were consumed by frustration over the matter, particularly Nami. Upon discovering that the correct answer was indeed Luffy, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had witnessed the chaotic scene of the live broadcast, featuring the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, and the 7 warlords, a monumental clash that seemed beyond their control. Nami exclaimed, "It was actually Luffy. What a pity. Such a splendid opportunity to answer was squandered." Usopp chimed in, "Well, it was you who helped narrow down the options." Nami retorted, "Don't say that. It breaks my heart." Chopper lamented, "What a cool bamboo dragonfly. And now it's gone." Luffy reassured them, "It's all right. As long as we know Ace can be saved, that's what matters. There will be other chances for rewards." Upon noticing the despondency of Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, Luffy hastened to offer words of encouragement. He firmly believed in not dwelling on the past and maintaining unwavering faith in the future. However, due to recent events, Luffy's reputation has begun to resonate across the vast seas. There were prophecies of Luffy potentially shattering the head of the Golden Lion. And now news of his imminent rescue of Ace has emerged. It is evident to all that Luffy is a burgeoning force. Even the likes of Kaido and Whitebeard have devised plans to court him. Of course, radicals such as Kaido are resolutely intent on inviting Luffy to join his beast pirates. Should Luffy decline, Kaido would not hesitate to send him to Wano as a laborer. In response to the potential threat posed by Luffy, the Golden Lion has urgently revised his strategies. While plotting the annihilation of the East Blue, his foremost objective is to eliminate any entities that could lead to his downfall. Eradicating Luffy, as a preemptive measure, has become a task of paramount importance for the Golden Lion. Naturally, Luffy possesses a certain degree of connections and influence. This vast and ruthless ocean is no sanctuary for the naive and innocent. Despite Luffy's carefree nature, he is undeniably bolstered by his lineage. His father, Dragon, leads the Revolutionary Army. His grandfather, Garp, is a celebrated Navy hero. Shanks, who harbors hopes for his future, his brother Ace, and the formidable Whitebeard pirates all stand as his formidable support. Yet, when one's experience and strength do not align with such illustrious names, even with the backing of powerful allies, the unpredictability of fate remains a daunting challenge. Even Law has begun to harbor doubts about whether Luffy can successfully navigate his way to the end of the Grand Line. Unbeknownst to Luffy, he remains oblivious to the watchful eyes of those who covet his potential. Instead, he revels in the knowledge of his impending success in rescuing Ace. Although Law's faith in Luffy's future has wavered, it does not deter him from pursuing his own plans. In the original world, Luffy is destined to be the child of prophecy. However, now, Luffy has arrived, and he has come bound to the live broadcast room. Thus, he must leave his legend upon this vast ocean. At this moment, Luffy has reached the Naval Academy. Along the way, numerous soldiers clad in naval uniforms stand straighter upon seeing him approach, their gazes filled with respect. Soldiers who have spent over a year at the academy are well aware of Luffy's past. He was notorious for skipping classes, teasing his classmates, provoking instructors, and consistently ranking at the bottom of every subject, a veritable tyrant of the Naval Academy. Yet, this very individual has transformed his fate through the live broadcast room. Not only has he repeatedly garnered rewards from the platform, but he has also gained the recognition of the Marshal and Garp. To them, this is a tremendous honor. Consequently, Luffy now stands as a symbol of triumph over adversity in their eyes. In response to such admiration, Luffy merely smiles subtly, revealing little excitement, seemingly unaffected by the shift in his identity. Nevertheless, although Luffy outwardly maintains his usual demeanor, at this moment, Luffy has undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the academy. Even if he can maintain a sense of composure towards his peers, it is inconceivable that they could reciprocate in kind. Since his arrival at the Naval Academy, he has been incessantly showered with flowers from his female classmates. It seems that a certain allure is a shared trait among women. In a place like the Naval Academy, young, accomplished, and handsome instructors like Luffy are a rarity, which explains the overt enthusiasm displayed by the female students upon encountering him. As if they believe this might be their only chance to meet him. Luffy can perhaps grasp the sentiments of these young ladies to some extent. However, even some male sailors came to present flowers to themselves, which was intolerable for Luo Fei. Ultimately, in order to reach the Academic Affairs Office swiftly and to avoid unnecessary disturbances, Luo Fei simply utilized the power of the transparent fruit, rendering himself invisible as he made his way to the office. Just as he was heading to report, the live stream flickered momentarily. This time, it was an answer to the previous question. In the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford, Whitebeard, despite his battered body, continued to command his crew in battle. Under Whitebeard's leadership, countless pirates launched an assault towards the execution platform. The chances of Ace's salvation would increase if even one of them could reach the platform successfully. In response to the fierce onslaught of the pirates, the Navy had initially prepared countermeasures, namely the traps that formed a surrounding wall. This wall was deeply submerged beneath the sea, and by activating a specific mechanism, it could rapidly rise from the depths, effectively trapping Whitebeard and his allies within the Crescent Harbor. However, due to the Ice Age unleashed by Akainu, the enclosing wall is now frozen and cannot be activated smoothly. Had the enclosing wall been successfully initiated at this moment, the chances of victory in the naval confrontation against Whitebeard would have significantly increased. After all, when Whitebeard and his allies are completely surrounded, they find themselves in a wholly passive predicament. However, such a splendid opportunity was utterly obliterated by Akainu's singular maneuver. The Ice Age. The naval officer responsible for activating the encircling wall was stamping his feet in frustration, yet found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Of course, he was not the only one expressing his vexation. Another individual, Akainu, was presently observing the unfolding drama from the confines of a live broadcast. Akainu had already gleaned a considerable amount regarding the Navy's strategy. However, upon witnessing the encircling wall rendered inoperative due to the Ice Age unleashed by Akainu, Akainu felt as though his eyes might bulge out in exasperation. Akainu, what is the matter with you? How could you falter at such a critical moment? This splendid opportunity has been squandered because of you. Can you not take this more seriously? Akainu exclaimed, his frustration palpable. He understood deeply the significance of the Navy's battle against Whitebeard, and he could not tolerate any missteps. In response, Aokiji bristled at the accusation. After all, his intentions had been for the Navy's benefit. I faltered. If it were not for my ice age, how could we have a mobilized Whitebeard ship on the icy surface? Do you think you could have done better? Aokiji retorted, refusing to back down. However, Akainu is not one to be underestimated. Upon witnessing Aokiji openly defy him, he spoke once more. Akainu, indeed, your ice age has proven quite useful. Had it not been for your transformation of seawater into ice, those pirates would likely still be aboard their ships, wouldn't they? Akainu's words dripped with sarcasm. Aokiji, incensed by this remark, felt unjustly criticized after dedicating himself to his labor. Fine, I quit. I shall traverse the world on my bicycle. Akainu took great satisfaction in Aokiji's apparent retreat. When it comes to verbal sparring, he had never been bested. Yet, with two of the three admirals engaged in a dispute, the third admiral seemed compelled to interject. Just as Aokiji and Akainu exchanged disdainful glances, Kizaru leisurely spoke up. Kizaru, it appears that Aokiji is indispensable. Had you not frozen the seas, Whitebeard would likely have already arrived at the execution platform, wouldn't he? Quite troublesome. At that moment, Kizaru assumed the role of mediator. Both Akainu and Aokiji had consistently been among the top contenders for the position of Fleet Admiral, leading to frequent conflicts between them. However, in earlier times, these contradictions were not overt. They could at most be regarded as mere obstacles instigated unilaterally by Akainu. However, now, as Akainu has become audacious enough to casually erase Aokiji's contributions, Aokiji suddenly realizes that he can no longer remain a passive bystander. If he remains silent in the face of Akainu's provocative remarks, will he not eventually find himself subjugated? The thought of such a person ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral is almost unfathomable to Aokiji. What dire future awaits the Navy under Akainu's command? Contemplating these matters, Aokiji's heart grows restless. He understands that if he remains mute at this juncture, he may struggle to gain the respect of his peers within the Navy. Yet, as the typically taciturn Aokiji prepares to retaliate, he suddenly realizes that he is no match for Akainu in verbal combat. It is no surprise, one is a long-absent admiral, while the other frequently occupies the center of naval authority. In such a clash, how could Aokiji possibly gain the upper hand? With Akainu's aggressive demeanor, Aokiji feels a surge of indignation. The conflict between two of the three admirals is exceedingly detrimental to the Navy. It is secondary that it provides amusement for pirates. The primary concern is the potential erosion of the Navy's prestige and morale, which would be a grave matter. Fortunately, Kizaru, sensing the precarious situation, promptly intervenes to mediate, alleviating the tension between the two admirals, allowing them to maintain some semblance of dignity. However, Kizaru's intentions extend beyond merely preserving the admiral's honor. He seeks to demonstrate his own capabilities to Sengoku. As he plays the peacemaker, Kizaru thinks to himself, "Behold, my effectiveness and modest demeanor." It would be unreasonable not to receive a raise under such circumstances. On Sengoku's end, witnessing Kizaru's earnest efforts to mediate, he quickly comprehends the implications. Undoubtedly, Kizaru's efficiency is commendable. After Kizaru's intervention, he provides Aokiji and Akainu with a way out, and seeing the atmosphere improve, neither is inclined to escalate the conflict. To commend Kizaru's actions, Sengoku personally informs him via a den mushi that he performed admirably, and this month's bonus shall undoubtedly be his. Alas, few things motivate Kizaru to work, and a raise is one of the simplest and most effective incentives. Sengoku, observing the discord among the three admirals due to the live broadcast incident, begins to harbor concerns. Akainu is excessively aggressive, Aokiji is overly silent, and Kizaru is too lackadaisical. Each possesses formidable strength, yet when considering the comprehensive abilities required for the role of Fleet Admiral, none of the three stands out as a suitable candidate. Sengoku is lost in contemplation. If the three strongest admirals of the Navy cannot be considered for the position of Fleet Admiral, then who among them is truly fit for such a role? Nonetheless, despite some concerns, the warring states did not feel a sense of urgency. There remained ample time ahead for him to conduct the evaluation of the successor to the Marshal. During the altercation between Akainu and Aokiji, the live stream continued to display the unfolding events. The sea was frozen, and countless pirates charged across the icy surface in a desperate attempt to rescue Ace, resulting in a scene that teetered on the brink of chaos. From the footage, it was evident that the battle between the pirates and the Navy had officially commenced. However, from a practical standpoint, this epic melee has only just begun, as the naval encirclement failed to rise on time due to Akiji's Ice Age. A giant marine named John Gando, in a bid to buy time for the encirclement to ascend, boldly charged toward the Whitebeard pirates racing toward Marineford Square. Capitalizing on his colossal stature as a member of the giant race, John Gando wielded his sword with fervor, scattering the pirates in all directions. However, as he raised his sword before Whitebeard, the colossal blade could not advance a single inch. With a single move, Whitebeard effortlessly sent John Gando flying. Subsequently, he unleashed the formidable power of the Tremor fruit, igniting the mightiest tsunami and earthquake that Marineford had ever witnessed. The immense force of Whitebeard's abilities caused the ice beneath him to tilt sharply, leading to a significant slant in the square where the execution platform stood. Yet, that was not the end of it. After tilting the entire island of Marineford, the surrounding unfrozen seas were also affected by the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, generating overwhelming waves and tsunamis. Under the dual forces of earthquake and tsunami, the entire island and surrounding waters began to tremble violently as Marineford faced unprecedented devastation. The Whitebeard pirates, sensing the impending disaster, had already taken refuge in safer areas. In stark contrast, the Navy, oblivious to Whitebeard's true strength, palpably felt the might of what was heralded as the strongest Paramecia devil fruit. Even Luffy was nearly swept into the depths of the ocean by the sudden earthquake and tsunami, and it was only thanks to the timely assistance of others that he managed to escape unharmed. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mere mortals suffer. For novice sailors like Kobe, such chaos was uncharted territory. At this moment, they were hardly in a position to maintain order or confront pirates. Their own survival was in jeopardy. Conversely, for those of considerable strength, Whitebeard's seemingly indiscriminate assault, while unexpected, posed little tangible threat, particularly for Doflamingo, who, upon witnessing the devastation of Marineford, could not suppress a wicked grin. This malevolent and audacious smile of his was captured live, laid bare for the world to see. How could Doflamingo find amusement in such a monumental calamity at Marineford? Moreover, it was not merely his laughter that astonished onlookers, but the outrageous words he uttered amidst his mirth. Truly, he was a chaotic old fool. Let it be chaotic. Let it be destroyed. Ha ha. Such juvenile exclamations, coupled with his gleeful demeanor, would have made even Doflamingo himself wish to vanish into the earth. Moria, Doflamingo's longtime rival, quickly seized the opportunity to mock him. It seems you thrive on chaos. Marineford is facing such ruin, and you can still laugh. What a traitor among the 7 warlords. Implicitly, he added, Sengoku. Did you witness this? Who truly stands with the Navy? It is time to withdraw, Doflamingo. Observing Moria's smug satisfaction, Crocodile could not help but interject. It is well known that while we are collectively known as the 7 warlords, we each fight our own battles. Do not presume to speak for us. For pirates, the title of Warlord of the Sea bestows a certain degree of prestige and convenience. However, in terms of the original aspirations of pirates, they do not wish to associate their identity as Warlords of the Sea with the Navy. This is precisely why Crocodile could not resist interjecting upon hearing Moria's boastful remarks. Upon witnessing his own cringe-worthy statements broadcasted live, Doflamingo began to awkwardly dig his toes into the ground. Of course, Doflamingo's embarrassment was not due to the content of his words, but rather the fact that those words were now exposed for the entire world to see. Even though Doflamingo possessed an indomitable spirit, he felt a tinge of despair at this moment. Nevertheless, Moria's words ignited a flicker of ambition within him, especially since he specifically mentioned Sengoku, which was a clear provocation. Doflamingo was no fool. He discerned Moria's intent. Although he was a warlord of the sea, his allegiance was never to the Navy. Doflamingo, with his immense power and control over Dressrosa, backed by a cadre of family-centric subordinates, felt no fear of the Navy's suspicions. The title of warlord provided certain advantages for his endeavors and plans, yet it was by no means essential. Furthermore, since Sengoku had likely witnessed the live stream and had yet to intervene, it indicated that he would not take any immediate action against Doflamingo regarding this matter. Thus, Doflamingo's arrogance surged once more. In response to Moria's taunts, he swiftly retaliated, saying, Moria, how amusing it is that the Emperor is not in a hurry while the eunuch is. What business do you have in this matter? Why the eagerness to jump in? Are you tired of your devil's triangle living beyond its time? Doflamingo, renowned for his sharp tongue, demonstrated his prowess in the art of verbal confrontation, second only to Akainu. With his succinct remark, he conveyed to Moria that this issue was none of his concern, while also subtly implying a threat. Given Moria's current diminished strength, he should focus on guarding his own territory in the Devil's Triangle and refrain from stirring trouble, lest he inadvertently bring about his own downfall. This was the message Doflamingo aimed for Moria to comprehend. Sengoku, unable to tolerate Doflamingo's oppressive treatment of Moria, grew concerned that the balance among the warlords might be disrupted and sought to intervene to restore order. As a marshal, he found it inappropriate to openly voice certain words of restraint, thus he delegated the task to Crane. Crane addressed Moria, Doflamingo, and Crocodile, urging them to remember that the power of the 7 warlords is granted by the government. She cautioned them against actions that might disappoint the government. In essence, she was reminding the 7 warlords that their privileges are bestowed by the government, and since the government can grant them, it can also revoke them. Therefore, she hoped they would make the right decisions regarding significant issues. Following her statement, Moria and Crocodile fell silent, not out of fear of the Navy, but rather to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Doflamingo merely remarked that the old woman was rather verbose, bringing the conversation to a swift conclusion. Matters such as this, which were brought to the forefront for all to witness, needed only to be touched upon. There was no necessity for a contest of victory or defeat. Thus, the turmoil instigated by Doflamingo reached its conclusion, and the crowd quickly shifted their focus back to the live broadcast. In the live feed, the battle of the century continued unabated. After being sent flying by Whitebeard, John Giant did not concede defeat. Observing the tilting of Marineford, he charged once more towards the old man. Whitebeard, leveraging the advantage of Giant's colossal stature, sent him soaring again, this time towards the execution platform at the center of the square. Should he strike the platform, the difficulty of rescuing Ace would significantly diminish. However, Whitebeard's formidable attack did not succeed in toppling the execution platform as anticipated. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, the 3 admirals of the Navy intervened just in time to thwart Whitebeard's assault. As the dust settled, it became clear that Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji had simultaneously raised their hands to avert the crisis. Although their gestures were somewhat humorous, the outcome was effective. With the immediate danger averted, the 3 admirals began to bicker. Aokiji turned his head and chastised, "It's all because the encirclement wall wasn't activated in time." The encirclement wall was under Akainu's purview, and Aokiji's words essentially placed the blame on him. Akainu, feeling indignant, retorted, "Isn't it because of your ice?" Observing the mutual accusations between the two, Kizaru interjected, "Why don't you just melt it, Sakazuki?" It must be said that the sharp retort from Kizaru left Akainu utterly disconcerted. Nonetheless, given the urgency of the situation, Akainu chose to forego any further argument, dismissing both Kizaru and Aokiji from his thoughts as he redirected his attention to the Whitebeard pirates before him. At that moment, the crew found themselves at a loss, having just witnessed Whitebeard's assault thwarted by the Navy. However, their captain, Jozu, soon emerged to rally their spirits. Under Jozu's leadership, the pirates regained their morale and, seizing the opportunity before the Navy could re-establish their formation, surged once more towards the execution platform. Confronted by the renewed onslaught of the furious Whitebeard pirates, Kizaru could not help but exclaim in fear, while the Navy commenced a fierce barrage of cannon fire. Meanwhile, Sengoku made the decisive choice to halt all mechanical operations in the vicinity, diverting all energy to support the ascension of the enclosing wall. Taking advantage of the Navy's defensive lapse, Luffy extended his arm, preparing to charge directly towards the execution platform. However, at that critical moment, the enclosing wall finally rose, abruptly rebuffing Luffy's outstretched arm. The pirates attempted to breach the defensive barrier, yet their efforts were in vain. This formidable, steel-like wall formed a circular shape, swiftly encircling the Whitebeard pirates and leaving them trapped with no avenue for retreat. The Navy believed that with the enclosing wall erected, the pirates were doomed to remain within its confines, marking the onset of their hunting hour. However, they overlooked one crucial matter: the Demon Oz. Young Oz is a descendant of the Demon Kingdom Oz, an ancient giant race renowned as the Berserkers of Demons. In his lifetime, he delighted in bringing defeated island nations back to his domain, thereby establishing a realm of villainy and leaving behind a legend of thievery that astonished the world. However, no matter how formidable a creature may be, it invariably possesses its vulnerabilities. Even the terrifyingly powerful Oz ultimately succumbed to the frigid grasp of the Ice Kingdom, meeting his demise in the cold. Young Oz, as a descendant of Oz, naturally inherited his ancestors' might. in a desperate bid to rescue Ace. Young Oz expended every ounce of his strength, battling until the very last moment. At that juncture, Oz's colossal form bore down upon a corner of the enclosing wall, rendering it incapable of ascending as intended. The explanation provided by the Navy's kinetic department was that Oz's blood had seeped into the machinery, resulting in a loss of power, thus preventing the wall from rising smoothly. Even in death, young Oz's body continued to fight. Though life had ceased, his resolve still blazed fiercely. For Ace, young Oz was willing to shed every last drop of his blood. Such a scene profoundly shook the hearts of all who witnessed it. Whitebeard recognized the turning point of the battle. However, the Marines swiftly issued the next directive. For the worldwide public execution of Ace, Sengoku had made ample preparations. There was no time to waste. Let us commence, Akainu. With Sengoku's command, the Navy promptly launched its second wave of assault. This time, it was Akainu's arena. As Sengoku relayed his orders, the Navy's second operational plan swiftly unfolded. In the live broadcast, Akainu strode forward with an air of arrogance and confidence, taking 2 decisive steps. Steam billowed around his tightly clenched fists. Soon, flames illuminated his entire arms, and in an instant, searing magma enveloped them. The scorching magma cast an even more terrifying glare upon Akainu's already grim visage. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared, raising his elemental arms skyward, unleashing a torrent of magma like a machine gun. An unceasing cascade of magma surged into the heavens, resembling a meteor, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. In an instant, the entirety of Marineford was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing ominously. The original image of a meteor should symbolize a beautiful wish as it descends. Yet Akainu's meteor volcano was intended to bring calamity. Both Admiral Akiji and Admiral Kizaru were taken aback upon witnessing Akainu's unleashed meteor volcano. Such an assault threatened to obliterate Marineford. Even if the Navy emerged victorious in battle, the aftermath would undoubtedly require immense efforts for reconstruction. Akainu was truly reckless. However, such a large-scale, high-damage attack surely could not have been executed without Sengoku's signal. It was unlikely Akainu would have acted on his own volition. Thus, they felt little surprise at the outcome. Their orders were to protect Marineford, ensuring the Navy's smooth execution of Ace, while concerns about post-disaster reconstruction could be left to Sengoku. Watching Akainu engage in battle ahead, Akiji and Kizaru found themselves at ease, content to remain spectators behind him. As they observed, the meteor volcano that Akainu had unleashed transformed into countless magma fists, raining down upon the icy surface of Crescent Bay, the very site where the Whitebeard pirates were to land. The immense, scalding magma struck the ice, instantly melting the seawater. Countless pirates, caught off guard, fell into the ocean due to the melting ice. This was the Navy's strategy, to freeze the vessels in place with ice, preventing further advance, and subsequently raise a wall to encircle the pirate crew. Now, all that remained was to launch an attack from this encircling wall, rendering the pirates utterly trapped. In the eyes of the warring states, the triumph in this conflict far outweighed the significance of post-disaster reconstruction and the toll of sacrifices made during the war. At this moment, the plight of the Whitebeard pirates unfolded precisely as the Navy had orchestrated. Within the enveloping walls of the meteor volcano, shrouded in smoke and chaos, the pirates were thrown into disarray. Even the formidable Ivankov, alongside Luffy, found themselves momentarily bewildered by the sudden onslaught of the colossal magma fists. A palpable tension and unease swiftly permeated the atmosphere. Confronted with Akainu's ferocious assault, the pirates were evidently gripped by panic. However, amidst the tense, fearful, and chaotic atmosphere, Whitebeard remained proudly steadfast, unyielding to the turmoil surrounding him. Only his golden pupils continued to radiate a resolute brilliance. This mission to rescue Ace was one he deemed imperative to accomplish. However, at this moment, he must take action to thwart the Navy's comprehensive purge. The audience in the live stream, upon witnessing such a scene, began to voice their opinions. Among those engaged in the discussion, the pirates of the new generation were particularly invested, as this was a struggle for the dignity and survival of the old era. The outcome of this bygone age holds significant implications for these new age pirates. Kid, the Navy indulges in such trivial antics. Does this mean the entertainment ends here? I had hoped to witness some thrilling confrontations, yet it is merely mundane. Hawkins, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. I am eager to ascertain the outcome of this war. Capone Beach, aren't you supposed to be able to read fortunes? If you are so keen to know, why not take a chance and divine it? Capone Beach, oh, and once you have the result, could you kindly share it with me? Hawkins, do you truly believe fortune-telling is so simple? without knowing the timing of the events. To attempt it recklessly would harm my well-being. I refuse to do it. Whoever wishes to can take a shot. Capone Beach. Ah, I see. Hawkins, what is it that you comprehend? Capone Beach. I understand why you perpetually appear so drained. Hawkins. Hawkins, you are the one who looks exhausted. Bede's sharp tongue and Hawkins' retorts led to a playful squabble reminiscent of two school children. Buggy. I wonder, could it be that the pirate's downfall is indeed as Squirto suggested? With Whitebeard sacrificing his comrades for the sake of Ace's safety and freedom. Akainu. Buggy, whom do you think you are belittling? Do we in the Navy need to conspire with pirates to achieve victory? Akainu. This is a choice of justice. It is fate. Akainu. Sengoku. I request a lifelong package for impel down for Buggy. Buggy. Trafalgar Law. Such tiresome speculations. It is precisely because Whitebeard would never stoop to such deeds that he has become a living legend. Initially, Law intended merely to express his opinion. Yet it unexpectedly captured Whitebeard's attention. Whitebeard. Ha ha ha. You have quite the discerning eye. I do not deserve the title of legend. But I would be honored to be your father. What say you? Would you like to be my son? Surprised by Whitebeard's warm invitation, Law felt taken aback. However, he has his own path to pursue. Joining a powerful pirate crew or supporting someone to become a formidable force at sea were not his aspirations. Thus, he promptly declined Whitebeard's offer. Peach Rabbit. Am I the only one who notices the exceptional quality of Akainu's attire? It endures such flames without a hitch. Akainu. Do tell me where you acquired that floral shirt. Akainu. Is that truly what you should be focusing on? The light-hearted banter of the new generation did not disrupt the normal transmission of the live broadcast. After all, thus far this battle, which would later be dubbed the War of the Best, had only just begun. At this moment, Marineford had transformed into a slaughterhouse for pirates. Under the relentless onslaught of Admiral Akainu, amidst the flames and smoke of Marineford, countless lives were extinguished in the inferno. The ice melted, bodies were toppled, and ships were incinerated. Furthermore, the magma that plunged into the depths of the sea caused the water temperature to rise dramatically, turning scalding within mere seconds. The last vestige of hope for those pirates who fell into the water was thus severed. Even the Moby Dick, the vessel that had supported the Whitebeard pirates for decades, was utterly destroyed in the sea of flames. These two ships, emblematic of the Whitebeard pirates' glory and dreams, were consumed by fire. The fall of the flag left countless members of the Whitebeard crew in shock and grief. Even Whitebeard himself felt a deep stirring in his heart upon witnessing such scenes. As he watched the Whitebeard pirates' flag vanish amidst the battle's inferno, he silently bid farewell to this old companion that had stood by him for so many years. I am truly sorry. Yet, this was not the end, as everyone fled toward the edge of the battlefield in search of their last chance for survival. They beheld a number of colossal and terrifying figures emerging through the smoke. These were none other than Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant. In the eyes of all, Kuma, as one of the Shichibukai, should have been an independent entity. However, to their astonishment, they beheld a line of tyrant bears. One warlord of the sea was already more than sufficient to contend with, and now they faced such an overwhelming multitude. In an instant, a sensation known as despair swiftly crept into the minds of those ordinary pirates. Even Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, along with his numerous division commanders, experienced a certain degree of discomfort. Of course, their unease did not stem from fear of the tyrant bear's might. Rather, it was the peculiar nature of the situation that troubled them. The bear before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the tyrant bear they had previously known. However, the attack methods of these bears reveal a troubling pattern. Their assaults are executed with alarming uniformity. Whether it be the devastating laser beams emitted from their mouths or the energy spheres projected from their palms, all are indiscriminate attacks. Even his former comrade Ivankov was not spared from the bear's merciless onslaught. In contrast to humanity, these bears now resemble war machines. Such were the sentiments harbored by Whitebeard and the others at that moment. Nevertheless, these reflections were fleeting, as the pressing concerns regarding the tyrant Kuma paled in comparison to the immediate matter at hand. The foremost priority was to rescue Ace. In pursuit of this goal, Whitebeard devoted all his efforts and strength. The scene quickly shifted as Whitebeard mounted a counteroffensive against the Navy's encirclement. Yet, the focus of the observers had shifted away from how Whitebeard would respond to the Navy's siege, and instead fixated on Kuma. Why was Kuma mass-produced? Why does he function like an unfeeling automaton? Where has the original Kuma gone? As one of the 7 warlords, why is Kuma the most loyal to the Navy? Countless questions flooded the minds of those witnessing this live broadcast. Undoubtedly, the most astonished was Kuma himself. as the embodiment of Kuma. He was acutely aware that those figures displayed in the broadcast were not his true self. However, if they are not truly oneself, why do they retain so many characteristics of the self? Regarding this inquiry, Kumaman engaged in a profound philosophical contemplation. Bartholomew Kumaman pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Are those multiple as still me? From where do they originate? And to where are they destined? Why do I manifest in this world? What significance does my existence hold for this realm? Was it the world that chose me, or was it I who chose the world? Kumaman, typically taciturn, appeared to be deeply affected by the recent live broadcast, prompting him to articulate such a plethora of thoughts. Yet, no matter how he speculated, he could not fathom the future that lay ahead. In this moment, his partner, Bartholomew Kuma, voiced his own queries. Bartholomew Kuma remarked, I never anticipated that your usual silence concealed a reservoir of pent-up thoughts waiting for this very moment. Upon hearing these words, Kuma finally fell silent. He harbored numerous secrets, all of which bore implications detrimental to the Navy. His habitual reticence served as his greatest shield. The more one speaks, the more one risks error. The recent events had already indicated that significant upheavals awaited him. Kuma surmised that the catalyst for these changes was likely intertwined with his own hidden truths. However, even in his silence, the curiosity of others regarding the matter proved insatiable. Caesar chimed in. It appears to resemble a weapon devoid of consciousness. One wonders what the government is truly concocting. St. Roseward interjected, a weapon devoid of consciousness? Surely, that is a reckless squandering of resources. He continued, Sengoku, I command you to procure a Kuma for me by tomorrow. I shall make it my steed. Such an imposing slave deserves to be the first to bear me. The moment these words escaped St. Roseward's lips, discomfort enveloped the members of the live stream. To compare the formidable warlord Kuma to a mere mount, and in such a derisive tone, would unsettle anyone who heard it. However, due to the unique status of St. Roswald, even though he was met with widespread disdain, the majority of members in the live stream found themselves unable to contradict his words. This is because St. Roswald is a celestial dragon. The celestial dragons, who consider themselves the nobility of the world, regard themselves as descendants of the creators, wielding the highest status and power in this realm. Should there be any insubordination towards the celestial dragons, admirals from the Navy headquarters or CP0 would mobilize their forces, inevitably leading to a long-standing abuse of power by the celestial dragons due to their unchecked authority. They hold a deeply discriminatory view towards anyone who is not a celestial dragon, treating them with utter contempt. In essence, they do not regard others as human. Naturally, the majority of members in the live stream opted for silence, constrained by the authority of the celestial dragons and the formidable power that supports them. Conversely, a few members dared to defy the celestial dragons. Shanks remarked, the 7 warlords are not mere mounts. I hope you can come to understand that. Doflamingo responded, do you honestly expect those fools to comprehend anything? How naive. Nearby, Luo Fei furrowed his brow upon witnessing the brazen demeanor of the celestial dragon. This live stream was his domain. When had it become the celestial dragon's place to issue commands? However, given his current status, directly engaging in conversation with the celestial dragons may inadvertently invite unforeseen calamities upon himself. After much contemplation, Luo Fei swiftly conceived a solution that would serve both his interests and those of others. He realized that he could not directly communicate with the celestial dragons. However, the live broadcast room was indeed functional. With a simple maneuver from Luo Fei, an immediate system notification emerged at the top of the live broadcast room. Alert! As a representative of the celestial dragon, Lord Rosward's remarks contravened the principles of fairness, friendliness, and harmony upheld within this live broadcast space. Consequently, Lord Rosward and all celestial dragons shall be permanently expelled from this room. What a predicament for Lord Rosward, who, in his attempt to assert his authority, found himself unceremoniously ousted before he could even comprehend the unfolding events. As the scene before him reverted to its original state, the final notification from the live broadcast room sounded. Notification: you have been permanently expelled from the live broadcast room. Lord Rosward stared in disbelief at the situation before him. He had intended to proclaim his dominance within the live space, but had instead been cast out of the group chat. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of Lord Rosward's status, not only he but all other celestial dragons were similarly affected and expelled from the live broadcast room. This was undoubtedly a severe blow to the celestial dragons, whose lives were already drab and monotonous. The emergence of the live broadcast room had finally injected some vibrancy and excitement into their otherwise dull existence. However, It is quite unfortunate that a mere utterance from Rod Saint has stripped them of their enjoyment. This cannot stand. A method must be devised to reclaim this power. Thus, as soon as Rod Saint realized he had been ousted from the live broadcast room, he promptly contacted Sengoku. If memory serves correctly, the current super administrator of the live room is Luo Fei, who possesses the authority to invite or expel participants. Luo Fei, being merely an ordinary Navy officer, is certainly subordinate to Sengoku, the fleet admiral, who is well within his rights to make such a request. However, even though Rod Saint has already been treated with respect, the only one capable of drawing himself back into the limelight is Luffy, yet he has still overestimated his own standing. In the realm of reality, celestial dragons indeed possess numerous privileges. In this virtual live-streaming realm, which wields the power to influence reality, Luo Fei stands as the sole deity. When he received a call from Sengoku, expressing a desire for Luo Fei to reinstate the celestial dragons into the group chat, he promptly declined. Luo Fei's reasoning was as follows. I apologize, Lord Sengoku, but this is a directive from the live-streaming system, and I am unable to alter it. However, should Lord Roseward persist in his wish to return, I might have a solution. In rejecting Sengoku, Luo Fei simultaneously offered a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, what is the solution?" Although Sengoku was reluctant to cater to the celestial dragons, he was bound by his identity and position, compelled to heed their commands. Had not the system just stated that all interactions must adhere to principles of amicable and equitable communication? Any individuals or statements that violate this rule are deemed unacceptable by the live-streaming platform. Thus, I venture to conjecture that if Lord Roseward were to renounce his identity as a celestial dragon, akin to Don Quixote da Flamingo, he might indeed gain acceptance within the live-streaming environment. Luo Fei remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this suggestion, Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment. Like Doflamingo? What does that imply? This would require Lord Roseward to forsake his identity as a celestial dragon. Only by relinquishing the divine status of a creator could the celestial dragons align with the principles of fair and friendly exchange mandated by the live-streaming system, thereby gaining acceptance. Luo Fei's proposal was, logically, entirely sound. However, this was an endeavor utterly unattainable for the celestial dragons. Was there truly no other alternative? Sengoku, undeterred, inquired once more. Luffy feigned contemplation for a brief moment before responding gravely. At present, it appears so. Luffy's implication was unmistakable. Did he wish to re-enter the live broadcast? That would necessitate relinquishing his identity as a celestial dragon. Due to historical circumstances, the celestial dragons may traverse the world with impunity. Yet this does not grant them the license to act as they please in every realm. Luffy had long harbored disdain for the various actions of the celestial dragons. However, owing to his current limitations, he found himself unable to contend with the celestial dragons, who had dominated this world for centuries, along with the formidable powers that supported them. Thus, he resolved to deliver a stark warning to the celestial dragons through the live broadcast. Regardless of how exalted their status may be, they were still met with rejection at the threshold of the live broadcast. Furthermore, Luffy aspired that through the impartiality exhibited by the live broadcast, all would come to understand a fundamental truth. In this world, the celestial dragons do not hold exclusive authority. Only by daring to resist can one discover realms untouched by the interference of the celestial dragons. The live broadcast itself serves as a prime example of this reality. There existed no direct conflict between Luffy and the celestial dragons. The emergence of this social stratum signifies the oppression of all races. In the past, the ruling class turned a blind eye to it, choosing not to intervene. However, he is now qualified to confront and potentially overthrow this hierarchy, and naturally, he must make the attempt. This objective is daunting and fraught with challenges, yet there will always be those willing to bear the burden, much like the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Luo Fei's affirmative response, Zhangguo realized that there was no other possibility and promptly severed the communication device. On the celestial dragon's side, he needed to devise a plausible excuse to provide an explanation. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Luo Fei's audacious remarks garnered the admiration of numerous participants. Trafalgar Law, hail to the great moderator. How daring to suggest that Roswell abandon his celestial dragon status. Only you would have the audacity to voice such a sentiment. Luo Fei, just a modest thought on my part. It may not be entirely accurate. Doflamingo, huh. I would sooner believe that pigs could climb trees than expect those individuals to voluntarily relinquish their celestial dragon identities. Sugar, boss, that S rather vulgar. Doflamingo. Merely a metaphor. Just a metaphor. Kizaru? Did those fellows truly exit the livestream? This makes conversing much easier. Hancock. I believe Lord Kizaru could choose his words with greater precision. They did not exit. They were expelled. Akiji, Kizaru. Are you perhaps a bit too overt in your delight? The sudden appearance of Roswald momentarily diverted everyone's attention. Nonetheless, with all the celestial dragons expelled from the livestream, the focus swiftly returned to the crux of the matter. Why had the tyrant Kuma been transformed into the emotionless figure depicted in the video? If those bears they observed were mere products of technology, then where had the real Kuma gone? The Revolutionary Army held the gravest concerns regarding this issue, as they were acutely aware of the secrets entwined with Kuma. Thus, they had ample reason to suspect that the modifications to Kuma were indeed linked to the exposure of this secret. Once such speculation arose, they felt compelled to take action. Their anxiety for the safety of their comrades outweighed their fear of the secret being revealed. Consequently, a distinguished team, including Sabo, was swiftly dispatched from White Earth Island to Marineford. Having foreseen the future, they yearned for it to unfold favorably for them. Thus, the alteration of fate became inevitable. The trajectory of time quietly shifted, and the wheels of history began to turn rapidly. However, can one truly alter the future through their own presumptions? In addition to the Revolutionary Army taking certain measures upon witnessing the future predicament of Bartholomew Kuma, the Navy has also begun to harbor doubts regarding Kuma's identity. Sengoku, having just concluded a conversation with the celestial dragons via snail phone, promptly summoned Tsuru and Garp. These two individuals are among Garp's most trusted allies within the Navy. And thus, whenever significant events arise, Sengoku is inclined to consult them for strategies. Indeed, a careful examination of the Navy's past operational outcomes has long led Sengoku to suspect the presence of infiltrators within their ranks. These could potentially be spies from the Revolutionary Army, pirates, or even agents of other factions seeking to fulfill specific objectives by embedding themselves within the Navy. However, given the current circumstances and available evidence, they remain uncertain about the infiltrators' allegiance and identity, only able to formulate a rough speculation. However, now, through the prophetic insights offered by the live broadcast, the Warring States period has discerned the dubious nature of this matter. From the recent outcomes, it is evident that the transformation of bear into a human weapon and the mass production thereof is likely orchestrated by Vegapunk. Those mass-produced bears possess an appearance strikingly similar to the original, having inherited certain skills as well. If Vegapunk is to pursue this research, it must be conducted with the consent of the original bear. Logically speaking, it is improbable that anyone would desire to be infinitely replicated, particularly for the Seven Warlords. After all, the intrinsic relationship between the Seven Warlords and the Marines is fundamentally that of pirates versus Navy. For the sake of some mutual interest, the Seven Warlords are willing to execute certain orders issued by the Marines. However, this relationship is merely superficial. In reality, the Seven Warlords and the Marine headquarters do not share a common purpose, making it even more improbable that they would consent to being used as subjects for the Navy's research. This reflects Sengoku's perspective as an ordinary individual contemplating the matter. However, the scene portrayed in the live broadcast tells a different story. What compels Kuma to willingly offer himself to the Navy, submitting to Dr. Vegapunk's research and mass production? The underlying reasons are likely far more complex than they appear. From the outcomes, it can be inferred that Sengoku has identified numerous anomalies surrounding Kuma, and even the rarely agreeable Garp concurs with Sengoku's suspicions. Consequently, after a brief discussion, Sengoku promptly penned a confidential letter to the government, requesting the dispatch of intelligence operatives to thoroughly investigate the tyrant Kuma. Meanwhile, Kuma's identity has raised suspicions. On the other hand, the live broadcast continues to reveal the shocking events of the infamous Paramount War, which left an indelible mark on future generations. In the footage, under the relentless assault of the Navy's cannon fire and Akainu's magma-infused punches, the pirate faction, led by Whitebeard, quickly finds itself in a precarious position. The path to the square is steadily melting away and vanishing. The recently risen encircling wall resembles a coffin, severing the last escape route for the Whitebeard pirates. Just as Sengoku believed Whitebeard was cornered, he seized the Den Mushi and announced to the world the final verdict for Ace. The operational plan is proceeding smoothly. Now, swiftly execute the sentence for Port Asti, Ace. With Sengoku's declaration, Ace is on the brink of confronting his ultimate fate. Below the execution platform, Moria chuckles gleefully at the unfolding spectacle, while Garp sits in resignation, shutting his eyes. Those who had come to rescue Ace and Marineford are immediately thrown into a state of panic. At this critical juncture, their gazes instinctively shift towards the sole breach in the encircling wall, a gap created by the fallen Oz. This is the only path to save Ace. However, they were equally aware that the Navy had undoubtedly laid an intricate web of traps at this breach. Just as hesitation enveloped the crowd, Luffy slowly rose from the smoke, calling out Ace's name with a fervent voice. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the solitary opening, perhaps inspired by Luffy's unwavering resolve. Countless surviving pirates began to advance toward this very gap. However, as the pirates had previously speculated, the Navy indeed amassed a formidable array of firepower at this vulnerable juncture. Anyone daring enough to charge forward would undoubtedly be met with a barrage of cannon fire, obliterating them utterly. Witnessing the demise of so many comrades who perished while attempting to rescue him reignited Ace's fighting spirit. Yet, regrettably, the sea stone handcuffs binding him rendered him utterly immobile. As companions fell one after another, even Luffy tragically succumbed to the sea, though Jinbei was fortunate enough to rescue him. In this moment of despair, when hope seemed all but lost, the presumed deceased Little Oz rose once more, albeit with heavy steps. Though gravely injured, he remained resolute in his purpose. He must rescue Ace. The sight of Oz rising invigorated the morale of Whitebeard's crew instantly. However, even with Oz's resurgence, it was merely a testament to his indomitable will. His body was no longer capable of sustaining the forthcoming battle. The Navy's relentless bombardment rained down fiercely. And while Oz's massive form shielded his comrades from much of the assault, he could not continue the fight. Nonetheless, his resurgence afforded his comrades a precious moment of respite. Just as Kizaru was poised to eliminate Little Oz, a colossal torrent of water surged forth, abruptly disrupting all fruit-based attacks. Little Oz seized this opportunity to escape once again. In a flash, time seemed to stand still. When the powerful current finally subsided, Luffy's figure emerged before all. Luffy had successfully reached the execution platform. The astonishment on everyone's faces was palpable, especially Jinbei, who wore a smile of relief. It can be said that Luffy's successful arrival at the platform was undoubtedly aided by Jinbei's assistance. Jinbei's maneuver, the ocean current over the shoulder throw, conjured a gigantic water dragon that propelled directly toward the platform, with Luffy ensconced within. Yet, not all devil fruit users possessed the audacity to conceal themselves within such currents. Luffy's bravery was commendable in Jinbei's eyes. The three admirals, taken aback by Luffy's sudden appearance, were equally astonished. At long last, he had arrived, the son of the dragon. Truly fearless. Such youth is indeed terrifying. The three admirals immediately launched into a barrage of scornful taunts at Luffy's arrival. However, despite the tone being laced with sarcasm, the underlying message conveyed considerable respect towards Luffy. Simultaneously, as the three admirals spoke, everyone was able to discern the circumstances surrounding the execution platform, be it pirates or marines. They all beheld Luffy's figure upon the platform. On Whitebeard's side, upon witnessing Luffy's appearance at the execution site, it was as if he had glimpsed the pivotal moment of this war, prompting him to swiftly initiate a new round of strategic planning. However, the Navy has evidently not yet comprehended the ramifications of Luffy's sudden appearance. The three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, continue to engage in verbal jabs at Luffy. Your tenacity is indeed commendable, Akainu remarked disdainfully, but this stage is still far too premature for you. You cannot possibly defeat us. Akiji and Kizaru echoed similar sentiments. Despite the harshness of their words aimed at Luffy, none of them made a move to actually confront him. It was only when Luffy finally caught his breath and boldly declared his intentions before the three admirals that this new round of battle commenced. Return Ace to me. The verbal assault from the three admirals had inadvertently granted Luffy ample time to recuperate. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack against the admirals. Observing Luffy charging into the fray, Whitebeard swiftly rallied his crew for a counterattack. At this juncture, those watching the live broadcast could finally exhale in relief. Initially, Whitebeard's pirate crew had descended upon the scene, gaining the upper hand, only to be met with a Navy counteroffensive. Just when it seemed the pirates would face utter defeat, Luffy's unexpected emergence turned the tide of the battle. This skirmish could aptly be described as a series of twists and turns. Everyone watching the recent combat had profound feelings stirred within them, particularly Sengoku. As he observed the three admirals relentlessly bombarding Luffy with verbal taunts, Sengoku sensed impending doom. Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, he queried. Did I summon you to Marineford merely to play the role of actors? Would it not be more prudent to simply thrust him back into the sea with that time spent talking? Sengoku questioned directly. However, one cannot entirely fault Sengoku for harboring such doubts. After all, during a previous QA session in the live broadcast, it had been hinted that Luffy would ultimately be the one to rescue Ace. From the recent footage, although Luffy had surged beneath the execution platform, he appeared to be in an exceedingly weakened state. Devil Fruit users cannot touch seawater, yet Luffy had emerged from the currents, landing fortuitously before the three admirals. Had the admirals chosen to strike at that moment, it would have likely been a mere flick of their hands. Yet, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru opted instead to engage in a war of words. Given Luffy's current bedraggled state, he hardly warranted their ridicule. Moreover, the circumstances hardly seemed appropriate for casual conversation, and they had conversed for quite some time. Luffy's physical resilience was already extraordinary. The time spent in dialogue was ample for him to regain his breath and restore his fighting spirit. Once he was sufficiently rested, would he not rise to challenge the Navy once more? In a moment of utter bewilderment, Sengoku could not comprehend why the three esteemed admirals chose this particular juncture to engage in conversation with Luffy. Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, return forthwith and write your self-critique. Sengoku's fury surged, causing him to momentarily forget that the live broadcast unfolded in the future. Upon hearing Sengoku's reprimand, Kizaru felt a surge of indignation and was the first to voice his dissent. Marshal, one cannot simply put it that way. Judging solely from the visuals of the broadcast, it was Akainu who spoke first. Since he initiated the dialogue, it is hardly inappropriate for me to chime in, is it? With a few deftly chosen words. Kizaru deftly shifted the blame onto Akainu. Akainu's eyes widened in shock. He had anticipated Kizaru would confront Sengoku, yet instead, the latter had turned the blade upon him. Though Kizaru's remarks were somewhat disagreeable, they were, in fact, the truth. The Navy had mocked Luffy on 2 occasions, both instigated by Akainu. With the irrefutable nature of the facts before him, Akainu began to construct a defense anchored in the timeline. Marshal, I find it inappropriate to demand a self-critique for an event that transpires in the future. Do you truly believe it is just to penalize us in the present? While Akainu, from an outsider's perspective, grappled with the rationale behind his actions depicted in the broadcast, he could nonetheless empathize with Sengoku sire. However, writing a self-criticism is utterly unacceptable. Regarding this matter, Sengoku and Akainu began to bicker in the group. After successfully shifting all blame onto Akainu, Kizaru gleefully settled in to watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Akiji maintained a much calmer demeanor concerning the situation. Marshal, do not be anxious. That young lad, Luffy, has only just arrived at the plaza. He is still some distance from the execution platform. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Akiji could discern that the battle for Ace in Marineford was merely at its inception. Although both sides had engaged in 2 significant confrontations, neither had suffered any substantial losses to their main forces. To declare oneself invulnerable against Akainu and Kizaru at this juncture would be rather premature. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Upon hearing Akiji's words, the crowd once again calmed, refocusing their attention on the live stream. At this moment, Luffy had regained much of his strength. He chose not to respond to the earlier taunts of the 3 admirals and instead launched an attack directly at them. Luffy's defiance against the 3 admirals quickly stirred a commotion within the Navy. However, Luffy was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the 3 admirals, and he knew time was of the essence. In the midst of his confrontation, he devised a clever tactic. Initially, Luffy intended to activate his second gear, generating a substantial amount of steam to obscure everyone's vision, allowing him to stealthily reach the execution platform unnoticed. Yet, just as Luffy raced towards the platform, Kizaru utilized the power of the Pika Pika no Mi to instantaneously appear before him. With a swift flash kick, he sent Luffy flying. The force of Kizaru's kick was formidable, leaving Luffy struggling to regain his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Sengoku immediately commanded the executioner to commence the execution. On the platform, Ace seemed to resign himself as he closed his eyes. Below, countless hearts were stirred by the unfolding events. Whitebeard, Jinbe, Marco, Jozu, Nami, Mihawk, Luffy. At this moment, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. Yet due to the distance, none could approach the execution platform by even a fraction. As the executioner's blade hovered ominously, the collective anxiety of the crowd surged. However, what transpired next astonished everyone present, including Sengoku. Under the gaze of all, 2 streaks of blood spattered from the execution platform. And Ace opened his eyes in surprise. Ace was saved. Those 2 streaks of blood emanated from the bodies of the 2 executioners beside him. Sengoku cast a fierce glare towards the base of the platform and demanded loudly, "Who is it?" As Sengoku's gaze fell, all the Marines aimed their weapons at the same point beneath the execution platform. Soon, everyone's attention shifted in accordance with the Marines' actions. Sengoku quickly recognized the individual. "You bastard. I thought that your long-standing grudge with Whitebeard would work to our advantage." Crocodile. Indeed, it was Crocodile, the Sand Crocodile, who had intervened at the critical moment to save Ace. The appearance of the Sand Crocodile did not only astonish Sengoku. Marco, with the life-giving flames of the Phoenix, landed on a nearby wall, gazing in surprise at the suddenly emerged man. Jinbei also looked on in disbelief at Crocodile's unexpected appearance in the square. Jinbei was aware of the enmity between Crocodile and Whitebeard and could hardly fathom why someone who had long sought Whitebeard's life would choose to save Ace. The live broadcast captured the shock of everyone in response to Crocodile's sudden arrival. Anyone familiar with Crocodile understood the deeply rooted animosity he held against Whitebeard. Whitebeard had come to Marineford with the sole intention of preventing the execution of Ace. Thus, neither the Marines nor the pirates anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Crocodile would intervene to halt Ace's execution. In response, Crocodile offered his own explanation. "That old man, on the verge of death, I will deal with later. But until then, I do not wish to see your jubilant faces." This was Crocodile's stance. The you he referred to, of course, indicated the Marines. He would resolve his issues with Whitebeard at an opportune moment. However, at present, he and Whitebeard share a common aspiration to thwart the Navy's plans. Outside the live broadcast room, everyone was taken aback upon hearing Crocodile's explanation. It is essential to recognize that Crocodile currently holds the position of a warlord of the sea. In a certain sense, the stance of the warlords aligns with that of the Navy. The Navy's deliberate invitation to the warlords to preside over such a significant event and conflict reflects their intention to harness the formidable strength of the warlords within their combat strategies. Consequently, while enjoying the privileges bestowed by the Navy, the warlords are also expected to fulfill corresponding obligations. However, it was evident that Crocodile had not acted in such a manner. Could it be that Crocodile has betrayed the Navy? Once this notion took root, it became inescapable, especially for Sengoku, who found himself increasingly troubled as doubts about Crocodile began to surface. His inner peace was irrevocably shattered. The sensation was akin to discovering a worm in the midst of a meal, leaving an unsettling discomfort in his heart. Consequently, Sengoku swiftly utilized the platform of the live broadcast to voice his suspicions regarding Crocodile. "Sengoku, Crocodile, what do you mean by not wanting to see the pleased expressions of our Navy? I demand a reasonable explanation from you." As Sengoku uttered these words, a flicker of anger ignited within him. The mere act of the Navy recruiting pirates was already a source of mockery for the world at large. To lend some semblance of legitimacy to such actions, the government had deliberately established the title of Warlords of the Sea. However, Crocodile's recent actions could only evoke four words in Sengoku's mind: utterly ungrateful, while indulging in the privileges bestowed by the Navy. He simultaneously engaged in actions detrimental to its interests, a transgression Sengoku could never tolerate. Should Crocodile fail to provide a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter, Sengoku would find it necessary to petition the world government for the revocation of Crocodile's warlord status. Nevertheless, in response to Sengoku's fierce interrogation, Crocodile appeared remarkably unfazed. After all, this incident was set to unfold in the future, and at present, he was maintaining his guise quite adeptly, with the entire nation of Alabasta firmly under his control. "Crocodile, you inquire of me? How could I possibly know what has transpired? Here I am, toiling tirelessly to govern Alabasta, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. Crocodile, it seems the Navy truly does not regard us warlords as their own." While Crocodile could never pledge allegiance to the Navy, he recognized the necessity of remaining discreet in his quest for the ancient weapon, Pluton, and thus opted for a fade of ignorance. Of course, given Crocodile's cunning, even his pretense of ignorance was executed with finesse. For instance, his previous statement not only portrayed his innocence to Sengoku, but also posed a counter-question to him. Crocodile challenged Sengoku, questioning why, despite his diligent governance of the nation, he was met with suspicion from Sengoku. Taken aback by Crocodile's explanation, Sengoku found himself momentarily speechless. He had come seeking an explanation from Crocodile, yet now he found himself on the defensive. Just as Sengoku pondered his response, Crocodile spoke again. "Crocodile, Commodore, the matter is not yet settled. Perhaps we should allow events to unfold further." Once again, the phrase "let the bullets fly" was uttered. Sengoku was nearly driven to exasperation. This seemingly never-ending broadcast had afforded him an early glimpse into the depths of human nature. First, the three admirals openly gave Luffy a reprieve. And now Crocodile was directly confronting the Navy. It was as though they held him in utter contempt. However, it was merely a phrase from Kizaru, urging the bullet to fly for a moment, that left him utterly helpless. There was no recourse, after all. The images displayed in this live broadcast were but prophecies of the future. He could not justly blame the present individuals for events yet to unfold. However, now that Sengoku has been alerted, he has more time to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, to swiftly investigate Crocodile's intentions. Sengoku once again dispatched documents to the intelligence organization of the world government, requesting an inquiry not only into Bartholomew Kuma, but also into Crocodile. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Crocodile too quickly withdrew from the conversation. Nevertheless, Crocodile's silence did not imply inaction. He understood that Sengoku had begun to harbor doubts and suspicions towards him. Thus, to prevent his plans from being exposed, he needed to expedite his actions. While Crocodile busied himself maneuvering with Sengoku, on an island at the entrance to the new world known as Whiskey Peak, a girl quietly wept in anguish, perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions. She could not contain her tears, and her body trembled uncontrollably. This girl was none other than Nefertari Vivi, the former princess of the Alabasta kingdom. The once prosperous and democratic Alabasta kingdom had descended into profound suffering due to Crocodile's arrival. The people languished in despair, the royal family teetered on the brink of annihilation. And the mastermind behind it all, Crocodile, could still utter such grandiloquent words? How could Vivi not be enraged? At this moment, as a survivor of the royal family, she found herself forced to endure humiliation and bear the weight of her circumstances, masquerading as an employee of the Baroque works. Yet her true intention has always been to investigate the situation of the Baroque workshop, which seeks to incite civil war and undermine the kingdom of Alabasta. Although she is yet to uncover any definitive evidence linking Clockter to the calamity befalling Alabasta, her pursuit remains steadfast. Yet Vivi remains steadfast in her belief that Crocodile was intricately linked to the matter at hand, as she watched her enemy eloquently articulate his stance in the live broadcast. Her heart brimmed with both fury and indignation. Fortuitously, the platform of the live stream afforded her the opportunity to confront Crocodile directly. Nefertari Vivi, Crocodile, do you truly believe the words you just uttered? Can you assert that the 3 years of drought plaguing the kingdom of Alabasta bear no relation to you? Your so-called diligent efforts to build the nation, are they not, in truth, a guise for destruction? With the platform of the live stream as her stage, Vivi finally expressed the thoughts that had long festered within her but had previously been unvoiced. Each participant in the broadcast possessed an independent viewpoint, alleviating Vivi's concerns that her words might reveal her identity to others. In response to Vivi's inquiry, Crocodile maintained his characteristic nonchalance. Unbeknownst to him, the exiled royal of Alabasta dared to confront him so openly. Crocodile, it is Princess Vivi. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. The calamities befalling the kingdom, are they not the result of the former king's actions? Do not be so quick to judge without understanding the full context. Crocodile, if you are dissatisfied with my methods, why not confront me directly instead of hurling accusations here? At this juncture, Crocodile continued to play the role of an actor, shrouding his true intentions. However, despite his outward dismissal of Vivi's appearance, he discreetly instructed his subordinates to conduct a thorough investigation into her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Sengoku took note of Vivi's statements. He understood that while Crocodile appeared courteous on the surface, he was, in reality, a cunning and ruthless individual. Vivi, braving the peril of being silenced, spoke out, suggesting she might possess knowledge of significant importance. If Sengoku was resolved to investigate Crocodile, then this princess of Alabasta could serve as a pivotal lead. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to ensure Vivi's safety. With this thought in mind, Sengoku reached out to Akiji via Den Mushi. Aren't you about to embark on another journey? This time, to the desert. I have a task for you. After uttering these words, Vivi felt an undeniable sense of relief, as if she had finally released the burdens that had long weighed on her heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. As a princess of the royal family, unjustly persecuted, openly questioning Crocodile drew considerable attention. It was certain that Crocodile had already taken precautions against her, coupled with Crocodile's treacherous and ruthless nature. It was entirely possible that he had already dispatched assassins to hunt her down. While the live streaming platform provided her with some convenience and the ability to conceal her identity, it could not shield her from Crocodile's pursuit. Thus, upon regaining her senses, Vivi promptly chose to remain in the shadows. The sudden appearance of Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta royal family, in the live stream stirred the waters beneath the seemingly tranquil sea, raising questions about Crocodile's true intentions and the reasons behind Alabasta's decline. One enigma after another surfaced due to the prophecies emanating from the live stream. Sengoku had begun to notice these signs and could not afford to remain passive. Would Crocodile's plan to seek the ancient weapon Pluto be altered as a result? Could the Straw Hat Pirates, responding to Vivi's plea for assistance, successfully navigate the ensuing turmoil? All of these remained uncertain. Within the live stream, nearly everyone capable of traversing the seas recognized the unusual nature of this incident. However, due to the multitude of involved parties, they refrained from openly discussing the matter, instead choosing to silently note it and conduct discreet investigations. Meanwhile, the ongoing battle atop the platform continued unabated. With Crocodile having brazenly executed 2 Navy executioners, all eyes were drawn to him. In response to Sengoku's inquiries, Crocodile articulated his disdain, expressing a desire to avoid witnessing the smug expressions of the Navy. From the perspective of the pirates, Crocodile's declaration exuded an unmistakable aura of dominance. However, from the perspective of the Navy, Crocodile's actions were a serious provocation. Consequently, they swiftly intervened to curb Crocodile's audacious behavior. In an instant, as Crocodile finished speaking, his head was abruptly severed and flew to the ground with a swift motion, at the junction of his neck and body. Onlookers discerned a barely noticeable yet remarkably sturdy thread, glimmering with an almost ethereal light. This was the power of Doflamingo's string fruit. Utilizing the most unassuming of weapons to achieve maximum lethality aligns perfectly with Doflamingo's characteristic approach to life. However, as Crocodile's head was dislodged, contrary to everyone's expectations, no blood spurted from the severed wound. Instead, all present witnessed Crocodile's head, now detached from his body, gradually transforming into sand at the site of the injury. As this metamorphosis continued, a new head began to coalesce from the sand, manifesting the power of a fruit's awakening. Both Doflamingo and Crocodile were wielders of the Paramecia-type devil fruit, and upon awakening their abilities, they could influence objects beyond themselves. Doflamingo could transmute his surroundings into weapons for offense and defense, and could even become part of the string element. As a pirate of considerable influence in the New World, Crocodile had naturally awakened such powers as well. The ability to transform his body into sand was merely a trivial skill in his repertoire. Just as Crocodile's body began to regenerate, Doflamingo emerged from the crowd, clad in an extravagant pink mink coat, striding towards the square with an air of nonchalance. He questioned Crocodile. "Hey, you scoundrel, have you cast me aside to ally with Whitebeard? I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy." Doflamingo inquired with a sinister smile. Simultaneously, during Doflamingo's remarks, Crocodile's severed head reformed in the guise of sand. Soon, Crocodile reappeared as if nothing had transpired, standing before everyone once again. Of course, Doflamingo harbored no illusions that his attack would inflict any significant harm on Crocodile. Such skirmishes, devoid of fundamental stakes, typically remained superficial, never escalating to full force. The surrounding Navy personnel and other pirates remained perplexed, oblivious to the underlying tensions between the two. However, the current circumstances do not permit them to clarify the situation. They're all preoccupied with one question: are Minggu and Crocodile truly allies? From Mingji's recent inquiry, it is evident that there exists some form of transaction between him and Crocodile. At this juncture, whether Minggu has been persuaded by Crocodile to betray the Navy, or if Crocodile has been intimidated by Mingji's words into abandoning the pirate alliance, either scenario could significantly impact the ongoing battle. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Crocodile promptly responded, "I will not ally with anyone." Upon hearing this, Minggu reiterated his question, "Are you still intent on abandoning me?" This time, Crocodile answered without hesitation, "It seems so." Crocodile's response clearly delineated his stance. Realizing further verbal exchanges were futile, Doflamingo abandoned the dialogue altogether. The moment their eyes met, they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Simultaneously, turmoil erupted elsewhere on the battlefield. Luffy, having reached just below the execution platform, found himself thwarted by the 3 admirals. Unable to advance even a fraction closer, the other Navy personnel quickly recognized the situation and concentrated all their might to impede Luffy's progress. Nevertheless, these ordinary sailors were little more than cannon fodder in the face of Luffy's determination. He pressed onward, the distance to the execution platform diminishing with each passing moment. At this juncture, the admirals, who had previously retreated to the rear, could no longer remain passive. Akainu stepped forward, intending to punish Luffy, however. He was promptly intercepted by Aokiji. Aokiji positioned himself in front of Akainu and launched an ice spear directly at Luffy's arm, pinning him to the ground as if he were a nail. Subsequently, Aokiji approached Luffy and delivered this chilling proclamation: "Although your grandfather has done me a kindness, I must regretfully inform you that this is the path you have chosen as a man." With the calmest of tones, Aokiji pronounced Luffy's death sentence. Yet, after uttering these words, he did not immediately thrust the ice spear into Luffy's body. Instead, he took a few steps forward, as if to ensure a more accurate strike. At that moment, Marco, the 1st Division commander aboard the Whitebeard ship, transformed into a phoenix and delivered a powerful kick that sent Aokiji flying, thus saving Luffy once more. Aokiji was propelled several meters away, and the ice spear slipped from his grasp. In the livestream, the viewers were overwhelmed with emotion upon witnessing this turn of events. Perona remarked, "That was an admiral. How could he be taken down so easily, as if he were a mere producer? This defies logic." Moria added, "Need I say more? Did you not hear what Aokiji said to Luffy? Your grandfather has done me a kindness. Cavendish, do you see this vast expanse of ocean before us? It is all the water released by Aokiji. Baki, goodness gracious." Observing the live stream, many began to question Aokiji's actions, and as a staunch supporter of the Navy, Luffy could not remain silent. "Luffy, you must not speak ill of Lord Aokiji. Can't you see he is taking aim?" Luffy endeavored to justify Aokiji's behavior. However, his reasoning failed to convince everyone. "Nico Robin, come on. Who is Aokiji? He is a Marine Admiral. Is it possible for an Admiral to be so easily thwarted?" The events unfolding in the live stream sparked a flurry of discussion among the viewers. They unanimously believed that this seemingly grand war between the Navy and the pirates was marred by betrayal on both sides. First, the revelations regarding Luffy and Ace's heritage tarnished the reputation of the Marine hero Garp. Then came the treachery of Squardo attacking Whitebeard, followed by Crocodile's betrayal of the Navy. Now, Aokiji has openly stated that Luffy's grandfather has done him a favor, though Aokiji spoke with apparent bitterness. His actions belied his words. He was quick to declare Luffy's execution ahead of Akainu, yet hesitated to act, remaining motionless until Marco intervened to rescue Luffy. It is possible that amidst the chaos of the battlefield, those present were too enmeshed in the moment to question Aokiji's conduct. However, at present, everyone assumes the role of an observer, and when contemplating this matter, they have naturally adopted a more objective stance, in accordance with the usual circumstances. One would expect the warring states to be restless at this juncture, vociferously demanding an explanation from Aokiji. However, this time, Sengoku did not act accordingly. Of course, the reason Sengoku refrained from questioning Aokiji was not due to his trust in him, but rather because such occurrences had transpired far too frequently, leading Sengoku to lose patience in pursuing the truth. The issues revealed by this conflict had surpassed what Sengoku could manage at that moment. Sengoku expressed his exasperation, feeling overwhelmed. Nonetheless, his decision not to publicly confront Aokiji during the live broadcast was a calculated gesture to preserve the dignity of the Navy as a whole, and it did not imply that he would not pursue the matter further. As Aokiji mounted his bicycle and set off towards the kingdom of Alabasta, Sengoku felt an urgent need to contact him via the transponder snail, instructing him to halt all tasks and return to Marineford for an investigation. Fortunately, Garp arrived just in time to prevent Sengoku from doing so. Garp's reasoning was noble, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing national matters. Furthermore, Alabasta had not seen rain for 3 years, leaving its citizens in dire straits. If Crocodile indeed harbored any nefarious schemes, it was unlikely that he would delay them for much longer, and it was very probable that events would unfold soon. Moreover, Aokiji was someone they had watched grow. If he truly harbored any ill intentions, how could he possibly deceive the astute and wise fleet admiral? In summary, Garp was resolutely determined to protect Aokiji, especially since Aokiji was under suspicion solely because of Luffy. Given that Aokiji had a mission at hand, it was prudent to allow him to proceed, deferring any future concerns for another time. Initially, Sengoku found it difficult to heed Garp's words, as he understood that Garp's actions were merely in defense of his grandson, Luffy. However, due to Garp's incessant chatter, Sengoku could no longer contain himself and ultimately acquiesced, permitting Aokiji to first address the matters concerning the Alabasta kingdom. The investigation into the Navy's internal suspicions regarding Akiji can be considered momentarily concluded. Yet, should the Navy harbor doubts about Akiji, how would he react upon discovering such mistrust? To find oneself, devoted and loyal to the Navy, subjected to suspicion due to the predictions of a live broadcast would undoubtedly be disheartening for anyone. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the imminent peril faced by Ace had heightened the sense of urgency among the pirates who rushed to his aid. Within the bay of Marineford, the ice was melting and ships were ablaze, leaving the pirates with no safe footing. It would not be long before they met their doom beneath the waves. With no retreat available, everyone resolved to fight with all their might. The battle plan had reached a critical juncture. There was no turning back. They had no choice but to engage fiercely in hopes of securing victory. Thus, countless pirates plunged into the sea, swimming towards the solitary escape route carved by little oars. No matter the cost, they were determined to reach the square. Witnessing the pirates recklessly surging towards the square, the Navy was momentarily thrown into chaos. Redirecting their firepower to secure the port, under the relentless bombardment from the Navy, the pirates found it exceedingly difficult to make landfall, resulting in a stalemate. However, just as both sides were locked in a deadlock, a sudden whirlpool emerged from the center of the besieged bay. The sight resembled the Moby Dick surging forth from the depths of the ocean, glistening as if coated in a sheen. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, an ominous foreboding stirred within the hearts of all the Navy personnel. However, having progressed to this stage, even if the Navy were to sense something amiss, it would already be too late. Within mere seconds of the tide rising, another of the Whitebeard pirates' coated ships appeared before everyone, unscathed. This was the trump card of Whitebeard. Just as the Navy could preemptively establish a blockade to besiege the Whitebeard pirates, it was only natural that Whitebeard would not expose his entire fighting force. Fully aware of the trap laid before him, upon the emergence of this intact coated vessel, it swiftly surged towards the direction of Little Oars. For this would be their sole avenue of escape. Sengoku soon grasped the pirates' intentions and promptly ordered all naval forces to concentrate their firepower on Little Oars. Should they succeed in taking him down, the pirates would have no hope of breaching the encirclement. Regrettably, by the time Sengoku realized the unfolding events, it was already too late. The vessel, embodying the full might of the Whitebeard pirates, surged ashore like a ferocious beast. Successfully landing at Marineford under the protective escort of oars, they entered the square. They would rescue Ace. They would seize the Marine headquarters. Ace, await our arrival, the pirates jubilantly proclaimed, brandishing their weapons. As he beheld the pirates having successfully disembarked, Sengoku clenched his teeth in frustration. He had never anticipated that the encirclement he had meticulously orchestrated to thwart the pirates would inadvertently serve as their crucial gateway to the shore. However, the pirates' successful landing merely escalated this epic confrontation to a more pivotal juncture, failing to halt Ace's impending execution. The clash between pirates and Marines raged on. Seizing the opportunity presented by the pirates' unfamiliarity with the terrain, the Marines concentrated their artillery fire upon oars. Though the pirates, numerous and agile, deftly evaded the onslaught, the enormous oars was a different matter entirely. At that moment, severely injured and hindered in movement, oars became an easy target for the Marines. Furthermore, after facilitating the Whitebeard pirates' landing, his colossal form lost its last vestige of utility, exposing all his vulnerabilities. While oars could shield the Whitebeard pirates with his immense stature, he simultaneously forfeited his ability to rescue himself. In the face of the Marines' relentless bombardment, the pirates could offer little assistance to oars. In mere seconds, oars could no longer withstand the Marine fire and ultimately collapsed. This time, oars truly fell. Even as he lost consciousness, he uttered a poignant plea. We must rescue Ace. Channeling his final vestiges of strength to safeguard Ace's rescue, this was perhaps Oar's true mission in coming to Marineford. As Oar's mountain-like form crumpled, Ace felt his heart shatter upon the execution platform. He had never fathomed that so many would perish in the quest to save him. It was only at this moment that the flame of survival ignited within Ace. Yet, bound by seastone handcuffs, he found himself powerless to act. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, everyone was left in profound shock. Only Whitebeard, amidst the collective gaze of onlookers, leapt from the ship and landed squarely in the plaza. My sons, step back. As soon as Whitebeard uttered those words, he brandished his naginata, effortlessly dispatching the Navy lackeys before him. Under the sheer intimidation of Whitebeard's formidable presence, the Navy soldiers involuntarily retreated a few steps. Meanwhile, the pirates, invigorated by Whitebeard's direct involvement, saw their morale soar once again. leaping from their ships and descending upon the square. Young ones, rescue Ace and vanquish the Navy. Whitebeard issued his first command upon landing. Whether it was the overwhelming aura of Whitebeard's might or the sheer momentum of the pirates charging forward that struck fear into the hearts of the ordinary Navy soldiers. They trembled at Whitebeard's proclamation. Within mere minutes of Whitebeard's pirate ship successfully docking at Marineford, the tide of battle underwent a dramatic transformation. Witnessing such a shift, Sengoku could no longer remain passive. "Kizaru, we can no longer afford to stand idly by," Sengoku declared from the side of the execution platform. The outcome of this war was pivotal for the Navy and the government as authority. As one of the Navy's strongest forces, both Garp and Sengoku could not continue to hold back. With the frontline forces evidently insufficient, Sengoku was compelled to revise their battle strategy. The Navy's target had now shifted from Luffy to Whitebeard. After all, at this moment, Luffy was merely an inexperienced rookie pirate, posing a significantly lesser threat compared to Whitebeard. The first to strike against Whitebeard was one of the three admirals, Akiji. Observing Whitebeard's smooth transition to the square, Akiji leaped forth, accompanied by an icy chill. "Ice ball!" Akiji shouted, and a powerful wave of cold surged forth from his arms, enveloping Whitebeard in a block of ice. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with astonishment, soon erupting into jubilant cheers. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have succumbed to the freezing temperatures by now. However, this time, the figure ensnared by Akiji was far from an ordinary person. It was none other than the formidable Whitebeard, a man capable of shaping an entire era. Even ensnared by the icy grip, Whitebeard remained with his piercing eyes. Sharp as an eagle-s, Akiji and the frozen Whitebeard locked gazes, a silent confrontation unfolding between them. In the blink of an eye, the ice shattered, and Whitebeard swiftly extricated himself from his constraints. The first round of their battle ended in a stalemate, prompting Akiji to launch a second wave of assault against Whitebeard. This time, he opted for close combat. Yet, Akiji wielded no weapon. As he narrowed the distance to Whitebeard, he was promptly struck by a blade from the latter. Nearby, the observing Navy personnel, witnessing this unfolding drama, could not help but grow increasingly concerned for Akiji's safety, with some even resorting to prayers, hoping that Akiji would escape with his life intact. However, what they failed to anticipate was that this was the true intent of Akiji. Since the freezing effect proved ineffective against Whitebeard, why not attempt to pierce his body with ice? While external assaults might be evaded, strikes that penetrate the interior are far more challenging to mitigate. "Ice! Spears!" Akiji shouted once more, then grasped the long blade that Whitebeard had driven into himself, causing frost to envelop the entire weapon instantaneously. Moreover, the air surrounding Akiji rapidly transformed into elemental ice, and within moments, for sharp, pointed ice spears were aimed directly at Whitebeard. At such a close range, with such formidable ice projectiles, if Whitebeard were indeed struck, it would undoubtedly inflict grave damage to his vitality. Yet, at this critical juncture, Whitebeard's subordinate, Diamond Jozu, suddenly surged forward, his body partially crystallized into the hardest diamond, shielding Whitebeard from the impending assault. Akiji's attack fell short once again. The body that had been pierced by Whitebeard's sword immediately transformed into ice and collapsed to the ground. Only when the ice shards swiftly reformed into Akiji's likeness did the ordinary naval soldiers finally comprehend that standard physical attacks were futile against him, as he could effortlessly elementalize his body. Akiji indeed proved to be a formidable adversary, and Jozu understood this all too well. Realizing that prolonging the confrontation would likely jeopardize Ace's safety, Jozu directly addressed Whitebeard, urging him, "Father, you must retreat." Whitebeard stands as the most formidable presence among them, unwilling to linger here for the sake of Akiji. In order to expedite Ace's rescue, Whitebeard concedes to Jozu's request. After leaving Jozu behind, Whitebeard presses onward. However, the path ahead remains fraught with challenges. Akiji is merely the first obstacle he encounters upon landing at the plaza. Formidable adversaries such as Kizaru, Akainu, Sengoku, and Garp await their turn to confront him. Although Akiji narrowly evades Whitebeard's lethal strike by elemental transformation, he nonetheless sustains injuries. Once his body undergoes elemental reconstitution, the blood trickling from his lips indicates his diminished state. Yet, at this moment, Whitebeard has already moved on, and with Jozu standing in his way, Akiji finds himself powerless to impede Whitebeard's advance. In the plaza, Whitebeard, Luffy, and the other crew members are steadily approaching the execution platform. Garp, stationed at the platform, gazes at Luffy rushing towards him and reveals a flicker of resignation upon his face. Beads of perspiration begin to form on Garp's forehead. He never imagined that he would reunite with Luffy in such a life-and-death scenario. Both Ace and Luffy have been children he watched grow up. Despite Garp's outwardly tough demeanor, there lies a tender part of his heart, occupied by these two boys. The irony of the white-haired man sending off the black-haired one is not lost on Garp. He never anticipated such a fate would befall him. Nonetheless, as a naval hero, every decision he makes must adhere to his principles, irrespective of his feelings. Beyond Garp, there is another individual on the battlefield who is acutely aware of Luffy's plight, Koby, who has forged a profound bond with Luffy despite their limited encounters. Koby's aspiration has always been to become a just and honorable Marine. Yet, through an unforeseen turn of events, he found himself relegated to a mere deckhand aboard a pirate ship. However, the arrival of Luffy altered the course of his seemingly predetermined fate. With Luffy's assistance, Koby extricated himself from his plight and successfully joined the Navy. As they parted ways, Koby declared to Luffy, "When we meet again, it will be I who captures you. I shall grow stronger. One day, I will ascend to the rank of Admiral." Although their paths diverged, both were fervently striving toward their individual aspirations. When Koby encountered Luffy once more, the promise of their youth resurfaced in his mind. Yet, now Luffy possessed the audacity to contend with naval admirals, while Koby was left to plead for survival amidst the ruins. Witnessing the chaotic devastation and Luffy's valiant struggle, Koby's heart was engulfed in turmoil. Despite their solemn pact, he felt utterly powerless, unable to effect any change. What could he possibly do in this war? Koby's heart was in deep conflict. Meanwhile, as Koby wrestled with his inner turmoil, Luffy faced an obstruction on his path, a certain rear admiral, known as the Weasel. The Weasel, emboldened by his rank, stood before Luffy, blocking his advance. At this juncture, Luffy was already exhausted. Confronted with the Weasel's assaults and the ambush from a Spotted Dog Admiral, he was clearly nearing his limits. Under the piercing strike of the Spotted Dog Admiral, Luffy fell once more. Yet, even amidst such overwhelming adversity, Luffy exhibited remarkable resilience. With unwavering determination, he struggled to rise again. However, the ordeal was far from over, just as the Spotted Dog Admiral and the Weasel prepared to attack once more. Kizaru delivered a blindingly swift kick that sent him flying. In that moment, Luffy truly lacked the strength to rise. While his eyelids valiantly remained open, his limbs had utterly forsaken him. It could be said that even the most lowly soldier on the battlefield could easily dispatch Luffy. Witnessing Luffy being struck down repeatedly, Garp felt immense compassion. His fists clenched, veins bulging, and beads of sweat multiplied on his brow, as if he were on the verge of rushing in to protect Luffy. However, the nearby Sengoku swiftly discerned that something was amiss with Garp. As the fleet admiral, he felt compelled to remind Garp of his responsibilities and position within the Navy. "Garp, clarify your stance," he stated succinctly, a simple phrase that plunged Garp's heart into turmoil once more. Meanwhile, the Yellow Monkey, having just knocked Luffy down, soon approached him. Towering over Luffy, he delivered a disparaging remark. "Courage alone is futile, Straw Hat Luffy. Without the power to save what is beyond your reach, no amount of effort will suffice." At that moment, Luffy's limbs lay incapacitated, and his mind began to cloud. Was it truly, as the Yellow Monkey asserted, that he was utterly powerless? The scene before him began to blur, and Luffy found himself completely drained. Just as he was on the verge of closing his eyes, the Yellow Monkey executed another swift kick, sending Luffy flying. As everyone braced for the inevitable demise of Luffy, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Yellow Monkey's kick had propelled Luffy directly into Whitebeard's embrace. Remarkable! That kick was indeed fortuitously skewed, delivering Luffy to the safest haven. Yet, amid the chaos of battle, no one had the presence of mind to ponder whether the Yellow Monkey's aim had faltered. Upon witnessing Whitebeard catch Luffy, the Yellow Monkey spoke again. "Whitebeard, have you grown senile? A man of your stature allowing such a worthless fool to take the lead." As the Yellow Monkey prepared to launch another attack on Whitebeard, the crew members surrounding him quickly reacted, shielding their captain. Meanwhile, Jinbei and Ivankov, who had previously lost track of Luffy, finally located him. Upon seeing the weakened and barely conscious Luffy, the ship's doctor immediately began to administer aid. While Luffy lay unconscious, a new and brutal battle erupted on the square. The pirates fought with desperation, while the Navy endeavored to thwart their advance. The entire Whitebeard pirates' crew rallied, with Marco transforming into the Phoenix, aiming to soar towards the execution platform to rescue Ace. The 7 warlords, including Mihawk, Hancock, and Moria, also commenced their slaughter. On the Navy's side, the likes of Sindamaru and the pacifistas swiftly joined the fray, without the encircling walls of the Navy to restrain them. Both sides engaged in a fierce and lethal struggle. During Luffy's unconscious state, the clash between pirates and Navy reignited with ferocity. The Navy fought valiantly to impede the pirates' progress, while the pirates exerted every effort to reach the execution platform. On the ground, the battle raged on as pirates and Navy clashed intensely. The pirates, prioritizing their own interests, refrained from confronting Whitebeard directly and instead fought amidst the throng of combatants, similar to the ordinary Navy soldiers. Admiral Akiji found himself restrained by Diamond Jozu, while Kizaru was similarly impeded by other captains of the Whitebeard crew. At this moment, the only ones capable of obstructing Whitebeard were the three admirals, namely Akainu, along with Sengoku and Garp. Garp, still conflicted, was not inclined to engage Whitebeard directly at this juncture. Sengoku, tasked with overseeing the entire operation, would not act recklessly until absolutely necessary. Therefore, the responsibility of standing against Whitebeard fell solely to Akainu, who was eager to unleash his full strength in this monumental clash. Seizing the opportunity with the Navy's top combatants largely preoccupied, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard crew, decisively spread his phoenix wings and soared from above Marineford towards the execution platform. As the phoenix wings represented an elemental manifestation of his devil fruit powers, the Navy's conventional artillery was ineffective against Marco. Thus, the only ones capable of halting him were likely Garp and Sengoku. Marco anticipated Sengoku's intervention, and with the fleet admiral personally involved, the chances of successfully rescuing Ace grew increasingly slim. However, if a modicum of assistance from Garp could be secured, the potential for success would exponentially increase. Thus, he is currently wagering on Garp's stance. If Garp's compassion and mercy for Ace surpass his so-called position, then success is assured. Yet, it has become evident that Marco's gamble has faltered. As Marco draws ever closer to the execution platform, Sengoku can hardly restrain himself from intervening. Just at the moment when Sengoku is about to act, Garp abruptly rises and, with a single punch, sends Marco crashing to the ground. The hope of successfully rescuing Ace is thus shattered by Garp's formidable blow. Ordinary physical attacks would be incapable of inflicting any significant harm to Marco's phoenix wings. Yet Garp is no ordinary adversary. Known as the hero of the Marines and the Iron Fist, Garp's singular punch proves effective. Upon witnessing Garp finally take action, astonishment fills the eyes of all present, even causing their movements to momentarily freeze. The legendary Marine, Monkey D. Garp, has finally made his entrance. The celebrated hero of the Marines has joined the fray. Vice Admiral Garp has taken action. The strongest defender, without a doubt. Garp's intervention serves as a potent tonic for the morale of the Marines, renewing their hope for victory in the battle. After striking Marco down, Garp seats himself upon the chair previously occupied by the admirals, directly beneath the execution platform. It is clear that Garp's decision has emerged from a tumultuous inner conflict. However, now that he has made his decision, there can be no wavering. Thus, after Garp took his seat, he uttered these words: "If you wish to pass through here, you must first kill me." The Navy, upon hearing this, was greatly encouraged. In contrast, the pirates found themselves in a rather dismal state. Although they had not experienced Garp's strength firsthand, they were well aware of his illustrious reputation. 2 decades ago, Garp had clashed with the Pirate King, Roger, on multiple occasions, thereby earning renown across the seas. Moreover, it was Garp who, alongside Sengoku, had confronted the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion, at Marineford, ultimately driving him into the depths of Impel Down. These monumental events, layered upon Garp's legacy as a naval hero, were enough to instill fear in the hearts of the pirates. Whitebeard seemed to sense the unease among his crew and quickly rallied them with a spirited remark: "Foolish lads, do not be daunted by his name. He is merely an old soldier." Indeed, while Garp was undeniably powerful, they had no retreat at this juncture. Furthermore, their mission had yet to be accomplished, leaving them with no option to falter. Just after Whitebeard finished speaking, Akainu swiftly raised his arm, engulfed in fiery magma, and addressed Whitebeard: "If you are of that generation, take heed of your adversary before you." With a low growl, he unleashed his attack, Dog Bite Red Lotus. A stream of magma, resembling a hellish hound, surged towards Whitebeard. However, Akainu's strike failed to inflict any substantial harm. With a mere wave of his hand, Whitebeard deflected the magma assault. The Dog Bite Red Lotus, once unleashed, could not be reined in and, under Whitebeard's counter, plummeted like a meteor towards a nearby town. As Akainu had initiated the attack, the battle, which had been momentarily halted by Garp's sudden intervention, reignited. To prevent any further delays, Sengoku resolved to expedite Ace's execution. However, due to the executioner responsible for Ace's sentencing being slain by Crocodile, they were compelled to urgently seek another individual to carry out the execution. With a shortage of executioners at the gallows, the pirates seized this rare opportunity to resume their brutal skirmish. Nevertheless, with the steadfast presence of Garp at the rear, the morale of the Navy remained unwavering and their spirits soared. In the face of the pirates' relentless assaults, the Navy showed no signs of retreat. Under the Navy's fierce offensive, the Whitebeard pirates began to falter. Ace, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, was overwhelmed with tears as he reflected on the significance of his own existence. On the other hand, Luffy, for Ace's sake, made a life-risking decision. Though Luffy's body had reached its limits, he was still afforded one last chance. Meanwhile, Ace, observing the bloodshed and chaos erupting in the square because of him, found himself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Watching his comrades, who relentlessly fought to rescue him, yet were heading toward their demise, Ace began to question the value of his own life once more. At the gallows, Ace reminisced about the imperfect first half of his life, his heart in turmoil. When Ace was a child and first learned that his father was the infamous Pirate King, he perhaps felt a sense of pride. However, when he eagerly inquired about Roger's exploits from others, he was met with scorn from ruffians who told him he should never have been born, that his existence was a sin. Such words inflicted deep wounds upon young Ace's heart. It was these denigrations that instigated Ace's existential doubts about his purpose in this world, and he began to resent Roger. He sought to sever all ties with Roger, vowing never to utter the name again. After teaching those ruffians a lesson, Ace swore he would rise to the highest peaks, demanding recognition of his existence from all. Thus, he embarked on the path once tread by Roger. Setting sail as a pirate, he traversed the vast and boundless seas. Ace, with his indomitable spirit and extraordinary abilities, quickly became a dazzling figure across the oceans. To further assert his strength, Ace resolved to challenge one of the four emperors of the sea, Whitebeard. However, the vast disparity in their powers rendered Ace incapable of even scratching Whitebeard. Fortunately, Whitebeard, with his vast heart, did not hold Ace's repeated challenges against him. Instead, he embraced Ace as his son. Initially, as Ace boarded Whitebeard's ship, he sought every means to assassinate him, but to no avail. His attitude shifted following a conversation with Marco. Ace asked Marco, "Why do you all call him old man?" Marco responded, expressing that it was because he called them his sons, and despite being despised by the world, they found joy in it, even if it was merely a statement. Upon hearing Marco's words, Ace was overwhelmed with tears. They shared similar experiences, both cast aside by the world, within its vastness. This place was their sole refuge, where they could coexist with one another. With this realization, Ace finally embraced Whitebeard in his heart. From that moment on, his aspirations subtly transformed. No longer did he fight solely for himself. Now, he bore the name of Whitebeard as he forged ahead. Yet, despite having a circle of like-minded companions, Ace remained haunted by the shadows of his childhood. Even though Luffy accepted him, and Whitebeard acknowledged him as the son of Roger, he could not shake the belief that not everyone would embrace the existence of Roger's child. Thus, when the war at the summit commenced and Sengoku announced his identity before the world, Ace instinctively recoiled, lowering his head in silence, unable to confront the gazes filled with skepticism and hatred surrounding him. Simultaneously, he dreaded the thought of losing this hard-won sanctuary. However, the scene before him unfolded in a manner entirely beyond his expectations. Just when Ace believed he was beyond salvation, his comrades tirelessly endeavored to rescue him. Little oars perished in his attempt to save him, and Luffy, driven by the same purpose, clashed with the Marine admirals, now gravely injured and unconscious. Beyond these sacrifices, countless others had fallen along the way for his sake. Yet, despite this, they remained undeterred, resolutely forging ahead on the path to rescue their own. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ace appeared to find solace. The demon that had resided in his heart for over a decade seemed to dissipate in an instant, washed away by the care and love of his comrades. At that moment, tears flowed freely from Ace's eyes. How despicable! I am so twisted. At a time when my father, brother, and comrades are bleeding and sacrificing themselves, I find myself weeping tears of joy. It is only now that I comprehend the preciousness of life. Ace finally grasped the essence of existence and the value of his own being. Beneath the execution platform, Garp heard Ace's heartfelt monologue, and a hint of indescribable bitterness surfaced on his weathered face. He had made the choice befitting a naval hero. As Ace's grandfather, he felt a sense of indebtedness, yet he could do nothing more. The turmoil within Ace was but a fleeting moment, yet in the heat of battle, an instant can bring about profound change. In the square, Whitebeard continued to fight valiantly, facing off against the Admiral Akainu. Given Whitebeard's prowess, overpowering Akainu should have posed no challenge. However, now, his body has been struck by a covert attack from Squado, and coupled with the sudden onset of his existing ailments, Whitebeard's offensive has faltered. Though he possessed the might to stand against any adversary, he is rendered powerless against his afflictions. After exchanging blows with Akainu, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his heart, causing him to falter and half kneel on the ground, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spilling forth. Time spares no one, and Akainu seizes this moment to prepare a fatal strike against Whitebeard. Having just been knocked down by Garp, Marco, upon witnessing his father's distressing state, hurriedly rushed to Whitebeard's side. However, his concern led to a moment of distraction, which allowed Kazara to capitalize on the opportunity, finally landing a blow on Marco, whose body was poised to elementalize at any moment. The situation for Diamond Jaws was similar. Merely glancing back at his father and Marco led to him being immobilized by Akiji's freezing powers. With several commanders ensnared by the admirals, the remaining ordinary crew members were rendered unable to offer any assistance. Presently, Whitebeard is truly isolated and defenseless. At this critical juncture, Akainu's magma-like hand ruthlessly descended upon Whitebeard's chest. Luffy is gravely injured, and Whitebeard is being suppressed. The current circumstances are exceedingly dire for the pirates, with the possibility of total annihilation looming ominously. Just as the forces attempting to rescue Ace seem on the brink of complete destruction, the severely injured Luffy musters his remaining strength to make one final appeal to Ivankov. He implores Ivankov to administer another dose of the adrenaline hormone, reminiscent of their escape from Impel Down. During that harrowing ordeal, Luffy had been afflicted by the lethal poison of Magellan, teetering on the precipice of death. However, driven by his unwavering belief in rescuing Ace, he convinced Ivankov to inject him with a stimulant hormone, granting him the extraordinary strength to transcend his physical limits and temporarily restore his body to a state capable of combat. At that moment, Ivankov, in order to ensure Luffy's survival for the time being, indeed took such action. However, the strength that transcends the limits of the body inevitably comes at a cost. This way of exhausting one's life force has already been employed by Luffy once, and the consequences of its repeated use are beyond Ivankov's imagination. At this moment, Luffy lay feebly on the ground, yet he summoned every ounce of strength within him to grasp Ivankov's foot. However, upon hearing Luffy's final request, Ivankov's eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you saying? Another injection of the stimulant hormone? This is utter madness." "No, you have battled your way here from Impel Down, and the venom has brought you to the brink of death. Your body has already surpassed its limits. I have previously mentioned that the stimulant hormone is merely a temporary measure. If you continue to numb your body in this manner, you will truly lose your life," Ivankov said anxiously. No one understood the cost of life that comes with the overuse of stimulant hormones better than Ivankov. Moreover, it was precisely because he comprehended this so well that he felt compelled to strongly advise Luffy to abandon this reckless thought. The current situation was exceedingly perilous, and he had to ensure Luffy's safety. Otherwise, he would have no face to return to his old comrade, Monkey D. Dragon. However, despite Ivankov's earnest entreaties, Luffy remained impervious to his words. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Luffy's mind, the imperative to rescue Ace. He resolved to give it his all, accepting that if death were to follow, so be it. "Let me fight, Ivankov. If my inability to battle now leads to Ace's doom, I would rather perish afterward." This was Luffy's resolute decision. Throughout their shared journey, Luffy had always regarded Ace as his own brother, their bond transcending even the boundaries of life itself. Upon hearing Luffy's heartfelt confession, Ivankov finally grasped the depths of Luffy's true emotions. Given Luffy's current physical condition, the mere fact that he had endured this long was nothing short of a miracle. Were it not for his unwavering conviction, he would not have persevered to this point. Acknowledging Luffy's unyielding determination, Ivankov recognized that further opposition would be futile. "Very well, do as you wish." Upon uttering these words, Ivankov bestowed upon Luffy the fervent hormone, a symbol of burning life. As this exhilaration coursed through every fiber of Luffy's being, the overwhelming sensations began to dissipate. He was finally able to fight once more. The moment he regained his footing, Luffy charged towards the execution platform anew. The executioner, summoned by the Navy, awaited, and Luffy had to hasten his pace. Ivankov, initially intending to caution Luffy about his health, saw that Luffy was beyond caring for such matters. With no other choice, Ivankov followed Luffy, shielding him from potential harm along the way. Navy vice admirals and pacifists emerged to thwart Ace's rescue, yet with the assistance of Ivankov and Hancock, Luffy's strides quickened significantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, the situation for Whitebeard was equally precarious. Due to the resurgence of his old ailments, he found himself at a disadvantage in his battle against Akainu. The formidable captains aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship, concerned for Whitebeard's well-being, began to show vulnerabilities. At that moment, Whitebeard not only faced diminished defensive capabilities, but also exhibited sluggishness in his movements. The Navy seized this opportunity, launching a barrage at Whitebeard's chest. Caught off guard, he was struck directly. Old wounds compounded by new injuries sent plumes of smoke billowing from his form. As Whitebeard's towering presence began to falter, his entire crew rushed to his side. Yet, just as the Navy believed victory was assured, Whitebeard's body, after a brief tremor, regained its balance. Once steadied, he uttered a commanding declaration to his crew: "Do not come near. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals believe they can vanquish me, but I require no assistance from you. I am Whitebeard." With that declaration, Whitebeard swung his great sword, Odin, with ferocity. The ground beneath him fractured as if struck by an earthquake, sending the surrounding Navy officers flying. This is the might of the Tremor fruit. This is the power of Whitebeard. A formidable warrior of the previous era cannot be toppled by mere ordinary sailors and cannon fire. At that moment, Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, observed the re-established stance of Whitebeard, his eyes narrowing slightly. He perceived the discomfort in Whitebeard's body and understood that the mighty warrior had reached the limits of his strength. Thus, he hastily issued commands to the Navy: "Do not falter, he is already wounded." Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, Whitebeard swiftly retorted: "Wounded, you say? Ridiculous. Do you think this minor affliction can bring about my demise?" As he spoke, he exuded the aura of a lion, his age notwithstanding. His presence still capable of instilling fear in others. If I were to perish, what would that signify? I am fully aware of the implications. Therefore, listen well, all of you. Until I have witnessed the bright future of my sons, I shall not succumb to death. Is that not right, Ace? With those words, Whitebeard cast a gentle gaze towards Ace on the execution platform. Throughout his life, all Whitebeard ever sought was a complete family. Yet he is acutely aware that, although old soldiers do not perish, they inevitably wither over time. Whitebeard yearns for the preservation of his family, but he finds himself in the twilight of his life. It is impossible for him to remain the world's strongest or to forever shield his sons beneath the banner of Whitebeard. In the future, there must be someone to continue safeguarding the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he selects Ace. Ace's resilient character, his formidable lineage, and the will of the D clan that he bears are sufficient for Whitebeard to nurture him as his successor. Perhaps some may perceive Whitebeard as biased, just as the Great Spider was easily incited by Akainu to choose betrayal. However, in response to the betrayal of the Great Spider, Whitebeard did not treat him as an enemy. When confronted with the Great Spider's inquiries, Whitebeard chose the path of forgiveness. As he embraced the Great Spider, he chastised him, declaring that allowing the white-haired to send off the black-haired is the utmost act of filial impiety. Perhaps, in regard to Ace, Whitebeard harbored even greater expectations. However, if today the one facing execution were to be any member of the Whitebeard crew, Whitebeard would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. "I cannot perish before witnessing the bright future of my sons." This declaration from Whitebeard is not born of a mere desire to cling to life. Rather, it is spoken with the vision of a more enduring future for the Whitebeard pirates. By designating Ace as his successor, if everything proceeds smoothly, with a seamless transition from old to new, and as the tides of time shift, his pirate crew will remain a formidable force among the four emperors of the sea. However, the outbreak of the war atop has introduced a myriad of uncertainties. Should Ace fail to survive, the entire Whitebeard pirates would inevitably face an unpredictable demise. Thus, even though Whitebeard has resolutely made up his mind, determined to sacrifice his very life today, he will exert every effort to safeguard Ace. By deliberately mentioning Ace at the conclusion of his words, Whitebeard seeks to convey to him that he is cherished. Not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates has relinquished their resolve to rescue him. He hopes Ace comprehends his heartfelt intentions, even if he cannot fully grasp them. He must steadfastly uphold the belief in his own survival. This time, Everyone has grasped Whitebeard's unwavering determination. Jinbei and the other pirates of the Whitebeard crew, after absorbing Whitebeard's sentiments, have also resolved to follow his will. They gathered resolutely behind Whitebeard, vowing to defend the banner of Whitebeard and protect their father's honor. Ready to fight until the bitter end. Meanwhile, Sengoku was evidently incensed by Whitebeard's actions and decided to expedite Ace's execution. This public execution, which was laid bare before the world, had reached a point where Sengoku had said all that needed to be said. There was no further reason for delays. During the initial attempt to execute Ace, Crocodile had suddenly appeared, swiftly eliminating the two executioners, thereby postponing the proceedings. Now, with new executioners prepared, Sengoku saw no justification for further procrastination. He swiftly issued the order. Since you wish to witness the future, I shall grant you that vision now. Execute. No sooner had Sengoku's voice faded than the two executioners beside Ace raised their blades. The pirates watched this scene, their hearts lodged in their throats. Should Ace truly be executed, their defeat would be absolute. Whitebeard, in a state of urgency, rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. Given his strength and health, he was entirely capable of halting this execution. The relentless afflictions of time have severely ravaged his body, coupled with the recent fierce battle and grave injuries. The mounting pressure has taken its toll. Before he could take even a few steps forward, a sharp pain gripped Whitebeard's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, momentarily halting his stride. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had just received an injection of adrenaline, witnessed the imminent execution of Ace. Having finally regained his strength to fight, Luffy resolutely refused to allow Ace to perish before his very eyes. Yet, his current position remained a considerable distance from the execution platform, rendering it utterly impossible for him to arrive before the executioner's blade fell. Pain, helplessness, and struggle all culminated in a single, furious roar. Stop. Please, stop. As Ace stood on the brink of execution, a miracle transpired at the very moment Luffy emitted that anguished cry. Upon hearing Luffy's furious shout, a fleeting wave of blankness washed over the minds of all present. The surrounding pirates and Navy personnel, lacking in strength, collapsed en masse under its influence. Even the two executioners atop the platform were not immune to Luffy's roar. They suddenly found themselves dizzy, and their long blades fell from their grasp. Consequently, the Navy's second attempt to execute Ace was once again thwarted. Luffy, unaware of the formidable power he had just unleashed, darted toward the execution platform upon realizing that Ace remained unharmed. Although Luffy himself was oblivious to the significance of his actions, the prominent figures on the battlefield understood all too well. Ivankov, trailing behind Luffy, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "What you just unleashed was Conqueror's Haki?" Besides Ivankov and the other astonished pirates, the Navy also sensed the impending crisis. Is this for real? Truly astonishing. It's the same Conqueror's Haki as that of Pops and red-haired Shanks. It appears that the boy has inadvertently manifested a terrifying power. As the son of the revolutionary dragon, it is only natural for him to possess such abilities. The unconsciously released Conqueror's Haki had enabled Luffy to successfully interrupt Ace's execution. Yet, it was precisely this that instilled a sense of trepidation within the Navy regarding Luffy's latent potential. Consequently, the naval commander responsible for guarding the execution platform made a hasty decision to avert the prospect of Luffy evolving into an even greater threat in the future. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate him at once. Thus, all available naval forces converged upon Luffy's anticipated path, poised to execute a coordinated assault. With Ace's execution looming ominously, both Luffy and Ivankov found themselves bereft of any surplus energy to squander in this confrontation. In the midst of this tense standoff, Whitebeard re-emerged. He positioned himself defiantly before the thronging naval forces and commenced a new onslaught against them. Recognizing that even in his grievously injured state, Whitebeard remained a formidable threat, the Navy was compelled to divert a portion of its strength to confront him. Once again besieged by the Navy, Whitebeard was shielded by his crew, who rallied around him to provide cover. However, Whitebeard understood that if the stalemate continued, it was unlikely that anyone would succeed in rescuing Ace. Thus, he made a bold decision. Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, we shall dedicate ourselves entirely to protecting Monkey D. Luffy, given his current physical state. Approaching the execution platform was no trivial endeavor. Yet, Luffy possesses the audacity and determination that rival Ace, along with the resilience and strength to confront an admiral of the Navy, coupled with the recently awakened Conqueror's Haki within him. These qualities are more than sufficient for Whitebeard to place his final bet on Luffy. Given the slim hope of his own survival on the execution platform, he resolves to fully shield Luffy's advance. By drawing the fire away, he increases Luffy's chances of reaching the execution stage, which stands as the greatest assistance Whitebeard can offer. Upon hearing such a directive from their father, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates may have felt a flicker of confusion, yet they adhered to Whitebeard's command. Under the unwavering protection of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy's progress indeed became significantly smoother. However, for Luffy, a formidable obstacle loomed ahead: his grandfather, Garp. From now on, protect Straw Hat Luffy with all your might. With those words uttered by Whitebeard, every member of the Whitebeard pirates rallied to Luffy's side, clearing the path of any hindrances. Under the protection of the entire crew, Luffy, living up to everyone's expectations, swiftly approached the base of the execution platform. Yet, despite being significantly closer, the platform was situated several meters high, and the quickest way for Luffy to reach Ace was to construct a bridge in midair. While his gum-gum fruit powers allowed him to extend his arms for rapid ascent, he remained vulnerable to potential attacks. At that moment, Ivankov's subordinate, Imizuna, made an entrance. A member of the Revolutionary Army, Imizuna was distinctive, with the left half of his body colored orange and the right half white, often wielding a chalice. Additionally, as a user of the scissor fruit, he could transform any part of his body into scissors, capable of slicing through any material as effortlessly as paper. To facilitate Luffy's passage to the execution platform, Imizuna employed his signature ability, using his hands as pincers to cut through the stone pavement of the square. He then connected the severed pavement to the base of the platform, effectively creating a pathway for Luffy. Just as Luffy, filled with hope, charged towards the execution platform, Garp suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Grandfather, move aside," Luffy exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Garp stand before him. With Ace just a step away, Luffy could not afford to halt at this critical moment. However, since Garp has chosen to confront Luffy, it is undoubtedly a decision made after considerable contemplation. "How could I possibly yield? I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. For a long time before your birth, I have been engaged in battles against pirates. If you wish to pass through here, you must tread over my corpse, Straw Hat Luffy. That is the path you have chosen for yourselves." As Luffy surged forward, Garp uttered these words. The position of the Navy compelled him to intervene, though he was reluctant to stand against his own grandson. He also did not wish for Ace to meet his demise because of it. Yet this is a belief and a career that he has upheld throughout his entire life. When personal emotions clash with national sentiments, it is likely that no one can make a correct and rational judgment. Garp is no exception. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy finally comprehended that their positions are ultimately disparate. Yet, even in this moment, Luffy still does not regard Garp as an adversary. Unlike Ace, Luffy holds steadfast in his heart that Garp remains his grandfather, despite Garp's declaration to stand against him. Thus, in such a pressing circumstance, Luffy uttered a heartfelt plea. "Please, let me through, Grandpa." Such a forceful yet endearing tone is perhaps something only Luffy could express. Faced with Luffy's earnest appeal, Garp found himself at a loss. How could this fellow utter such words at a time like this? Yet, this is the essence of family. In a tender corner of Garp's heart, a sudden quiver was felt. Yet, even if his heart had begun to waver, his lips continued to utter the same resolute words. "I have long declared that to pass through here, one must tread over my lifeless body." However, mere moments after Captain Garp uttered these words, vivid memories of the time spent training young Luffy began to flood his mind. When did his beloved grandson start to embark on a path so utterly opposed to his own? Perhaps it was when he compelled the young Luffy to endure rigorous training in the remote mountains. Or perhaps it was the encounter with the red-haired pirate in Windmill Village that set this course in motion. Regardless of the reasons, he remained steadfast in his unwillingness to harm Luffy, who reciprocated the sentiment. Luffy vividly recalls the scene from over a decade ago when Garp accompanied the young boy during their training in the remote mountains. One fateful evening, exhausted to the bone, Luffy could scarcely keep his eyes open as Garp carried him down the mountain. In Luffy's drowsy state, Garp revealed a tenderness that had long been concealed within his heart. "You must truly despise having such a fearsome grandfather," he mused. "Yet, Luffy, the rigorous training I impose upon you, urging you to become a Marine, stems from my unwavering desire to steer you away from a misguided path. That is my heartfelt wish." This was the first half of Garp's unspoken words. The latter half, which he could not articulate, was, "For only by becoming a Marine can I better protect you." At that moment, Garp believed Luffy had drifted into slumber, allowing him to exhibit an uncommon gentleness and benevolence. Yet, Unbeknownst to Garp, at that moment, despite Luffy's exhaustion, his consciousness lingered in a state of hazy clarity. He perceived Garp's tender thoughts and understood the depth of his struggles. Although Luffy outwardly presented himself as carefree and frivolous, inwardly, he comprehended the situation more profoundly than anyone else. Thus, even though Garp resolutely positioned himself in front of him, Luffy never truly contemplated following Garp's words to step over his corpse to save Ace. On the battlefield, as the distance between Luffy and Garp diminished, their minds swiftly detached from reminiscence. They were bound by blood ties, yet at this moment, they could only confront each other as adversaries. How tragically sorrowful this circumstance is. I cannot do it, grandfather. Please. Step aside. In the final moment, Luffy still harbored the hope that Garp would yield. Nevertheless, Garp remained resolutely unyielding, displaying a demeanor devoid of compassion. Should he fail, Ace would undoubtedly meet his demise. This was Garp's response. Life is replete with disappointments, and I shall show no mercy. Luffy, I shall regard you as an adversary. In the face of war, familial bonds hold no significance. This is the stance that is vividly manifested at this moment. Upon hearing this, Luffy swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. As the two were on the verge of confrontation, Luffy activated Gear Second, allowing his strength to surge throughout his being before he hurled his fist towards Garp. Since it was impossible to compel Garp to yield, he resolved to charge forward with unwavering determination. After all, it was merely a battle they had fought before in their youth. Luffy was acutely aware of Garp's formidable prowess. Thus he approached this encounter with utmost seriousness, exerting nearly all of his strength. At this juncture, Luffy found himself in a do-or-die scenario to rescue Ace. He had no alternative. Naturally, Luffy understood that this strike would not inflict any fatal damage upon Garp. Yet, this strike could buy him a fleeting moment. And in that case, he would have gained a victory. The title of Iron Fist Garp was not bestowed without merit, considering the inherent strength of both combatants. Garp's blow, even if it failed to inflict harm upon Luffy, would at least sever the bridge. However, just as their fists were poised to collide, memories of Ace and Luffy's childhood flooded his mind. Garp had accompanied them in their training, nurturing their growth. Now, due to their divergent paths, they were forced into a deadly confrontation. Could he truly bear witness to these two children plunging into the abyss of death? No, that was far from his desire. In that final moment, Garp chose to yield. As their fists met, he intentionally restrained some of his power. Consequently, it was no surprise that Garp was cast off the bridge, allowing Luffy to continue his sprint toward the execution platform. This exemplified Garp's love. He never uttered tender words of concern or affection, but his actions conveyed his unwavering answer. Garp's ultimate concession finally enabled Luffy to reach the execution platform, standing before Ace. At long last, he had arrived. Observing Ace's weary visage, Luffy once again donned his signature smile, joyfully exclaiming. Upon seeing Luffy, Ace felt a profound sense of relief, and a smile graced his face at last. His younger brother, whom he had always worried about, had matured into someone capable of standing on his own. After a brief exchange of greetings, Luffy swiftly produced a key, ready to unlock the sea stone handcuffs binding Ace. However, just as Luffy was about to unshackle Ace, Sengoku could no longer remain still. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Sengoku's low growl resonated like an ancient bell, reverberating throughout Marineford. Simultaneously, as Sengoku's words echoed, his form began to swell, golden light radiating in concentric circles, blinding in its brilliance. When the golden luminescence finally diminished slightly, the onlookers could open their eyes once more. Yet, Sengoku had transformed into a colossal golden Buddha. The formidable mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Buddha fruit, had at last made its appearance, and all present were astonished by the unfolding events at the execution platform. For the majority of the crowd, this was their first encounter with Sengoku's powers. People are invariably apprehensive of the unknown, especially when it pertains to the Admiral of the Navy. The situation had escalated to a point where ordinary individuals could no longer intervene. The Navy Admiral's intervention signified that the battle had reached a critical juncture, and all eyes were anxiously fixed on the execution platform. Nevertheless, even in his transformed state as the Buddha, Sengoku could not prevent Luffy from unlocking Ace's chains. Sengoku had initially presumed that Luffy did not possess the key. He believed that even if he reached the execution platform, it would merely be a journey to death alongside Ace. However, at that moment, Luffy unexpectedly produced the key, and it was within such close proximity. Just as he was about to unlock Ace's shackles, a sudden turn of events occurred. From a considerable distance away, Kazara raised a finger and unleashed a beam of light that instantaneously severed the key in half. With a crisp sound, the key shattered into pieces. Luffy panicked, and Sengoku swiftly seized this opportunity, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to both Luffy and Ace. Luffy's arrival at the execution platform had already posed a significant challenge to the Navy's authority. Despite being the grandson of Garp, Sengoku could no longer allow him to act with such impunity. Straw Hat Luffy, you are a villain whose death is well-deserved. I shall execute both you and your brother, Sengoku declared fiercely, and immediately unleashed the Buddha palm, aimed directly at Luffy and Ace. At this moment, Sengoku's palm had grown to the size of a small mountain, and with Ace bound to the execution platform by sea-stone handcuffs, if Luffy attempted to flee, Ace would undoubtedly perish. His sole purpose for being here was to rescue Ace, making escape now utterly impossible. To withstand Sengoku's impending attack, Luffy quickly bit his finger and activated Gear 3rd. Just as the crisis reached its peak, another variable emerged, the newly appointed executioner. Previously, due to Luffy's inadvertent release of Haki, the two executioners near Ace had collapsed. Now, perhaps influenced by the sound of the key hitting the ground, or due to his own sufficient strength, the slender executioner had miraculously regained consciousness. Luffy locked eyes with the slender executioner and instantly recognized him. It was none other than Galdino, the wielder of the candle fruit. Galdino was a member of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 3, distinguished by his hair styled into a small braid resembling the number 3. After the downfall of Baroque Works, Mr. 3 was captured and imprisoned and impelled down. Later, in a daring rescue mission to save Ace, Luffy led a group of criminals in a jailbreak, and Mr. 3 was among them. Originally, he had the opportunity to escape. However, after experiencing a fierce battle alongside Luffy and impelled down, Mr. 3 underwent a transformation in his perception of Luffy. This time, he deliberately disguised himself as an executioner, hoping to assist Luffy. Upon witnessing Mr. 3's awakening, Luffy instinctively expressed his desire for Mr. 3 to lend a hand, without overthinking the matter. Luffy, inherently an optimist, refrains from hastily categorizing others as foes unless they infringe upon his principles. Especially now, with their lives hanging in the balance, Luffy unconsciously embraced Mr. 3 as one of his own. Hey, Mr. 3, protect Ace with your candle wall, Luffy exclaimed, immediately biting his finger, causing his body to swell to an enormous size as he prepared to confront Sengoku's powerful strike alone. In a mere instant, Sengoku's hand descended with tremendous force. Although Luffy attempted to defend himself at first, he could only withstand it for a brief moment. Given the urgency of the situation, Mr. 3 heeded Luffy's command and swiftly utilized his candle fruit abilities to create a protective barrier, enveloping both Ace and himself within its confines. However, even so, Luffy was no match for Sengoku. After merely a few seconds of resistance, he succumbed to Sengoku's relentless assault. The repercussions of entering the third gear swiftly manifested, as Luffy's physique dramatically diminished, shrinking to nearly half its original size. Fortunately, there exists a glimmer of hope, and it is not merely Luffy who faces the formidable onslaught of the warring states, but also the execution platform itself. As Luffy succumbs to defeat, the platform rapidly collapses, sending Luffy, Ace, Mr. 3, and others plummeting downward. During their descent, Mr. 3 swiftly comprehends the gravity of their situation. In a bid to assist Luffy in successfully rescuing Ace, Mr. 3 promptly constructs a key from candle wax, though they may have once occupied opposing sides. Driven by their respective positions and interests, circumstances have now intertwined their fates. However, when he recalled the words spoken by his brother, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, who vowed to assist the Straw Hat Boy in his escape until his last breath, he understood his choice. Why not seize the opportunity to depart? As a loyal comrade, no justification was necessary. In the face of life and death, Bon Clay did not flee. He steadfastly upheld his friendship with the Straw Hat. Mr. 3 was equally moved by this spirit, leading him to choose the same path as Bon Clay. Since aiding Luffy in rescuing Ace was Bon Clay's final wish, what he must do now is fulfill that desire, in memory of his fallen comrades, and to honor the bond shared with Bon Clay. He risked his life to come here. Soon, Mr. 3 fashioned the key and handed it to Luffy. Luffy seized the key and swiftly aimed it at the sea-stone handcuffs binding Ace. The Navy, having noticed this, concentrated a barrage of cannon fire towards the direction where Luffy and the others were falling. Amidst the relentless cannonade, the execution platform was nearly obliterated. Yet, just when everyone believed that Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 were doomed, a surge of flames erupted. The severed sea-stone handcuffs fell from the wreckage, followed by a conflagration that grew into a roaring inferno. Through the billowing black smoke, a pathway of fire suddenly emerged, revealing the figure of Fire Fist, Ace before all. Ace was finally saved. Following the broadcast of Ace's rescue, the live stream abruptly ceased. Initially, there was skepticism regarding Luffy's ability to rescue Ace from the heavily fortified navy. However, now, after witnessing this epic battle that could be inscribed in the annals of history, they have finally come to believe. Certainly, what astonishes them the most is not merely the exploits of Luffy, but rather the awe for the impending conflict that lies ahead. Within the live broadcast room, it was evident to all that both the Whitebeard faction and the Navy suffered tremendous losses in this war. The grievous wounds inflicted upon these two formidable powers, which hold significant sway in the New World, are bound to reshape the entire global landscape. As for this unknown conflict, will it usher in calamity or opportunity? With the cessation of the live footage, all began to ponder this profound question. Beyond the ordinary members of the broadcast room grappling with this issue, the room's super administrator, Luo Fei, too, found himself in contemplation. The Marineford War was originally a monumental event in this world, with far-reaching implications for the future. In the aftermath of the battle, Marineford will be rebuilt. The Whitebeard pirates will be annihilated, Big Mom will seize Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew will embark on advanced training, and the rise of the Blackbeard pirates along with other pirate supernovas will ensue. The future world is destined to experience tumultuous upheaval as a result of this great conflict. These are the certainties that Luo Fei foresees. However, now, as the live broadcast exposes everything before the public eye, Luffy suddenly feels a sense of uncertainty about this predetermined future. Once everyone becomes aware of the terrifying fate that awaits, they will inevitably take precautionary measures. At that point, will this future still come to pass? And can Ace, who ignited the flames of this war, avoid the grim conclusion of death? Regarding the question posed in the live stream, who is the one that will ultimately rescue Ace? A complete answer has been provided here, and everyone has come to believe Luffy's assertions. Although this question and answer session has concluded, the shock and confusion it stirred in people's hearts linger on. From the onset of the war, Luffy's appearance did not significantly alter the tide of battle. It wasn't until later, with the arrival of those who were supposed to be in Impel Down, along with the pirates scattered across the globe, that the situation became increasingly intricate, rendering the outcome all the more unpredictable. This very circumstance has led all members of the live stream to begin questioning the nature of this monumental conflict. When did Crocodile stray from the ranks of the Seven Warlords? How did Luffy and the others from Impel Down rise against all odds to reach Marineford? What transformation did the tyrant Kuma undergo to become that soulless figure on the battlefield? Yet, these are not the most perplexing matters. The greatest enigma lies within Luffy himself. Among the new generation of pirates, Luffy possesses considerable strength, yet in the context of the recent live broadcast from Marineford, his feats are truly astonishing. What Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, could not achieve even at the cost of his life, was inexplicably accomplished by this seemingly inconspicuous pirate? The Navy had undoubtedly prepared extensively for this confrontation, yet Luffy seized the opportunity and successfully rescued Ace. A feat that even the three admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku could not thwart. If Sengoku's inability to intervene was somewhat understandable, after all, he acted too late. And Luffy's sudden revelation of the key caught him off guard. Then the actions of the three admirals are indeed perplexing. When Luffy first stood before them, they had ample opportunity to eliminate him in an instant. However, they did not act accordingly. Instead, they engaged in casual conversation with Luffy. Particularly noteworthy was Akiji's remark to Luffy, "In light of the favor your grandfather has bestowed upon me," which ignited a flurry of imagination. Meanwhile, the visual depiction of Garp himself being effortlessly struck down by Luffy was an overt display of leniency. It can be asserted that Luffy's successful arrival at the execution platform was not solely due to his strength and resilience, but was significantly facilitated by the subtle concessions made by those around him. As the overseer of the room, possessing an omniscient perspective, Law was undoubtedly aware of the underlying reasons. Being a favored child of destiny, Luffy commanded respect not only from the Navy and Revolutionary Army, but even from formidable figures like Shanks. Contrary to the perception of him as an underdog triumphing against the odds, he was born into privilege, embarking on a maritime adventure to pursue his dreams. The immense potential granted by the properties of the Gomu Gomu fruit only enhanced Luffy's possibilities. Hence, Law was fully capable of comprehending the events that had just transpired in the live broadcast. However, the other members within the livestream room hold a contrasting perspective. Ultimately, Luffy's ability to triumph and rescue Ace is inextricably linked to the collective assistance of various forces. The unwavering protection from the Whitebeard pirates played a significant role, while the Navy's oversight in their defensive measures also afforded Luffy considerable advantages. For the pirates, Luffy's success epitomizes the triumph of piracy itself. And regarding the actions of the Navy, they can only muster a few derisive remarks at most. However, the situation within the Navy is markedly different. The Navy, as a bureaucratic institution, failed to seize several pivotal opportunities, leading the course of this conflict to veer unfavorably for them. In an effort to safeguard their reputations and avoid post-war accountability, now that they have witnessed Ace's successful rescue, they have naturally begun to shift blame onto one another, with Akainu taking the brunt of it. He firmly believes that his performance in this war was impeccable, and thus he directs his ire towards others. Akainu, so this battle was solely my endeavor? Were the others merely actors? The others to whom Akainu refers, though not explicitly named, are readily inferred by those present. It is certain that Akainu's others are indeed his comrades. Only those he considers allies could evoke such scathing remarks from him. And the individuals he publicly called out in the live broadcast were likely limited to a select few present on the battlefield, perhaps influenced by Akainu's remarks. Kizaru quickly interjected to defend his honor. Kizaru, but I fought with great determination. Did you not see how I left the Straw Hat Boy on the brink of defeat? Akainu, indeed, you were quite zealous, even kicking the Straw Hat Boy out of the heart of the battle. With such a vast arena, you conveniently sent Luffy straight into Whitebeard's embrace. One might think you were attempting to rescue him on purpose. It must be noted that Akainu's perspective is rather astute. So much so that Kizaru found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In the preceding scene, he indeed kicked the Straw Hat Boy back into Whitebeard's arms. He had the opportunity to decisively conclude this epic battle, yet fate had other plans. At that moment in the war, it is unlikely anyone could have anticipated Luffy would successfully rescue Ace. Kizaru, your statement is quite amusing. I barely know who the Straw Hat Boy is. And to suggest I intended to save him is utterly absurd. Faced with a lack of compelling justification, Kizaru chose to adopt a stance of outright denial. Regardless of the entanglements between Kizaru and Luffy, as long as he does not acknowledge them, no one can convict him based solely on conjecture, not Sengoku, and certainly not Akainu. War is rife with unforeseen circumstances, rendering Kizaru's actions comprehensible. In contrast to Kizaru's capriciousness, Aokiji appears much more candid. Aokiji, it is evident that I did afford the Straw Hat Boy an opportunity during that battle, though at the time, I never anticipated that a minor oversight would lead to such a dramatic shift in the tide of war. Aokiji, nonetheless, I am relieved that the discovery came to light. Should we cross paths again, I shall not show him any mercy. In contrast to the obfuscation exhibited by Kizaru, Aokiji's expression is undeniably more candid. Nevertheless, even if he refrains from acknowledging it, the broadcast has allowed everyone to witness the truth. By admitting it now, he has the opportunity to preserve a reputation marked by integrity. After confronting his own shortcomings, Aokiji addressed Garp from a distance during the livestream. Aokiji stated, Lord Garp, I am merely acting under orders. The debt I owe you will be repaid in due time. I hope you will not hold it against me then. Aokiji's words are fundamentally sound. After all, Garp has shown him kindness, and considering that Luffy is Garp's beloved grandson, it would indeed be ungrateful to act with excessive ruthlessness. However, it has now been foretold in the live broadcast that Luffy will pose a significant threat to the Navy in the future. Under such circumstances, Aokiji can no longer allow Luffy to grow unchecked. He specifically took the time to inform Garp, both to express his stance to the government and to serve as a reminder to Garp and Luffy. Upon hearing this, Garp merely sighed silently, offering no response. From the moment Luffy chose a path that completely diverged from his, Garp had already anticipated that the day would inevitably come when the two of them would face each other in battle. However, he never anticipated that witnessing such a scene would evoke such inner turmoil and distress within him. He possessed a clear understanding of the formidable strength of the three admirals of the Navy, which only heightened his concern for Luffy. He fervently hoped that the day they would confront each other directly would be postponed for as long as possible. Just as Garp was lost in his myriad thoughts, Akainu spoke again. Akainu, are you inquiring about Vice Admiral Garp's opinion? Quite superfluous. I thought the recent broadcast had already provided you with the answer. The meaning behind Akainu's words was unmistakable. He had firmly concluded that if it came to such a critical juncture, Garp would undoubtedly intervene in his grandson's perilous situation. Thus, there was no need for Aokiji to seek formal consultation. Upon hearing Akainu's veiled mockery, Garp felt a surge of anger. If Akainu truly despised him and wished to engage in a confrontation, that would be one thing. However, it was the insidious, sarcastic tone that left Garp feeling quite unsettled. Garp, perhaps you ought to examine your own actions first, old man. My affairs are none of your concern. Though Garp currently held the rank of Vice Admiral, placing him beneath Akainu, in terms of strength and prestige, he could easily match Akainu, thus instilling him with considerable confidence during their exchange. Akainu, unwilling to back down, quickly retorted, Akainu, I stand upright in my convictions, while you, Vice Admiral Garp, should be mindful of your own conduct if you wish to avoid others speaking ill of you. Garp, known for his fiery temper, found Akainu's blatant intimidation intolerable, and soon he and Akainu were embroiled in a heated exchange within the live broadcast. Sengoku, having already been overwhelmed by the influx of information from the recent events, was now further exasperated by the public quarrel between Sengoku and Akainu. The issue had transcended mere errors made by the Navy during the battle. It had evolved into a matter of maintaining the Navy's reputation in the eyes of the public. For the sake of the Navy's stance and his own sentiments, Sengoku felt compelled to side with Garp. Sengoku, Garp is a hero of the Navy. I believe in his character and trust that he will make the right choice in the face of righteousness. Sengoku did not wish to delve into the significance of the title hero of the Navy, for he understood all too well that in the hearts of the majority of sailors, Garp was their unwavering faith. As long as the banner of this hero of the Navy remained steadfast, their loyalty would never waver. Therefore, upholding Garp's dignity was tantamount to preserving the honor of the entire Navy. Simultaneously, after declaring his unconditional faith in Garp, Sengoku issued a proclamation to the world regarding Luffy. Sengoku, since the broadcast has foretold that the Straw Hat Boy will rise to become a figure of global astonishment, I hereby declare once more. In the era of the warring states, Luffy, should you persist in your piratical endeavors without the prospect of retreat, you shall inevitably become the foremost enemy of the government. Regardless of where you may wander, our Navy shall relentlessly pursue you to the ends of the earth. Sengoku recalls that during a previous live QA, it was foretold that Luffy would be the one to shatter the head of the Golden Lion. If such an individual could be harnessed for the Navy's cause, it would indeed be most fortuitous. However, if Luffy insists on becoming an adversary of the world government, he may have no choice but to take the initiative and strike first to avert potential calamities. Originally, Sengoku hoped that his words would serve as a deterrent to the pirates of the New World. Yet, to his dismay, they not only failed to instill fear but also invited considerable trouble upon himself. Shanks remarked, Marshal, please temper your anger. Luffy has only just set sail and has committed no heinous acts. To label him the #1 enemy of the world government seems an overreaction, does it not? Or are you perhaps intimidated by Luffy? Shanks continued, how about this? Grant me a favor and allow this matter to pass unheeded, shall we? Hawkeye interjected, red-haired. Is this young man, whom you would go so far as to sacrifice an arm for, truly worth such a gamble? If so, I am quite curious to observe. Boa Hancock added, from the footage, it appears that the Straw Hat Boy holds great significance to me. Therefore, before that dreadful future arrives, I am willing to protect him. Dragon stated, you wish to make a move against Luffy? Have you consulted me first? Whitebeard observed, Straw Hat Luffy, it seems your path ahead has become considerably more arduous. Why not join my crew and become my son? Initially, Garp felt a twinge of concern as he witnessed Sengoku declaring war against his own grandson. Although Luffy has embarked on the path of piracy, Garp, as a grandfather, still longs for his safety. Meanwhile, Sengoku had just proclaimed in the live broadcast that if Luffy remains obstinate, he would become the archenemy of the world government. Garp understood all too well the implications of such a statement. If Sengoku was truly resolute in his pursuit of Luffy, the young pirate's future would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. At that point, not only would it be difficult for him to achieve fame on the seas, but merely surviving would become a formidable task. Even as Sengoku uttered those words, Garp found himself contemplating what assistance he could offer Luffy. However, the subsequent shift in the public opinion within the live stream exceeded his expectations entirely. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, the Revolutionary Army, the leaders of these formidable forces that dominate half of the New World, astonishingly aligned themselves with Luffy, with such influential figures standing in front of him. It seems that even the Navy would find it challenging to impose any sanctions on Luffy. After all, the turmoil caused by these factions would likely undermine the foundations of the government more than the potential threat posed by Luffy himself. As Sengoku observed the chat group seemingly united in their resolve to protect Luffy, he let out a resigned sigh. This was the first time since assuming the role of Fleet Admiral that he felt such a profound headache. The thought that a mere pirate could render the esteemed Fleet Admiral utterly helpless was almost laughable. Sengoku harbored genuine apprehension regarding the protection Luffy received from figures like Whitebeard and others. However, due to these individuals openly challenging the authority of the Navy within the live broadcast, Sengoku could not afford to remain indifferent, regardless of the outcome. The dignity of the Navy must be preserved. Even upon witnessing numerous factions rallying to support Luffy, Sengoku still responded with steadfast resolve. Sengoku, pirates and rebels. Are you threatening me? Huh. You overestimate your own capabilities. It seems that Impel Down is due for an expansion. Sengoku, Magellan, prepare for the enlargement of Impel Down. I require you to at least double the size of the deep-sea prison within 3 months. Sengoku, because soon, a substantial number of rebels will be entering. His stance was unequivocal. To oppose the government is to face a life confined within the depths of Impel Down. He could not allow the reputation of the Navy to be trampled upon without a response. Of course, Sengoku was also confident in his ability to subdue those who disregard the Navy, while figures like Whitebeard, Shanks, and the Dragon himself possess formidable strength beyond the Navy's reach. Their subordinates may be less capable. The Navy's task is to seize the opportunity when these members are isolated, delivering a decisive blow from the most inconspicuous of sources. Moreover, there were prophecies within the live stream suggesting that Ace would fall into the hands of the Navy. Should this event transpire, even if Ace were not executed, the Navy could negotiate a highly advantageous deal with the Whitebeard pirates using Ace's leverage. However, such matters are for the future. What Sengoku must focus on now, as he instructed Magellan, is the expansion and preparation for battle. Given that the live stream has predicted that the Straw Hat Boy will significantly impact the future world order, and that Marineford will be nearly obliterated after the impending conflict, he must take advantage of the present moment to make thorough preparations for the approaching storm. Akiji has been dispatched to Alabasta to investigate the secret behind the kingdom's 3-year drought, while also bearing the task of rescuing Princess Vivi. Akainu has been temporarily relieved of duty due to a prior incident involving a textbook offense. Among the 3 admirals, only Kazuru remains without a mission. Thus Sengoku naturally entrusts this matter to him. Nonetheless, owing to the earlier scenes depicted in the live stream, Sengoku could not place complete trust in Kazuru. Therefore, while assigning this task to Kazuru, he also ordered Vice Admiral Tsuru to assist him in completing it. Ostensibly a collaboration, this arrangement served as a covert oversight. Of course, Kazuru was not entirely oblivious to Sengoku's intentions. However, he bore no resentment towards Sengoku's decision. In fact, upon hearing that Sengoku had deliberately assigned someone to assist him, he welcomed the idea, eager for additional support to alleviate his workload. After orchestrating these arrangements, Sengoku could finally sit back and exhale with a sense of relief. Yet, despite this, a tinge of apprehension lingered within him. The emergence of the live broadcast unveiled numerous unforeseen perils. When everyone becomes aware of the impending future, it is only natural that inaction is not an option. At that juncture, should new crises arise, what then? Does he possess the capability to steer the Navy steadfastly amidst the turbulent tides of the era? Meanwhile, at the Naval Academy, while all the naval officers were engulfed in fear and trepidation over the prophecies of the live broadcast, Luffy remained remarkably at ease, even humming a cheerful tune. Bamboo Copter. Oh Bamboo Copter, it is finally in my grasp. At this moment, Luffy had arrived at the Academic Affairs Office of the Naval Academy, where he intended to report for duty and facilitate a smooth transition of responsibilities. However, as there was no one in the Academic Affairs Office at the moment, Luo Fei simply sat down to await their return. During this time, he couldn't help but take out the bamboo dragonfly he had just acquired. Perhaps every child harbors a shared dream of possessing an omnipotent Doryman. Luo Fei was no exception. Although he did not possess Doryman, he now had this bamboo dragonfly. From both a strategic perspective and an emotional standpoint, it could be seen as a fulfillment of his aspiration. While waiting, Luo Fei began to ponder a question. How could he maximize the potential of this small bamboo dragonfly? To use it solely for himself seemed a rather extravagant waste. After all, with the current favor of Captain Garp, Luo Fei could act with impunity within the Navy as long as he chose to create a stir. No one would dare to speak against him. Thus, for him, the bamboo dragonfly was merely a common toy. Nevertheless, Luo Fei still found a sense of novelty in this bamboo dragonfly, occasionally taking it out to play with. But what happens when the novelty wears off? It will merely gather dust in the system's backpack. In order to maximize the utility of this bamboo dragonfly, Luffy swiftly made a rather audacious decision. Since this bamboo dragonfly was merely a conventional flying artifact in his possession, why not entrust it to the brilliant scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, of the Navy for further research? Dr. Vegapunk is a scientist at the Navy headquarters of the world government, possessing the extraordinary ability to create technology that is 5 centuries ahead of contemporary advancements. Consequently, he is often referred to as the scientist who transcends human intellect by 500 years. Given that Vegapunk has successfully transformed formidable individuals like Tyrant Kuma into extraordinarily powerful and highly efficient instruments of destruction, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to reforge the bamboo dragonfly into a revolutionary weapon. Although Luffy was inclined to seek Vegapunk's assistance in modifying the bamboo dragonfly, a significant concern remained. As a member of the world government, any research conducted by Vegapunk must first receive official approval from the government. However, he currently does not wish to share the findings of this research, particularly not to relinquish it freely to the Navy. Previously, he was willing to hand over the treasures provided by the pirates to Sengoku in order to gain his trust. After all, in those early days, he was both inexperienced and conspicuous, wielding a considerable wealth of treasures. To avert Sengoku's suspicion, Luffy had to undertake an action that would instill confidence in him. Those treasures were sufficient to alleviate any doubt Sengoku might have harbored. Now that Luffy has garnered ample recognition from the Navy's upper echelons, he finds no compelling reason to offer the bamboo copter, a prized possession, to the Navy. Moreover, if the enhancement of the bamboo copter were solely to bolster the Navy's overall strength, it would not contribute to his personal growth. Although Luffy has yet to establish his own faction, he understands the principle of preparing provisions before mobilizing troops. While rallying a following is indeed essential, it is not of immediate urgency, given the current circumstances. Therefore, it would be prudent to seize the opportunities at hand to engage in endeavors that would yield future benefits. Despite being only 17 years old, Luffy's thoughts are shaped by the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes, granting him a more mature perspective on issues. Nevertheless, after contemplating this, Luffy must consider a crucial matter: how to meet Dr. Vegapunk and solicit his discreet assistance in this research. Each experiment conducted by Vegapunk has had the potential to astonish the world. For instance, he unlocked the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities. Allowing objects to possess such powers, he devised a method using sea prism stone to enable Navy ships to traverse the calm belt freely. He created a weapon known as the Pacifista for the Navy, and he raised artificially engineered dragon pets at Punk Hazard, left behind the monumental experiments on human gigantification, discovered the lineage factor, and manufactured the first artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk's existence has provided the Navy with unimaginable strategic advantages, and his influence is pervasive. Although Caesar Clown constantly seeks to rival him, Luffy knows that Caesar's capabilities fall far short of Vegapunk's greatness. Consequently, Vegapunk's safety has become the Navy's paramount secret. However, to Luffy's knowledge, Vegapunk's stance does not seem to align entirely with that of the Navy. In his youth, Vegapunk was deemed a dangerous entity by the world government for discovering the blueprint of life, leading to his arrest and the disbandment of his original research team. However, in the world, Vegapunk's research team was forcibly disbanded by the government, and he himself came under the control of the world government, subsequently beginning to work for them. Had Vegapunk's stance been as resolute as that of the Wano, perhaps Luffy would not have considered him as a target. However, it is precisely due to this obscure past that Luffy perceives the prospect of discussing a collaboration with Vegapunk as not entirely implausible. Having grasped this notion, Luffy now has but one task to accomplish: to locate the hidden refuge of Vegapunk. While everyone is aware of the brilliant scientist Vegapunk residing in the town hall, no one truly knows the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. This secret is likely known to certain high-ranking officials within the Navy. However, Luffy was not inclined to disclose his intention to locate Vegapunk to the Navy. After much contemplation, he shifted his focus to another individual, Caesar. As a former colleague of Vegapunk, Caesar must possess some knowledge. Caesar Clown, a deranged scientist notorious for his contributions to reckless scientific endeavors, was once a member of the Navy's scientific division and a former associate of Vegapunk. He was apprehended due to the catastrophic scientific weapon incident during the Punk Hazard affair, but managed to escape from a prison ship. To Luffy's understanding, Caesar is currently collaborating with Don Quixote da Flamingo, perpetuating his nefarious scientific pursuits. If all goes as anticipated, Caesar has likely returned to the hellish realm of Punk Hazard, a place nearly obliterated due to his actions. The most perilous locations often serve as the most secure havens. Following the research incident that led to Caesar's capture, Punk Hazard was rendered nearly uninhabitable for humanity. Thus, it would be unexpected for anyone to consider that, a year after the catastrophic experiment at Punk Hazard, Caesar would choose to return to that very site. However, within this collective, there is notably the absence of Luo Fei. At present, Luo Fei's thoughts have gradually crystallized. The first endeavor of Luffy upon embarking on his journey was to seek out like-minded crewmates. The swordsman and first mate, Zoro, the navigator, Nami, the chef and combat specialist, Sanji, the sharpshooter, Usopp, the ship's doctor, Chopper, as well as the yet-to-join musician, Brook, the craftsman, Frankie, the historian and translator, Robin, and the fishman, Jinbe. Although Luffy's crew is not extensive, each member is a formidable powerhouse in their respective fields. Luffy comprehends that to achieve greatness, reliance solely on oneself is insufficient. Thus, his initial act upon setting sail was to gather companions. Luo Fei, too, recognizes this truth. To accomplish an unprecedented and monumental endeavor, he must assemble a cadre of allies who are second to none. If the renowned genius scientist, Vegapunk, could join his ranks, it would be most fortuitous. The most prudent course to locate Vegapunk presently is to journey to Punk Hazard and first seek out Caesar. The challenge lies in determining how to reach Punk Hazard in a manner that is both sensible and discreet, evading the gaze of others. This has become a perplexing dilemma. Currently, Luo Fei possesses the line puppets gifted by Doflamingo. These puppet avatars, while obedient to their master, closely resemble him in every other aspect, with intentional concealment. Luo Fei could convincingly create a doppelganger. It is not particularly difficult to craft a replica that can stealthily venture to Punk Hazard or to leave a puppet behind in Marineford while he himself travels to Punk Hazard. Once this matter is resolved, only one question remains: where to procure a seaworthy vessel? At this thought, Luo Fei cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. Previously, when pirates were offering tributes, he had observed an island abundant in minerals and precious woods and had presented several ships in return. At that time, Luo Fei perceived the ships as having little significance for himself, and the extraction of minerals and timber by the island's inhabitants was no simple task. He merely wished to establish his authority among the pirates within the live broadcast, deeming the expenditure of resources unnecessary. Thus, he symbolically levied a few crates of precious ore. Had he claimed those vessels then, he would not be beset by the current troubles. Nevertheless, despite the regret, Luo Fei did not dwell on it for long. After all, there was ample time ahead, and he had much of it to spare. Furthermore, Luo Fei had recently graduated from the Naval Academy and secured the position of an instructor, which marked a substantial elevation in both status and identity, naturally granting him access to a broader array of experiences. In addition to his role at the Naval Academy, Luo Fei possessed another unparalleled advantage: his status as a super administrator in the live broadcast. Although every member within the broadcast had the opportunity to answer questions, rewards for correct answers were never diminished. From this perspective, the live broadcast was equitable for all participants. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Luo Fei possesses an omniscient perspective that others cannot attain. With the aid of this vantage point, Luo Fei can effortlessly answer questions and reap rewards. In any case, Luo Fei is not in a rush. The enhancement of his abilities and the gathering of like-minded companions both require time, and he currently has an abundance of it. While Luo Fei was toying with a bamboo dragonfly and contemplating these thoughts, a sudden knock echoed from the door of the Academic Affairs office. Luo Fei understood that the person responsible for facilitating his transition had finally arrived, and he felt a twinge of curiosity about who would truly manage the entire Naval Academy after Tina's departure. Originally, the executive director of the Naval Academy was Zephyr. However, since a few years ago, Zephyr has seldom appeared at the Naval Academy, and his power has naturally slipped into the hands of others. The current Zephyr is merely a nominal principal. The other instructors are either elite officers temporarily transferred from other naval units or high-ranking officers stationed at the naval headquarters. Aside from Tina, who can be considered a regular presence at the Naval Academy, there are essentially no individuals dedicated to the role of instructor. Soon, amidst Luo Fei's anticipation and curiosity, a silver-haired elderly lady entered the room. It was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru is a two-star admiral at the naval headquarters, serving as the chief of staff, nicknamed the Great Staff Officer. She joined the Navy alongside Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr and has worked for many years, holding a position of great esteem within the naval headquarters, even commanding respect from admirals. Tsuru had also participated in the meetings convened by the Navy to summon the warlords of the sea, upholding a pure and untainted sense of justice. If Garp represents the flag of the Navy, then Vice Admiral Tsuru exists as an indispensable, yet often overlooked mechanism behind that flag. Luffy could hardly believe that the person coming to interface with him regarding the position of Academy instructor was Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru? As soon as he caught sight of her approaching, Luffy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Tsuru merely nodded slightly and walked directly in front of Luffy. Indeed, it is I. I never expected that you would recognize me, Tsuru remarked casually after taking a seat. Luffy's heart immediately filled with caution upon hearing her words. It is worth noting that he had never encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru at the Naval Academy before, and given his status, it was entirely improbable for him to meet someone of her caliber. However, as he gazed at the person before him, he could distinctly articulate the name of General Crane, ensuring that no flaws would be exposed. Haha, indeed. I have often heard my instructor speak of you, praising your wisdom and capability, as well as your gentle and kind demeanor, especially towards us juniors, which is exceedingly amiable, particularly upon observing the insignia upon your shoulder. I became even more convinced of this fact. Luffy initially extolled Crane through the words of others, subsequently revealing his own basis for judgment. Such seamless rhetoric would evoke no suspicion from any listener. Even General Crane, upon hearing this, felt his spirits lift, finding Luffy increasingly agreeable with each glance. Nevertheless, one individual harbored dissent regarding Luffy's remarks. Tina, as Luffy's lead instructor, how could she forget having made such a statement? I refused to take the blame. She interjected hastily in the live stream. Though it was hardly necessary, she wished to dispel any notion that she was one to gossip about her students, for after all, she was the aloof goddess. However, upon hearing Tina's remarks, Doflamingo adeptly discerned the inherent flaws in her statement. Doflamingo inquired, "Oh, are you implying that Vice Admiral Crane's seemingly benevolent and gentle demeanor is merely a facade?" It must be acknowledged that Doflamingo possessed an extraordinary talent for obfuscating concepts, effortlessly transforming even the most mundane comments into a myriad of interpretations. Faced with the difficulty of elucidation, Tina chose to abandon her attempt at explanation, directly conceding that the words relayed by Luffy to Crane were indeed her own, which she had inadvertently forgotten. Under Doflamingo's relentless probing, Tina ultimately admitted the veracity of Luffy's statement. Upon witnessing the dialogue unfold in the live stream, Crane felt a surge of joy. Reflecting on his esteemed position in the eyes of these younger generations, Luffy, too, was inwardly elated as he observed the exchange in the live stream. Initially, he had merely spoken a few casual words, and although he had not anticipated Tina's forthright nature would expose the fact that she had not uttered those words, he was grateful for Doflamingo's role as the provocateur. Despite the slightly convoluted process, the outcome was ultimately satisfactory, leaving Luffy quite content. Following this brief exchange of pleasantries, the rapport between Luffy and Vice Admiral Crane grew significantly closer. After succinctly introducing Luffy to the scope of his responsibilities, Crane promptly assigned him a course schedule. Recognizing that Luffy was new to the environment and might be unfamiliar with many tasks, Crane initially assigned him only theoretical courses. She presumed that having spent 3 additional years at the Naval Academy, Luffy would have absorbed this foundational knowledge, regardless of his previous distractions. However, Crane had overestimated Luffy's capacity for learning. Vice Admiral Crane, perhaps it would be best to assign me different tasks. I am struggling to retain this basic knowledge, let alone teach it to others, Luffy expressed with a hint of concern and embarrassment. Indeed, Luffy's apprehensions were not unfounded. Although he had spent 3 extra years at the Naval Academy, he had primarily indulged in leisure pursuits, relying on his wits to barely pass exams without acquiring any substantial knowledge. Faced with the prospect of teaching these intricate concepts, he wondered what he could possibly convey, perhaps instructing the recruits on how to polish a line. While he would not mind teaching in such a manner, he feared the repercussions from Sengoku. Crane, upon hearing Luffy's request, displayed a look of astonishment. She could scarcely believe that Luffy, a rare prodigy at the naval headquarters who had repeated 3 years at the academy, was unfamiliar with even the most fundamental knowledge. My goodness, Luffy, you are among the few geniuses of the naval headquarters. Surely, you must be being modest, correct? Crane adjusted her glasses, incredulously questioning him. Although she had yet to uncover the reason behind Luo Fei's extended tenure at the Naval Academy, her astonishment remained palpable. Since the advent of the live broadcast, Luo Fei has repeatedly answered questions correctly, leading he and several high-ranking naval officials to believe that he is indeed a rare talent in the Navy, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Thus, when Luo Fei expressed his unfamiliarity with the foundational courses, he was taken aback. However, she maintained an open mind. She recognized that Luo Fei's statement, intentional or not, demonstrated his reluctance to accept the position. Given that Luo Fei had already internally rejected the role, imposing it upon him would likely not yield favorable results. After a brief contemplation, he posed another question to Luo Fei. "What position do you wish to pursue?" she inquired, adjusting her glasses with a hint of exasperation, as she struggled to conceive of a role within the Naval Academy that could be more easily fulfilled than that of an instructor for foundational knowledge courses. Upon hearing that Admiral he had finally relented, Luo Fei quickly considered other subjects offered at the Naval Academy. Soon, he recalled one that piqued his interest. "I believe a physical education teacher suits me quite well. Why not allow me to become the sports instructor?" Luo Fei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although he had spent 3 years at the Naval Academy barely scraping through other subjects, he consistently achieved perfect scores in one area: physical fitness assessments. Despite his 3 years of repetition at the Naval Academy and average grades in most subjects, he excelled in physical education. However, it is precisely this physical fitness test that brings the greatest satisfaction to Luo Fei and the Academy instructors, perhaps due to his extraordinary talent. Since his first arrival at the Naval Academy 3 years ago, Luo Fei's physical capabilities have been exceptional. In every practical training exercise, whether it be unassisted rock climbing or cross-country trekking, Luo Fei consistently stands out as the most remarkable performer. Regrettably, within the confines of the Naval Academy, the physical fitness test is merely regarded as a standard health assessment. As long as one surpasses the minimum threshold, it does not influence the overall performance. The most notable outcome for Luo Fei is the admiration he receives from his male peers and the affection from his female counterparts. This explains why, despite possessing exceptional abilities, Luo Fei's academic standing remains at the bottom. However, although excelling in the physical fitness test did not significantly aid Luo Fei's academic pursuits, it did bestow upon him certain rewards. After all, at the tender age of 15 or 16, nearly all cadets are engulfed in a surge of hormones, harboring an intense admiration for robust physiques and well-defined forms. Consequently, Luo Fei garnered considerable popularity within the Naval Academy. Despite 3 years of repeating a year not yielding any academic improvement for Luo Fei, the adoring gazes from his classmates provided him with profound comfort. Upon hearing Luo Fei express his desire to assume the role of physical fitness instructor, he, feeling somewhat conflicted, averted his gaze. The source of his discomfort stemmed from the fact that a candidate for this instructor position had already been selected. With the limited number of instructors available to the Naval Academy, securing a single position for one instructor is already a challenge. Yet, it seems that this least esteemed role has unexpectedly become highly sought after. Nevertheless, he genuinely holds affection for Luo Fei and, despite feeling troubled by Luo Fei's request, strives to assist him in fulfilling his aspiration. "As for the physical fitness instructor position, I can arrange it for you," but he stated. "It's possible that you won't be the only one in that role." Luo Fei, intrigued by this revelation, quickly became interested. 2 instructors for the same course? This is unprecedented at the Naval Academy. Who is the other person? He inquired. In Luo Fei's recollection, the Academy had never assigned a dedicated instructor for this course due to its lack of emphasis on the physical fitness test. Thus, upon hearing Admiral he mentioned that a candidate had already been chosen, he was genuinely astonished. "It's Ain," came the reply. As soon as Crane uttered that name, an image of a girl with sky-blue hair swiftly emerged in Luo Fei's mind. To his surprise, the individual competing with him for the position of physical training instructor was none other than Ain. Luo Fei knew little about Ain, apart from the fact that she was a student of Zifa, a user of the reversal fruit, and a master swordswoman. Given her prowess as a swordsman, it was only natural that she excelled in physical techniques, making her appointment as a physical training instructor quite justifiable. Additionally, Ain had experience aiding Zifa in establishing the Neo Navy, which certainly provided her with far more experience in training new recruits than Luo Fei possessed. He quickly came to terms with this revelation. While Luo Fei contemplated Ain's character and appearance, Crane spoke again. "Since you wish to become a physical training instructor, Then do your best. I will negotiate with Ein. After this statement, Crane handed Luo Fei a piece of paper and cautioned him. This is your schedule. Be sure to remember your class times and do not be tardy. You are already familiar with the Naval Academy, so I want to guide you through it all. Soon, Vice Admiral Weasel will finish his class, and you may pose any teaching-related inquiries to him. After Crane had finished imparting his instructions, he intended to convey further thoughts, but was interrupted by a phone call from Sengoku. Once Crane departed, only Luo Fei remained in the academic affairs office. With some leisure time at hand, Luo Fei perused his class schedule. The Marine Academy at Marineford, adhering to an elite educational system, boasted a modest number of cadets, totaling no more than 300 individuals. These 300 were divided into 6 classes, with each class participating in 2 physical training sessions per week. In this light, it appeared that Luo Fei's schedule was quite accommodating. With only 2 classes to attend each day, he could indulge in the rations provided and openly engage in leisurely pursuits. Embodying a life reminiscent of the Yellow Monkey's dreams, the arrangement of his timetable was straightforward. He memorized it after a single glance. Notably, he had a class scheduled for this afternoon, as it was past noon and he had yet to dine. He resolved to head to the staff cafeteria to see if any meals remained, followed by a brief respite. After all, the physical training officer role demanded considerable physical fitness, as it was likely he would need to demonstrate vigorous activities during class. It was essential for Luo Fei to replenish his energy beforehand. Moreover, compared to the ordinary cadet mess hall, the decor of the officer's cafeteria was decidedly more opulent. When he was just a regular cadet, he had longed to witness the ambience and culinary offerings of the officer's dining hall, and now that he finally had the opportunity, he was determined to seize it. Just moments after Luo Fei set off towards the officer's cafeteria, the live broadcast resumed its transmission. In the renewed footage, viewers were once again confronted with the ravaged visage of Marineford, shrouded in smoke and stained with blood. This was the grim reality that everyone beheld through the live stream. Upon witnessing this scene, Sengoku, seated in the marshal's office, narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of perilous intent. It appeared that this conflict had not subsided with Ace's rescue. As Sengoku uttered these words, his expression conveyed a complex mixture of emotions. Although this war unfolded in the future, Sengoku, with his astute intuition as a marshal, discerned the true nature of the conflict. On the surface, it seemed a direct confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. In truth, the outcome of this war transcends mere naval prestige. Its repercussions on the future geopolitical landscape are immeasurable. Despite the full deployment of the Navy's core combat forces, they were unable to prevent Ace's rescue, which effectively signified a significant victory for the pirates. Initially, when Sengoku witnessed Ace's successful extraction, he had already formed a definitive judgment regarding the war's outcome. It became evident that the pirates had achieved victory at a minimal cost, leaving the Navy's reputation tarnished and its authority diminished in the eyes of the world. The ramifications of such an outcome imply that the Navy will require an extensive period to restore what has been lost in an instant. During this protracted time frame, it is highly likely that pirate forces will continue to proliferate unchecked. Sengoku had prepared for the worst, which is why, following the conclusion of the previous broadcast, he hastily initiated a redeployment of naval forces. However, what was once deemed a dire situation by Sengoku has begun to take a turn for the better. Each broadcast from the live stream arrives laden with questions, never indulging in trivial matters. Now, once again, the spotlight is cast upon this ongoing war, indicating that there remains a glimmer of hope. Ace's rescue does not signify the conclusion of this conflict. Upon realizing this, Sengoku's previously tense demeanor relaxed considerably, allowing him to focus intently on the unfolding images in the live stream. In the broadcast, Luffy, at the critical juncture, utilized a candle key crafted by Mr. 3 to unlock the sea stone handcuffs binding Ace. Once liberated, Ace's strength surged back instantaneously. Harnessing the flow of power within him, Ace transformed the surrounding elements, propelling himself, Luffy, and Mr. 3 through the flames. After a brief exchange of memories with Luffy, the two warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to confront the encroaching Navy forces. Though their encounters have been infrequent, their synergy was impeccable, swiftly dismantling the surrounding Navy troops and revitalizing the morale of the pirates. However, just as they believed they had broken free from the Navy's encirclement, Admiral Akiji made a sudden appearance. In this moment, Ace urged Luffy to take refuge behind him. Luffy had already done so much for him, and now it was his turn as an elder brother to safeguard his younger sibling. The clash of ice and fire was imminent. The confrontation between two formidable users of natural-type devil fruits raised the question of who would ultimately prevail. In a standard one-on-one duel, they might have unleashed a battle for the ages. However, the current Aokiji has endured prolonged battles, his stamina no longer resembling that of his prime. Moreover, as Ace is not inclined to linger in combat, after deflecting a powerful blow from Aokiji, he hastens away with Luffy towards the direction of their comrades. Yet, even if they manage to temporarily evade the Navy's pursuit, it does not signify their escape from peril. For they remain in Marineford, the stronghold of the Navy, where they hold undeniable supremacy. Although Ace has been successfully rescued, they still confront a paramount dilemma: how to depart Marineford safely. This issue has already crossed the mind of Squirdo, who had previously betrayed Whitebeard with a blade. Now, he feels immense shame for his past treachery and is resolutely determined to reclaim the honor of the Whitebeard pirates, willing to expend his last ounce of strength, even at the cost of his life, to secure a future for the crew. Thus, under Squirdo's leadership, a colossal, intact vessel, akin to a ferocious beast, charges recklessly towards the plaza of Marineford. At this moment, Squirdo is prepared. Once the ship docks and all his comrades board, he will disembark with those who still wish to follow him, ready to clash with the Navy. In war, there will inevitably be bloodshed and sacrifice. Squirdo, aware of his actions against his father, feels unworthy to continue living. Escorting the final voyage of the Whitebeard pirates with his own life is the only redemption he can conceive. In the distance, Whitebeard also perceives Squirdo's swift approach, instantly grasping his intentions. However, how could Whitebeard, as the patriarch of all aboard the ship, allow his son to stand in his path? His sons valiantly defended the honor of the Whitebeard pirates with their lives, and as their father, he naturally felt compelled to shield them from harm. Thus, in the gaze of all present, Whitebeard swiftly positioned himself in the path of the oncoming vessel, using one hand to halt its relentless advance. Squirdo was taken aback by this turn of events. Despite having prepared himself for this moment, despite having betrayed his father, he found himself engulfed in confusion and astonishment. Slowly, Whitebeard spoke, addressing Squirdo. "You do not comprehend the profound disloyalty of a white-haired man sending a black-haired one to his demise. Do not be so presumptuous. Your strike could not claim my life." This was Whitebeard's response. Even at this critical juncture, he endeavored to alleviate Squirdo's inner turmoil with his words. Following this declaration, Whitebeard stepped forward, standing before the Navy, imparting his final instructions to his sons. Every soul eventually meets their end. Since our purpose has been fulfilled, our presence here is no longer required. Stand firm, Whitebeard pirates. I now issue my final command. We shall part ways here. All of you must survive and return safely to the new world. In his resolve to protect his sons, Whitebeard had come to terms with the reality. Aware of the Navy's formidable strength, he refused to allow his sons to fall into peril. As he had previously conveyed to Sengoku, he would not falter until he beheld the glorious future of his sons. Now that Ace had been freed, it was his duty to ensure the safety of his children. Whitebeard was acutely aware of his mission. "I am a remnant of the old era. There exists no vessel in the new age capable of carrying me. Set sail. My children, I am a remnant of the old era. There exists no vessel in the new age capable of carrying me." As Whitebeard uttered those words, the specter of Roger seemed to materialize before him, evoking the glorious era of fierce rivalry among the greats. During that epoch, although Roger's name resounded throughout the world, basking in the splendor that accompanied his status as a formidable pirate, it was equally a time when Whitebeard shone brilliantly. Once the wheel of fate begins to turn, it never halts. Perhaps Whitebeard's destiny was predetermined from the very beginning. An orphan hailing from a destitute homeland, Whitebeard set sail at a tender age. Unlike those who embarked on voyages driven by grand aspirations, Whitebeard's initial dream was profoundly simple. He merely sought to lead a decent life through the life of a pirate. He first joined the formidable Rocks Pirates, hailed as the overlords of the sea, where he spent his formative years. Like gold that inevitably shines, Whitebeard, having lingered on the Rocks Pirates for an extended period, gradually revealed his innate talents, swiftly earning recognition within the Grand Line. However, from the perspective of the members of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard stands in stark contrast to other pirates. He is not consumed by a thirst for status or treasure. Rather, he often finds himself lost in thought. At this juncture in his life, Whitebeard has crystallized his aspirations, which revolve around the concept of family and the companionship of loved ones. Perhaps it is his childhood experiences that have instilled in him a profound longing for the warmth of familial bonds. Yet within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard found himself devoid of the warmth that a family could provide. Fortunately, not long after, Rox was vanquished by the formidable alliance of Roger and Garp, leading to the disintegration of the once mighty Rox pirates. Seizing this opportunity, Whitebeard assembled his own crew. Finally able to forge a family-like pirate band according to his own vision, a development that brought him immense joy. As subsequent events unfolded, as widely known, Whitebeard discovered a group of sons who equally yearned for familial warmth, including Marco, Jozu, and others. The Whitebeard pirates flourished, rapidly ascending to become one of the most renowned pirate crews in the New World. During this period, two pivotal events significantly altered the trajectory of the Whitebeard pirates. The first was the joining of the enigmatic Odin, whose presence was crucial for Roger's ascension to the title of Pirate King. At that time, Whitebeard had already unearthed the truths of the poneglyphs, and fortuitously, Odin was among the few capable of deciphering them. It can be posited that had Whitebeard resolved to pursue the legendary One Piece and prevented Odin from departing, the coveted title of Pirate King could very well have been his. Ultimately, Whitebeard allowed Luffy to choose his own path. One could argue that Roger's eventual success was inextricably linked to Whitebeard's generosity and magnanimity. This was the first pivotal event that altered the course of the Whitebeard pirates, a moment that destined Whitebeard to remain beyond the reach of the title of Pirate King. Fortunately, Whitebeard himself remains indifferent to such matters. The second significant change for the Whitebeard pirates is the ongoing event known as the Marineford War. Sengoku, disregarding Garp's anguish and the threat posed by Whitebeard, insists on publicly executing Ace across the world. This decision is twofold. Firstly, Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Roger. Secondly, he serves as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Regardless of Ace's identity at the time of execution, it will undoubtedly cast a formidable shadow over the pirate world, potentially bringing an abrupt end to the age of pirates. Should such an outcome transpire, the Navy could easily collaborate with Smoker to capitalize on this event for propaganda. After all, if even Roger's son could not uncover the fabled treasure and ultimately fell to the Navy, others would have little reason to risk their lives for an elusive fortune. Thus, Whitebeard dedicates himself to protecting Ace, not solely for the sake of his son's life and their paternal bond, but also to safeguard the era of piracy that Roger's death has ushered in. Set sail, my children, and return safely to the New World, Whitebeard declared to his sons behind him in his final moments. Do not look back. The era has transformed. The stars of Whitebeard's age have fallen one by one, leaving him as the sole guardian of the banner known as family. He embodies the last vestige of a bygone era, and in the face of the rising new generation, Whitebeard is destined to fall. Yet, at the very least, he chose to perish here, paving a path for his beloved sons to survive. Indeed, he chose to meet his end in this place, bestowing hope upon the New World. Whitebeard, having lived for so long, has savored all that life has to offer and experienced all that one could endure. In the fleeting years of his limited existence, he has long navigated through the corridors of time, piercing through his own fate. From the moment he decided to lead all members of the Whitebeard pirates to Marineford, he understood that this was a war from which there would be no return, setting aside the unknown forces still lurking within the Navy. Even the combined might of Sengoku and Garp posed a perilous threat. With a single misstep, he could witness the annihilation of his entire fleet. If someone must remain to hold back the Navy, he is willing to take on that mantle of the vanguard. Set sail, my children. May you return safely to the New World. That sea is the wellspring of all wealth, dreams, and comrades. It is indeed a long journey. Reflecting on the past, Whitebeard harbors no regrets. Now, it is time to settle accounts with the Navy. Should the path away from here prove treacherous, he is prepared to sacrifice everything, even his life, to ensure his sons return safely to the New World. This embodies Whitebeard's ultimate realization. After imparting these words to his sons, Whitebeard no longer had the luxury of time to elaborate further. With a vigorous swing of his robust arm, he struck fiercely into the air, unleashing a colossal tremor powerful enough to upheave Marineford, like a tempest sweeping through. As he beheld the crumbling ruins of Marineford, Sengoku could not help but display a look of astonishment. Sengoku had not anticipated that Whitebeard, upon his arrival at Marineford, had not revealed such formidable strength. Yet at this moment of grievous injury and impending departure of his crew, he showcased it. He had indeed underestimated Whitebeard's power. However, at the same time, Sengoku comprehended Whitebeard's intentions. He was well aware of the formidable power of the Tremor fruit. Once able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Roger, even in his twilight years, his aura remained undiminished. When he first arrived at Marineford, Ace was still in the hands of the Navy, and Whitebeard had to consider Ace's safety, preventing him from unleashing his full might. Yet now, Ace is safe. In order to escort everyone away and to bid a formal farewell to this era, Whitebeard is finally prepared to take a decisive stand. The magnitude of Whitebeard's recent display is evident to Sengoku. It is clear that Whitebeard fights with the mindset of one willing to risk everything. He intends to plunge the entirety of Marineford, along with himself, into the depths of the sea. The strongest fruit of the natural system, in alignment with Whitebeard's final resolve, unleashes immense power. As Whitebeard emits a powerful shockwave capable of rending space itself, many structures upon the island begin to tilt and collapse. Even the plaque of absolute justice adorning the walls of the Navy headquarters cannot withstand such a tremendous impact and falls aside. In an instant, the Navy is engulfed in a state of profound panic. Simultaneously, the Navy swiftly assembles a formidable force to launch an offensive against Whitebeard. Yet, with his singular might, Whitebeard deflects all these assaults, providing a relatively safe passage for his sons behind him, witnessing their father endure relentless harm. Every member aboard the Moby Dick is consumed by anguish and turmoil within their hearts. Yet simultaneously, they comprehend that, at this juncture, any further hesitation on their part would merely tarnish the reputation of the father who has long been prepared for this moment. The Whitebeard pirates must not face total annihilation. Among those who felt the deepest anguish upon realizing Whitebeard's intentions, none suffered more than Ace. For over a decade, the father had bestowed upon him immeasurable warmth, and now, in a perilous situation brought about for Ace's sake, he found himself utterly powerless as a son. Ace's heart was engulfed in profound pain and turmoil. The gratitude he felt for Whitebeard was a treasure he would cherish for a lifetime. In this moment, Ace had come to grasp his father's purpose. He would not allow the sacrifices of his father to be in vain. He resolved to carry forth his father's final wishes and return safely to the New World. However, before that, he must formally bid farewell to his father. Thus, Ace broke through the heavy encirclement of the Navy and approached Whitebeard, creating a brief barrier of flames. Within this barrier, Ace knelt on the ground, his head bowed. Although Ace had a multitude of words to express to his father, he found himself at a loss for how to begin when the moment truly arrived. Whitebeard, understanding Ace's inner turmoil, spoke directly to him. There is no need for many words. Ace, let me pose a question to you. Am I a worthy father to you? Upon hearing this question from Whitebeard, memories began to flood back, and a gentle light sparkled in Ace's eyes. Of course, Whitebeard smiled contentedly. This was the culmination of all that Whitebeard had sought in life. To end his life in such a manner left him with no regrets. Their farewell was devoid of excessive words. Yet the bonds of love and gratitude were deeply etched in their hearts. They had both found their answers. After the farewell, Whitebeard continued to engage the Navy, while Ace ran towards his comrades alongside Luffy and the others. Ace's companions had commandeered a warship. All they needed was for Ace and the other retreating comrades from the square to board, and they could depart unscathed. However, the Navy would not allow them to escape so easily. Although Whitebeard was immensely powerful and had drawn much of the Navy's fire upon himself, he was but one man, unable to shield against them all. Sakazuki seized this opportunity, pursuing Ace and the others. Nevertheless, at that moment, most of the Navy's fighting force remained occupied by Whitebeard. Akainu understood that a violent pursuit could only capture a small portion of the pirates and could not prevent the majority from fleeing, rather than inflicting physical harm. Akainu preferred to psychologically torment his enemies. Thus, facing the fleeing pirates, he unleashed a barrage of taunts. Do you truly believe you can escape? You're naive, it is laughable. The moment you rescue Fire Fist Ace, you retreat. The Whitebeard pirates are nothing but a gathering of cowards. The pirates seethed with rage upon hearing these words. Akainu's tactics were so crude that it was evident he was merely trying to provoke them. To avoid falling into Akainu's trap, the pirates, despite their inner turmoil, resolutely continued their march toward the warship. However, Akainu was far from finished. Seeing that his attacks against them were ineffective, he swiftly altered his strategy, launching personal attacks against the figure of Whitebeard, whom the pirates revered. But the captain is nothing more than a relic of a bygone era, a failure in his time. Upon hearing the term loser, Ace could no longer restrain his steps. He turned around, his fiery fists already ablaze with fury. Clenching his teeth, Ace demanded that Akainu retract his earlier words. His companions urged him not to engage, to disregard Akainu's provocations. Yet Ace firmly believed that Akainu was insulting his father and refused to back down. Observing Ace's reaction, Akainu recognized the success of his strategy. In order to further provoke Ace, Akainu continued, "Retract? I shall never retract. What I said is undeniably true. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to usher in the era known as the Great Pirate Age. Although it may be inappropriate for a Navy officer to admit, he truly deserves the title of Pirate King. And what of Whitebeard? Did he possess the courage to confront Roger in a battle to the death? Hiding in safety, content to reign as a mountain king with a throng of followers, is that enough for him? While many fools claim to protect the peace of numerous islands under Whitebeard's name, to me, it is merely a farce to subdue some inconsequential pirates and play the hero. Those who bowed before Roger while he lived cannot be deemed true kings after his death. In essence, he will forever remain inferior to Roger, an eternal loser. Such as Whitebeard. When one reflects upon it, he truly is a pitiable man, idolized by a band of lackeys, called father repeatedly, engaging in farcical antics aboard a ship, and for decades reigning over the seas without ever claiming true kingship. His life has amounted to naught. In his final moments, he was betrayed by his foolish son, deceived by sweet words, yet he died to protect them. What a hollow existence it has been. Akainu's words cut deeply into the hearts of all aboard Whitebeard's ship. Tears streamed down Squarto's face, and Ace felt his heart bleed. He could not allow the one he revered most, his beloved father, to be subjected to such indignity. Thus, with clenched fists filled with rage, Ace took determined steps towards Akainu. With each stride, he demanded that Akainu silence himself, unable to endure the insult directed at his cherished father. At this moment, Akainu resembled a rabid dog. The more he witnessed Ace's fury, the more his visage twisted into a ghastly grimace, his words becoming increasingly vile. A person who strays from the righteous path possesses no worth in life. You wretched pirate scum have no right to continue existing. It is truly fitting for a pathetic overseer like him to perish as a failure. Upon hearing these taunts, Ace's inner rage became unbearable, and he roared back at Akainu. Whitebeard is a great pirate who shaped this era. I will not allow you to insult my savior. This era is named after Whitebeard. With that declaration, Ace summoned a dragon of flames, charging vehemently toward Akainu. The clash between fire and magma commenced. However, Ace's reckless punch, fueled by anger, was no match for Akainu. After a brief confrontation, Ace was sent flying. As a user of the flame fruit, he was ironically burned. Observing Ace sprawled on the ground, Akainu resumed his verbal assault. To call oneself the strongest user of a natural-type devil fruit, is that sheer arrogance? You are merely ordinary fire, while I am magma that can incinerate even flames. Our powers are simply incomparable. Luffy, witnessing Ace's downfall, was filled with concern and rushed forward to offer assistance. However, his body had reached its limit. After just a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. As Luffy fell, a life card, previously concealed within his hat, tumbled out. This life card had been entrusted to him by Ace. The nearby Akainu also took notice of Luffy, and seeing the two brothers, who were now struggling to move, a disdainful smile crept across his face, perhaps to shatter Ace's last line of defense. Upon witnessing the severely injured Ace, Akainu refrained from pursuing absolute destruction and instead fixed his gaze on Luffy, who was not far off. The revelation that the sons of the Pirate King Gold, Roger, and the Revolutionary Dragon were sworn brothers was indeed astonishing. Your bloodline is irredeemably tainted. Anyone may escape, but the two of you shall not. Watch closely. After uttering these words, Akainu raised his hand, which was emanating molten lava, and advanced directly towards Luffy. At that moment, Luffy's consciousness was clouded and sluggish. He was solely focused on retrieving the life card of Ace that he had inadvertently dropped, entirely oblivious to the encroaching danger. However, given Luffy's current physical state, he may have sensed the peril posed by Akainu, yet his body, having surpassed its limits, was incapable of any immediate response. Witnesses to this scene felt as if their hearts had momentarily halted. Akainu moved swiftly. In that fleeting instant, they could not discern how to rescue Luffy. When Ace realized that Akainu's target was not himself but Luffy, he shouted in alarm. Ace had bestowed upon his younger brother all his love and tenderness. Having experienced Akainu's fist before, he could hardly bear to imagine the consequences should Luffy, in his current state, endure such a blow. Yet, in this tense and heart-wrenching moment, the live stream abruptly ceased. All the members in the live stream, upon witnessing the sudden end of the footage, were left in dismay. It felt akin to arranging a game of poker with a beautiful companion, only for it to be interrupted just as one was about to play a winning hand, and then it was over. Just like that, the excitement was extinguished. As the audience pondered this abrupt turn of events, a notification sound echoed in the live stream. Question: will Ace ultimately leave Marineford alive? This query was perhaps the simplest among all posed in the live stream, as it was a single-choice question with only two options, yes or no. Far away in the New World, Luffy, upon seeing this question, almost instantaneously made his decision. Luffy exclaimed, "This question is so simple. It's practically a gift. Who is Ace?" "Ace is my sworn brother. Of course, he will leave that dreadful place alive." This encapsulates the moment when the question arose, eliciting Luffy's first and indeed sole thought. Just as Luffy was about to articulate his answer, Ace, who had already arrived in the arid expanse of Alabasta, interjected. "Ace, Luffy, I've heard that in the New World, there exists a sea creature known as the giant fish, renowned for its delectable taste. I wonder if you've ever had the pleasure of tasting it." Understanding Luffy's disposition, Ace was confident that, whether out of trust or anticipation, Luffy would undoubtedly reveal the answer. However, Ace was also acutely aware of his own circumstances. Presently, two individuals held paramount importance in his life, Whitebeard and Luffy. Given the preceding situation, he was left with but one choice. Ace's response diverged significantly from Luffy's, fully cognizant that Luffy's answer was erroneous. He felt compelled to prevent Luffy from voicing it. For Luffy, the foremost priorities were these three: the aspiration to become the Pirate King, the bonds with his comrades and family, and, lastly, the joy of culinary delights. In an effort to swiftly shift Luffy's focus, Ace uttered those words. The effect was immediate. Upon hearing Ace's remark, Luffy's thoughts indeed followed Ace's lead. "Luffy? Huh? Really? Chopper. Let us go fishing." "Chopper, you fool. That's a sea creature, not just any ordinary fish or shrimp." "Sanji, a delicious sea creature? Let us go fishing." "Luffy, all right, let us set sail." "Nami, come back here." Observing Luffy's playful banter with his crew, Ace couldn't help but chuckle softly. If it were within his power, he would gladly safeguard Luffy's joyful smile for eternity. Regrettably, the live stream has already foretold his fate. "Ace, allow me to respond to this query." "Ace, my answer is no." Had Ace been devoid of attachments, he could have effortlessly evaded the Navy's pursuit, leveraging his elemental prowess. Yet he could not. He would not permit the esteemed reputation of Whitebeard to be tarnished, nor would he allow his soul brother, Luffy, to be bullied. Thus, in the context of the recent live stream, he had no choice but to charge forward with unwavering resolve. Within the stream, Akainu had just exchanged a blow with him. Following that strike, Akainu remained spirited, while Ace was evidently injured. From this, Ace has come to comprehend the disparity in strength between himself and Akainu. Nonetheless, it is inconceivable for him to allow Akainu to inflict harm upon Luffy without intervening. He cannot vanquish Akainu solely for the purpose of safeguarding Luffy. Thus, the only recourse left to him is to shield Luffy from this lethal strike with his own flesh and blood. To sacrifice oneself for the sake of a cherished brother can be deemed a worthy conclusion to a fleeting life, often scorned by others. Ace has evidently come to terms with such an outcome. Upon hearing Ace's words in the live broadcast, Whitebeard let out a silent sigh. He understood Ace's character better than anyone. Even though Ace has carved out a realm for himself upon the vast ocean, in Whitebeard's heart, he remains the same reckless lad as Luffy. It is precisely this aspect of Ace that stirs such deep concern within Whitebeard. However, this matter, which both Ace and Whitebeard could comprehend, was utterly beyond Luffy's grasp. As Luffy witnessed Ace's unwavering belief that he could not survive leaving Marineford, he became frantic. Luffy exclaimed, "Ace, do not speak such nonsense. With the formidable assistance of Uncle Whitebeard, Grandpa, and myself, you can certainly make it out of Marineford alive." Luffy continued, "Is there any way to retract that statement? Your answer must be erroneous. What will happen if your abilities are stripped away?" He added, "Ace, you are being too willful." In his haste, Luffy finished speaking before Ace could respond. Yet it was Garp who grew anxious. Garp admonished, "Watch your words, you rascal. What do you mean by my assistance? I have not aided you in any way." Doflamingo interjected, "Isn't it evident? A dignified Marine Vice-Admiral, a hero capable of defeating the Golden Lion with a single blow, cannot even overpower a mere child who has just set sail? Truly, a revelation." Green Cactus remarked, "Garp, have you aged, or is it I who can no longer wield a blade? If you have truly weakened to such an extent, await my arrival at Marineford with my sword drawn." Hancock pondered, if this is not love, then what tragedy remains? Observing the myriad of doubts in the live stream, Garp, far away in Marineford, sighed deeply and chose silence. "Is it truly that apparent? I sincerely wish for your safety." In the room, Garp murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the live stream, upon receiving the answer to the question, A prompt indicating correctness followed swiftly. Ding. The inquiry, "Can Ace survive leaving Marineford?" was met with the response from group member Ace, "No." At that moment, everyone held their breath. Ace's answer, whether affirmative or negative, would determine the outcome of this grand and devastating battle at Marineford. The focus shifted to which side, the Navy or the pirates, would ultimately prevail in this conflict. Amidst the tension and anticipation, the live stream finally announced the result. Answer, correct. The war concerning Ace's fate had reached a resolution. Yet, the focal point of the inquiry, Ace, remained uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. He had answered correctly. He ought to feel joy. However, in this predicament, his demise is imminent. Moreover, it is not solely his fate that hangs in the balance. Countless comrades, in their quest for salvation, have unwittingly become entangled in the web of consequence. Perhaps it is due to his foresight of the impending future, or perhaps the simulation of this forthcoming conflict has illuminated Ace's innermost thoughts, granting him a deeper understanding of his existence's significance. The turmoil within Ace has notably diminished, replaced by an earnest appreciation for the present. His beloved father, his concerned brother, his comrades, they all thrive in this world, and that suffices. As for the calamities that may befall the future, Ace has already reconciled himself to their potentiality. Yet, since the broadcast has revealed this unfortunate future to him, it presents an opportunity for change. Although Ace remains uncertain whether his adversaries will take any further action as a result of this broadcast, he has adopted a vigilant stance to prevent such tragedies from unfolding effortlessly. Upon hearing this revelation, Luffy's heart sank into despondency. Was it truly his weakness that led to Ace's sacrifice for his sake? Damn it, he must become stronger. Luffy silently vowed to himself. Due to the haste with which Luffy and Ace answered the questions previously, the broadcast had yet to announce the reward for their correct responses. Now that the correct answer has surfaced, the broadcast has ample time to declare the reward for this round. This reward appears to be an unremarkable wooden drawer. However, once the system elucidated the functions of this wooden drawer, all present were left in awe. Even Luo Fei could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Such a rare reward. Had he known, he would have answered himself. Congratulations to group member Ace for answering correctly and receiving the time machine as a reward. As the sound in the live broadcast subsided, a wooden drawer soon materialized in the prize section. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable wooden drawer. Yet, the name indeed possesses a certain allure. How can such a mere wooden drawer be dubbed a time machine? The spectators in the live broadcast were left momentarily stunned upon witnessing this reward. Why do the rewards from the system increasingly bewilder? The previous one was a stone-made zodiac charm, and now it is a wooden drawer. Moreover, judging by the previous incident with the zodiac charm, this wooden drawer is certainly not as simplistic as it appears. This is a remarkable live broadcast room, where the rewards bestowed are undoubtedly extraordinary, based on past experiences. The more unadorned the exterior of a reward, the more potent its capabilities. Furthermore, this modest drawer is audaciously labeled a time machine. As curiosity enveloped the audience regarding this reward, Luo Fei felt a pang of regret. For he is the sole individual in this world aware of the true function of this drawer. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it possesses the ability to traverse both past and future. To return to the past and mend regrets, to venture into the future and witness outcomes, such capabilities are the aspirations of many. If one were to possess a time machine, would it not allow him to effortlessly return to his original world? Would it not enable him to glimpse the trajectory of the future? The thought of traversing freely through the past, present, and future, three distinct dimensions of time, transcending the confines of time and distance, evokes an awe-inspiring and terrifying power. Yet, alas, this reward is not his. Luo Fei felt a deep sense of unwillingness, yet he found himself powerless. After all, this reward was earned by Ace through answering questions, rightfully belonging to him. No matter how much Luo Fei desired it, he could not claim what another cherishes. Nonetheless, the emergence of the time machine sparked thoughts of another similar ability within Luo Fei, that of the time fruit. The possessor of the time fruit is Momonosuke. Although Luo Fei is not privy to further information regarding her, yet Luffy was aware that during Kaido's intent to annihilate Wano and eradicate the Kozuki clan, it was this very ability that transported Momonosuke, Kinemon, and others into the future, preserving the ember for the revival of the Kozuki family. Although Luffy was unaware of the woman's name, the people of Wano revered her as Lady Toki. In her rare appearances, she had uttered the following: "With this extraordinary power of the time fruit, I continuously traverse through the future, ultimately arriving at the terminus of my journey. Although Luffy did not know where this terminus was, he was certain that Toki had originated from a distant past. Furthermore, he harbored a conjecture that Toki was likely aware of the blank period from 800 years ago. It was due to the turmoil and dissatisfaction of her time that she placed her hopes for peace in the future, perpetually engaging in time travel. Of course, Luffy's deduction was merely a logical inference. The true nature of the matter remained unknown to him. Nevertheless, while these were merely Luffy speculations, they were drawn from the confirmed existence of the powerful time fruit. The devil fruits are known to reincarnate, meaning that when the user perishes, the original fruit will reappear. Given the current circumstances, Lady Toki should have perished in the Great Fire over a decade ago. Consequently, it stands to reason that the time fruit should have entered a new cycle of reincarnation. However, in light of the current circumstances, the reality appears to be quite different. Has this elusive fruit yet to be discovered? Or is it possible that the esteemed Master Sure did not perish in the Great Conflagration, and the possessor of the time fruit still walks among us, thus rendering the notion of reincarnation moot? Regardless of which scenario prevails, both are sufficiently compelling to stir the heart of Luffy. The time machine held by Ace was acquired through the successful answering of questions. As the supreme administrator of the livestream, Luffy naturally cannot resort to unscrupulous means to seize it. However, regarding the time fruit, Luffy harbored a certain confidence in his ability to obtain it. With this thought, Luffy's heart became considerably more tranquil. In the live broadcast room, as everyone's gaze was captivated by the diminutive wooden drawer, it suddenly vanished. Since Ace had answered the question correctly, the reward that had disappeared naturally found its way into Ace's possession. Just as Ace pondered the mysterious purpose of the small drawer, he received a demonstration video as a bonus from the live stream. Through the video, Ace discovered that the usage of this time machine drawer was quite simple. When one wished to use it, one merely needed to envision the time and place they desired to visit, and then pull open the drawer to be drawn into the time tunnel. However, the concluding segment of the demonstration video revealed to Ace that the time machine could only be utilized twice, allowing for a single round trip through time. Upon grasping its capabilities and limitations, Ace understood the necessity of preserving this device for a dire moment and prudently concealed the time drawer. Fortunately, the rewards from the live stream were of exceptional quality and in a display of considerate design for portability. The time drawer seemed to sense Ace's inner thoughts as it rapidly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a ring-sized object. Observing the now shrunken time drawer, Ace felt a profound sense of satisfaction. While the live stream foretold his demise, it simultaneously bestowed upon him a potential lifeline. The gifts of fate can often arrive unexpectedly. One must not remain confined within the dark prison of their own making. By stepping outside and persevering just a little longer, they may bask in the warmth of sunlight. Today, Ace can be deemed abundantly enriched, not solely by the rewards of the live stream, but also by the solace it provided his spirit. Although the appearance of the time machine stirred excitement in Luffy, its function was not singularly significant within this world. Thus, the epical battle recently showcased in the live stream draws to a close. Witnessing such an adrenaline-inducing spectacle early in the morning left the members feeling quite overwhelmed. Particularly for Ace, from the moment the video commenced, his fate has been a tumultuous roller coaster. He was subjected to the prospect of execution at the hands of the Navy, a scenario he faced twice. In a moment of sheer desperation, he was finally liberated from the execution platform by the Candleman's key. Just as Ace believed he had narrowly escaped death, he was abruptly met with a devastating blow from Akainu. Throughout this ordeal, he witnessed his father, Luffy, and comrades enduring injuries and even death in their efforts to save him, which rendered Ace's emotional state akin to a wild ride on a roller coaster. Thankfully, despite the grim outcome depicted in the live stream, fate seemed to be treating him kindly in this very moment. While the emotions of the other group members witnessing the live stream were not as intensely fluctuating as Ace's, they were nonetheless profoundly impacted. After all, the nature of this war shifted the moment Whitebeard made his grand entrance with his crew at Marineford. It evolved from a mere defense of Ace into a direct confrontation between the Navy and pirates. The ultimate conclusion of this conflict would undeniably shape the future of the world. Those present, be they the 4 emperors, 7 warlords, or the Revolutionary Army, eagerly anticipated the resolution of this monumental clash. Upon hearing the live stream predict Ace's impending demise, a wave of shock and lament rippled through the hearts of many. For war, in the eyes of most, offers only detriment without benefit. However, there was one individual who, upon hearing such news, erupted into joyous laughter, Blackbeard. From the moment he first witnessed the live broadcast depicting Ace's execution, he had anticipated this very outcome. This event was entirely orchestrated within his grand design, wherein he intended to deliver Ace to the Navy, thereby achieving his own ulterior motives through collaboration with them. Initially, when he observed Whitebeard's formidable efforts to rescue Ace, he harbored some trepidation regarding the potential failure of his scheme. Yet, upon the conclusion of the live stream's announcement, Blackbeard finally exhaled in relief. Furthermore, the images revealed during the broadcast indicated to him that Whitebeard was nearing the end of his strength. Although Whitebeard displayed a fearsome presence following Ace's rescue, it could not conceal the undeniable truth of his dwindling power. Ace's execution, coupled with Whitebeard's grievous injuries, had left the Whitebeard pirates in utter disarray. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to make his entrance wielding the powers of the dark fruit. Although the live stream concluded at this juncture, it did not extend to portray the fates of the Whitebeard pirates following Ace's demise. Yet, even in the absence of further explicit announcements from the live broadcast, Blackbeard, with his formidable intuition and unwavering confidence, has already concluded that he shall emerge as the ultimate victor of this conflict. With such thoughts in mind, his smile grows increasingly audacious. However, despite his outward mirth, a shadow of concern lingers in his heart, an apprehension regarding whether Ace will relentlessly pursue him. Based on his previous encounters with Ace, Blackbeard is acutely aware that the act of betraying a comrade is, in Ace's eyes, an unforgivable transgression. Given Ace's character, it is certain that he will chase Blackbeard to the ends of the earth. However, now that the live stream has revealed Ace's ultimate fate, Blackbeard harbors concerns that Ace's mindset may shift, potentially leading him to abandon the pursuit. If that were to occur, Blackbeard would have to devise a scheme to lure Ace into his trap, perhaps in an effort to provoke Ace. As the live stream concluded and the audience remained enraptured in shock and speculation, Blackbeard audaciously addressed Ace in the chat group. "Hey, Ace, do you wish to kill me in vengeance for Sachi? Then come. I await your arrival. Do not let me look down upon you, ha 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 ha." Blackbeard understands that Ace is a person capable of bending and yielding, but only as long as his bottom line is not crossed. Hatred can drive an individual to impulsive actions. Had Ace possessed the ability to analyze the situation rationally, devoid of emotional ties, he would have ceased his pursuit of Blackbeard. Blackbeard is confident that after witnessing the live stream concerning the future, Ace would regain some semblance of reason. Thus, he deliberately invoked Sachi's name, intending to remind Ace of their connection. This is the essence of Blackbeard's strategy, to incite Ace's loss of reason, compelling him to recklessly pursue Blackbeard, thereby granting Blackbeard an opportunity to showcase the power of his dark fruit. Yet, one must ponder whether Ace will indeed act in accordance with Blackbeard's intentions at this moment. This remains shrouded in mystery. The live broadcast commenced in the morning, unveiling an astonishing event that captivated the audience. Just as everyone anticipated a momentary lull in the transmission, another live stream followed in quick succession. This time, the imagery shifted from the familiar Marineford to a distant and ancient island. This island, located in the West Sea, is deemed remote not due to its geographical isolation but because it was obliterated over a decade ago. In terms of time, it